now?
Yeah, Rossi's down in 27th position. They've just
again,
had a pit stop, so they go up to the top of the order. Oh, car number 998, pit exit under investigation. Is this another car leaving by the F1 pit exit? Car 998, by the way.
Or not staying within the white line
possibly.
all the way up until you're onto the Kemmel Straight.
And that's an unusual car to be getting things slightly wrong like that. It's got real pros in it. It's the Rover, one of the Rover Racing BMW M4 GT3s, Augusto Farfus, Dan Harper and Max Hesser. And anyhow, we'll wait and see if any further punishment comes. But they're peering through the gloom and the rain to work out what went wrong.
Well, one of the things that we do know is that there's always a locked camera on turn 4, which is the crest, the left-hand crest as you come over the top of the hill or start to climb over the brow at Rédillon, which is Eau Rouge is the sort of left-right compression, if you like, and then as you climb the hill, that's Rédillon, and then as you come over the brow, you're on the Kemmel Straight. Of course, you don't come over the brow onto a level bit, you come on the brow onto a very steep bit, but not quite as steep as out of Eau Rouge. So Eau Rouge is the bit at the bottom, the river, and it's called Eau Rouge, red water, because it has got bauxite iron ore in it. So it's got iron bearing rocks, bauxite in it, and the red comes from rust.
Yeah, and of course the Kemmel Straight is nothing but straight because there's a big kick in the early stage of it, but it's the uphill straight. Of course, TV flattens all images, but you try walking up it, your calves will burn quite nicely by the time you're just about to turn into Piff Paff at the top, which is the right-left chicane.
I've never got round to running this track, but that is the one bit that I'm thinking. Certainly, when you're coming out of Stavelot, and you know you've got all the way climbing up through Blanchimont, and it's a mile and a half or nearly 2 miles till you get to the bus stop. You go, okay, this is going to be long. But out of Eau Rouge, over Rédillon, and then with the Kemmel Straight just climbing up away in front, you think, oh, okay, this is going to really hurt.
The race here, the centenary race, started at 4:30 in the afternoon after just a brilliant display down the grid. Lots of heritage races for the cars that used to compete. It seems like another event when the cars are running 4 abreast up the Kemmel Straight in the early laps, and a fantastic first hour of racing. Just unfortunate that a bit of debris on track took the race leader out of the lead, which was Lucas Auer in the number 48 Mercedes from AMG Team Man Filter, but they've been cycling through. Daniel Morad, the Canadian driver, and Mauro Engel, who seems to be everywhere all the time. Cars with the 3-pointed star of Mercedes on the bonnet. They will be in the mix, but we're just in this holding pattern that's going on and on at the moment. We've got 16.5 hours remain here, but it is pretty hideous in the rain. Can't restart. It's a waiting game, and it's just about nobody making a little slip up. Very easy to do so, and as Martin and I have been discussing, keeping your concentration. You need your race engineer in your ear, not the whole time, every few laps. Bit of two-way conversation, and just keep the focus. Just looking to see that Dan Harper's at the wheel of we mentioned the 998 BMW from Rover Racing, and the driver from Northern Ireland is at the wheel at the moment, waiting to see if there's going to be any punishment for the pit exit. We had a problem for, I don't remember who it was. Number 16 was speeding in the pit lane. Who else got the pit exit wrong? But
998.
No, before that.
They served a penalty for it.
Oh, here we go. Car number 72. Yes. Okay. So that to 72. For those of you who don't know the numbers off the top of your head, was Barwell, one of the 2 Barwell Lamborghinis.
Yes.
That's one shared by Gabriele Rindone, Mattia Michelotto, who's a real star of Italian GT racing, Patrick Kujula, and Casper Stevenson. Now, Patrick Kujula always seems to be in a Lamborghini, and I was told that in the 24 hours there were 34 drivers who've competed in rounds of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo various championships around the world. So a lot of sort of symbiosis. A lot of people then move up to full GT3. Well, looking at our race leader, who is the safety car? He's doing incredibly well, but the rain is still drumming down on the track up at La Source. It's drumming down on the roof of the cars as they come into the pits. This is going to continue for a long while behind the safety car.
Yeah, 3 of those Barwell drivers, Gabriele Rindoni, Mattia Michelotto and Patrick Kujula, are all in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Europe this season. Their last race was at Le Mans 2 weeks ago. So, and their next will be actually at the Nürburgring. So the next round of the GT World Challenge. So they will be a part of the support package for GT World Challenge for their 3 remaining rounds, which are at the Nürburgring at Paul Ricard and at where?
Hold on,
Can't
I'll tell you. In the middle of the night.
Remember. Now then, here's 91. So that's the 91. So it was crashed by Maurice Schuring. I don't recall having seen that. And Bruce,
no, we haven't seen that.
Scribbled a lot of notes.
Yeah, no, that had an engine. Its first pit stop had to be an extra 5 minutes because they did an engine change before the race. And unfortunately, Maurice Schuring, very promising young Dutch racer, just didn't go right. But it was a black car crashing under cover of darkness, so we will just pretend that we saw it.
Well, we will wield the mark of doom. Would that we could, because I didn't have a mark of doom with me, which is a bit of a shame. And David appears to have taken his one with him. So
right. I'm just hearing, Martin, that the plan was for the 91 Porsche to have an engine change at the last. So they were told they were getting the penalty. The last minute they decided not to. So that's Herbert Motorsport.
Ah, so they didn't have a penalty. They crashed it instead. Okay. Yeah.
Which, in its own way.
Indeed, such are the fates.
Okay, so that car is potentially leaving us with 50. If that's out of the race, it looks as though they are doing no further work on the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. That means 54 of the 66 starters are still going, with car 158 last in the list, and that's the much delayed Mark Sanson, Christopher Salkeld, James Baldwin, Care Yard car with a cracked disc early on. Right, let's listen to team radio.
Okay, John, I have a question. Is it possible that on pit exit it was red, or you are sure it was green light? It was for sure green.
Okay, Dan Harper had to think about that for a while, but for Rover Racing 998, accused of, or certainly under consideration for potentially leaving not via the wrong exit, but at the end of the right pit lane, the second pit lane in many ways, with potentially the lights on red. He assures us it's green.
Yeah.
There will be evidence either way. They've just got to work their way through.
Well,
but it'd be very unlikely Dan would make a mistake like that. I hold him in very high esteem. And
honestly, if you come in from behind the safety car queue and your pit stops are, well, current pit stop time, you know, it's a minute and 20 seconds, minute and 12 seconds. You know, it's unlikely that the safety car queue has not. It's not that the safety car queue has not gone by, because of course you'll have come in at the bus stop, but then you're doing, in a pit lane, you're doing 50 Ks and the cars on track are doing 80 Ks or more, probably not much more, but it's going to be unlikely the pit exit's red. Anyway, we have 15 hours of the race remaining.
Well, let's take a look back at the highlights. It was dry. It was a glorious celebration on the grid ahead of the centenary event. Spa-Francorchamps has never looked finer. With all the drivers down on the grid, 66 cars coming to start. Lots of fanfare, an air display, and the master of the event. Jackie Ickx, a winner himself before his illustrious Formula One career. Brilliant start from pole position from Frank Pereira, being pushed very hard by the Mercedes of Lucas Auer, and in behind it was neat and tidy, four abreast, if you will, up the Kemmel Straight. And the first hour was remarkably full of racing and short of any detrimental incident, except unfortunately after Lucas Auer moved the number 48 Mercedes into the lead of the race. He was the first driver to pick up a puncture. He hit some debris out in the circuit, but the racing on the opening lap was absolutely sensational. 66 cars going hard at it, and some really tidy moves, most notably from Lucas Auer, taking the lead, looking Auer into the lead of the race from the 163 Lamborghini. And then unfortunately the pit stops, and it was a problem for the Lamborghini crew, because it turned out their car was not getting its fuel on board in the way it should have done. Up and down the order, though, some wonderful scraps. Glenn Van Berlo, a real star in the early stages of the race. A little in the black Audi, just running a little wide at Raidillon. And Herbert Motorsport Porsche right in the mix. But unfortunately, for Dynamic GT, it just wasn't their day, and their car spun around. That was number 4, going for rotation. But as the race settled down from third place to second and into the lead of the race went the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. And then, unfortunately, after that early delay with the puncture, Mauro Engel took over the number 48 Mercedes, and he really started to make good all the positions they'd lost. Aston Martin for Come To You Racing really starting to pick their way up the order as well. A brilliant run from the 007. It's the new car, it's the Evo for 2024. That was going very well indeed. And then unfortunately a full course yellow. The number 26 Audi spotted he needed to slow down. The drivers behind didn't. Then poor Till Bechtelsheimer was given a shunt in his Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini and pitched into the gravel. He would continue, but he was delayed. The light was going down, and in this unfortunate moment, the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari of Christian Hook just going across the nose of Nicolas Baer's Aston Martin. More trouble would follow. The Ferrari sat in the middle of the circuit, and a host of cars came round, but unfortunately about 15 cars later, Adrian De Silva came down the hill, clouted the back of the Rinaldi Ferrari. Luckily, the car was injured. That's not lucky, but the drivers were not. That was the good news. Then the 188 Garage 59 McLaren into the pit garage with a cracked brake disc, and that dropped it right to the tail of the orders. And then a few more clashes at the top of the hill. Drivers going around, unfortunately not getting too stuck in the gravel, and it was the 777 Mercedes that made its escape. And then unfortunately the battle over fourth place, and the Ferrari number 51 that had been going so well was pitched around by Valentino Rossi. More cars as darkness fell, starting to have clashes here and there. We kept going. The fireworks truly spectacular. They were brought forward because we knew what was coming. The DJ show was going, but what was coming was rain, heavy rain. And even though the fans were happy, the safety car was soon out. The water on the new surface was sitting deep. There was fork lightning over the track. And for Davide Rigon et al., it was really proving very difficult out there. And as they ran around behind the safety car, they had to keep the concentration, and that's what they're still having to do right now. Riding on board the Team 100 RJN McLaren, that has been leading the Pro-Am class for a large chunk of this race, and still going, still with the drivers trying to keep their focus. Martin Haven, as you come back into the commentary box, because they're running at a bated pace. The puddles are coming, they're going, but they're deeper one lap. They need to keep their focus. Running in second gear at this point, just not wanting to accelerate too hard. The water is still deep across the track.
Well, what they need is a coffee and a Tunnocks, which is what we've got. The only problem is, how are we going to eat a Tunnocks, which requires at least 5 minutes of total silence? What we need is a long safety car. Damn. So let's take a look at some of our classes. Josh Cahill in this car, leading in the Pro-Am Cup. George Kurtz in second. He's back in the car after being in the CrowdStrike Mercedes, after being in the booth earlier on with us. And then in third place is the number 16 Uno Racing Team with Landgraf Mercedes, and that is currently being driven by Rio. I used to know an album called Rio. The safety car has been out now for 90 minutes and 30 seconds, and before that we had a long full course yellow. I think that must have been about 20 plus minutes as well. This is the 8th safety car of the race. We had 11 full course yellows, 8 of which obviously led directly to a safety car, and 3 of which did not. You see the driver's rear view mirror screen. These cars don't have a rear view mirror like your car does. It is a rear facing camera. And the reason, well, there are several reasons for that. First of all, because then you can see out the back, because the camera's placed sort of in the bumper, so it can actually see out. But the other thing is you can see the little arrow indicating what's coming. Now the arrow, as the car gets closer, goes from green to amber to red. You just saw it go from green to amber to red, then it went back to amber, then back to green. He's dropped a little further back, and that shows the driver there's a car approaching. And particularly when in multi-class racing, like in Le Mans or in Nürburgring 24 hours, then there is a different rate of approach. And it will then, once it's gone red, it will then start to move and show you which side, for instance, the car is coming. And particularly if you're in one of the smaller capacity cars, or one of the, not the GTX cars and so on at the front of the field, in something like the N24, then knowing which side the guy's coming past you can be metaphorical as well as literal lifesaver. So knowing that he's going, without just having the glare in your eyes, the radar in the rear-facing camera picks up which side he's going. Again, you can see now down to first gear in the McLaren, and 3,000 RPM in first gear. Can't be very many miles an hour. Look at the way as well, beside the gear in segment, sector indicator, you've got the revs above it, but look on the right-hand side, green for all 4 tyres. Now, that's not the tyre temperature so much, because that would probably be blue, because it's perilously cold, but it's if it goes red, that's a low tyre pressure warning light. Now, again, some of you driving your cars in the winter, if you've got a car that's sophisticated enough, may end up, just because the car is so cold in the winter, getting a low tyre pressure warning light when it's just a little bit in that area. That won't be anything like as low as the tyre pressure that will trigger a warning light in these cars. But you see he's got all sorts of temperatures and so on as well. I mean, it's hard to see because obviously the vibration of the car is making it a little bit difficult for the camera, because that's vibrating as well. But the human eye will isolate all that and will give him all the information he needs. And the driver can scroll through, as you would do on, in your own in your sim or whatever at home, can scroll through different pages to look at different temperatures, different settings, and the team can help him with that. So, for instance, the brake balance, the ABS balance, and traction control, and all that kind of stuff is often controlled by different screens. And on the right-hand side, all the illuminated buttons for various different things. Fuel flap, boot lid, all that kind of stuff. Same as your own car. Wipers, rear lights, fog lights, and all that kind of stuff.
Now, the last driver who joined us up in the commentary box was Jordan Pepper, and one of his complaints, he said, this circuit seems far darker than ever before. We've got a new black surface. It's very dark up in the countryside anyhow. But he said, of course, it's a bit like when you're following a car with its fog light on in the rain. The lights are so bright on the rear of the cars in front that not only do you just want to get out of their spray, hang back a little bit, you've got to keep, not too far back from the car in front. You've got all the spray coming in, you've got the bright lights, and if anybody's a bronze rank driver, they have to have a pink light on the back of their car as well. But it's the flashing rain light is the thing that's sort of really starting to tire you. As soon as the cars get away again, as and when it eventually drives, who knows, is it going to be in the next hour? The race controllers are effectively saying, we will continue like this, we will continue until the conditions change.
Yep.
You were talking about the track being cold. It's still sitting at 22 degrees.
I wonder
Air temperature was 17 about an hour and a half ago. When this started, it's down to just under 16. But
the air temperature I can understand being constantly monitored. I wonder how often the track temperature is being monitored.
You mean you think there's someone out there with a little probe going into the pit lane?
Well, there will be from the tyre manufacturers,
yes,
but I wonder whether that's coming in, whether we're getting that data or whether that's entirely different. Now, looks like a dry pair of boots going on for Alessio Rivera. So again, Alessandro Pierguidi in the 51 Ferrari, top Ferrari at the moment. Alex Hui in second is the second best placed Ferrari, but actually leading the bronze category as well. So the white background are the pro class cars. So those are, you can have at it, boys. That's whatever rated driver, gold, silver, bronze. You can have any ranking you like. Platinum, double plus, platinum extra good, triple plus, whatever. So the white background's the numbers that they're gone. There we go. White background's numbers, that's the pro class. The orange one there, 5th place, that's bronze. That's as close as graphics get to bronze. The gold class cars, those are the bright yellow ones. And actually, funnily enough, they're exactly the same as the ones I've got my little chart here. That's the colour I chose as well from Microsoft Word. And the blue ones, those are the ProAm class cars. And I used silver for the silver class. What have they got for the silver? No, the blue ones are the silver class cars, yeah. And ProAm
is red on the Luma rank.
Right, okay. Well, I've got ProAm as black with a white number on mine. So does that mean, that's green with a white number on our TV graphics, because that's number 100, isn't it? That's
Josh Cagill, the driver from Dewsbury, driving that around, along with the 2 Buncombs and Jan Mardenborough. So running 42nd overall, 159 laps on the board, whereas the race-leading cars on 160 thus far. But there's going to be no chance, certainly for the next half hour. It could be many hours. The rain is not abating. Wind speed actually dropped. It was 4.6 metres a second last time I looked, up from 2.5. It's down to 1.5 now. So it's bobbing here and there. It's blowing from the northeast at the moment, so various points on the circuit it's hitting. Others behind the grandstands, they're not being hit. But right now it's for the drivers to keep their focus, just work out whether the water's staying even and check all the conditions in the car. The cars aren't under any strain whatsoever at the moment running behind the safety car. The safety car, we don't know how much fuel's on board. They will, but there is a second safety car which can take over if that needs to pop in for a splash and dash.
Well, we saw that at Le Mans, didn't we? There are 3 safety cars. Because the length of the circuit at Le Mans, there are 3 safety cars. And inevitably, if one's running low on fuel,
yes,
because they're all out at the same time, they're all running low on fuel. So, in fact, there is something that I never knew existed, which is safety car 4, or in this case, because they're lettered A, B, and C, it's safety car D. And so that was sent out, and one by one replaced the other 3 safety cars in the queue so they could come in and fuel up and then go back out again. And it is, at some stage, going to be a factor for this safety car. There is a second safety car as well, and that will be, it is up at Les Combes, and so that will be the one that will then be, once Mark Douay in the current safety car goes, okay, well, you know, my fuel readout says I've got 50 kilometres more range. We possibly ought to think about stopping down, getting a sandwich and having a wee. The other safety car will peel up in Les Combes, and then the original safety car will zoom off round to the pit lane, and 5 minutes later we'll be ready for action again, and we'll reassume its position at the front of the queue. So
brilliant shots looking down the old pit straight with the Ferris wheel in the background, the grandstand in the background. People still coming in. Bywell Motorsport latest Lamborghini into the pit lane. Got some very clear information from Ian McCarthy. It's absolutely fantastic. We were talking about lights, whether they're working, whether they're not. Right, one front headlight as opposed to a rear headlight not functioning. Repair at next stop. Both headlights not working. Mechanical flag to stop. So it goes on. But likewise with the rear lights, if you've got one not functioning, you repair at your next stop. 2 mechanical flag stop. You know, pit stop. So there we go. But this shot, you can see as the cars go down the slope past the old pits into the dip at the bottom, which is Eau Rouge. Turn left, turn right, but though you can see a dry strip down there, that will not be dry by the time the next car has come. It's still pouring down, not drumming off the circuit as much as it was up at the top of the hill, at the top of the Kemmel Straight, but certainly there's going to be, even if it stops raining right now, there's going to be a huge amount of spray for quite some while to come.
Well, the safety car queue passed us less than a minute ago, and in the glare from the lights on the track in front of us, I can see where the cars had gone past, and there was a less wet bit, still wet but less shiny, is becoming increasingly shiny again. So it's not clear, they're not clearing it, and this is the entire safety car queue in one lump. So the remaining, whatever, we got 53, 54 cars, so they're not clearing anything. And actually, you're saying the wind's dropped. That's not good news either.
No, entirely it's not.
What you want is for a decent breeze, but for the rain to stop. And if the rain stops and there's some breeze, then when the tyres are throwing the rain up in the air, or the water off the track up in the air, then breeze will help to blow it away instead of it just settling down behind the car again. So you know, all of those little things help to dry the track. Probably not as much as 54 cars circulating in a big lump will help to drive the track, but we do need the rain to stop before we even think of getting close to going back to... In the Formula 1 pit lane in front of us, it's not raining hard. Now,
we're just hearing the speed of the safety car has increased, so they listen to you, and in an instant it happens.
It looks like it, but it's raining less, but then we're inside in the dry, and we're not even, you know, Ryan walking up and down the pit lane, never mind drivers trying to deal with all this on stone cold tyres. And again, interesting little sort of cameos that you see occasionally. You spot I'm just looking out the window. There's a pit board in front of us for car number 159, and that Garage 59 car, the message is no track limits, which means they are now in a position where they have been penalised for exceeding track limits often enough that if they do it again, there will be a penalty. So they've been reported rather than penalised, so there will be a penalty if they do it again, I'm assuming. So Andrew Kirkcaldy and the Garage 59 crew will be very, very much hoping that their drivers, Dean McDonald, Benji Goethe and Tom Gamble. I think it was Tom at the wheel last time we saw it. Stay within the white lines. Well, probably will behind the safety car. More pit stoppers. Maro Engel is in the 48-man filters Mercedes that led earlier on. Al-Faisal Al-Zubair is in as well in 777, the Mercedes. In 2 is Elise de Pauw in the number 9 Mercedes. Is it Mercedes pit stop minute? 57. Mercedes is in. Oh, now then. So we are picking up speed, and these are going to be the final safety car pit stops, because the safety car is coming in at the end of this lap. So that means that a safety car queue that has been sort of long and strung out, and now almost everybody, well, not almost everybody, but look at all the cars that are marked with the driver's name in red that are currently dropping down the order. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 12. So a quarter of our field have just pitted, and the safety car is coming in at the end of this lap. Now, the safety car is currently down at Rivage, Bruxelles, as it's now known, and heading down towards the Jackie X curve.
Right, how many teams have maybe delayed their pit stop by 1 lap too long? They're going to be caught out as it goes green, but then again...
Well, they were coming in before that message came up on our timing screens. It may be that the race director has told the teams on Discord already before it comes up on the timing screen, and so they are going, OK, if we stop now, we're going to get out, but we will be full of fuel at the back of the queue, and everybody else is going to need to stop. So are you surrendering track position so that you can have fuel in the car? So did we do a wave around ages ago? Ages ago. Oh, Bruce is...
It was ages ago. I was just finishing my tonics there. It was
well, that was good.
Well, no, that's one little bit more, a bit of
spare. Did it go in sideways?
Well, yeah, you know, needs must. So, right, well, of course, the teams are all trying to tell people who's around, what have you got to do.
So this is in Mad Panda, and they're looking... So this is when we're talking about the GPS tracker. This is what we have as part of our screen. Our screen is the same size as that screen, but we've got 3 pages of timing page and a GPS tracker on it, so ours is a bit less easy to define, but they were trying to figure out where they were in the queue, who's where in the queue, where the leader is in the queue, where they're going to catch up. We now have 3 safety car queues, because we've got the safety car queue, plus a whole bunch of people who have fallen off the back and haven't quite woken up to the fact the safety car is really sped up, and then another bunch, and then all of the cars coming out of the pit lane. So hang on, lights are on the safety car still. Now they've gone off at the very last minute into the bus stop. Safety car goes into the pit lane. Does the entire queue follow him? No, but the first car in the queue does. And now, as we come to the line, we will go back to green flag racing after 1 hour, 45 minutes and 42 seconds of safety car.
Rather nicely, after 1 hour and 45, it's 1:45 in the morning here. There we are. Ties in very nicely indeed.
Yeah.
So,
you'll look at that in hours to come and go, why have I written 1:45 twice? Yes. Oh, you idiot, Bruce, what have you done? Oh, no, I don't know. So 14 hours and 45 minutes remaining of the race, and we are back to green flag for the first time in over 2 hours, because we had at least a 15 or 20 minute full course yellow before the 105 minute safety car. So back to green flag racing. Who's where, what's what? Well, Joel Eriksson is our race leader, the number 23. That's the first time I've mentioned the Phantom Global Racing car. So that is Jackson Evans, Joel Eriksson and Tom Preining. So 2 former Porsche factory drivers, Jackson Evans, Thomas Preining and Joel Eriksson.
But again, such a cosmopolitan crew. This is GT racing. They take the best they can from all around the world. A lot of them do race all around the world. Of course, we've got the Intercontinental GT Challenge as part.
And this is our lead battle, because, of course, everybody is jostled together cheek by jowl, and it is Dan Harper in the 998 Rover Racing BMW in second place, and Dan Harper in that car potentially may end up with a penalty, because there is a question over whether he left the pit lane while the red light was still on. He thinks not, but he has been reported for an indiscretion. It might be that. So that is your top three. Third place is 51 Ferrari. That is Alessandro Pierguidi.
Which has always been there or thereabouts. We saw it lead the race. We saw it third in the early laps. Still some cars just trying to get traction as they're blasting past us. Alessandro Pierguidi, the driver with the golden touch. Anything to do with Ferrari. He's had a phenomenal run here, and a handful of years ago, of course, won this event, overtaking, was it Dries Van Thor on the final lap, coming up the climb through Blanchimont? Mega moment.
Three-time world champion in LMGCE, in the World Endurance Championship, and overall winner at Le Mans last year in the 51 Ferrari with James Calado and Antonio Giovinazzi. They finished in third place this year as the 50 car. Their teammates claimed victory at Le Mans 2 weeks ago. So in for potential, I mean, we're very long way and an awful lot of twists and turns away. And in fact, he peels out of that and into the pit lane. So that leaves Jonathan Wee then, who is leading our bronze class. He's shown as 7th on your timing screen. He's shown as second, as fourth overall on ours. Now moving
he's also
down
pitted.
A little bit.
Like Pierguidi, he's come into the pits. Paul Everard has come in the pits, the 25 Santalot Racing Audi. Up front, however...
Jonathan Wee had been in the pits, but has not pitted on this lap. So now everything's resetting. Cars that were out of position. So it's Joel Eriksson leading from Dan Harper, Klaus Bachler third in the Manthey Pure Racing car, and Alessandro Pierguidi surrendering that third place for a pit stop. So those... drive-through penalty for 46, the BMW for causing it. That was in daylight.
That was hitting the number 51 Ferrari. We've just seen the 51 Ferrari, and it was Valentino Rossi who...
But that was in daylight.
Well, they've had a lot to consider during all of that, and you can imagine. Right, the lead battle is phenomenal. We're riding on board with 998. That's Dan Harper, who's pushing the 23 Porsche that's leading, which is down on our list as Phantom Global Racing, but it's being run by Timo Bernhard. He knows a little bit about racing in the day, in the dark, and anything to do with Porsche. But right now, Dan Harper's got his tail up. Felt he was quite aggrieved he didn't win the Nürburgring 24 Hours that was so affected by fog, but he really
hasn't yet.
No, hasn't yet. It's under process.
Hasn't yet. Yes, it'll be before it'll be the end of the month before we find out who won the Nürburgring 24-hour race. So yes, there is still that potential. You know, there's still the potential he might end up not being a 24-hour winner at all, but he might end up being a double 24-hour winner by the end of the race, end of the month rather. So who knows? But that car, still really pushing hard. That is the lead battle.
It's super fierce, and they're coming on the tail of a back marker, which may interrupt this battle. It's Porsche from BMW at the moment. The BMW trying to get alongside, but you just want to try and get the traction down. But how hard do you push? And is the I use that in advice terms, line the one that if you stay immediately behind the race-leading Porsche, but in turn that's catching someone else. But you can see the cars drifting around, so trying to get the power down and get the balance.
That's the 72 Barwell Lamborghini that we just saw leaving the pits last lap. So that is full of fuel, but on brand new tyres. So there's a balance there. Brand new tyres, not worn tyres, will have a better grip initially, certainly, but he's laden with fuel, the 72 car. So who's that? Gabriele Rindoni, Mattia Michelotto, Patrick Kuja and Casper Stevenson. I don't remember who we saw getting into that. I don't think we noticed particularly because we were waffling on about other things, but that is the car that's just in front of them. And in fact, the leaders are coming up behind a couple of cars. The next one they'll catch, and it won't be immediately, will be the 78 Barwell Lamborghini. So that has the potential also. Oh, yes, and that's what the penalty was for. Again, as I was saying, that was in daylight. Now, it's been dark for several hours. That was 9:30, and it's now nearly 2 a.m. We've just had more than 100 minutes behind the safety car, in which time you would have thought they could have examined that video. Maybe the penalty was decided ages ago, but not actually applied until we went back to green.
Well, Dan Harper's made it past into the lead of the race. He's got ahead of the Phantom Global Racing Porsche of Joel Eriksson.
And the reason why it would not have been notified, before we went back to green, is he must serve a penalty within 3 laps of it being applied, and you can't do it under a safety car, so there's no point in it. So it was probably decided while the full course yellow was underway, before we went into an hour and a half of safety car, an hour and 45 minutes of safety car. So Martin, you idiot, that's why it wasn't applied so many hours ago. So there we go. As you said, change for the lead. And they have also got by the 72 car and the Barwell 78 car. Have they passed that as well? Yeah, they passed that as well. 9:11 is in the hunt. Klaus Bachler is just 1.6 seconds behind Joel Eriksson. And Joel's just dropped 1.4 seconds behind this car. You can see the glare in the background. You can also see, look, because of the spray in the air, now we're up to speed, something we've not noticed before. He's on fire! No, he's not on fire. That's the high-intensity rear light flashing. But he's generating his own cloud, literal cloud, you know, water droplets in the air behind him. A cloud of spray, his rooster tail, and so that's why you can see that reflecting, which is something we've not seen behind the safety car.
Right, riding on board with the race leader, Dan Harper, having got just ahead of Joel Eriksson, he's just trying to get himself clear. At the moment, he's just going up towards Blanchimont. He's got 2 or 3 seconds advantage, and certainly as Eriksson's trying to get past the second of those 2 Barwell Motorsport Lamborghinis, he's suddenly got Klaus Bachler all over his tail. So the race leader in the BMW is pulling clear. Behind us, a real battle royale, and look how much spray is in his face.
It's the second and third car in that queue that are the 2 Porsches. So the one in front is not for position, it's the 2 Porsches. Look, the Porsche at the back has got that solid rear light bar all the way across the rear. So there you can see that's 23, Joel Eriksson flashing the headlights. What the driver does is he presses the headlight flash button and it strobes, and there is a maximum time you can do that for, which is preset in the car. So Joel Eriksson goes by the back mark. Was that 33 he went by? I think it was.
It should be number 72 he was going past, which was one of the 2.
They've already gone by him, haven't they? Anyway, but Joel Eriksson goes by. No, Klaus Bachler's gone by Joel Eriksson.
Yeah, so he's got by Eriksson, who's now just in turn past the Lamborghini.
Right. I thought Joel Eriksson was still ahead, because in the last timing sector he was. So before we picked that little group up, Klaus Bachler had actually gone by Joel Eriksson. So it's 998 leading 911. So it's all the big numbers up front. Then 23, 32 and 7. So Charles Weerts is up to 4th place in the 32 BMW, and Joel Eriksson down to 3rd, who was leading the race at the restart. So hasn't been a great restart for him. He's now 5.2 seconds behind the man who took the lead, Dan Harper.
Yeah, and the driver who was in between them was Patrick Kujala in the 72 Lamborghini. He knows his Lamborghinis. He knows how to race them very nicely indeed. He is now a lap down because the first 3 cars have gone past, but actually he's then got breathing space behind him and he can concentrate. Here
comes the leader, top set of lights, just in front, Xavier Masson. And that car is just about to lose the lead lap, the number 21 Aston Martin. So Xavier is just about to go a lap down. That's Come To You car that he shares with Charles Clark, Mathis Limon and Sam de Jonge, and that's a silver category car, so all silver graded drivers. And there he is, right in front of the race-leading BMW of Dan Harper.
Well, right behind. In fact, Dan has just swept past the next car. He's going to catch his car number 36. That'll be Ben Green in another Aston Martin in the space of no time at all. This is the one with the pink nose from Walkenhorst Motorsport as they sweep through Curve Paul Frere. There's no way that will change. The lead battle is still very much Dan Harper pulling clear from Klaus Bachler, but Bachler, having got ahead of Eriksson, has dropped the Swede quite nicely, put a couple of seconds on him as they too approach Blanchimont.
Yeah, really has. He's 4 seconds behind the leader, but now, a couple of seconds away. And Bachler trying to go by the 21 car of Xavier Masson. Does he do it up to the bus stop? I think he might have got through already.
He has, but you just don't want to take too many risks. But he knows that Joel Eriksson is just, what, 2-3 seconds behind him, and he doesn't want Dan Harper to get going. You know what? Well, it's green flag racing. This is where you can actually build an advantage, and that's what Dan Harper does. The other thing, of course, is
that the team will have told each of these drivers that not everybody was in the safety car queue. So although this is only 2 laps after we've gone green, there is traffic. And you've got to keep pushing, and you've got to keep taking your chances in traffic as if we'd been green for hours, because there's no guarantee, even though the Dan Harper's 4 seconds away, 2 of those, you think, oh, I got held up behind that guy and I couldn't get by him for 3 corners, and the leader had gone. And so you know that doesn't always. He is not always going to be getting a ladder. Half the time in traffic, he's going to be coming back down towards you on a snake. So you've just got to keep pushing. And even though you see his lights disappearing, no, just keep going. It's still a heck of a long race.
And on the restarters, more raindrops are hitting the camera lenses. The cars from 4th and 5th have just come into pits. That's Charles Wirtz, number 32 WRT. BMW, Nicky Team, the 007 Aston Martin. So it was also knowing where your immediate rivals are in their cycle. When are they likely to pit? They've dropped away, leaving Dan Harper leading for Rover Racing in his BMW, dropping Klaus Bachler, not by a lot though. The 911 Pure Racing Porsches in 2nd place, and Joel Eriksson, 23 Phantom Global Racing Porsche in 3rd, but falling away. 8 seconds covers the top 3.
Now there's another thing that the teams will do, but that won't happen yet, is they will watch close rivals, by which I mean nearby garages, because you can't see far away in the dark, and see if anybody goes on a slick, what their lap times start to look like. Anybody who chooses a slick now probably needs to come up here and sit down while we turn the lights off and let them relax in the dark room, because I'm not sure that's a survivable option. But if it doesn't rain, or if the rain completely stops, and actually here in the pit straight, it hasn't completely stopped yet. I can see in the puddles or in the wet bits of track, in the lights, you can still see some drops of rain. But when it stops, if it stops, it will at some stage stop because it's not going to rain until the end of time, then, although it might rain to the end of our time, when it stops, then at some stage, somebody has to be the first to go onto slicks by definition. Somebody will be the first, and then their rivals, if they're not due to pit at the same time, and they won't necessarily be due to pit at the same time, will be very carefully watching the lap times. And if somebody suddenly starts really setting some quick sector times, then you will trigger the scramble for the pit lane from lots of other cars.
Okay, what is a quick time? There's a question. Right, the best lap is in the race. We had a couple of people doing very high 2-minute 16s. At the moment, they're lapping more than just over 20 seconds to 25 seconds off that pace. You wouldn't expect otherwise. Look at how much spray is coming up as the cars go from Eau Rouge up to Radiant, giving chase. We've got a bit of a battle then. Klaus Bachler picking off another car. That wasn't the race leader. He wasn't catching up. He's how many seconds behind? Down to 1.6. He has actually closed in on Dan Harper. Maybe there's a bit of traffic, and Dan had to be a little bit cautious in his Rover Racing BMW. Up to the top of the hill they go. 0, well, it looks as though it is about that, 1.5 seconds. But again, you can see there had to be some overtaking there, and a little bit of caution in the darkness, in the spray, was clearly what held back Dan Harper, our race leader, just a little bit.
Well, they're, as you said, the fastest lap times were 2:16s, 2:17s, and they're now, a long way off that.
Okay, the interesting point, the chasing Klaus Bachler was 3 seconds a lap faster on the previous lap.
Yeah,
than
we saw that on that graphic, didn't it? He was sort of, he lost a few hundreds, and then gained nearly 3 seconds on that last lap. So, and the leaders are doing, where have we gone, 2:37 and 2:34. Behind them in 3rd, 4th place, 2:38. But everybody else is in 2:40s, 2:44s, 6s, 7s. So there's quite a disparity between the top 2 or 3 and the rest of the group. And why is that?
I can give you 2 other examples.
Because they can see where they're going.
2 other examples, drivers who are normally right at the top of GT3 racing. Mauro Engel also lapping in the 2-minute 36, and Raffaele Marcello. So they're down outside, they're around 18th and 20th position.
Okay, so Mauro Engel
17th.
is 1.8 seconds behind the car in front of him, so he's got a bit of clear visibility, and that all helps. So. Okay, so Alessio Rivera, 12 seconds behind Patrick Assenheimer, and Alessio Rivera in the 36s. One of the fastest laps, because there's no wall of spray. Think about it, when you're driving on the motorway in the rain, especially at night, if you're following a queue of trucks, you can't see a darn thing. once you get by them, oh, suddenly you can see the entire road, and so you've got more confidence to do the speed you want to do. And that's exactly the same deal here. You know, the leaders are far enough away from everybody else that there's only one little ball of spray in front of second place. So Klaus Bacher can go as fast as, pretty much as fast as he would do if there was no Dan Harper there. But if you're in a big bunch of cars, and we've got groups where there's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars within a length or two of each other, then you really are navigating by touch and feel, which at 160 miles an hour is quite an uncomfortable situation, I would have thought, even for guys that are this good. So their lap times are going to be, by definition, less quick than if they could see better.
There is that element of sort of, as they settle in, it's only a few laps since we were released from behind the safety car, muscle memory comes into it too. And the most famous example of this I can remember, I cannot tell you the year, late 1980s, fog and rain at the same time here, and the two fastest cars on the track were fastest by a huge margin. It was Marcus Winkelhock leading, sorry, Manfred Winkelhock leading in his BMW, and tucked in behind was James Weaver. And they were 10 seconds quicker than anyone else, but James was just counting down. Manfred turns in, I turn in. The brake lights come on, I put my brakes lights on. But then one lap, up at the top of the hill, at the top of the Kemmel Straight, he lost sight of Manfred, who suddenly re-emerged. And he'd overrun the corner, bounced across the grass verge and rejoined in front of James, who then decided it's probably time for a pit stop after that.
Yeah, and a change of underwear. I think you're right. And you know, dead reckoning is what sailors used when it was pitch black and they're out in the middle of nowhere and they're navigating by the stars. And you know, that's about what you've got when you're in a ball of spray like that. You know, 2 cars together, okay, just about doable. 2 or 3 cars, maybe. But once you get more than that, then, you know, I can remember being at the Nürburgring a few years ago and Marco Sorensen coming in after a really wet stint and just absolutely eyes on stall, saying, oh my God, it's unbelievable. Really tough stuff.
It's about staying on the island at the moment, and Klaus Bachler is now within a second of the race leader, Dan Harper, getting very, very tight indeed. But as Martin pointed out, up and down the order, we're having some fantastic battles. How the camera crews are picking them out in the dark, I simply do not know. They get the full glare of these increasingly bright headlights, particularly, as you said, Martin, if you've got loads coming together. This is 7th overall. That's Paul Everard with Thomas Neubauer tucked in behind in the darkness. And Ralph Farron, he's the other driver from the Estonia in this race. We heard from Martin Rump. Ralph Farron's also in the top 10, running in 9th position in that number 130 Mercedes from Group M Racing.
I wonder how many 24-hour races Ralph Farron's done in his career, because he must have done loads in the 24-hour series.
Yeah,
because he raced for years with the Herbert Motorsport in that, didn't he? And so, you know, he must have done, you know, 3 or 4 Barcelona 24s and you know,
and Dubai ones at the start of the year, and
absolutely,
just to get your season going. Of course, this year Dubai went back by a fortnight.
Bacher in the pits, Bacher and Acker are both in the pits, so 2nd and 3rd on the road in the pits. Dan Harper stays out, and again, not because of the last safety car and full course yellow period, but because of the sequence of them. We have had so many cars pitting at different times to each other. Battle for 7th continues.
And it's swapped around because Thomas Neubauer has moved ahead of Paul Everard. But great scrap. Paul Everard driving the 25 Santalok Racing Audi, and number 71 is the AF Corsa, the second of the AF Corsa Ferraris. Going well with Thomas Neubauer. Started by Vincent Labril. David Vidales did a very good job, and now actually anybody who's staying on the black stuff at the moment is doing a very good job, because visibility poor, and particularly when in multiple groups. But there goes the Santalok car, giving chase, now in 8th place. But Thomas Neubauer, we'll see how he makes good his escape. He's 7th. His next target is Jonathan Huey. Must say, Sky Tempesta Racing leading the Bronze Cup by some margin. They put in a really strong performance, and now they're back with Ferrari.
You just saw the Tresor Attempto 99 car back in the pit lane. Alex Acker coming in from 3rd place. Kai shares with Ricardo Filler and Christopher Haase. And that car, again, look, you know, because everybody's been bunched together, plummeting down the order.
Okay, was feedback on the tires. Feedback on the tires. I think they're good to stay on. I mean, I haven't got much of them, so I think you can probably do another stint, to be honest.
Okay, interesting. Could probably do another stint, which means that I think Ross got in at their last stop. He's currently in, actually up to, maybe even up to second place, because Klaus Bachler has, now it showed him as going into the pits, Klaus Bachler from second place. It is Ross Gunn up in second place, Frankie Berda in third, Jonathan Wee in fourth, and then Patrick Neubauer has moved up as well. Matt Campbell up to 8th place now in the 92 Porsche. So Matt Campbell in the SSR Herbert Motorsport car, and that's their full-fat entry with Mathieu Jaminet, Matt Campbell and Fred Makovici. So an enormous amount of Porsche racing experience in that little lineup. And there are several elements that make GT3 racing particularly so compelling at the moment. The first is the relentless pace and performance and consistency of the cars. Each of the cars is so close in terms of overall performance and overall balance. They're all coming at it from a slightly different, front engine, rear engine, V8, V10, flat six, and what have you, and V8s and everything else. And so they're all slightly different. The way they make their lap time is slightly different, but things like the overall top speed and the total lap time, the potential of the car is very, very close. It's probably never been closer at any stage in sports car racing history than it is at the moment. And they're so reliable. Unless it's actually on fire or you can see that there are bits missing, generally the only thing that's likely to happen is that the electronics have gone on the fritz. And still those are, apart from the human element, the most sensitive parts of the car. But then you throw in astronomically talented driver lineups. And there are 66 cars in this field and some astonishing driver lineups that would have been the best of any factory entry, in any previous era that you came to mention. But if you think, if you're looking back at the 50s or the 60s or the 70s or the 80s or the 90s, there would have been half a dozen cars with stellar lineups. Here there are 30 with absolutely race-winning lineups. Now, they're not all going to win the race, of course, because that's not how luck works. But there's so many cars that have the potential. I'm not having, this is different and it's BOP and it's artificial. No, these guys are so good and these teams are so good at this. It's just astonishing. Right. Max Hesse taking over from Dan Harper in the race-leading BMW.
And they've got that totally inexperienced teammate, Augusto Favas, in the trio as well.
Well, he's having a snooze. They're letting him have a rest. He's old fella, needs a bit of rest.
But this is about the third season that Dan Harper and Max Hesse have raced together. Neil Verhagen shared with them for the last 2 seasons. He's spending his season racing GT World Challenge in the States. But BMW always been a mark that's been very keen on its young driver program, dating back to the 1970s.
Yep, very much so.
Great names went through that. Just look over the years, and we were walking around the paddock earlier today as this pit stop goes on. We were looking at the cars from the 1970s that raced here, the BMW Batmobiles against those Ford Capris, the RS 2600s, and this is the modern iteration. The BMW M4 GT3 has become such a mighty tool since it arrived, but it's a cyclical game in GT3. A manufacturer normally has a car for about 4 seasons. The first season, you may be lucky it'll work well, but then you can see it coming on, and we're definitely in the third season, and it's the sweet spot for the BMW M4.
And they've had cars that haven't worked that well. The Z4 works astonishingly well, and the M6 was good. The M8 just didn't really quite work.
Yeah, but that was in GTE, But again, what I love with GT racing is the fact you look at the profiles of the car, they could not be more different, particularly when the M6 came in. It seemed like this big beast of a car, the Bentley Continental, but with balanced performance, they go racing together. That is why it's such an appealing branch of the sport, and just getting on ever and better global stages.
The thing sports car racing fans love most about sports car racing is that they're all different and they're all, very identifiably different. It's not like a Formula One grid where you need the livery to really try and determine which set of flicks and twists and aerodynamic doohickeys is which. Here you can see that a 911 is not a Ferrari, and it is not a Mercedes, and it is not an Aston Martin, because they look like things that you will occasionally see on the road, because they are like things that you occasionally see on the road. Or rather, they look like things. They're not even remotely like things that you will see on the road, other than it's vaguely the same body shape and it's got the same badges on. Underneath, oh no, underneath these are as purebred as, in fact, more purebred racing cars probably than at any other time in the Spa 24-hour history. You know, we talked about the Batmobiles and the Cologne Capris. If you talk about the TWR Rovers versus the 635 CSIs, the XJ12 Jags, or the XJS Jags, all of those, they were road cars developed into racing cars. These are space frames with a road car body around them, and nothing in this car is production, except for maybe the outline of the dash panel. Nothing else is a production car element. None of the suspension, none of the brakes, the transmission, any of that, the engines, they are all purposely developed for racing. We're taking a look here at Max Hesse, leaving the pit lane on the outlap, going off stage left, not what you would have been hoping for, and part of the reason is that sea of gravel out there as well, and the other part is fresh into the car, not having been in it for the last 2 hours, and you've got to, there's only one way to find out what the grip level is, and when you're a racing driver, it's not by going slowly.
No, and also he knew just before the pit stop that he had the Pure Racing Porsche right with him, and he didn't want to lose any second in his switch back through the pits. But at the top of the hill, just after Pippa Malmedy, into the gravel, but fortunately out the other end. But you can see 10 cars came past him before he got back on the track.
Well, listen, what do you reckon? What would you guess will be the margin of victory after 24 hours? We're not talking a number of laps, are we?
No, we're absolutely not.
We're talking a number of seconds. We're not going to be talking minutes between first and second. We're going to be talking seconds, and we might not even be talking whole seconds. And that's why pushing on your outlap and pushing on your inlap and pushing when you haven't been in the car for 4 hours and you've only just woken up and you're in it, you have to push at 100% all the time. For exactly what I was talking about 5 minutes ago, is that every other car will be brutally and relentlessly pummeled by its team to within an inch of its life to exact as close to the maximum performance out of it for every single centimetre of the race. And if you're not doing it, you're not winning it.
No, exactly. Right, at this stage in the race, if you're just coming in, looking at timing screens, we've got a gold class car leading outright. It's a 2Cs Motorsport Mercedes. A bronze class car, Jonathan Cui driving that. Sorry, it's Frank Bird leading for 2Cs Motorsport, the 93 Sky Tempesta racing thing. But we're going through the cycle of people coming in to have a pit stop. But I must say, Sky Tempesta going very, very well.
In fact, the top 3 cars are leading 3 different classes. You say Frank Bird is leading the gold class, Jonathan Cui leading the bronze class, and then Matt Campbell in third is the top pro car. Now then, 998. Ryan Marine is down in Rover Racing. We just saw Dan Harper getting out of the car into the clutches of our Ryan.
Dan Harper is out, Max Hesse is in, and I was just telling you that your longtime teammate had a little off on the outlap, and you were saying, look, these conditions, super easy to happen, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's his first time going out of the pits and it being wet on track all week. So, yeah, I'm sure he had a bit of Code Brown and he'll relax, and I'm sure from now on he'll be perfectly fine.
You were out there when conditions were the worst. The rain does seem to have lessened quite a bit. What was that transition period like?
It actually took very little time for the standing water to disappear. Obviously, under the safety car, I was starting to bite my nails and just sort of a bit bored there at that point, but I was glad to get back racing, and yeah, the car was amazing actually in those conditions, so it was good fun, and yeah, let's just keep going the way we're going.
Is the car stronger in the wet or the dry relative to your competition?
It's hard to know, to be honest. At the moment, we seem quite strong there in those conditions, but before the rain, we were also quite strong. So just with how everything was and so many full course yellows, etc. We're constantly going backwards and forwards if you're having luck or not on your side in the pit stops. So yeah, at the moment it's with these conditions you just have to keep circulating, keep the car in one piece, and have a bit of fun.
Hey, we'll let you get a little bit of rest. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, he's a driver absolutely on a roll. British GT champion last year with Darren Lung. And we have a car off in the gravel. It's Glenn Van Berlo, who starred in the opening stage of the race, 5th in the gold class. He was 4th outright in the opening stint. That is very, very unfortunate.
I was just looking to see if he's just left the pits, but he hasn't, Glenn Van Berlo. So was that an incident with somebody else? And where is that? That's not the bus stop, is it? No. Where's that?
I wondered if it was up at the top of the Kemmel Straight.
It's a Piff Paff, is it? Okay, going into Piff Paff. Road goes right there, and he does not go right there.
Well, in fact, it sounds so he's taking the line I was describing Manfred Winkelhock taking a very, very long time to go. Oh, that's unfortunate for the affable Dutchman there.
Those
racing brothers.
Those additional round red lights, by the way, they're not red lights. That's the exhausts glowing red hot inside. So you can see the marshals are there. Just checking that he's okay. And Marshall there also on the radio back to race control. Why is the Marshal talking to race control? Because he's informing the race control what they think is likely to happen with the car. Yeah, he looks like all the bits are attached. The engine is still running, boss.
How quickly could it be removed from a position of potential danger? It's the back of a gravel trap, but if he went off, someone equally could do the same. So they've got to assess how quickly that can be removed.
Yeah, so there are yellow flags down there, and so that is shown as being turn 12, which is at the entry into Piff Paff.
Okay, so that's where the track has flattened out. Right.
Let's hear from the 007 Aston.
Let me know if the phase is good or not. Last lap, you were fastest on track. So, most of the rain has stopped. We believe no more rain for 2 hours from now.
So, full course yellow, that was the message being imparted to Matthias Drudy, who's not playing the Dane train. 22nd.
He was saying, how's the pace? And he heard exactly what every driver would like to hear. The pace is good. You're the fastest man on the track now. And then saying,
see if that's true.
Saying
actually,
no more rain for the next 2 hours, and in 2 hours' time, it will be 12-hour mark. So we're now 2 hours. So now everybody is, and everybody will be looking at roughly the same weather forecast and predictions. All the teams now are going, right, how are we going to engineer our way to the top of the greasy pole at 12 hours and get a massive bunch of points? Because this race is more than just about winning on Sunday and selling on Monday. It's about winning on Saturday, winning early in the witching hours of Sunday morning, and then still being around to win again on Sunday afternoon. So this is not a double points race. This is a quadruple points race.
And so which car was leading at the end of 6 hours? Matthias Drudy's car. So if they can do the double on that, if they can get it to top 2 hours from now, at the moment there's
the Dane train.
The Dane train with the Italian on board at the moment in 18th place, and he was the fastest driver on the track because he did a 2 minutes 35-second lap flat. No one else was within about a third of a second.
Right, so we now get the first couple of 35s because Raffaele Marcello did one as well in the BMW, the 46 BMW last time round, but the leaders are still 37s, and so the leaders were 37s, immediately they were released from the safety car. So the track is no quicker, but it's not getting any slower. So this is going to be wets again. Yeah, no yellow print on the sidewall, so that's wets again. So we're not remotely close to thinking about slicks, and won't be probably for the best part of another. So it'll be another stint at least for that car, say 55, probably for the best part of an hour before anybody's thinking, even with no further rain, about the vague possibility of going to a slick tyre. Now, on our timing screen, we're seeing something saying there will be a wave by under full course yellow. These are reactions from earlier on during our long safety car appeared. I say long, I don't really mean long. I mean long for this race so far, hour and 45 minutes of safety car, following a fairly lengthy full course yellow period before that. Just as we were about to get released from the long full course yellow and a short safety car, the rain really arrived with a vengeance, and that left us back under safety car conditions, or remaining under safety car conditions for a long while. So 48's been 48. It's not car number 48, it's position 48. Glenn Van Berlo, 88, has been dragged backwards out of the gravel. And again, when we saw the shot looking towards Piff Paff and the marshal there on the radio, he's saying, yeah, no, he's spinning the wheels, we're going to need a tow. I mean, it's almost guaranteed when you've gone that far in and your nose up against the barrier, you're going to need a tow anyway. But just confirming, yes, we are going to need a tow. And so now you can see the other rescue vehicle moving back behind the barriers, and then Van Berlo is free to continue on his way and hopefully stay a little bit offline as much as he can and not spread gravel all the way through Piff Paff. But it's a little, you know, desirable as it is, it's a pretty hard thing to do, to go through a corner like Piff Paff without leaving gravel behind you. So Glenn Van Berlo, who's sharing with Lorenzo Ferrari, Lorenzo Fittipaldi, and Leonardo Moncini. They should all be called Lorenzo, shouldn't they?
That's just something.
The four Lorenzos. There's a heck of a team.
I've got all their albums. It's lovely. Actually, that was on the approach to Fania where he went off, as opposed to our identification of Piff Paff.
Well, no, because we call it Piff Paff because we're old arts.
I refer to the Piff Paff as being Malmedy, the corner at the top of the Kemmel Straight.
No, that's Les Combes. Piff Paff is now called Fania. No, Piff Paff was always...
I've been coming here longer than you have, Martin.
You haven't?
Go on then.
83?
Same amount of years then. There we go.
So, no, it was always Piff Paff. Anyway, and that's why I'm afraid I still call Bruxelles Rivage, because when people keep changing names on places, I can't. Anyway, there we go.
1 year for the Spa 24 Hours, they changed 2/3 of the corner names with new sponsors. That was removed.
Yes,
Black and Gold corner lasted just the 1 year.
Leader in, and second place is in, and third place is in. So Matt Campbell in the 92 Porsche, Fabio Schiller in the number 2 Mercedes, and Raffaele Marcello in from third in the 46 BMW to WRT, and Maro Engel in from fourth, and Charles Weerts in the 32 BMW in from fifth. Is this a whole field opportunity under full course yellow? Of course, you can't take advantage of it if you're going up the Kemmel Straight at 80 k's, because this will have been rescinded by the time you get round to the pit lane, and it'll be a green flag pit stop. But if you have the chance, there's first and second, and boy, that was a big gap between those two, wasn't it?
Yeah, about the width of a bumper. So, Matt Campbell, the 92 Porsche, and then Fabian Schiller tucked in behind. So let's take a look at the pit stop for the race leader. Wet tyres off. Dry versions of wet tyres going on.
Has 92 actually still got all its paint on the rear bumper? I think so. I don't think there was actually contact from the nose of the Mercedes, but
burnt off by the headlights.
It might, yes, melted by the headlight. It must have felt like he was that close. So PZ Olympia Park, Porsche Centrum Olympia Park is part of their sponsorship package as well. There's the number 2 car. 92 car rather, door being closed. So number 2 Mercedes. Will Fabio Schiller stay in? Now there's a good question. The Get Speed car. One of the Get Speed cars, the AMG Get Speed car. Lucas Stoltz, Jules Gounon and Fabio Schiller. I think it must be Jules Gounon getting in, because we heard from Lucas Stoltz a while ago when he got out, before Fabio Schiller got in. Oh, they lost a second or two there because there was another one of their team cars coming in just in front, and they couldn't be released in front of him.
Yeah, it should be Gounon, because Lucas Stoltz started the race. Schiller did the next stints, and then Gounon, he's third in their cycle. But
I haven't said Gounon's name yet, and we've been on air since 11, and it is now 2:30 in the morning. So he's had a fair time out of it. He hasn't been in the car in 3.5 hours, so surely it's about time he did a bit of the heavy lifting.
Well, they'd have been having to hold him back anyhow. So we've got this flurry of cars. It was that moment, as soon as we got to the full course yellow, when the front runners were coming through into the pits, they dived. About the top 10 have come in. They're tumbling down the order. Listed at the top of the screen is the SSR Herbert car with Matt Campbell, but of course that's one we've seen back out on the track. Came in from the lead, but only just from Fabian Schiller.
Well, now, non-stopping are Max Hesse, who stopped the last lap. 35 Aston has not stopped, and Sebastian Bode in the number 10 Mercedes has not stopped. But those are the only cars in the top 20 that have not stopped on this lap, because they had just stopped in the previous lap. So this full course yellow, and again, how come all the top 20? Because they were all in a safety car queue and they haven't really stretched out around an entire lap. They're all coming in as a bunch. So 51, that's on a slightly different cycle. Alessio Rivera, no, he's been in and out as well. Patrick Assenheim has been in and out. Drouet, Baumann, Bachler, and you know, that was a massive, like, basically the top 20 all came in and all left.
Right,
but
the important element, Martin, is did any of those was the lap before when Dan Harper came in, he pitted when it was still green.
Yes.
So he's, having got the Rover Racing
loss.
BMW into the lead, he has now really suffered because the rest are doing under full course yellow. So the 998 BMW is back on the track, but lapping at a bated pace. So
yes, because when he stopped, he'll have been doing the same speed in the pit lane, stationary for the same amount of time, doing the same speed out of it, but they will all have been doing 180 miles an hour around the track. But when he's out there wishing to do 180 miles an hour, he's actually doing 50 miles an hour because he's under full course yellow. So he's covering much less track in the time that they're stationary than they covered in the time that he's stationary, and by dint of the fact that they're all very close together, he'll be a long way further back when the entire lump comes out. So you're absolutely right, that's a definite net loss for the 998 car. Now we're seeing Matteo Giamone coming out ahead of Luca Stolz and Raffaele Marcello. And in terms of pit times, 92 Porsche, 2 minutes 2. Second place, the number 2 Mercedes, 2 minutes 11, so lost 9 seconds. Now that was not being held, that might have been a second or two. They didn't hold him for 9 seconds while somebody else chunted down the pit lane, because you could easily have waved him out in 9 seconds and it would have been an unsafe release. So something else happened there. Raffaele Marcello's car in third, the 46 BMW, turned him round 2 minutes 3, 48, that Mercedes, the Mansfilters one, 2 minutes 2, 2 minutes 1, the fastest pit stop in that group, 2 minutes 1.6, that's the 32 BMW. High fives for that side of the WRT garage. Charles Weerts was out 0.6 of a second quicker than anybody else. So
you were talking about 5 minutes ago. To gain a second, we saw 998 car go off on its outlap, which was Max Hesse. It's about maximising everything, but Team WRT has presented both Raffaele Marcello and Charles Weerts running in third and fifth positions with a golden second of advantage or more over their rivals. These things can move you up the order, but for the 998 Rover Racing BMW and the 911 Klaus Bachler driven pure racing Porsches, they pitted under green. That's going to cost them.
Well, imagine that you and your friend are both driving down the motorway from home to go and see Taylor Swift, for instance, and one of you stops on the motorway in the services for 5 minutes to have a cup of coffee and a wee, and the other one doesn't. Well, that's what happens when there is a full course yellow stop. Your friend, who continues, goes much further up the road than you do when you stop, because you take longer to cover the distance because you stop for 5 minutes. And so, unfortunately, 998, having stopped when everybody else was flying along, lost more time than the others did, because if you stop for a 5-minute pause while your friend is stuck in a traffic queue, then they obviously go much less further in front. So you'll get to Taylor Swift at approximately the same time. And it'll be a well-made journey as well. Matteo Giamone is our race leader, from Luca Stolz, Klaus Bachler, Max Hesse, Raffaele Marcello and Daniel Morad.
Right, bear in mind when Matt Campbell brought that SSR Porsche in from the lead, he was being pushed around the pit lane by the number 2 Mercedes, but after the pit stop he is the best part of 5.5 seconds clear. Or the 92 is now in the hand of Matteo Giamone, and Luca Stolz has taken over from the number 2 car from who was driving it? Fabian Schiller. The gap has,
which is interesting,
huge.
because the gap was 0.00 seconds. I mean, they were almost literally touching, and the Mercedes was, we can see from the pit time, 9 seconds longer in the pit lane.
It was held at pit
2
exit.
minutes 2 to 2 minutes 11, but is only 5.5 seconds back.
He's catching up.
But how
Behind
can
the
it...
safety car. Oh, it's full course yellow. He can't catch up. But he lost. He was delayed at pit exit.
Now then,
Now we're back.
he couldn't catch up behind full course yellow, but we have now gone safety car without... We don't hear our race director, which rather
But what's
confuses me.
happened, so just like I said, it's full course yellow. Suddenly the little bar on the timing screen went to SC, and he's closed right in again. So Lucas Stoltz is about a second down off the tail of race leader Mathieu Jaminet.
And the other thing
and
that
can catch
happens...
even more.
The other thing when it happens when the safety car comes out, as opposed to full course yellow, is the pit lane closes. The pit entry is closed. So if you didn't stop under full course yellow and you're hoping to get there, safety car, drat, and double drat. So now you're going to have to go around again and carry on. So you have to reset your plan. And
It's a pendulum. It swings one way, it doesn't always necessarily swing fully the other. That's
so
the problem.
that explains why we, a few minutes ago, under full course yellow, saw a little message on our screen that said, there will be a wave around. And I said, is there going to be a wave round under full course yellow? That's not a thing, is it? Well, that was preempting the fact that the safety car was coming out and warning the teams, okay guys, we're going to do a wave around, heads up now, everybody be aware of where your class leader is and whether or not your car will be waved around, because the safety car driver doesn't pop back in the queue and say, by the way, you need to move up. The team tell the driver, pull out, go by, and if they don't, he doesn't wave around. So there's Charles Wertz in the 32 car, currently shown as in 7th place. So it said 007 in the windscreen, but that's 7th place rather than 007, which is the 007 Aston Martin, which is shown on the screen as car 7. Oh, it's making my head hurt. It's not shown on the screen as car 7. The screen shows the position, overall position in the race, and the TLA, the 3-letter acronym for the drivers. So does the safety car say, only says SC, doesn't go to DUE for Douay, for Mark Douay. So there's 07, oh no, that is the car number. So it's not showing their position behind the safety car, it's showing 007, because the other one went to 046. So, okay, so the 007 Aston is not ahead of the 46.
It's 7th in class, is it? It's down in 13th position overall, number 7.
Yeah, but it's in the safety car queue ahead of the 46 car, but it's not actually running ahead of the 46 car in the race. Makes my head hurt. Ryan Marine does not make my head hurt. Let's go and hear from him.
Hugo Cook, fresh out of the number 19 from the Grasser team, the team that won the silver class last year. They're back in the silver class this year with this entry. You were telling me a little bit about the conditions. How did they evolve from the start of your stint to the end?
Yeah, I mean, at the start it was very wet, you know. As well, the spray was just crazy, you know. On the Camel Straight, you're just trying to keep it in the, you know, the other car's headlights and the brake lights. But nah, it's getting there. But it was going to be definitely a few hours. Maybe when the sun comes up, it might lift it a bit. But it was lifting a little bit, and yeah, quite misty now. So it's getting difficult.
Compare and contrast. I mean, how much more difficult is the rain versus the mist? Do you have a preference between the two?
I mean, rain, mist, and night is all in one is pretty difficult. I mean, I think for sure the mist's harder because you can't get your bearings, you know. But it's all tricky, but it's quite nice to drive, you know, it's quite rewarding. But yeah.
A little ways down the order right now. Can you take us through the ups and downs that the team has been through today?
Yeah, so we actually had quite a good first few hours. I think we were in sort of the top 25 for a bit, and then we had a rear brake failure. So we had to box, and then, you know, we weren't really ready for it because he sort of just happened and then he came straight in. So ever since then we've just been trying to claw back the laps, but obviously because you know, we're just under safety car a lot, you can't really claw anything back. So we'll see, it's still a long way to go.
It is indeed. Good luck.
Thank you.
Now that's, you know, this is the thing. The more running you have behind a safety car, the less chance you can make up any ground you've lost. But the thing that really strikes me, heard from Hugo Cook, 20-year-old British driver, you know, he didn't race really last year. He raced in TCR for 2 seasons, so he suddenly launched himself into long-distance races in a GT3 car, really tricky conditions, and actually he sounded pretty composed. Now, so
Rain light.
A new body, bit of a
new boot lid.
Push on the number 10 Mercedes. That Sebastian Boe brought that in from just around the bottom of the top 10. But Boots and VDS have been going very nice. But these little things, again, it's under safety car. You're not losing too much time, but that will drop them further down the order in the queue.
We can both probably guess exactly why it failed, because they've been driving around in the driving rain with no speed to carry the water off the back. It's just dribbled round the tail of the tailgate and into the light and has fused something. So you could see they lifted the boot lid and then somebody was reaching inside fumbling. Well, that was disconnecting the connector, so you could put the new boot lid in and then connect it into the wiring loom. So Sebastian Boe came in from 10th place. And so car number 10 was in position number 10, and a brief stop. Unfortunately, it does mean that they exit the pit lane at the back of the entire safety car queue. So they have just lost. Well, they're now behind every other moving car.
Yeah.
Literally every single other moving car is in front of them. So not all of them will be on the same lap, but there is a lot of metal that they'll have to get by before they can even get close to a class rival.
Right, of course, one of the processes under the safety car was the wave by. That's now completed, which means the pit entry is open for those that didn't quite get around to a pit stop. Now, car number 2 was the Mercedes. Lucas Stoltz departed the pits after Fabian Schiller brought it in, but it's on the left of your screen. It's being held. Oh, 2. Lollipop up, lollipop down.
Yeah.
Waiting for another Mercedes to come into the neighbouring pit garage, and then he had to
That's the
twist
sister
around.
car, but
So
I don't think that was held for 9 seconds there. Even with your sister car, I mean, you know the speed they're doing. He might have lost 3 or 4 seconds, but in the end, actually, they were sort of saved by the safety car coming out, because it means that all the time they lost has now been hoovered up. And again, Mathieu Jaminet ahead of Lucas Stoltz by 0.6 of a second, despite that Mercedes of Lucas Stoltz having lost 9 seconds in the pit lane to Mathieu Jaminet's Porsche. So
safety car was his friend.
You know, again, we heard from Jordan Pepper earlier on, you know, we just can't catch a break. Every time we think we've engineered our way back into something, then everybody else gets a full course yellow to stop under, and we go back down another snake again. Every time we find a ladder, we find another snake's in the way. But again there, you know, the Mercedes lucked in, and the Porsche team, who pulled off the second quickest pit stop in the entire field, got nothing at it, got absolutely nothing from it. So them's the brakes. That's the way that works, and you've just got to get on with it. So Mathieu Jaminet leads for Porsche, Lucas Stoltz second in a Mercedes, Klaus Bachler third in the Pure Racing Porsche. In 4th place, Max Hesse, the better of the BMWs, or the best of 3 BMWs in the top 10, because Raffaele Marcello is 5th and Charles Weerts is currently in 8th. Between them is the 6th, Weerts is in 7th, beg your pardon. Daniel Morad in 6th position in the number 48 Mercedes. Then in 8th place is the 35 Aston Martin that leads the Pro-Am class. So that's the second of our class leaders. And don't forget, the last time we were talking about the different class leaders, we had 3 different class leaders, 1st, 2nd and 3rd, overall in the queue behind the safety car, and a third of them was the pro class leader. So that's all shuffled, you know, 20 minutes of green flag racing, and suddenly it's all shuffled its way around again.
Yeah, it can absolutely happen, but what we're not establishing is a real form in this race, because we just don't go 2 solid stints in which we can really find the form. And don't forget, for some of the crews that have got a bronze driver on board, they will necessarily lose position when we're under green flag racing, but they can keep it under a safety car. We're still under a safety car. However, for the all-pro crews, you know, we should see them going back to the top of the charts. And so the top 7 positions at the moment are all pro crews. And
we're also seeing the speeds pick up. Don't forget, full course yellow speed is 80 k's. We're now doing 160, 170, 180 k's, up into 4th gear, 3rd, 4th, 5th maybe, on the slightly quicker bits. Safety car lights will go out. They've just got up to Les Combes. They will go out between Campus, turn 14, and the Cours Paul Frère, corner 15. Stavelot as was. And so these guys are starting to build a bit of heat into the brakes, into the tyres, and just to start get that adrenaline ramping up again. It's not easy to be a driver at full chat, pumped full of adrenaline, then to have it all sort of calm down for 5 minutes and then build yourself back up. And that's why, and one of the reasons why it's really important that race control give these guys as much of a lap to do that as possible, to get themselves ready for the restart, because otherwise, if you just suddenly, without warning, the safety car peels off into the pit lane, everyone's going, oh, and they're not mentally in that restart and ready to race frame of mind, even after a few minutes, because they'll have had a conversation, be doing things about tyres or balance or brakes or whatever, and may not be entirely focused on 100% racing or 100% mental focus on racing, which is the key area there. So they are now getting themselves back into that position. So our Pro-Am leader in 8th place overall, our gold class leader in 11th place overall, is that right? That looks about right to me. And our bronze class leader in 19th place, that's Dylan Pereira. Dylan Pereira, a winner here in Porsches in the Carrera Super Cup, in the Porsche Mobile One Super Cup, but I'm sure he's won a race in an Audi on this track. So
just having a little look up and down the classes at the 1 hour marks. We've now just had the results released after 10 hours.
Okay.
And the car that's led its class most consistently since the end of hour 4 has been in the Pro-Am class.
And green flag,
car
green
number 100.
flag.
So we're going green, so the Team Adrien McLaren is leading that class very comfortably indeed, but consistently doing so. So green flag racing, up we go, up the slope. So into the final group of corners, and it's leading the way. Mathieu Jaminet in his Porsche, Lucas Stoltz in his Mercedes, tucked right in behind. Will everybody get through? Because of course when you suddenly get, hey, we're going racing again, you can't overtake before the start-finish line, but you can put the power down too soon in that very tight final sequence of corners, but with a small margin of challenge for 3rd place.
Yeah, Stoltz has dropped back. Klaus Bachler went the long way around the outside. You can see the solid red strip along the back of the Porsche. There it is. So that is the view of the Porsche. We're on board with Lucas Stoltz in the number 2 Mercedes. Got jumped at the restart down to La Source. And again, you know, talked about getting the brain into restart mode, warming the brakes, warming the tyres, warming the brakes, warming the brakes, warming the brakes. Because the first thing that happens when you start the lap is you get that big stop at La Source. Mathieu Jaminet now under pressure. Is a Porsche 1-2. And there's Klaus Bachler, BAC and 003. Now that will change to 002 now as they get up to Les Combes. That's the first timing sector end. And so he will now be shown as 002 on the windscreen in 2nd place, because that's where he is. Lucas Stoltz is now ahead of Max Hesse, with Raffaele Marcello right behind, and running out very wide was the Porsche feed off the corner of 48 is in the barriers. The early race leader, the 48 man filters Mercedes.
From 6th place, Daniel Morad has a little drop. He's got it back on the circuit. I don't know if he actually hit anything. He was off the track and stationary.
That was up at Les Combes, wasn't it, I think? That seems the most likely place to have gone off. We are now down in Pouhon with the lead group. 9-1-1. Klaus Bachler has taken the lead of the race, has he? That's what our data shows us right now. He's got ahead of Mathieu Jaminet, and is this the 2C's Mercedes? What's happened here?
Front right corner damage.
Oh,
what is
at
it,
the
or who has he
restart.
hit?
Now he's in the pit lane. Does that mean that he came in on the back of the safety car queue? Did they run into somebody as we were going?
Okay, where it could have happened is in the final right-left combination, very tight. Of course, the field started to go because Mathieu Jaminet was pulling away. You can't overtake before, but you could certainly be caught by someone and given a whack.
Well, you could be catching somebody who then realises he's gone too fast and needs to stand on the brakes. But then you wouldn't have. But that would have been in the bus stop and onto the main straight, and so
Frank Bird at the wheel of that at the time, and I think he's possibly been thumped into the back of someone else or done it of his own, well, not volition, but simply.
He's been caught out in the queue as they were going to restart, and that's why he's in the pit lane. Wow, that's very dramatic, I'm afraid, for Frank Bird.
Well, it was a gold class leader. Remember, that was running in the top 6.
He was indeed. Meanwhile, it is Klaus Bachler who leads. Confirmation of that as they come across the line from Mathieu Jaminet, Porsche 1-2. Max Hesse in 3rd place now, ahead of Lukas Stolz, who was the leader in the safety car queue. He's now 3.5 seconds back in 4th place, on board with 998. This is Max Hesse. Still no word, by the way, on whether they do receive a penalty for that possible pit lane exit infringement. We haven't seen anything, either no further action or a penalty applied. Frank Bird in the pit lane, down to 36th position now. And that means that within a minute or so, they will drop off the lead lap. Lead is currently down at Rivage. This is the battle for 2nd place. You're looking at the tail of Mathieu Jaminet. And Max Hesse with Lukas Stolz in his mirrors, on board with Luca. Let's hear from Lukas Stolz.
So, Morat crashed into Rouge, is trying now to make it back to pit lane. Head down, Luca. We have everything under control. 13 hours to go.
Well, 13 hours and 42 minutes, a degree over 30 hours, I mean, just inside the 14 hour to go mark. So, yeah, they've got 1 hour and 42 minutes before the next pile of points are earned.
Car 988, drive-through penalty for driving through the red lights at pit exit.
Aye, aye, aye. And this is the 007 Aston. This is Maxime Martin, is it? Is that what it said in the windscreen? It is. I can't believe the gaffer tape has held the front of that car together for so. Is that 007? It's Masson. It's Xavier Masson. Okay, that's okay. Ah, yes, that's better. Not M-A-A as opposed to M-A-R. Okay, so that gaffer tape went on very early in the race.
Daylight, wasn't it? It was about 2 hours in, maybe?
Yes, probably not even 2 hours in. I said that's never going to last, is it? Well, yeah.
Correction, car 998, drive-through penalty, 998.
What did he say before, Alan? I thought
he
did say 988, maybe.
Maybe, but it's Max Hesse, and he's in 3rd place. So this is a car that Dan Harper swore it was green. He did hesitate for a while before he answered the question. I thought the choice was red or green. Come on. But anyhow.
But then
so we'll see a fight back. Drive-through penalty. It's a car that's proved to be very good in the wet. We'll see what it's like in the dry, hopefully later.
But Daniel Marad has made it back to the pit lane in the 48 car. So, and obviously it was either red going to green or green going to red. And I don't know, maybe green, maybe he was trying to beat it out before the safety car. Yeah, so maybe he went through thinking it was still green and it had gone to red. Either way, 998 has a penalty. Here is the 48 car.
Massive left rear puncture, flapping away. This is a car that led the early stages of the race, so form and fortune is chopping and changing.
Did he go off because he had a tyre going down? That would be the 2nd left rear puncture on that car. Remember, they lost the lead that they'd earned at the beginning of the race in the 2nd hour with a left rear puncture.
Yeah, well, I don't know, but that was the side of the car that was towards the barriers. It could have been clipping the barriers, or quite simply it could have slid off. But either way, for Daniel Morad, that has been a real setback, and for the crew from AIM Team AMG, Man Filter, Maro Engel, Lucas Auer,
Well, there
Daniel
was
Morad. That is a big thump in
there
the
was quite a degree of RG and, if you will, bargy at the restart. Just hearing from WRT's Emma Ladiman that their 32 BMW got hit from behind at turn 1, lost 10 seconds and 9 positions. So the BMW hit from behind, and we saw damage on the nose. The 2C's Motorsport Mercedes. Are we putting those two together?
Well, could be. That was Frank
queue?
Bird, came limping in with damage, and certainly from the top 6 down to where is Charles Wirtz. He's down in 15th place. He's fighting back, and more front-end damage. This is the CSA racing Audi. And that's, well, we've got quite a few candidates here who could be part of the party.
That's not a tail. Is it? That's not just a little biff in traffic. That's gone off. That has gone off. That's done a lot of damage.
Well, the man who runs the team, Arthur Rougier, young French racer, but it'd be really interesting to find out what happened, if he indeed knew what it was or who he was he hit. But that is going to be a long repair if they can get it done.
Now, talking about the RJN car, number 100, leading their class consistently, Colin Brown is now just 4.2 seconds behind Alex Buncombe in second place in that class. So,
well, let's hear from Frank Bird, 2C's Motorsport, the first Mercedes coming after this restart. And he's down with Ryan Marine. Let's find out what's happened from Frank.
We've seen the damage on the 60 car. Frank Bird was the driver when the car came into the pits. Frank, sorry to see a good run come undone. Can you take us through what happened?
Yeah, unfortunately, during the full course shallow period, in the wait-by period, sorry, it was just a bit of a concertina effect going down the down the F1 straight. So yeah, a lot of cars slammed straight on the brakes, and it was just a bit of a bottleneck. And unfortunately, I ran into the back of another car. So yeah, I thought it was just bodywork damage until we went to racing speed, and then the bonnet flew up. So yeah, hopefully not too many internals for the car damage, but yeah, I'm just really sorry to the boys, and not really sure what else everyone else could have done. So just one of them things, just caught out in the moment. So hopefully it won't lose so much time.
Do you know which car it was that was in front of you that you made the contact with?
Yeah, I probably shouldn't say.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll let you go with that. Thank you for the time and the explanation.
Cheers.
Oh, come on, you can tell us. Race control, no. Don't let the audience be the only people who don't know. But was it the 32 car? I would suggest that Frank Bird was high enough up the order. Don't know whose teeth I'm wearing this evening, but they're not working very well. That it might have been. I mean, of course, it could have been another one of a dozen different cars. It might not actually have done that much damage to them, just done more damage to his. And as he said, he thought nothing much of it. And then, of course, as soon as you get up to speed and the wind gets into cavities that shouldn't be there, whoomph, bonnet goes over your head. There's a Code Brown moment for you in the pitch. But what's that? In daylight, you see what it is. In darkness, it's just suddenly, whoa.
This applies a bit more darkness.
Yeah.
See nothing for a nanosecond. Up it goes. Right, the race lead is Klaus Bachler, the Pure Racing Porsche. Just waiting to see the gap. 4.8 seconds over Matthias Jaminet.
But what we're looking here is the battle for fourth. Lucas Stoltz, who was the leader behind the safety car, down to fourth place. Raffaele Marcello right behind him. So this is now actually for third place, because Max Hesser's just come in for that drive-through penalty in 998. Here he is. This is the Formula One pit lane, just coming underneath us now. And then he'll go all the way around the corner, and then all the way down the bottom and out the pit exit again.
So Max Hesser is taking the pain and the odyssey of a long, long drive through the pits, but it was one of his teammates, Dan Harper. Let's listen to team radio from this car, the 998 BMW.
Box, 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 we have drive-through penalty. Box, 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 drive-through penalty.
So obviously that's been delayed slightly before being sent to us. He has box, box, box. He's still got the second half of the pit lane to do, the downhill stretch, and it's driving through. He's not going to be stopping. He'll get to the bottom, wait to get to pit exit. Don't make the problem worse by going out before, you know, speeding in the pit lane would be the offence.
Exactly. But the pit, because the safety car's not out, there's the green light at pit exit, and so out he went. And again, you know, they will have told him before he got in the car that we're under investigation. There is a potential there might be a drive-through penalty, and they probably will have told him beforehand that a drive-through penalty is likely to come our way. They will have been notified before we heard Alan Madame on the radio. So he will have been told, okay, we're going to get the drive-through. And then as soon as it's officially announced, you can serve it. You can't serve it until it's been officially announced. So then we hear Alan Madame, and then the team, box, box, box. Okay, let's do it now. We know it's coming. We're done. Okay, let's put it behind us. We've got 30.5 hours still to go, 90 minutes before there's another bundle of points. So more contact between 48, the Mercedes, and 111.
Well, that was the CSA Racing Audi that had the heavy frontal damage. We saw that pushed into the pit garage a couple of minutes ago after Rougier. So that's obviously gone a clattering into the back.
So they clattered off the 48 Mercedes, we're saying, and that then had that left rear puncture. And that's why that was off the road. So our camera guys, our TV crew, our replay guys are still working as hard as they can. But obviously, the same as you and I, they're just looking at a series of lights coming towards them and trying to figure out which of the cars they're trying to follow. And so from each of these guys, you know, they're watching the cars come through. The directors say, okay, hold the shot, hold the shot, hold the shot. Okay, and then we'll cut to the next shot and da-da-da. But the camera guys are still following cars and just, you know, watching what's happening. And that's why we get replays of things that aren't the leaders.
Right, one of the cars making real progress is the number 7 Aston Martin. That's a replay of Matteo Drudi going past Marco Mappelli. We had Marco's teammate, or one of them, Jordan Pepper, with us earlier, and they were down in about 18th place. That's the fact it's risen up through the order up to 6th, now down to 7th, but certainly looking at the previous lap, Matteo Drudi was starting to pick up the pace.
And that car, despite having those 2 pit stops where they lost 16 seconds each because of fueling issue and short fueled the car, and so their stints were then shorter, so then they had to come in more often than some of their rivals. They're still on the lead lap and they're still in the top 10. So again, you know, these cars are, if you are relentlessly fast and consistent in them, then you still have a shot. You know, 13.5 hours, in about 10 hours, they're going to start to look at who could still possibly win this race. And you know, at the moment, what have we got? 30 cars on the lead lap plus. In 10 hours, we might still have 20, might still have 25 cars on the lead lap. And if you're in that position with 2 or 3 hours left to run, then you're definitely in the hunt, and anything could come your way. I don't think the dramas in this race are going to finish long before the checkered flag, if even at that stage.
Look, I'll give you an example. Sven Muller is lapping almost as fast as the race leader, but he's down in 30th position. He's still on the lead lap. He's almost at the tail of the lead lap in the 96 Porsche from Rutronic Racing. It was started and driven really well, as you'd expect, by Julian Andlauer in the early stage of the race. Yeah. So it's still possible the pendulum for them could swing, but at the moment he's down in 30th, which isn't what the doctor ordered for Rutronic.
And in fact, just in front of him, Max Hesse, his last lap was out of kilter because of that driving penalty. Okay, now we're hearing a couple of messages coming through from race control, which are not necessarily destined for us, but maybe destined for some others.
Well, I think it's actually the car I was talking about, 96, Sven Muller. I'm just waiting for the gaggle. No, it's 90.
In turn 12, which is the first bit of pith path where we see it is 90, where we saw who went off in it.
That's the Mad Panda Motorsport Mercedes that's been increasingly going high up the order, and now it's going to be falling right down. So Carol Bass has put it down into the gravel down there. Actually, at that point it looks way off the circuit, but actually it's so dark he's not that far off.
That hasn't gone straight off, that's been spun, hasn't it?
Yeah, in fact,
that's actually, yeah, gone in spinning or been spun in. So Carol Bash. Okay, and again, that will need to be protected by yellows, and I think, like, who do we see go off there? 77, 111. Was it 111? No, it wasn't 111.
What, just now?
No, a little, just.
Oh, it was, yeah, hold on.
Off.
Who went off? Yes.
77?
Full course yellow in 20 seconds.
Full course yellow.
Right, well, as I said, in the shot, you can see that Mad Panda Mercedes
Full
sitting in the
course
gravel.
yellow,
It's
10
hard to see where the
seconds.
edge of the circle is. So it's 10 seconds we go to full course yellow, but just too close to the edge of the racing line.
Well, it's going to need a lift anyway.
Full course yellow now.
That was a Eurosport Council
Car
breakdown.
19, the gravel T13.
So it is our 13th full course yellow, 9 safety cars as well. So 9 of our full course yellows have led directly to a safety car, and 4 have not, or 3 previous have not. So let's see what we see from Carol Bash. Was it?
No wave by, no wave by.
Was there a bash? No. Unfortunately, looks like he carried just a fraction too much speed in. There was somebody right on his tail, and that might well have been for class position. Race director saying there will be no wave by. Now, does that mean that we are going to safety car? Because there is not a wave by under full course yellow. I don't know if we're going to need to. This looks like they could lift him quite quickly here. The Manitou is there. I tell you what, this must be one of the busiest marshals posts down at turn 12, because you're the catcher in the deep. So many cars go off there. So many cars.
Well, Valentino Rossi, a man who almost fills the grandstand on his own, so popular, and if you spent 2 seconds in his company, you understand why. Just such an enthusiastic character.
It was funny. He was talking about Le Mans. He was saying, it's really long. He said, MotoGP, you turn up on Friday, Sunday night you're going home. Here it's not a week. It's like it's too long. It's go, bam, 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 bam. It never stops. It's much too long. It's not 24 hours. It's more than a week. So he said it takes a whole different mindset, and of course he's absolutely right, because it's that intense concentration that a MotoGP weekend requires, just for 5 days of track action and all the bump and the paraphernalia and everything else before, and the test day on Sunday, and and this is the same deal for him. You know, every time he gets in a car, chances are he'll be spending as long, focusing as hard, if not harder, than an entire MotoGP race, and then get out, and then in a couple of hours go and do another one. And there's a reason why they don't do 3 or 4 or 5 MotoGP races in a weekend, because it's exhausting.
Yeah. Oh, well, I always wondered how the IndyCar teams and drivers could keep focused for the month of May at Indianapolis.
Yeah.
You know, luckily it's not like that anymore, but after a while
Well,
you get a bit stale. You just want to get to the race.
Day,
yeah. Of course it's not every day, but you know, you're staying in the same hotel for that time, and you know, you want a bit of variety and move
having
on.
the same catering, you know, nowadays, but in days gone by, you know, in the 50s, you'd have had a burger from the same place on the way in and one on the way out, and breakfast at the same place. And I guess to a degree, actually, you get into that rhythm, and then it is like being, you know, it's like being in the military. You get into, you know, without obviously any of the pain and all of that stuff, but you get into that routine and into that mindset where it becomes part of the form of your life. And you just get on with it. Lucas Stolz there in the number 2 Mercedes, currently lying in 3rd place. Now, don't forget, behind the full course yellow, the gaps between yourself and your rivals, in theory, remain the same. So,
okay, so what's the gap between Klaus Bachler in the lead, the 911 Pure Racing Porsche, and Mathieu Jaminet? 14 seconds.
But between Jaminet, who had 002 in his window, and Stolz, who had 003 in his window, it's supposed to be 5.7 seconds. Now, I know the camera foreshortens distance on the Kemmel Straight. That did not look like 5.7 seconds under anybody's estimation. Full course yellow, the pit lane is open, and so there are a number of cars that are taking the opportunity to stop. Not everybody will need to or really can justify it, but there's not many cars coming by. Not many. That means, where are we? How long since we were... we haven't got a thing that tells us how long we went green. It's disappeared off the screen. I don't think we were a full stint in.
No, we certainly weren't. We would, no, definitely was in the first natural stint length, which around here is the maximum time you can be in the car is 63 minutes. 5 minutes get added during a safety car period, but we were not anywhere near that. And bear in mind, I think it was the lap after the outlap where Daniel Marad was given a thump up the tail, and that's what's really affected the number 40. Now slick tyres. I was just looking out the window thinking it
now
was drying a bit.
That explains a whole bunch of pit stops, because where's the leader? The leader is currently at ProAm, heading down towards Pif Paf. And so is nowhere in a position to come into the pit lane yet. But those that are halfway around the lap behind are, and there's a lot of slick tyre gambling going on.
Yeah, and what do you do if you just had a setback like a drive-through penalty, like the Rover Racing 998 BMW, bring it in straight away? This is their chance to maybe recoup some of the time they've shed. So Max Hesse in on wet tyres, out on slicks. But as the accelerated way, spray coming off them, it's still wet out there, but it is drying.
Yeah, and there is no more rain falling in any of the areas that we can see outside. Colin Brown, second in was second, is now first in Pro-Am. So has the 100 already stopped? Yeah, Jan Mardenborough at the wheel of that car now, and yeah, so they've stopped already. So I wonder if they had already gone onto slicks. They can see in the pit apron, no more drips and drops. So these will not be stops that were required for fuel or for drive time. This is opportunism. This is full course yellow is that. First thing that happens when a full course yellow is declared is you go, right, how can we take advantage? What can we do? Can we? 9-11, the race leader, Klaus Bachler, is coming up towards the bus stop. That's him. How long does the full course yellow stay out? And if other cars are going onto slicks now, you can bet your life that all the top guys at the front are going, we need slicks. If we can get in for slicks, let's get in for slicks.
Yeah, I think he'll be coming in.
Is he coming in now? Yes, he is. Look at that. Yes, he is. No question. Straight in. And again, this is a driver's call. This is not an engineer's call. This is on the pit wall. Them going, what can we do? Can you survive on slicks? Can you survive on slicks? And all the drivers have to make that call. And maybe they've already been calling. Maybe they've already been saying, okay, if we get a chance, we can go slicks now. It's too dry for wets.
Well, bear in mind there was about a 14-second advantage. Mathieu Jaminet has pitted in from second, Stoltz from third.
Maxime Martin is in, yeah, okay. Everybody who can now will come in. Oh, investigation for speeding in the pit lane for 35.
It's one of the three Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martins. That's the one by Romain Leroux, Lorcan Hannafin and Maxime Robin.
That was the one that had a bit of damage, didn't it?
It was Lorcan Hannafin who's going to be bringing that in. He's the driver who's leading the silver class, 11th place overall. You don't need these setbacks. They've got a bit of an advantage over Tanat Sathi and Tirakel, who's second in the silver class. He's 6 places further back in the track. And Yannick Mettler, the number 3 Get Speed Mercedes, is third in that class in 20th overall. But these little setbacks can take an awful lot from which to recover. But first is well clear, 15 seconds clear of Jaminet. Jaminet here's his car, and car number 92 at a standstill. But Lucas Stoltz, as before, that 2 Mercedes literally pushing the 92 Porsche into the pit lane.
Yeah, lots and lots of cars coming into the pits. Basically, everybody who can is, and there is a sweeper on the main straight as well, just going past us.
Was he on slicks or wets?
No, he was on big chunky tractor tires. There he is. In fact, it's a blower rather than a sweeper. Ryan will be feeling at home here with a jet dryer. I'm not sure that's quite a jet engine, it's just a blower, so just helping to blow a little bit. Again, photographers getting all the action, nice and close like everybody else. Helmets for protection, high vis for protection. It's not an easy environment in which to work a racing pit lane.
Right.
Having a speed limit does make life a little more viable than when I were a lad, when there was no pit lane speed limit. In endurance racing, that was a very very different time. But nevertheless, you do learn quite quickly to turn your back on oncoming traffic as little as possible, because you never know when it's going to sweep in behind you into where you're standing.
You need more than 6 cents. You need proper. You have got to check and check again. Right, pretty much everybody is going from wets to slicks. Ross Gunn has just changed his Aston Martin onto slicks. Everybody else is following suit. But the real question is that Klaus Bachler.
And there's 163. They pitted but did not take slicks. Now they are rectifying that. So it will be a short stop. If the fuel hose does not go on, you don't have to sit there for that 44 seconds. They'd already fueled, but now they have to make a second stop under full course yellow for slicks. So they had a green flag stop, and now they've got a full course yellow stop. Connor De Filippi, another driver who spent a lot of time racing Porsches. Seems to be something a little bit more steamy than it ought to be. I know drivers and teams often say it's like a sauna in there, but it's not supposed to be like a steam room in there. It's not supposed to be a hammam.
Okay, let's swing the cameras towards the front of the car. Be interesting to find out. At first, I thought that was just his overheated brakes, but it seems to be rather more than that. But actually, at least now the window's closed, he's not getting it pumping into that Century Motorsport BMW. Off he goes. Connor, an American racer, but he spent so much of his career racing in Europe.
That's been off somewhere, hasn't it? Was that in the gravel trap just now?
Just trying to recall it. So down in 49, there's Gilles Stadsbader, who we saw these signposts as we were coming over. Put up motorway signs put up by the Stadsbader family. Whether that's his branch, I don't know, but always worth looking out for. But he's sitting and being held. The lollipop goes up, he goes down for the 26 Sansalot Racing Audi.
Well, Gilles Stadsbader also races in the Lamborghini Trofeo, Super Trofeo Europe, but he shares with Michele Michelotto. They've actually had a season where if they hadn't had bad luck, they'd have had none at all. But racing in an Audi here, and again, you know, the sort of loyalties in other championships and other series don't necessarily cross boundaries. You can, have you got a car? I can race it. I'll do that.
Yeah, well, a lot of them,
It's a
of course,
job.
particularly wanted to come here if it's their first time here, you know, for the centenary event of the 24 Hours of Spa. That was the damage on that car was done when Ivan Klimenko was clouted up the back. Remember, just as the full course yellow sign came up, we saw him being nerfed off into the barriers. But that was in daylight hours. We've had a lot of darkness here. It's still damp. No longer streaming wet, though, so that's an advantage. We're under safety car. The race is being led by Klaus Bachler by 15 seconds. So number 911 Porsche leading the way. Mathieu Jaminet in another Porsche, 15 seconds back. He's about a second and a half up on the number 2 Mercedes of Lucas Stoltz. That's from Team Get Speed. But the safety car leading the field around. Has everybody changed to slicks? You could almost bet your bottom dollar on it.
Yeah, pretty much. And anybody who hadn't will be desperate to get in now. 23 comes in, so hopefully the pit entry light was open. We certainly didn't say anything that said pit entry closed. And normally behind the safety car, the pit entry should be open. The pit exit will be closed until the safety car queue goes by. And the safety car queue in this case is longer than Halley's Comet tail because they are spread out all over the track. The tail of, quotes, the safety car queue is currently coming down out of Rivage as the safety car heads down from La Source. So there
Safety car in this lap.
Oh my goodness, okay.
Okay, well that will come in. Obviously it's just going through Eau Rouge up to Radion at the moment, so we've got another couple of minutes, but in a few minutes after that...
But anybody in the pit lane, the leaders, the first cars behind the safety car, will be racing before the pit exit light goes green because there are so many cars going around which are, quote, behind the safety car. So they're basically going, anybody that's in the pit lane now is basically going to lose a lap because they've come in while the safety car was out. The queue is enormous and stretches all the way around the track, and the safety car will release the fastest car, or the cars at the front of the queue, long before the pit exit opens.
Another factor I was just about to explain that's going to be knitted in 15 minutes' time. Cars will be able to start taking their mandatory technical pit stop while we're under safety car. I'll explain what it is. It's 5-minute pit stop from pit in to pit out. That's what it's timed, in which you must have that longer pit stop. It gives the crews a chance to check the car over. It must be served after 11 hours completed. We're very nearly at that point, but before the end of the 22nd hour. It's just a little element you have to knit in, but the teams will be plotting as and when they can do it. But right now, with the track drying out and the safety car about to withdraw and let them race, maybe they'll wait and try and do it later if there's more of a downpour later on. The 163 Lamborghini, we had Jordan Pepper up here. It's been up and down the order. Having climbed to 5th place, it's just fallen back down to 22nd. So that really lost out in that season.
Because they'd made a green flag pit
Correct.
stop, had fuel and driver change, and then they had to come back in and change onto slicks because that's what the track demands. So again, you know, Jordan, when he was in here, said every time we think we've made a good choice, the safety car then comes out. I mean, maybe we ought to follow their pit strategy more often to be able to predict when the safety car is coming out, because they seem to be absolutely on the wrong end of the stick every single time. So safety car will come in. And again, just very quickly on the technical pit stop, the reason that it happens in this race and doesn't happen in others is that historically the GT3 cars have struggled to make it all the way through safely without brake changes. And so rather than have teams and drivers gambling and saving a long time in the pits with a brake change, it has been written into the regulations that you don't have to change your brakes, but there is a mandatory 5-minute period in the pit lane, basically in the second half of the race, where you have the opportunity to. So nobody is gambling with safety and all of that. 4th car in the queue is the race leader, and that is car number 23, the Porsche of Tom Preining. So Tom Preining, Klaus Bachler and Mathieu Jaminet are the top 3. On our timing screen, Klaus Bachler, there you go. So Tom Preining stopped on the previous lap and he's dropped down the order. So it's Klaus Bachler, Mathieu Jaminet and Lukas Stolz. So there are the 2 Porsches with the Mercedes in 3rd place. Raffaele Marcello in 4th in a 46 BMW. And then the number 3 Mercedes, which is our Pro-Am class leader, is in 5th place. Mattia Drudi in the Dane Train Aston Martin in 6th spot.
Now, what do you do as a racing driver? When there's a restart, this is your opportunity. You'll be bunched up behind this safety car. Can you make a move? But you're on slick tyres and there's one racing line. Go beyond it in an overtaking manoeuvre. It could be a big risk. But you look for the real racers in the pack. I'm looking for Raffaele Marcello trying to do it. The car that's leading the race, Klaus Bachler, there it is, 001 on the windscreen. And BAC, it's Bachler in that Porsche. He's got Mathieu Jaminet further down the order, but others, I think there'll be a shuffling of order. Lukas Stolz still in 3rd in class and 3rd overall, and Raffaele Marcello in 4th. So it's Porsche, Mercedes, BMW. Mercedes in 5th place. Yannick Mettler leading the silver class. Mattia Drudi, the best of the Aston Martins, in 6th overall. But the place changing is happening as we look at the screens.
Yeah, they're side by side.
Well, that looked easy.
That looked rather too easy. Was that Lukas Stolz going? Because that was somebody passing a Porsche. Is that Lukas Stolz passing both Porsches to go into the lead? Well, what are we looking at in the queue here? Where is it? That's that's number 3 that seems to have just gone by everybody like a scalded cat. So 911 is still the race leader. And of course, is that rain on the windscreen we're seeing now that everybody has literally on the last lap changed onto slicks, or is it just water coming up off the track?
Well, there's the question. How's it going? We've been released. How are the slicks feeling? Not so good, frankly, because it's clearly more than spray coming up from the track. It is raining at the bottom end of the circuit. When I say the bottom end, I mean Fagnes going towards Campus and then Curve Paul Frere. Oh, my word. So we keep talking about how you gain an advantage, you can lose it, and anybody who can get a little bit on the outside, is that Klaus Bachler going to the outside in the race lead? Oh, we've got a BMW going slightly sideways there. That could have been Raffaele Marcello.
Yellow flag at the second part of Rivage, or down at the Jackie X curve as it now is, T9. So somebody's had a problem there. This is the first lap from behind the safety car. That's a BMW, that's 46. Raffaele Marcello went by Lukas Stolz. So that's Marcello moving up the order.
Green.
And track has gone back to green, so whoever had their little problem down at Jackie Hicks curve has now got going safely once more.
Right, 92 came into the pit lane.
It was the number 3
Jaminet
car that we saw going by Klaus Bachler. So is he still on wets, number 3, Yannick Mettler? Charles Weerts moved up to 2nd. Is he still on wets? Lorcan Hannafin is 3rd. Are they still on wets? Is that why they suddenly... Because he just went by Bachler like he was literally standing still. So maybe those guys that have changed onto slicks did so because they had the opportunity, and we're going to survive as the track comes to us. And everybody in the lead group, everybody basically on the lead lap went onto slicks.
OK, you knew that the people on slicks were going to struggle for a handful of laps, but at the top of the circuit, just before La Source, we're looking out the window, only marginal rain. It's spray off the track, but the bottom end of the circuit, it's definitely raining as well. So Yannick Mettler will be laughing his head off in that
Yellow
number 3
flag
Mercedes.
country,
But how long will that rain stay?
Well, and actually, is it raining more, or is there just more water getting thrown up? So, issue at turn 3, which is in the compression at Eau Rouge.
And the Mad Panda Mercedes also went off the track at turn 9.
Going back to wets.
Yeah, well, I think you'd have to, because now it's starting to rise. I said it wasn't raining up here. Look at the rain bouncing off the top. Yeah. This is before La Source, so that... So
92 Porsche in the pit lane for SSR Herbert. Yeah, Mathieu Jaminet.
Right, now riding on board again. It's spray, there's rain, it's side by side. This is Come To You Racing Aston Martin. Nicky Tim, car number 7 with Sorensen and Drudy, and that at the moment is running to tail end of the top 10. In 10th place, Matthias Drudy at the moment, the non-Dane in the Dane train.
And that is, again, a car that came in and changed onto wet weather tyres, onto slick tyres. Mathieu Jaminet has gone the other way, so that car has now made its 15th pit stop, 17th pit stop, I beg your pardon, for the 92 Porsche. 17 stops, 18 stops for the car just in front of them, 72 car that Casper Stevenson is now driving. 18 stops as well for 66, the Audi of Dylan Pereira that's in 5th place now.
20 pit stops for Tom Gamble and the 159 McLaren, so they've had their other problems. That's why they're just off the lead lap.
Did they have a penalty as well? About 998. One of their pit stops was for a penalty, and they have done 17 stops, so they've actually done 16, but one was a penalty. And sometimes you forget, the penalties, or you don't see them, and then you go, how come they've done 3 pit stops more? Were they just really indecisive on tyres?
No, don't forget, we had some people driving through the pits to restart their stint length. So the number 3 silver class leader is the race leader, Yannick Mettler, pulling clear on the right tyres as the conditions change. Everybody else waiting for the track to dry on their slicks. And he is now 5 seconds clear of Charles Weerts' BMW. So Yannick Mettler, the Get Speed Mercedes, the red one with the black flashes, leading this race. Inspired gamble for them. Also think the 92 SSR Porsche came in. That'll be climbing back up. It's now on the wets for Mathieu Jaminet.
OK, into the pits have come Joel Sturm, Raffaele Marcello, Lucas Stoltz, Alessio Rivera, Jordan Pepper, Dominic Baumann, Ross Gunn, Alessio Picariello. Lots and lots are now coming back in for wets.
3 more laps. Then let me know the track conditions. Should be dry in the next hour, okay?
Okay, that's a message.
Now definitely wet, but I keep it going. Yeah, we have to make a decision in 3 laps. I can tell you now already when.
Okay, well, that's our race leader, Yannick Mettler, speaking to Team Get Speed. Why have I got to make a decision in 3 laps? I tell you what, there's no decision to be made. Yep. Wet tyres are what's required. He is lapping in... Actually, he's been caught now by Charles Weerts.
Well, because Weerts was on wets as well, and I think Dylan Pereira in 3rd place now in the 66 Audi. I think he was on wets as well. And so suddenly they've, raced away from everybody. And then the lead group that all stopped for slicks have all come back in for wets. There are currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19 cars in the pit lane for wet weather tyres. So almost everybody who jumped in when they had the chance to go onto slicks, again, Murphy's Law being what it is, the moment they got back out on track, the rain arrived again. And you can only do what you're dealing with. You can only deal with what's actually happening, not what you hope might happen or guess might happen or might happen in 5 minutes or 10 minutes. It might not happen at all.
Okay, right. Charles Weerts is definitely catching the race lead at 32 BMW, 2.6 seconds down. Previous lap, he was 2 and a bit seconds faster. So by my maths, at the end of this lap, if he continues that rate, he'll be on the tail of the number 3 Get Speed Mercedes.
And Dylan Pereira is 2.8 seconds behind him, but was a further second quicker than him on that lap. So, yeah, they're concertinaing up. But the number 3 car is due in the pits in 2 laps' time after this one. So, and that's on their fuel strategy or driver time or whatever is going to bring them in, not weather, not tyre related.
It's so frustrating. You've got the right tyres for the right conditions, but you need some fuel.
But that's okay, because they're on the right tyre now, so they're going to accelerate away from the cars that have had to stop again, because they didn't, first of all, they didn't stop for slicks, and second, they didn't stop to change back to wets. So now they're just making a regular routine team stop. And it might be a driver change, or whatever.
But it's also about the driver having his mojo, and to be told when you haven't been near the front of the race, suddenly you are. You just don't want to come in for a moment. You want to stay and maximise what you're doing. He knows he's being caught. Yeah. Right, penalty, 40 seconds. That's going to hurt for car number 48 for a pit lane infringement. Who is in car for number 48 at the moment? It's that, oh God, it's Daniel Morad's car that was given a thump at the restart by Arthur Rougier. So it happens, doesn't it? You just have bad luck in a race.
So they came in, had fixed that damage, so I don't know what the pit lane infringement was. Maybe he came in when the pit lane entry light was not yet on. If he got hit behind the safety car, or maybe he left through a red light. I don't know.
You don't know, but bear in mind this
crossed the white line on the exit, or
But this was a car that took the lead of the race. It started in second place, took the lead of the race, got a puncture in the early stages, dropped back, also had a. You know, again, so we've got a handful of cars that are just not having their fortune, but we're not even at the halfway point in the race. No, getting closer. No. We're very nearly 11 hours into the race, 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes between friends. You can start doing your technical pit stops. Yeah. But I think right now everyone's going to make a decision what they want to do. Wet tyres are the ones you absolutely have to have. The spray is considerable. It's raining slightly more heavily. As soon as Ryan tells me it's getting a little drier in the pits, it comes out more. So there is the change for the lead. So that's Weerts getting ahead. Car number 32 is overtaking the 3 Mercedes just there.
And I think Dylan Pereira just went by the number 3 Mercedes as well, actually, in that shot. The Audi looks like it's gone by. Ooh, and there is the number 3 car on the right-hand side of that shot.
Well, someone's going very, very slowly out of La Source, so that's someone else still sitting on the wrong sort of tyres, but surely everyone is on wets.
Nobody will have gone past the pit entry now on a set of slicks. Surely. I mean, I've done some stupid things in my life, but even I wouldn't be thinking that was a good idea. 163 we just saw flying by. Are they still on the lead lap? Yeah, Jordan Pepper's getting a 22nd. They are still on the lead lap. So Jordan Pepper back in that car. And again, we talked about, you know, he talked when he was in the booth a little earlier about the fact that every time they make a green flag pit stop, everybody else comes in 2 laps later behind a safety car and they tumble back down the order again. And that's just what's happened to them. So they're down at the bottom, below the bottom of the top 20. But again, with everybody else having to come in for wet weather tyres, having just come in for slicks, then maybe that will change around once more.
Yeah, the amount of spray seems to be multiplying by the moment, so another factor for the drivers to consider as they work their way down the hillside.
It's suddenly gone from looking quite acceptable to looking really quite disgusting out there again, hasn't it? And look at all the spray. So there's the second place car. That is Yannick Mettler with those sort of roof bars, if you like, going all the way, the twin LED lines going all the way around the outside of the window frames. And so that means Dylan Pereira did not get by, so didn't see quite what was going on there. Again, there's so much shuffling of position of different cars. And the leader now, Charles Weerts, coming up behind 163. He is about to put Jordan Pepper's Lamborghini off the lead lap, and they must avoid that happening. Must avoid that happening. Now, Charles Wertz's last lap was a 2:43. Jordan Pepper's last lap was a
4 minutes 15.
Oh, right, so that was an
out
out lap. Yeah, so can't judge on that, I'm afraid. So they must have just changed onto Wertz. There's 163, and there is the race leader, 32, right behind.
Right, they're separated by, what, a second? They're also very nearly a lap apart. One's just in front, about to be lapped. But I think he's just had his pit stop, and more likely Charles Wertz is going to be the one that blinks first. Bearing in mind, this 163, the Lamborghini's had lots of misfortune, the timing of events, but actually it's been very quick when it's out on the circuit. So it's not going to want to go the lap down, as you pointed out. But Charles Wertz isn't going to want to take any risks whatsoever to trying to get past it.
Well, the other problem is they're two identical cars, basically, or identically paced cars driven by two extremely quick drivers. So the gap between them is going to be minimal. Yannick Mettler is in the pit lane. We saw him peeling into the pits, and so the car that was the leader for a couple of laps has now stopped. And as we saw, or as we heard, undoubtedly, they will remain on wet weather tyres. There's not even, I mean, the team asked 3 laps out, and he said at that stage, no question, it's wets. The team wouldn't be asking on the in-lap, are you sure you want wet weather tyres? Because there's nobody in his right mind that would remotely think anything else.
An example of how this field is sort of concertinaing and then going out again. Trezor Temto Racing's 2 Audis are sitting in 2nd and 3rd positions. So bear in mind, in 99, which has got Christopher Haas driving, was the one that had the delays, having its tail lights fixed up. But they're probably at the point they're going to be pitting maybe next time around, or certainly one of them will be, because that's just where they are in their cycle. Everybody surely now, as they lap in around 2:40.
But the other thing about that 99 car, Christopher Haas, yeah, it had slightly longer pit stop once because they were fixing the rear light. It's only been in the pits 15 times. The lead has been in 16, the second place car's been in 18 times. So that longer pit stop has completely been negated by the fact that some of the other cars have come in for other reasons. Maybe they've taken a bit of fuel, maybe they had a driver time issue or whatever. But again, 99, apart from that brake light or that rain light, they've seem to have driven as clean a race as is humanly possible. Nobody has made fewer than 15 stops.
Yeah, I think it possibly also means they're going to be coming in very soon indeed, because certainly with that longer pit stop, they should be further back down the order. But I think it would chime for them. But with a driver lineup like Christopher Haas, Alex Ark and Ricardo Feller, don't forget, you know, Feller was a champion last year in the GT World Challenge Europe. So in the sprint series with Matthias Drudy, of course, well placed in this race, but he's now an Aston Martin driver. Keep on your toes, year to year, things change. Dark. It's properly dark at Spa-Francorchamps. The camera crew's doing a magnificent job picking out the cars coming up the slope. And that was the number 3 Mercedes back on track, now in the hands of James Kell. It's a team, Yannick Mettler, James Kell, Anthony Bartone from a drag racing family stateside, and Aaron Walker. So they're going around metronomically, but they came in and the choice was, would you like slick tyres? And Yannick Mettler said, I'm not going to be needing them, but nobody else will. We'll stay on wets.
Yeah. And we just saw Charles Wertz still not on the tail of the 163 Lamborghini of Jordan Pepper, which is now in 20th place, having gone by Dominic Baumann. I think Baumann was just in the pit lane, unless I am mistaken my guess. And then 007 Matthias Drudy behind him in the Aston, Ross Gunn behind him in the Aston. They're all outside the top 20, and those cars have all been up in the top 6. So again, snakes and ladders in the rain, in the dark, at 260 kilometers an hour is, fortune plays a big part in this race. But the 163 Lamborghini in 20th place, staying on the lead lap, even if it's, what's the leader's time? 2 minutes 41.3. So it's 2 minutes 40 seconds behind the leader at the moment.
What happens when you get past 11 hours in this race? We have just done that. you can do your technical stop.
Yep.
Who's preparing their kit at the moment? Team WRT. They think they might as well do it now while the track is wet and no one's lapping at all fast. So they're thinking on their feet, as you would expect for the top teams. How soon they do it, I don't know, but they're going to be ready, considering things, because they've probably been looking like everybody else at the meteorological apps they have to see what's coming. If they think it's going to carry on being wet, they will get it done, I would think, as soon as they possibly can, and they possibly can now. So Charles Weerts is leading the race.
What's the other thing that often happens in dark, wet races here?
What, people fall off? People fall asleep?
What's happened 13 times in
Do you
the
think
race
it could be a
so
safety
far?
car? A full course yellow, perhaps?
Yes. So have it ready and be ready. Just be ready to do it. Next time we get an opportunity, next time there's a full course yellow and or a safety car, we'll do the R. Who's your rulebook correspondent?
It depends if he's awake at the moment. Who
Right.
would you like?
Well, if he's awake, are you allowed to do your technical stop? Are you allowed to come in under full course yellow to do your technical stop? If you've started doing it and full course yellow happens, then okay. But I would, having just been really clever, I've just thought, no, that's a really obvious thing. They'll have thought of that. I would guess that you can't start a technical stop under full course yellow.
I would think that you want to do it while the track is wet, disregarding whether it's full course yellow or not,
Yes.
because no one is lapping fast. Get it done when they're not lapping fast. Who is fast at the moment is Lucas Stoltz.
Yep.
He's picking up pace all the time. He's down in 14th place, mind, versus Charles Weerts leading this race, but Stoltz is lapping, riding on board with him now. 2 minutes 41. Yeah, the quick laps have started to come down. They found about 5 seconds since the rain started to come down a bit more, so the wet tyres are working. They're becoming more accustomed to it, and for Austin, they're just waking up because, of course, all that time behind the safety car, a lot of them were finding it rather dozy. Now they've got a challenge, and if they're not awake for this, nothing's going to wake them.
Yeah, this is not the sort of rainy driving that you fall asleep in. This is not safety car territory. And again, we are looking there at the tail of number 3, aren't we? So Lucas Stoltz is right behind James Kell. So this is a car that was the leader with those, you know, yellow bars, gold bars, all the way across the roof. No, actually bars are there, they're LED light strips, but it looks like it. So that is the car that was the race leader, and past him goes Lucas Stoltz, so 2 moves up ahead of 3. So that's a change for 13th place overall.
And, you know, this onboard footage is fantastic. You can see, you know, every car that Lucas Stoltz is catching is having a little twitch here, a twitch there, sliding, but Stoltz is so positive in where he puts the car. This is the final corner of another lap. He may rise in towards the tail end of the top 10. The race still being led by Charles Weerts, who's lapping in 2 minutes 42s, whereas certainly Lucas Stoltz is a wee bit faster than that. 2 minutes 40 flat. He goes up into 13th place. Yeah,
that pass not for position on the Aston. They didn't get by him anyway. And this is one of the things, you know, if you are in a pro class, in a pro car, like we are currently, the car in front might be a gold or silver class car or a Pro-Am car, but it might have an equally quick driver, and the potential for the car is the same as yours, because that's how BOP works.
Yep.
And so it's not a given that just because they're a different category, you're going to get by them. If there's a bronze driver in, then yes, the chances are it's going to be easier. But again, as you pointed out, Bruce, because it's streaming wet once more, it's not by all means guaranteed that you can just go wherever you like, as you might be able to do in the dry.
Right, this onboard footage from Lucas Stoltz's Get Speed Mercedes shows it's as wet almost as ever been in this race, all over the tail of the car in front of him.
Can now identify it's number 11 come to the car. I was trying to figure out where he was, and I couldn't see it on the overlap, so...
Great graphic at the bottom of the screen. This is the live speed we're seeing from Lucas Stoltz's car as it plunges through the darkness in the wet, 184 kilometres an hour. He's very smooth on that throttle, isn't he?
Now, either he's not touching the brake pedal at all, or that's not reacting, but that could just have been a breath off the throttle and a snick down the gear.
Yeah, and it was the balanced throttle just to keep the car from, you know, tipping front and back, again dropping down, and the speed comes up very, very quickly.
And the little digital clock running there is neither the year nor the time of day. That's how long his stint has been going on. So there's all these little elements that the teams need to pay attention to, but the driver has that information as well, as long as he remembers to reset it. And so he will also know that as soon as you're getting up towards the late 50s, you need to be definitely thinking about when you're coming in to stop.
Right, it's 3:40 in the morning here in Belgium, 3:41 to be precise, and the light ought to start coming in the sky about just before 6 o'clock in the morning. So we're working our way towards it. It's still horribly wet, very, very dark around the circuit, very slippery. Race being led by Charles Weerts by 17 seconds from Dylan Pereira in the number 66 Audi, and Audi in third place, 99 as well. But Charles Weerts looking good and smooth at the moment.
And you can see why, look. 3 laps ago, Dylan lost 2.3 seconds, then he lost 2.1 2 laps ago. Last lap lost 4.9 seconds. Some of that will be in traffic, some of that will just be whether or not he's got much life left in his tyres compared to Charles Weerts, or not, what fuel load he's got on compared to Charles, and so on. But that is a significant gap. Weerts is absolutely flying. There's no question for it. 199 laps in the books. We are working lap number 200, and we are 48 minutes away from the next huge pile of points. Trezor Attempto Racing leading in the Bronze Cup with a 66 car. That's Dylan Pereira rather, in the car at the moment. And AF Corsa in the 52 Ferrari, and Sky Tempesta. Was Sky Tempesta, they were leading at 6 hours, I think.
No, it's the number 7 Aston Martin leading at the 6 hour point.
In that class?
No. At 6 hours, I'll tell you precisely. Right, this is a car, second overall. It's a bronze class runner. It doesn't mean all the runners in that car, though, are bronze. It means they have to have at least one. I'll just have to flick through my screens to give you the makeup of the car.
Dylan Pereira, I'm guessing he might not be a platinum yet.
No, but what you can have in a bronze class car, if you've got 4 drivers, you can have a platinum, 2 silvers and a bronze. If you've got 3 drivers, a platinum, a silver and a bronze.
Yeah, Dylan Pereira is a gold.
He is, yeah. So he
driver still.
You know, that can count. So he'll be the highly
one
ranked
away from
driver in that car.
Ultimate Supremo. So he
but
is.
Within that cycle, the fact is the car is second overall, and it means that your bronze driver in that car had to observe some time within the first. If you're a bronze class driver in a bronze draft car, you have to do 4 hours of this race, and 1 hour of that must be in the first 6 hours. For every 6 hours, you have to do 1 hour in the car. But so that has been absolved of the first part of the race. We've got probably 1 hour of bronze time. Hasn't definitely done the second bronze hour yet, so that's still to come more than likely. But what do you do when you're running behind a safety car? You put your bronze driver in, or if you've got full course yellow, because they're not to lose as much time as under full green. But however you split it, the fact we've got a bronze class car in the second place, 1 in 4th place, 1 in 6th and 1 in 7th, shows that the pros in those cars have done a very, very good job thus far.
And it also shows that, Andrei Mukasov was in the darkness, so in the second 6 hours, he's already done at least an hour, because he was in there probably a long time behind the safety car. So he got in during the safety car period, I'm sure, so he will have done at least his second hour then. So yeah, they're keeping on top of it. What you can't, the way the rule works is, what you can't do is keep your bronze until sort of Sunday morning and then put him in for 2 2-hour stints. That's not the way the cookie crumbles. It has to be divided up more routinely or more regimentedly than that. Charles Weerts still leading, gap now out 2. I haven't got a gap yet for him.
About 17 seconds last time I looked, but it's quite a large margin. He's diving down past the old pit, still waiting for Dylan Pereira to come through in that number 66 Audi from Trezor Attempto Racing. 26 seconds now.
Wow, that's nearly 10 seconds in the last lap.
That's been phenomenal. Well, no, the last handful of laps. The last lap he only gained 2 seconds, 1.5 seconds, but the lap before It was a huge gain for Charles Weerts.
Dylan Pereira, that rare thing, a racing driver from Luxembourg. I can't, off the top of my head, think of another one.
I'll get back to you on that one.
Yeah, that is proper answers on the postcard, isn't it? And yeah.
But Luxembourg's a giant country. You've got Matthias Kaiser comes from Liechtenstein, which is obviously a fair bit smaller. Another sort of Central European country.
Even more tiddly.
Yes.
Yeah, you could definitely wall-to-wall carpet Liechtenstein for about 40 euros. I think it's a couple of hundred there for Luxembourg. Tiny European countries. Christopher Mies in the Proton Competition Mustang.
The one Mustang in the race. This car, new for 2024, makes a fantastic sound. Early stages of the race, it was down in about 40th position, but it's climbed and it's climbed. It had a new nose section put on it about, what, 3 hours ago. Don't know if that was to get improved headlights or had there been frontal damage.
Shuntage, I would imagine.
You would think so.
But it has always hovered at the top of page 2, so outside the top 35. It's no longer at the top of page 2 because he is currently running in 8th position. It was a lap down early on, but then if you haven't allowed yourself to jump to and fro from slicks to wets to slicks to wets to slicks to wets and have spent time going round on the track instead of in the pit lane, that's how you get yourself back on the lead lap. So he is on the lead lap, Christopher Mies, and the car is currently in 8th position overall.
And a lot of cars have picked up penalties. That had a 25-second penalty early on for a refueling, short on the refueling.
Yes.
It has to be 44 seconds the fuel hose engaged, and these little things, it's fought its way back.
Right, well, let's get down to AF Corsa, and we're going to talk to their team strategist, a name that many of you may recognise, Andrea Locatelli.
Andrea Mercatelli is the technical director for AF Corsa, helping to call the strategy as well here, and we're in the part of the race now where you can and you need to do that technical pit stop. So can you take us through your decision-making process? How do you know when the right time has come to do your technical stop?
Usually, technical pit stop in a normal situation is the time where you want to change brakes also, because you normally don't go to the end. But with such a weather, such conditions, such a long safety car, normally with brakes we should be fine. And so we just take the right chance to, strategy-wise, to find the right moment, the right window to do it. Still not decided when. But let's see how the weather evolves.
Strategy-wise, we wanted clarification. Are you allowed to do this if there is already a full course yellow?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you could. Is what you need. It's normally what you are looking for to minimize the time loss on track. So we are waiting for the right spot to do it. We'll see.
And finally, given the amount of rain and the amount of safety car, you do not anticipate changing brakes, is that correct?
Correct. We plan, we see, but normally you want to have a good car for the end, for the last shot, the last hour, so we see brakes-wise what we will do, but so far we are fine.
Okay, thank you for the insight.
Welcome, ciao.
Thank you, Andrea Locatelli, and thank you, Ryan, as well, for chasing up the can you do it if there's a full course yellow? And the answer is yes, you can. Somebody has shot up the escape road at the top of hill at Les Combes, and you can see why. This is Les Combes, and it's pretty grim out there. 159, the Dean McDonald, Benji Gertie, Tom Gamble, Garage 59 McLaren.
I thought it was David Vidales, the number 71 Ferrari.
Well, it says car 159.
Okay.
So I'm going with what they're telling us.
No, there was another person who went up there, obviously, a short while ago.
In the answer to I can't think of another Luxembourgeois, I was actually sort of really meaning in the race, because we've got 2 Estonians and 1 from Luxembourg. Declan Brennan offers Bertrand Gachot.
Bertrand had many nationalities. He was Belgian, he was French, he was Luxembourgeois.
I believed that he was Belgium. But, yeah, there are reasons that drivers race under different licenses.
Well,
and Bertrand Gachot's history is slightly checkered for
no, but long
reasons.
before the issue with the
taxi driver.
The taxi driver at Hyde Park Corner. But I've also thought of another driver from Liechtenstein, or was he from Liechtenstein? Antonio Bronco, better known by his name Ricky von Opel. Used to race under that flag, but of course the Opel Empire is a company from Germany, part of the General Motors clan later on in life. But you know, some people do move according to where they feel like.
Well, it's not where you live; it's the license you race under.
Yeah, quite so.
And there's a degree of that going on still currently for other reasons as well. But yeah, Ricky von Opel. Yeah, the Opels were not a family from Liechtenstein. They were. Ricky von Opel also incidentally an enthusiastic bobsledder.
There you go.
And designed a very futuristic and unfortunately ultimately very unsuccessful super modern and very, very sort of racing car looking bobsleigh. Colin Brown and crew are now leading in Pro-Am in the CrowdStrike by Riley #4 Mercedes. Team RJN temporarily on the back foot. They have been long-term leaders in there. Jan Mardenborough is in car number 100. Their McLaren in second place. And Uno Racing Team, now they're in the top 3 for a long while actually. And the number 16 Mercedes, Indy Doncia is at the wheel. So that's your top 3 in the Pro-Am Cup. And those again, you can see Colin Brown there, 29th overall. Jan Mardenborough down in 41st overall. And Indy Doncia in the pit lane was in 45th overall. But again, as we talked about before, it's not about the gaps between you and your rivals in the class that decides where the points are going. It's your actual relative positions. And so those can change on the toss of a coin or the fall of a raindrop.
Now, we had the question about could you serve your technical pit stop under a full course yellow? Andrea Locatelli answered that. But get this, Ian McCarthy's helping us out again. 5-minute minimum pit stop time. If your technical pit stop is served 5 seconds faster than that, so under 4 minutes 55, that's disregarded. You have to do it all over again. If you do it between 4 minutes 55 and 5 minutes, so you only transgress by 4.99 seconds, you get that's considered a short technical pit stop, and you get a stop and go penalty. But far worse than the stop and go is coming in and having to do another 5 minutes. So these are the things that can absolutely spoil your race. It's like people coming in, even in a sprint race, and serving a pit stop that's just under the mandatory minimum, and you just get clobbered far more than the crime.
Holy cow. 5 seconds earlier, and it's not 5 minutes stationary, it's 5 minutes including the week and a half that it takes you to chunter all the way down the pit lane as well as doing a stop. So if you release the car a whisker shorter, or you've not got your pit lane delta correct, then oh boy.
Yeah, but repairs going on in the pit, so for some of the crews, they could suck some of that time up during a technical pit stop. But right now, not too many people have come in to serve them. They'll be saving up. Out on the track, Charles Weerts continues to lead the race from Dylan Pereira, and lap on lap, actually last time around, Dylan Pereira in the second place, 66 Tempto Racing Audi, did close in very slightly, but Charles Weerts actually must be getting towards the end of his stint time. I can't remember if this is his first, you know, is it a single stint? Is it going to go to a double? But he's driving beautifully, the Belgian driver, on Belgian ground for a Belgian team. And he's leading the race. Right, 4th place, we've got Tommaso Mosca. We're looking at him going down the hill. He's starting to catch the second of the Tempto Racing Audis. That's Christopher Haase, so that's quite a performance. But 52, this is, he's caught by 2 seconds.
Well, he's taken 3 seconds out of him in 3 laps.
Yeah, well, and also this is another car running in the bronze class, but Tommaso Mosca, this is the 52 car that wouldn't get away from the grid at the start of the race, and then they picked up a penalty very early on, so they've fought back very nicely. Louis Michel's son, Jeff Michel's, Andrea Bertolini, winner of this race a very long time ago in a Maserati MC12, but still super safe pair of hands. But it's young Italian racer Tommaso Mosca, who's the hunter. Best place of the Ferraris, 4th place overall.
Well, we're going to say, what, like 7 or 8 years ago, the Maseratis?
No.
Don't tell me it was 17 or 18, because I don't want to have that. We need to do a little bit of investigatory work. Car number 60, the number 60 Mercedes, Frank Bird, came in a long while ago. The car still seems to be in the pits, been in the pits for over an hour. And
well, he had front-end damage from impact, then the bonnet flew off in his face.
Yeah, like proper code brown. But it hasn't gone back out, because he brought it in, but it hasn't gone back out. Or it's come back in again, but anyway, it's been in the pits more now. Anton Deco is pointing out, has also been in the pits for a while, and that 78 Mercedes may not be running any longer. But let's catch up with RJN's Alex Buncombe.
Team RJN second in class right now, but that hasn't always been the case. Alex Buncombe joining us in your street clothes. You're staying up late. You were telling me the adrenaline is quite high, but take us through the last couple of hours and how you find yourself in the position that you're in.
We're doing really well. I mean, the last hour and a half, unfortunately, we've dropped out of the leading class, which is a shame at the moment, but you know, we've led pretty much the whole race, and yeah, we've just been a bit unlucky. We stopped a couple of times with the really sort of hard weather conditions we've had. It's been wet, dry, wet, dry. We made a couple of hard calls. Obviously, when you're leading, you need to minimise the risk, and yeah, we went wet when we shouldn't have done and went slicks when we shouldn't have done. So that's lost us some time, but unfortunately, I believe we've lost some time to the 4 car through some wave buys. We were about a lap and a half ahead, so we had a nice little cushion, and now we're a lap down on those guys. So 12 hours to go. I'm not worried. We've got a lot of time to gain the time back. So yeah, the car's going well. We've not made any mistakes as drivers. The team haven't made any mistakes in the box or anything, so all's going to plan at the moment.
With weather like this, wet one moment, dry the next, the strategists are really earning their money.
Yeah, for sure. The guys are just constantly working numbers, just trying to figure out what the best way is to go. You know, it's you obviously want the AMs out there, ideally FCY time, to burn up their time, to give myself and Jan the sort of track time that we need to try to get the car as high up the order as we can. But look, hey, we're nearly halfway. It's going to be getting light soon. Let's hope there's not too much more rain. It'd be nice for the fans to come back in the morning and watch this amazing race.
Finally, what is your schedule now for the next handful of hours?
To be honest, it's so up and down, I don't really know at the moment. I think we're going to double stint Jan, so he'll be due in about 20 minutes. He'll do another one. Whether they put myself out again for a double, I don't know. The AMs have done a fair bit of running, so but yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But for sure, the weather's going to play the big part here in Spa, as it always does. But
always does. Hey, best of luck.
Cheers, guys.
Yeah, 2 gold drivers, Alex Buncombe there and Jan Mardenborough, who's currently driving, and the 2 bronzes are his brother Chris Buncombe and Josh Cagill. So a double bronze, double gold pairing there, and well, we're 30 minutes away from points, and they are still second in class, so they are still looking at a decent haul of points. Centenary Spa 24 hours, a huge festivity and a massive, massive crowd on hand to see 66 cars on the grid, waved away by Belgian legend and multiple Spa 24-hour winner Jackie Ickx. It was Mercedes on pole, beg your pardon, it was Lamborghini on pole from Mercedes, Ferrari, Audi, Porsche and the rest. 66 cars all managed to keep their noses clean on the opening lap, and that continued for much of the first hour. The battle started to be drawn up between the leading Mercedes and the leading Lamborghini and the 48 Mercedes. It was the Mercedes that would come out on top after the opening few laps. Very quick, very late lunge down into the bus stop. Saw the number 48 car go in front. remained in the lead through the first round of pit stops. They were held under full course yellow, just came out with his nose in front, but as racing got back to green after the first small hiccup, so one of the Audis getting lots of air, and then bus stop being the bus stop, a little bit of contact between a couple of cars. 2 into 1 doesn't often go well. 48 Mercedes lost the race lead to the 51 Ferrari with a left rear puncture. That was the first but not the last of their issues. They got a little bit monstered in traffic by the 163 Lamborghini as the 007 Aston Martin worked its way towards the front of the field. Good work by the Aston Martin crews, a brand new car this year and in the hands of a team that had never run Astons either. Looking strong in the afternoon sunshine. Full course yellow, everybody starting to check up, but not everybody doing it quite as successfully as their counterparts. And more full course yellows and a couple of safety cars during the daylight hours, with cars going off and getting stuck in the gravel. And then a big safety car period for this incident. Contact on the run down to Eau Rouge, but that was just the start of the woes. Lots and lots of cars coming far too quickly down the hill, and eventually the inevitable happened, a big collision. All drivers okay, but the first of the long pit stops. 188 stopping with a shattered brake disc, one of the Garage 59 McLarens, and as dusk arrived, more trouble. Cars making contact down at Piff Paff, up at Le Combe, and the 51 Ferrari getting spun around by the 46 BMW, which picked up a penalty for that. More contact at Piff Paff. This time everybody just about escaping. As darkness arrived, the fireworks and the DJ were out, but the umbrellas were up. Huge crowds still watching all the way around the circuit. But then the rain really set in just after a brief safety car period was about to go green. An electrical storm swept through, bringing a lot of wet weather with it, and an hour and 45 minutes of safety car running later, we went back to green flag. Still in the depths of night on a very wet track, visibility extremely restricted, but they were hard back at it. 998 Rover racing car picking up a penalty for a pit lane infringement, and then straight out of the pits and into the gravel as well, not helping their overall competitive proposition. Gravel being brought back on by various visitors to gravel traps. That not helping things for those that were trying to avoid spun cars either. As the rain lightened and the track started to dry once more, 007 Aston starting to work its way up into contention. Mad Panda's Mercedes spinning into the gravel, losing a lap or so before being recovered to terra firma. That was down at Piff Paff. And we are back under green flag racing. And so far, as we approach the halfway stage, about half an hour away from points, we have had 13 full course yellows and 10 safety cars leading on from those. So it was only in daylight that the full course yellows, Bruce Jones, was short enough to remain just a full course yellow. Since then, every full course yellow has been long enough that it has led to a safety car, and in a lot of cases wave arounds and so on. So
well, we heard from Alex Buncombe explaining how they were leading the class, but they've lost out, and because they were the class leaders, those in front of them in the queue could be waved around, and effectively they reckon they've lost a lap and a half to the number 4 Mercedes that's in the hand of Colin Brown at the moment. You touched on something else. Andrea Bertolini said, don't tell me it was more than 8 years ago he won here. 2006, the middle of the 3 MC12 Maserati wins. He shared it that year with other greats of this event. He shared it with Michael Bartels, who was the driver who got that whole programme together for Vito Phone Racing, and a certain Eric van der Poel, driver who has the most wins in the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. He has 5 to his name. But yeah, it hurts, doesn't it? When you realise it's
yeah.
18, not 8.
Well, I did say that. I said, not 8. Don't tell me it was 18. It was literally 18 years ago. Goodness me. And those cars still seem so relatively modern, don't they? It's not. The MC12 is not a shape that has aged particularly because it wasn't of an era. It was just a good-looking car.
More than good-looking, it sounded absolutely fantastic.
Well,
and
that
hearing
too.
them going around the track today. Right, Gold Cup leaders looking there. It's Almanar Racing, the Treble 7. Mercedes leading its class. Dominic Baumann driving, but sharing with Michael Grenier. We heard from him earlier, and Phil Ellis. Second place, Hugo de Wilde, Jim Pla in their Mercedes. But again, that's a very, very good run to be leading the Gold Cup class. Down in 26th position, only 2 positions ahead of Hugo de Wilde, but that's half a minute clear. That's quite a comfortable lead. In the Silver Cup, it's Walkenhorst Motorsport, Lorcan Hannafin. He's up in 5th position overall, leading that class. Tanat Sathian Theoretical, 6 places further back in 2nd in the class, the number 57. So that's quite a nice, tidy advantage for the Aston Martin over the number 57 Winwood Racing Mercedes.
And a 55 Dynamic GT Porsche is in 3rd place. Alex Blom, again, he's only a couple of places behind. In the Bronze Cup, Dylan Pereira leads. The Ferrari car number 52 in 2nd place, and the Skyken Tempesta Racing Ferrari rather, now down to 3rd place in class, the number 93 car.
Well, they've been quite like the team RJN McLaren. They've lost out with a wave bike for a very long time. The 93 Sky Tempesta Ferrari was the front of the queue. It's 6th overall, so still sitting very pretty. 4th overall is Tommaso Mosca. 2nd overall and leading the bronze class is Dylan Pereira, but he is putting in some very tidy laps at the moment and not letting Charles Weerts get too far away. It's over 20 seconds, different classes. Right, some cars just now starting to dive in the pits. Is it getting wetter or drying out? They're quite hard to tell at the moment.
I can't see anybody going for tyres yet, but this will be. We'll probably look at Lorcan Hannafin was the first of those cars that came in. Jan Halen's already in the number 28 Audi. That's the Haas RT car that he shares with Simon Gachet and Dennis Lind. That's in the pits at the moment. Chris Mees also came in the Mustang. That was the rumbling thunder just under our feet a moment or two ago as I began that sentence. I should have guessed from the noise. Not many cars make that noise, and certainly only one in this race. So the Mustang is in as well. And in the Pro class, there is Team WRT's Charles Weerts. The W of WRT is the Weerts family. That's his dad. And he is the overall race leader, and he is putting in an absolutely sparkling drive. Sheldon van der Linde and Dries van Tor, nobody questions their abilities, but right now Charles Weerts is painting himself in as very much the class of the field at the moment.
He really is, and think about 10 years ago when Belgian Audi club Team WRT were winning so many things with Laurens van Tor. 2 boys were knocking around the back of the garage. One was Dries van Tor, younger brother of Laurens, and the other was Charles Weerts.
Yep, and that was him just coming into the pit lane. Leader is in the pits now. Does Dylan Pereira... Well, we're going to have to wait for a while further for Dylan Pereira to come by. What about Christopher Haase? Who else needs to come in? Moment... Dylan Pereira's gone by, so is Christopher Haase, so they're not coming in. So Charles Weerts, there he is on the left of your shot, car number 32. Now, they survived by not coming in for slicks or not being positioned on the right part of the track to be able to come in for slicks. And then when they got close enough to coming in for slicks in wet weather in the full course yellow, by that stage it was too wet, and there was no, not slicks. So they stayed on wets. They saved themselves basically 2 pit stops, and that helped cycle them right up to the front of the field. Now, you don't always have the luck falling in your direction. The cards don't always fall for you like that, and later on in the race they might, make a sensible choice and be caught out by circumstance. On the other hand, moments like that, when things fall into your lap, can have a habit of winning you races. And we talked about this 2 hours, 3 hours ago. This race is unlikely to be won by a minute. It's likely to be won by a very small amount of a minute. And so we could be talking about single seconds or maybe 10 seconds or so. And so any time that luck means you don't have to stop in the pit lane, then that could be the difference. Van der Linde back at the wheel. Sheldon, rather than Kelvin, sorry. Sheldon Van der Linde at the wheel of the car.
Yeah, for the two Van der Lindes, Sheldon has for a long time been a BMW driver, and Kelvin has been, of course, over a very long period of time, an Audi driver. But what a success, the two South Africans coming up here. You know, their uncle was a great star in South African touring car racing, but they took the long journey, a bit like Brazilian drivers coming up to Europe to do their racing. South Africans tended to head to Germany. In the case of Jordan Pepper and the Van der Lindes, did very well and gradually got promoted up to the GT ranks, and they've won so much between them.
Well, if you want to be a factory driver, what country do you go to? Germany has got more factory teams. You've got the choice of Porsche, Mercedes, BMW for a start. You go to Italy. If you don't get in at Ferrari, you don't get in at Ferrari. Whereas if you move to Germany and start racing there, you've got the German manufacturers, but you've also got the Nordschleife and the VLN series and all of that. So if you want to be a sports car racer, it's ground zero. It really is. That's the place to be. I mean, and we saw it again with Dave Pittard going to Germany and, living in Germany, young driver, I can drive that, give me a chance, and hanging around and having a helmet and a race suit.
Martin, when the Nürburgring was built, it was built in the 1920s to relieve unemployment in a very rural area of Germany. And when we both started going to the Nürburgring, if you looked across...
It was nearly finished.
yes. No, but if you were... The Dottinger Höhe, that long run back at the end of the lap, on one side... You got the track, then you got the main road, and on the other side of the main road, there were fields. Now it's an enormous industrial complex, and it's all racing teams. So finally, it has brought not just the construction employment in the area, it's pucker employment for race engineers, for teams, tyre suppliers, and of course, you can drive the circuit. You pay your money, and you can go and drive the full Nordschleife. It's phenomenal.
Everything is now changing because the top three are in. Dylan Pereira, Christoph Haas, and Thomas Mosca all in, and that has sort of shuffled Leela Wadu towards the top of the pile. Now, on our timing screen, on your timing screen, she's still sewn down in 18th place. So that means it's probably just made a stop, and she will now drop back down the order. Mathieu Jaminet, not in the pit lane. So is that now the 92 Porsche? Is that now the race leader? It's a little hard to tell because it is a long lap. These things take a little while to work their way out. Air temperature 14 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, but the track temperature for ages was 22. It's only dropped to 21. Air temperature has dropped, actually it's just above 15 now. It's dropped 2 degrees. Track temperature only 1, so it's really holding up. And bear in mind, we're getting well through the night. We've just under 12 hours remaining. Sorry, just under 11. Sorry, not quite 12 hours remaining. 12 hours and 17 minutes remaining. We're very nearly at the halfway point in the race. What happens then, Martin? A dollop of points get allocated. We've got a lot of people running in and out of the pits now, but we'll really know in the next 15 minutes or so who's going to take the tranche of points. And it's not just for overall positions, but for class positions as well. So for those doing the full season, not just the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, this could be massively important.
And the problem is now, as you say, 17 minutes. We're going to be awarding points, a full race, a full weekend's worth of points, basically, a full race set of points. But that's half a stint. So if you're less than half a stint away from fuel, but well positioned, now you are really in trouble. If you haven't just stopped, and you didn't stop since we went green, you're going to start being, we can't make this. We're now going to surrender being in the top 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 of our class, and you plummet down the order. In the bronze class, it is still 66 Tresor Attempto Racing from the 52 AF Corsa Ferrari and the Sky Tempesta Ferrari in 3rd place. Now that is, again, that is a small class, so I'm not sure we've actually got a 4th car running. Indy Doncha's car is still... Oh, no, is it not in the pit lane anymore now? Looks like that car is... No, it is. It has, in fact, just left the pits. So there is a 4th car running in that class. So that car has just come back out, but Indy Doncha down in 50th place. And it is 12 laps off the lead of the... It's still in third. No, it is still in 3rd class. It's 3rd in class, not 4th in class. It's 3rd in class. It is running again, but it has lost a dozen laps. And at 2 to 3 minutes a lap, depending on what the weather's like, that's half an hour behind. So they've had a long stop for some reason. Right. Meanwhile, battle for 6th. Christopher Haase on the charge in a 99 Audi, and chasing Michael Hofer in 66.
Yeah, Max Hofer driving one of the Sky Tempesta Racing. It's Audi versus Audi round the top. The big question is, at what point is it going to be considered now that slick tyres might be used? At the moment, they're lapping about 20 seconds, or no, about 17 seconds off that pace, but I've just got to look out to see if anybody is going to take a gamble. Do you want to gamble when you're just short of the 12-hour, the halfway point in the race? You could slide off if you go to slicks too soon.
Well, that 66 car has just stopped. It was being driven by Dylan Pereira, now being driven by Max Hofer. So they don't have to stop again in the next 15 minutes.
So they go up the chart
They are
rather than
leading.
down.
Well, they're leading their class, aren't they? They're leading their category. So they're... Yeah, they are, aren't they?
Yeah.
So they're in. Mosca is 2nd in 9th place. Okay, so all right, so they've dropped down a little, but they have just stopped. I think Mosca owes us a stop then. Right. Our leader is the, well, it's Matteo Gemini, the 92 Porsche, but the 32 BMW's Charles Weerts is with Ryan.
Charles Weerts just topped out of the 32 Audi from Team WRT. You were leading at the time that you came in. At that time, it looked like the rain might be stopping. Now we look outside and it's falling harder than it has in a little while. Just how difficult was it with all those changing conditions?
Yeah, it was always tricky here in Spa. We know with the drying conditions. Yeah, I think the team did a really good call to stay on the wet tires when the track was drying up, and other competitors went on the slick tires. It started to rain again, which was of course great for us. So I obviously had a lot of fun. We had a little scary moment after the restart of one of the safety cars, where somebody just crashed into my back in turn 1. And I could just see myself again as in 22, I think, where I also got hit in the back in turn 1. But we got lucky, the car had nothing, so we could just carry on, and then we had a great strategy. Car felt good, race is still very long, but at least we are in a good position to attack.
And you never got off the wet tires, correct? You stayed on those the whole time?
Yeah, we always stay on the rain tires. We just adjusted a bit the pressures, of course. With regards with the water we had on the track, but I think we had the right call.
Was that a decision that the driver played a big part in, telling the team we need to stay on the wet tires even when others were going to the slicks?
Yes, normally it is something we always discuss between us, engineers, strategists, and drivers. But here, most of the time, I just leave it up to them, because at that time the track was still too wet to go on slicks. It was drying up, but I don't have a crystal ball in my car, so I don't know how the weather gonna be like, especially here in Spa. And most of the people thought it was gonna be. In fact, it was raining again, so big thank you to the team for putting me on wet tires on a wet track. It's always better.
When are you in the car next?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I just drove 3 hours and 10 minutes, so it's quite long. So I have to take some rest now. So I guess in about 4 hours.
Enjoy the rest.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan Marine, in the pit lane, doing sterling work as ever, and that was the commendably composed-looking Charles Weerts after over 3 hours behind the wheel in some very tricky conditions, then slightly less so, and then probably more so because he was on fading wets as the track dried and everybody else went to slicks. Guys, are you sure we're staying out? Yeah, we're sure we're staying out. And it paid off, and it paid off again, because where others have jumped onto slicks and jumped back and then jumped to slicks and then jumped back, they've stayed on wets the whole time. And avoiding the pit lane and not hitting things when you're on the track are rule 1 and rule 2, not necessarily in that order of endurance racing. Don't hit stuff, stay out the pits.
Yeah, what do they say? Don't make mistakes. Small mistakes can just take so much out of you. You try to shave a corner here and shave a 1/10 of a second, you put it off into the gravel, you lose a dozen places, you might damage the car. And that is what Team WRT is always so good at doing. But very safe pair of hands and an increasingly fast one. His teammate, Sheldon van der Linde, in 32nd, number 32, is in second place. He's about 9 seconds down. Let's hear some team radio from car 2.
Car 5 left to go. I think we are still on wet, correct? Yeah, copy. You got a track limit warning for Rouge. You have now 2 and 4 laps to go.
Okay, 10 minutes left before the points. They are currently lying in 4th place and 4 laps to go, so they have timed their fuel stops nicely. Sometimes you know your driver's yelling at you for tyres. No, we cannot stop now, because we will absolutely burn ourselves in 40 minutes time when we're desperate for the points.
Right, we just heard from Charles Weerts, and Sheldon van der Linde had that pit stop taken over, moved up to second place. We're getting to the 12-hour point in the race. The points are allocated. He's just slipped to third because Alessio Rivera, the AF Corsa Ferrari driver, has moved into second place. Mathieu Jaminet with an 8.5 second lead in the number 92 SSR Porsche ought to be good for the whole dollop of points at the top of the table. But that's a little bit, not a slip-up, but let's see if Sheldon van der Linde can fight his way back. But certainly the Ferrari, number 51, looking very good in second place and pulling away.
And the Ferrari has popped up, hasn't it? Remember when the 48 Mercedes had that puncture early on, the 51 Ferrari was the one that benefited because they were in second, became the race leaders, but they have popped up occasionally into that lead position or into a podium position, but they've not been there quite as consistently as some of the others. And the question is, they're 8 seconds behind the leader, Mathieu Jaminet. Do they need to stop now in the next 6 or 7 minutes? Hopefully not. We're inside 9 minutes to points being given away. 10-second time penalty being added to car 90 for an unsafe release.
Yeah, they've been in the gravel. That's Mad Panda Motorsport. And
when your luck's not running well, it's not running well, is it? Now, does that get added to their time at the end of the race, or at 12 hours as regards points, or to their next stop? Either way,
normally it's added to the next stop, but
yeah.
Let's wait for clarification on that one.
Yeah. Either way, Mathieu Jaminet leads Alessio Rivera with Sheldon van der Linde in third, Lucas Stoltz fourth, Joel Sturm, Christopher Haase, Jordan Pepper from 20-umpteenth back up to 7th place. And again, there, not only is their luck varied, but so their strategy compared to some of the others. And again, they plummet down the order, shoot back up.
Well, the race leader has now just entered the pit lane, so that Mathieu Jaminet, the SSR Porsche crew, will not be taking the maximum point thing. He's come in, what?
8
2 minutes. Just,
well, yeah. 8 minutes away from 7 minutes and 45 seconds away from points.
So Alessio Rivera, the number 51 Ferrari, could be taking the maximum scoop of the points at halfway in the race. And Team WRT, number 32, Sheldon van der Linde in that second place. BMW could be taking the second place points, and number 2, Lucas Stoltz, we heard from him, he's going to be coming in quite soon, but hopefully then about 9 minutes from now will be good. They'll get past the 12-hour point in the race.
They were saying to him 4 laps with 10 minutes to go. Let's say that was even a lap late, and so it's actually 3 laps with 10 minutes to go. They're lapping in 2 minutes 35. 3 laps at that, that's 7.5 minutes. They might have been in trouble.
Well, it's going to be pretty close. Mathieu Jaminet's car is in the pits, having its pit stop. That will not take maximum points. It may still be far enough up to take points for about 4th place. But
it should be well up in the top 10. But again, yeah, it's again, you know, these two big. It's like a sprint or a mountain. You know, King of the Mountain points on a Tour de France stage. You've got to really be focused on that, as well as the final finish line. It's these intermediate things that are so important. They can win or lose a championship, as sure as, you know, winning in Paul Ricard or winning somewhere else, you know, because it's a race weekend win. This is 4 race weekends all in one go, and you've got to be getting points. So they were in the lead, and now they're not in the lead, and there's only, 6 minutes to go until points. So can 51 stay out? Will the Ferrari still be there, or are they going to have to peel into the pit lane? And is it all suddenly going to go very nicely for WRT's number 32 car?
I mean, there's a fairly good opportunity for them there, but the clock counts down, as you say, 5 minutes 45 seconds. Just looking to see how far down Mathieu Jaminet dropped in the queue.
Here's 51.
Wetter and wetter. Oh my God, he's going to the pits.
At the bus stop, and he's...
Or is he?
No.
No.
No, yes, he is. He's in the pit lane. 51 is in the pit lane.
Team WRT may have done their sums just right yet.
Wow. Well, listen, WRT have had fairly wretched luck in the last 24-hour race.
And we've got someone off in the gravel, Chandler Hull, sitting facing the wrong way, down in 40-something position, 48th position in his
49th
Ferrari.
now and plummeting. Yeah, well, he's now. This is going to drop them towards the tail of everything. Okay, driver change gone there as well. So Alessio Rivera is out of the car, possibly Alessandro Pierguidi in. Joel Sturm is in, Lukas Stoltz is in, Jordan Pepper is in.
So people who are outside the top 10 can suddenly getting points for about 5 positions. Where are we going?
With 5 minutes to go.
Now.
Oh my word, this could tip things, but we have got...
on the gravel bed in turn 12.
It's Fania again.
Yep, so often. And because there's so much gravel offline there now, then we've seen a number of cars just rolling in there with just too much speed on board and a little bit more rain than there was the last lap and a little bit more grip. But we are inside, we're very nearly inside 4 minutes until points. And 32 is back at the top of the pile. Davide Rigon has taken over the 51 Ferrari. So Joel Sturm is in. Lukas Stoltz is in, Jordan Pepper's in, Maxi Goertz, Valentino Rossi, Ross Gunn, all pitting on this lap.
Well, you've got to feel for Chandler Hull. He was across the... Dynamic GT have just had a rough race, but Chandler Hull in the number 74 Ferrari was the one that was tipped into the gravel and spun around. The American driver will be very frustrated, as will Kessel Racing. I mean, they weren't terribly well placed, but they're certainly far worse off. And another car of the front runner sitting in, the old Sturm. Yeah. We heard from him, the Pure Racing Porsche, but Team WRT have just got this bang on. The clock continues to count down. 3.5 minutes remain until we get to the halfway point in the race, and points are handed out, and still other front runners sitting there.
Well, that's 46. Valentino Rossi brought that car in, but again, they've been following the weather onto slicks, onto wets, onto wets, onto slicks. What's saved 32's bacon is that they went, no, we're going to give you wets. No, we're going to give you wets. No, we're going to give you wets. They stayed on wets and stayed out of the pit lane, and boing, they are running into, in under 3 minutes, maximum points. There will be a wave by here, which means that we are going to go full course yellow to safety car. So this will be full course yellow, is full course yellow number 14, will be safety car number 11. So, dear, oh dear, there is quite, that's Aurelien Panis just leaving the pit lane, you just saw.
Augusto Farfus jumping aboard
they've managed to wake him up.
Yes. Having a little siesta. And
well, now he'll be in doing a double or a triple or what have you, because these guys have been doubling through. And you know, and exactly what we'll do in shift work as well is, you know, you'll pull a long shift in the middle of the night, in the middle of the race, to allow your teammate to get some rest, because that's how teamwork works.
Car number 23, the Phantom Global Racing Porsche, just being hit with a penalty, 30 seconds for track limits. And on a almost minute by minute or second by second nature on the timing screen, we're getting more and more people being warned for track limits. We know it's slippery out there. Someone did ask, is anybody out on slicks? But no, they were still lapping about 18 seconds off a slick sort of surface sort of time, but it's not raining as heavily.
Well, all the guys that had gone on to slicks, and that's basically the top 20, all then had to come straight back in and change back, I mean, within a couple of laps, didn't they? Because it just suddenly, the heavens opened, almost literally as they left the pit lane with their lovely new slicks on. Now, Davide Rigon's shown on our timing screen, which is a little behind as being the race leader.
He's leaving the second Pujon, and the race leader, number 32,
yeah, but Davide Rigon
has just come into the pits, but which is
What?
Team WRT, but he may still be in front when we get to 12 o'clock. So midway through, it's BMW number 32 leading the race, and a lap clear, but it's not quite. It's half a lap over the 296 Ferrari of number 51. So that's Davide Rigon giving chase, but Sheldon Van Linden in the pits at the moment, and likewise the number 2 Mercedes, Fabian Schiller, is out on track trying to play catch-up while the BMW sits in the pit lane. But it's 32 for BMW. Sheldon Van der Linde leading the way as we get halfway through this race.
That's remarkable, because we just spoke to Charles Weerts, who had only been out of the car a few minutes. How long was Sheldon out on track? 3 or 4 laps? Why are they back in? He was on the right tyres. Surely... No, they didn't send him back out on slicks, so he was on wets. Everybody else stopped. I know what they're doing.
Half a tank is what they'll be putting in.
No,
Why
because
not?
you still have to wait stationary for 44 seconds. What are they doing now? What's happening now? They've got the lead at 12 hours. What are they doing now?
Would it be the
5
exactly
minute
the 5 minute pit
technical stop? Oh boy!
That's clever.
Who's running that car?
They've done this before, haven't they? But
who is running that car?
Team
They
WRT,
are, it's in the garage.
It's spot on. You've just got to be prepared for these things. But you know what? Team WRT have gone so well in this race. A couple of years ago, in fact, it was 2021, they lost the lead 2/3 of the way around the final lap. The cameras are rushing to get into position. But they haven't had the luck to win this race. They've won so many other races in the GT World Challenge. But here is a crew on top of its game.
And they had a shocker here in WEC, both with the BMW hypercars and with the GT3s, and they had an appalling Le Mans. Could not buy a break with all the money and all the tea in China. They just could not get an even break. Vincent Vos in the background, you see him stalking around in the flat hat just at the back of the shot. This is their 5-minute stop. That's a work of unmitigated pit wall genius.
It's also what comes of knowing exactly what you've got to do and not losing your head when conditions are changing.
But they knew that even coming into the pit lane, as the clock got to 12 hours, the second place car would not have crossed the line and taken the lead from them. So they backed that up and were ready to wait another lap if necessary, but they had enough an advantage. That's just brinksmanship of the highest order. That's absolutely superb. Now then,
130 is also doing a mandatory pit, the technical pit stop. It's right down in 24th position, but they jumped at the right moment. Team WRT have not won this race since 2014. They've always been a factor, but this could be the one that gets them their first win in a decade.
Now, you don't have to change, look how much heavier it's raining now. You do not have to change brakes. We saw that there were brakes out. I don't think we saw a brake change on the BMW. I will check and see if we can get the word from Emma as to whether or not there was a brake change. We heard from AF Corsa that they don't believe they're going to need to do a brake change. But Paul Truswell would have seen that coming and would have been able to work out that it was that they were going to do it by a few. I'd love to know how few seconds. it was from when they stopped as the leaders or to when the number 99 car passed the line, and how close it was to taking the lead away from them at 12 hours.
Well, the team are very happy with themselves, but just remember, this race has not been one in which it's been very easy to predict an average lap time, because they've been up and down, and it's different between when you're running at full course yellow, the limiters are on, but then under safety car period, and we've had plenty of those, the pace picks up according to conditions behind the safety car leading the race, and we haven't had that much behind the green flag, so you haven't got drivers running at the pace you can sort of dictate. But of course, with the rain blowing in, blowing out, it's sort of blowing back in again now. The lap times have been all over the place, but it was about working out what did you want. You wanted to take the maximum points at the halfway point in this race. They've done that. The hard yards were done by Charles Weerts, and Sheldon van der Linde got in, but he would have known he was going to come in fairly shortly. In the second that car went down into the gravel at Fania, poor old, I'm trying to think who it was just a few moments ago, it was Chandler Hull being tilted around in the Castle Racing Ferrari. Suddenly that meant full course yellow, right, everyone else is slowing down, in we dive. But it could have been the difference of a quarter of a lap, and they couldn't have come in. They'd have had to stay on round to make sure they were ahead at the 12-hour point.
Right, few more stops going on. Interesting to see this being done on the pit apron, where you are only allowed a limited number of people working on the car. That was a brake change as well. Number 4 Mercedes came in as well. That's the CrowdStrike by Riley car. George Kurtz, Ian James, Nicky Katzberg and Colin Brown's car. That was leading its class at 12 hours, and we believe that has done a full brake change as well in their technical stop, because Nicky Katzberg was pumping the pedal as he came out. Our eagle-eyed observer Ryan Smith tells me. So yeah, Christopher Haase came back out, or is out now. They got points for second, but 32, just blown away by that. That's just really, really superb brinksmanship. So full course yellow remains out, and then I think we are pretty much guaranteed to go safety car. The other thing, and did I just say this, or did I think I was going to say it and then got distracted? 12 hours done, 12 hours to go, and that means all cars have now got 0 track limit warnings. So track limits here, unlike in other races, are not accrued by the driver for himself. They are accrued by whoever's driving the car for the car. So you have up to 6 in 12 hours before you get a penalty, and it's reset every 6 hours. So it is, the 6th track limits offence in any 6-hour period earns you a penalty, and after that another 6 earns another penalty, and the penalties get larger if you fail to pay attention to the track limits.
And in these changeable but largely wet conditions ever since nightfall, it's very easy. You've got that sort of Damocles hanging over you. You're on 5 track limit. And I'd love to go back and actually I'd love someone else to go back and look and work out how close a lot of the cars were. We have seen the penalties being issued, but as Martin pointed out, after 6 hours, after 12 hours, we've passed both of those. Then after 18 hours of this race, each of those 6 hours when they're completed, you're expunged, and you can start all over again in accruing. Don't try and accrue them, they just happen, and in these slippery conditions it's all the easier to get all 4 wheels beyond the white line at the edge of the circuit and pick up the punishment.
Interesting little digital readout there in front of our driver, 73 minutes and 58 seconds.
Right, bear in mind your stint length is supposed to be 63 minutes maximum, but it gets extended by 5 minutes under a safety car, so of course yellow period. So they'll be coming in fairly soon, but don't worry, they haven't picked up a penalty yet.
62 plus 5 is 67, so that's 74. So he's
Okay, right. Let's do a bit less maths.
So
early hours of the morning.
As maybe that's the total drive time for the driver, so that he's aware of that rather than just a stint length. However, more technical stops going on. Technical stops must be completed after the beginning of the 11th hour and before the end of the 22nd hour. So you have basically half the race in which to do it, but you can't do it in the final 2 hours. So you can't run away and then do a 5-minute job.
So, Attempto Racing, they bobbed their way ever closer to the top of the charts, and with the number 32, with Sheldon van der Linde coming in to have that technical pit stop. He's fallen from the lead of the race for Team WRT, and Attempto to the top. Christopher Haase, car number 99, 18 seconds clear of Tommaso Mosca's AF Corsa Ferrari, which is leading the bronze class in second overall. Third overall is Max Hofer, also for Attempto Racing, in his Audi, also from the bronze class. And then Davide Rigon in the second best of the Ferraris from AF Corsa in fourth place. Safety car leads the field around.
Well, looking at some of the stint lengths, 2 minutes in the car, Christopher Haase. Mosca, 1 minute 45.678. Max Hofer, 140 odd seconds. A little further down the order, though. Oh, it's just been completely reset. Somebody was on 1 hour and 4 minutes. In fact, no, 1 hour 3 minutes. Danny Junkadea. So that car's just come into the pit lane and has been reset. So, or will be reset. So that was right at the end of his stint length. And as Bruce said, yeah, it's a 62-minute maximum unless there is a yellow period in that 62 minutes, in which it can be extended for up to 5 minutes, up to 67 minutes. So, yeah, so Danny Junkadea was into the twilight zone of time left in the car. Right, more technical stops being undertaken.
Well, that was the one we'd seen in the garage. That's the Danny Junkadea car.
Yep.
That was came in very soon after the number 32 Team WRT car, which was the first of the cars to serve a technical pit stop. But it's out of the way, you don't need it. Back on the deck, but it's a very wet deck indeed. Over 10 minutes, so they had... well, of course, that's your technical pit stop. Can be more than 5 minutes if it happens without any penalty, but under 5 minutes, and you start either having to do it all over again if you're under 4 minutes 55 seconds, or otherwise between 4 minutes 55 and 5 minutes. Therefore, not 5 minutes, you get a stop and go.
That was technically not a good pit stop. If it was 10 minutes long, but look, that was more than a technical, wasn't it?
Yeah, but maybe they had more things they wanted to fix. They think we're not losing as much time because it's under a safety car. Everyone's going around at a bated pace. In fact, the lap pace is over 5 minutes behind the safety car. 5 minutes 15, 17 seconds. So,
looking at the times for the last pit stops, Christopher Haase 1 minute 21 on the pit road, Mosca 120, Hofer 120, so those are all short stops. Lots and lots of 2 minute stops. 1 minute 19, short stop for 93 in 12th place, Lila Wadu, that was their last stop. 5 minute stop then for the 32, which we saw, the race leader. 5 minute stop for 28, Dennis Lind. No, for 777, 5 minute stop for, everything's jumping around. There's about half a dozen cars, 6 or 7 that have done 5 minute stops, and that 10 minute stop for the number 130 Mercedes. So that was not a technical as such.
I would come in to serve my technical now, whether you need it or not. Because we're under safety car conditions. As I said, the cars are going around behind the safety car now a little bit faster. Now it's around 4 minutes.
Now we did ask if you can start a technical when there's a full course yellow. We didn't ask if you can start a technical when the safety car is out. Lila Wadu, the only female racer.
Left. Eligible cars, move right.
Because of the withdrawal of the Iron Dames car, because Sarah Bovey had a pretty hard hit last weekend, and although they believe she was not concussed, they just thought, okay, maybe not. Maybe this is not the ideal position in which to go into a 24-hour race of this sort of severity. So the Iron Dames are out, so that all-female lineup is not part of the race. And so Lila Wadu is the only female driver in the field this year. And she is currently back to the lead of their class. Again, they have done their technical side. In fact, she's not quite. Casper Stevenson has reassumed the lead of the class, but I think the 93 car has done its technical stop. So the safety car stays to the left, and the wave by continues or begins. And again, talked about this earlier, it is down to the team to tell their drivers if they believe they are eligible for a wave by to go by the queue of cars. When are you eligible for a wave by? Bruce Jones.
If you're not leading your class. If you are behind the safety car but ahead of your class leader, you'll be flagged past and you can join at the tail of the field.
Yep.
Actually, just talking about the bronze class, it's easy to think that she's fighting for the lead in the class in 17th and 18th positions, but the bronze class leaders are 2nd and 3rd overall.
Correct.
Tommaso Mosca and Max Hofer.
Wave by completed. Pit lane open.
Okay, they did that quickly, so pit lane is now open. The other cars can come in to serve their technical stops if they fancy them right now, but certainly those that got them done early, it's been a good job. Fans still in the grandstand, still happy, leaving a little bit of detritus there. It'd be good if that was removed, but
I think we need some Japanese football fans, don't we?
Well, there's someone with a great big bag and a shovel in the background that's going to be scooping it up, but we admire the people who are out there through the night. You know, once you've got to this time in the morning, and it's 4:45 in the morning, some people are in their
sleeping bags, asleep on those plastic seats on concrete.
If you roll,
grandstands.
We'll pick it up on the cameras.
But you remember the old pit lane at Le Mans, Bruce, because you and I are old enough. There was a little ledge, and by little I mean...
It's like sleeping on a bookshelf.
40 centimetres wide, and people over the pit lane, so at first floor level, over the pit lane, and people used to lie down and sleep on it in the night. And I thought, exactly as you just said, what happens if you roll even the tiniest bit? Is you're going to plunge into the pit lane fast asleep? So the first thing you're going to know about is you wake up having that awful dream where you're falling, except you actually are, and then you land on a car or on the pit or just on the concrete. Ooh, I could never understand how anybody could bring themselves to try and go to sleep on it.
But even if it was the world's most comfortable and safest place, the noise. You know, what you can't understand until you've been at Le Mans is the amount of sound that bounces. Of course, now we've got the larger pit building and the larger grandstand opposite. It's even more contained, but it ain't a quiet place.
No, I think red wine possibly helps with that. But even so, it's a braver man than me, Gunga Din, who tries that. It's yeah, it was just one of the things about Le Mans I could never quite imagine I would ever be doing. That and driving a car, obviously. You know, standing on the podium, you know, all those things that you never imagine you'll ever do, and for very good reasons. But yeah, of the things that might have been achievable or within my remit, going to sleep on a window ledge that's narrower than my shoulders, then yeah, no, not really.
Okay, right, safety car leading the field out of Curve Pour Frere, so coming back up at the point at which the original circuit used to come on up the hill, but of course it was curtailed long ago, the original circuit going into the neighbouring valley through the Master Kink along to Stavelot and up, but the field is bunched behind. Quite a few others have exited the pits during that time, and they're trying to play catch up with the 777 Mercedes at the very back, not of the queue. It's only going at top of the Kemmel Straight right now, but Blanchimont is being reached by the safety car, the car that's leading the field in terms of position on the track, not necessarily the one behind the safety car, is the 99 and Trezer Attempter Racing Audi. Tommaso Mosca is 2.6 seconds back in the number 52A, of course, the Ferrari, the one that actually had the first problem in the race, but it has picked its way up the order. But these would be cars that owe us a pit stop, well, relatively soon, but don't forget that a lot of them scrambled in just at the start of the safety car. The wave by has been completed, waiting for the lights to go out on the gantry, on the light bar on top of the safety car, the Lamborghini safety car. Waiting to pick that up on screen, but as you can see, a lot of raindrops on the cameras again. It's going around for another lap at least.
Right, no more points until the checkered flag. You've just had points awarded at 12 hours, literally, 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago. So why do you make a short stop now? You get track position, but you have 12 more hours. We've had a 6-hour race, we've now got a 12-hour race. Why do you do a short stop now? How can it... I don't I don't understand how it can possibly be of benefit other than to give you track position 12 hours from the end of the race. Too late to get points, so you could, if you needed to do one, you could have done one before the 12-hour mark and lost less track position. You didn't come in for a technical. Instead of going for the long stop with 12 hours to recoup all that, you've gone the short stop. I don't see where that works. I'm asking still. Oh yeah, confirmation. 32 WRT did change brakes as well. Ryan Marine said he thought they did. I've just had confirmation from Luna de Wilde that they absolutely did. So their technical was not just a 5-minute stop for a wash and brush up and various other bits of housekeeping. That had a brake change as well.
Which obviously makes it doubly good they've got that done. But I'm trying to think who was saying we've had so much time behind safety cars. We could run the race entirely without changing. But then again, they've got them on. They're fresher brakes. They'll be all the sweeter come the end of the race, having made that technical pit stop within which they did the brake change.
Don't forget, there will be plenty more opportunities in the second half of the race under safety car and under full course yellow to do a technical change if you haven't done it now. And the AF Corsa plan was we're going to see later in the race how we're going. So we've got the best possible car at the end, not the best possible brakes after 12 hours. So, okay, we're 12 hours in, 12 hours to go. We've had 11 safety cars already. And we're not going to get to the end of the race having only had 11 safety cars. So it's absolutely beyond question there will be at least a full course yellow and at least leading to a safety car that you will be able to do a technical change. Now, it's not guaranteed that it's going to be an hour 20 or 21 or 22, but
Martin, nothing is guaranteed at Spa-Francorchamps. We could be clean until the end of the race. There's a fantastic high shot just then looking from high above, well, it's right at the top of the hill, looking back to the pits, and I thought, is that light coming in the sky? But no, you're looking north.
Safety car lights off.
As the safety car lights are off, we're about to go racing again. That is just the glow from the pit area lighting the sky, but we're nearly at 5 in the morning, and within half an hour we'll get proper light coming up in the sky. Rain or not, we do not know.
It's a very cloudy night.
No, it'll still be brighter than it is now. We've had proper darkness. The drivers have said it feels darker than ever before, but we're about to be released. The safety car is going through Blanchimont. The car that's leading the pack around is hanging back even before you get to that really, really fast left-hander. Safety car now goes through Blanchimont, now is going through the little kink, and then it'll go into that final sequence of corners, turn 18 and 19 as they are in track maps. It's basically the bus stop chicane. That will then peel off into the pit lane. And, of course, nobody can pass the car at the front of the queue before they get to the start-finish line. And now the race leader accelerates away. He's going into the final sequence of corners. As I said, he cannot be overtaken. He's trying to push that Audi further clear of the pack behind. And this is the point as they go through that very tight left-hander on the start-finish straight where you can get your tail onto the painted stuff and then round you whip. Let's hope nobody does that. In behind looks neat and tidy.
Yeah, it really does. Nice-looking restart from Christopher Haase. And he leads the field away. We are just past the midway point of the Centenary Spa 24 Hours as we go back to green flag racing off the end of our 11th safety car period, 14 caution periods, 3 were just full course yellow, the remaining 11 full course yellows.
Full course yellow speed under investigation.
Okay, car number 32. So
it's Sheldon van der Linde.
Yeah.
So just as we're extolling the virtues of Team WRT, something could be fly in their ointment there. So it's under investigation, nothing proved, but speed under full course yellow. Of course, under full course yellow, you're limited to a set maximum speed, and that will be
80 Ks.
Major upset. 80K, that's the car that led at the 12-hour point, grabbed a haul of points, and now could be tumbling down the order, but we're not getting ahead of ourselves.
They and car number 90 also under investigation for full course yellow speed excess, and that is the Mad Panda Motorsport machine. We knew about that. It does not mean they're going to get pinged guaranteed, but it means that if they're under investigation, it's been thrown up by the telemetry, so they're almost guaranteed to get pinged. As Bruce was saying, we're about half an hour away now from sunrise, which is in theory at 5:28. It's due to rain at 5 a.m. where we are now. 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m. and 11 a.m.
The record is stuck. Please move the fluff off the needle. Right, now, I just want to throw something into the mix here. I thought when we had the graphic on the screen, we were a minute short of 12 hours on the clock. Remember, we then had the safety car come out, and Sheldon van der Linde dived in. We thought it was terribly clever, but I wasn't entirely sure. I've just got the official positions after 12 hours, and car number 32 is in the pits clearly at this point because it's tumbled down the order. 99, the Attempto Racing Audi that's leading the race now for Christopher Haase, is down as the official leader after 12 hours. 12 hours and 5 minutes because it was that slow lap behind the safety car. I was slightly concerned. It seemed about 30 seconds early.
12 hours and 5 minutes?
Yep, because the safety car came out and it's listed as the race leader on the official charts after 12 hours. I had already written on my time on my sheets. There has to be a fumble. One of the Mercedes is off and going again. Oh, my word. Well, we might need some more investigation because at the moment, 99.
Is that number 2? Which had that light signature?
Audi leading the way officially. It was the number 3 Mercedes that went around just then.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'll keep an eye on that. I'll just tell you what, the top 3 officially, according to the results I've just been sent, at 12 hours was Christopher Haase, the 99 Tracer Attempto Audi, Tommaso Mosca, leading bronze driver, 52 AF Corsa Ferrari, and 66.
So all the guys that
Attempto Racing Audi, Alexei Nesov.
All the guys that did a short stop.
We'll look into that, but I was just aware that we seemed about 45 seconds early to me.
How can points at 12 hours be awarded at 12:05?
Because perhaps the number 32 Audi came in at 11 hours and 59 minutes.
Right.
But after midnight, here are the points. So Augusto Favas, Dan Harper and Max Hesse, 28 points in their bag in their Rover Racing BMW. Ricardo Feller, Christopher Haase and Alex Arca. They're in the 99 Audi, close in behind in the championship. Then Marco Sorensen, Nicky Thiem and Matteo Drudi, third in the championship with those extra dollop of points in the number 7 Aston Martin.
Yeah, that was...
I didn't want to say it at the time, but I was thinking, am I being stupid? But this seems to have... We seem to have put the graphic up all conversation around it just short of the 12 hours. I know you're going, why is it 12 hours and 5 minutes? But bear in mind, if just before 12 hours... the safety car came out. At that point, we'd had the number 32 BMW dive into the pit lane.
But if he crossed the line even a 10th or 100th of a second after the 12-hour mark, then he was the leader, because you're still the leader if you're in the pit lane, if you cross the line, until the next car takes the lead by crossing the line. And if at 12 o'clock, or if at 12 hours, you cross the line in the pit lane, I don't see how somebody who's not ahead of you at that stage can be ahead of you.
Right, Dries van Tor, Sheldon van der Linde, Charles Weerts listed as 16th place.
Wow.
And their time, after the first lap they completed after 12 hours of race, 12 hours and 8 minutes. That's included their technical. We'll get to the bottom of this at some point, but I'm just telling you what I've got on the official sheet sent through. So just it's the 99 Audi was leading officially at 12 hours. The number 52 AF Corsa Ferrari leading the bronze class is second overall, and 66, the second of the Tracer Attempto Racing Audis, in third place. Fourth place, the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. Fifth place, Lucas Stoltz and the gang in the number 2 Mercedes. And the 911 Pure Racing Porsche in sixth, with Klaus Bachler at the wheel at the time. That gives something for Ryan Marine down in the pits to maybe investigate. Maybe he should go and either speak to the Tracer Attempto 99 crew or to Team WRT. Maybe that's the better one, and ask them, did they just jump a second too soon?
Well, they came into the pit lane, didn't they?
Yeah, and I think it was just short of 12 hours into the race.
But the leaders were still half a lap behind them. So I've just asked WRT, did 32 think they still led at 12 hours when they pitted? Answer, correct.
Well, of course they did. They wouldn't have brought it in otherwise, but...
Correct. They would have stayed out another lap. and wouldn't have been caught on track.
No, they'd done the hard yards, they'd done the calculations, it all seemed good and straight to us.
Yep.
But,
Oh dear. Okay. Well, maybe by the end of this month we'll discover who won the Nürburgring 24 hours. Maybe by the end of July we'll discover who got midway points in the Spa 24 hours.
yeah, maybe by the time that John Watson and David Addison come back in here, and we'll get them to find out.
It'll be immaterial. I don't know. Yes. You know, when they peeled into the pits and the leaders and the second place and third place car were still coming round.
They were half a lap behind. They were coming through Pujon when number 32 went into the pits, and Sheldon van der Linde, he got, what, 3-4 laps into his stint, but dived in.
And even at full race pace in the wet, that's still a minute and a half. So they would have had to have calculated it really quite badly wrong. Okay, all right, well, as it is, 99, who are the current leaders on the road, got the points at 12 hours, and then did a short stop. And again, not quite, because I don't think they did a short stop before the 12 hours. I don't know why you would do one afterwards. I'm not quite sure, unless we're really at the death of things, and that's 6 hours, 12 hours, and 24 hours, why a short stop would gain you anything other than track position. But there's 12 hours of dark, wet, and who knows what else to come. So,
and what we do know is that the handful of cars, the half dozen or so who've done their technical stop, it is now done. They do have fresher brakes for the remainder of the race. The others will all have to do their technical stops at some point. They can leave it until we have just under 2 hours to go. And let's please have people not doing it with 1 hour and 59 minutes to go, because that could really unravel their race, because then it wouldn't count.
Yeah, that would, yes.
Let's pretend we never said that.
No.
Right,
Well,
third
we
place on the track. It's really starting to hot up. We've got Davide Rigon giving chase. We're riding on board with him, the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari, and Max Hofer in the Audi is just up ahead. And that's the second of the two Tracer or Attempto racing cars. But you'd expect, certainly in the early stages of the race, the number 51 Ferrari went into the lead, helped admittedly by a puncture for the number 48 Mercedes, and also a smaller amount, a lesser amount of fuel going into the Lamborghini that had led away from pole position. But it looked very good, very strong. It keeps bobbing up towards the top. And Ferrari do seem to have this ability to win the large races. Look at the WEC. They've never won a round of the WEC apart from 2 years running winning the big one. I mean, more 24 hours. So
the one that
what did you win between the
cares
first
about.
one and the second? Nothing.
Yeah. Oops.
Okay, so that's in
36th place.
It's number 48. It's Lucas Auer. This is the car that's had so many problems. Daniel Morad was hit, minding his own business, and had to limp back. Early in the race, it was leading the race in the hands of this driver, Lucas Auer. He's just exited La Source. Was he hit again, or one fears that may have been a bit of contact? Who's diving up the inside? Well, oh, well, that is really, really unfortunate. It's an AF Corsa Ferrari.
Is that 52?
Wait for it, wait for it.
Yellow, 10 seconds.
It's car 77, it's the Kessel Racing Ferrari, and you've really got to feel for Lucas Auer. He would already dropped down because of various reasons, but he was the innocent party there.
Full course yellow now.
So 74 Kessel Racing Ferrari, do we think? Or
yeah, sorry, Kessel Racing.
No,
and it
way
was
back.
David Vidal is in 19th place, dived up the inside and gave a massive crack into Lucas Auer. Lucas's Mercedes sitting at the side of the circuit forlornly, but going nowhere. Oh, golly. So already the course vehicles getting around there very quickly indeed, and a few of the people running wide at last source. But just to reiterate, David Vidal is the AF Corsa Ferrari number 71 up the inside of Lucas Auer's Mercedes at La Source and thumped into the side of the car. Don't quite understand why it stopped as yet.
Well, that has all the hallmarks of it's got lights on, so it's got power. It looks like it's got the engine running. Looks like that might well be no drive.
Yeah, I fear it could be everything at that tail end of that car no longer quite connected as it should be.
That does have all the hallmarks of going no further, doesn't it? Which is, yeah, pretty rotten. Pretty rotten. It's off the lead lap, and it was off the lead lap anyway, is off the lead lap now. And you imagine that the 71 Ferrari will...
Contact involving car 71, 93 and 48 in turn 1 under investigation. Correction noted.
So the other car was the Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari, and that was on the outside of 48. Mad Pandas, Carol Busch, 6th place in the silver class. And again, you get nothing at 18 hours. 6, 12 and 24 hours are where points are awarded in this race. So unfortunately, if you're leading or well up in your class at 18 hours, you just give yourself a pat on the back and a nice warm feeling, but rock on.
6 hours to go.
Yeah, just got to stay where we are now.
It's your turn, Claude. You can drive. I did the night stint.
One of my favourite comments actually was a couple of years ago from Antonio Felix da Costa when he was racing in LMP2 at Le Mans and starting 4th on the grid. Well, Antonio, what's the plan? Well, I've got 24 hours to pass 3 cars. I thought that's actually a really good attitude to take into a race, to break it down into the simplest possible components. There's 3 cars, 24 hours, all I got to do is be in front of them.
Okay, so it looks like a technical stop for the number 90 crew there, Mercedes Mad Panda Motorsport. It's been a little bit up and down for them, and they've had quite a few transgressions and penalties already, but as we said, we've got 11 and a half hours remaining in this race for them to try and work their way back up the order. They've had some good pace at various points.
Bit of a ground-up restoration going on there. Not quite sure why the bonnet's up and why things are going on. But rescue here for 48. And they've vanished onto page 2 of the timing screen. It's outside the top 35. So this... Oh, Leila Wadou got clattered into a spin as well.
Well, she was the 3rd driver in that mix. Now, who hit who? Because you suddenly had the red and yellow Ferrari come to the inside.
The Ferrari hit them both.
Oh,
the AF Corsa car clattered on the inside of the Mercedes and then clattered into Leila Wadou as well. That was a proper... That's a 2-point cannon, that is. The cue ball hit both Red Bulls, or in this case, the Red Bull hit both cue balls. But, right, there goes the flatbed. Is the Mercedes on it? No. Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's an official retirement then. 48 is out. Is the right front wheel even on the car? You can see the left front wheel is. It looked like there was, well, mind you, it looks like there's just a gap in the wheel arch there as well now. You don't see any wheel because they're black. But that's it. End of the race for 48. They are done and gone.
Yeah, I've put the X on the chart. Feel very sorry for them. They had various problems in leading the race in the early stages. Got hit some debris, got punctures. Now at Mad Panda Motorsport, suddenly a little degree of agitation down there.
It's looking like Mad Panic Motorsport there all of a sudden, isn't it? What's going on?
Arrange the letters in a different order.
Yeah. Well, the car's back out.
What have they not managed to do during that technical pit stop? They did have some penalties hanging over their heads. There'll be no wave by the way, under this full course yellow period.
If there's no wave by behind full course yellow, but does that mean we're going to safety car? There will be no wave by on a second safety car within 30 minutes of going green from a previous one. And boy, that's applied to almost all of them, hasn't it? I'm liking the sign, the little lollipop with the illuminated green panda eyes.
Oh, look,
that's
the panda eyes. Look, Mad
Yeah.
Panda under Sergio Perez compact, they just do things. Oh, green to go and red to stop. We like that being flicked around. They just make such an effort in the marketing and branding of their team, and they bring loads of new fans to the sport. So, you know, the really popular Argentinian team based in Spain is just doing a fantastic job.
And he's now 3rd generation Perez compact as a competitor, isn't he?
Yeah, they're one of Argentina's sort of leading racing families, and they've done lots of rallying in the background,
Yes.
and that was sort of first and foremost.
And Luis Perez compact still racing. And what's his dad's name? Who used to rally in the 80s and 90s?
I'll get you there.
Did Renaults and
he did everything.
You know, Renault 18 GTX in World Rally Championship events in Argentina and so on. Yeah, was a racer as well. I mean, basically half helmet wheel drive. Jordan Pepper out of the Lamborghini. And who's in it? Frank Pereira, I think, is...
Yeah, on that...
in the, well, assuming we're not doubling.
No, it might actually be Mapelli. Hold on, let's just flick that one around. Of course... thought I'd find the nut. Yes, because Pereira started the race from pole position, then it was Mapelli, then Pepper, so it should be back to Pereira.
But don't forget that Jordan said that the other two was going to do a couple of doubles sequentially, so he'd get about 3 hours off. And it might be that he's now back into the rotor and one of the others is doubling. Technical pit stop done for the number 46 WRT BMW. And Maxime Martin has taken that over. This is Mathieu Jaminet for SSR Herbert. Technical pit stop for number 30 WRT done as well. And is Jaminet's car going to come in? Are all these guys now coming in as we go full course, as we are full course here? Are they all now going to do technical stops, or are they going to leave it until later in the day and give themselves the benefit of fresher breaks later in the race?
Yeah, but I just think you do it when the track's wet. You're not going to lose as much time as you would if it were. Believe it or not, the track may be dry before the end of this race, so they don't want to do it late on. They might as well do it roughly halfway through. But of course, under all the slow laps under the safety car, they haven't got more than half a race's life out of those brakes as yet.
In fairness, whether it's wet or dry, the maximum speed under full course yellow is still 80 kilometres an hour. So.
But I've already told you there aren't going to be any more stoppages.
You said that.
You're not listening to me in the small hours of the morning.
You said that when we'd only had 14 full course yellows. We're now on full course yellow number 15. Even as the words balloon was up in the air, the full course yellow came out. So Christopher Harter remains our race leader. And these are other things that you get to do during a technical, is that you top up the brake fluid if such is required. Here is our Mustang, this car in from 11th place with Dennis Olsen at the wheel. And the GT3 Mustang had a couple of changes made to it in LM GT3 spec, where items like the rear boot lid, which had been designed for speed of serviceability, appeared not to be able to withstand the high speeds that the car was achieving, and kept popping off. And so as a result, they were redesigned for a bit more stick on the harness. Speaking of which, there's a nice big patch of... Is that damage repair or brake blanking, I wonder? Saw it going on one side. If it was brake blanking, you would assume both sides would require it. Why would they need it? Well, because of a lot of slow running and a lot of cold weather, or relatively cold temperatures. They may well have decided that they were choosing brake ducting for hot temperatures, which we definitely haven't got.
Such a sad sight looking into the number 48 Mercedes garage when we're racing, running that car. Lucas Mauro Engel, Daniel Morad, they've had problems this race. They've led this race, but unfortunately for them, there's not much for the mechanics to do. Their car taken back into the paddock on the back of a flatbed. Some
bit
days,
of a shocker, really,
some
isn't it?
nights,
yeah.
The performance has been there. It just hasn't happened for them.
And that livery has been on Mercedes that have been super competitive for so many years. The Manfilters Mercedes is always a competitive car. Here at the Nürburgring, everywhere it goes, it's always among the front runners, but not tonight, Josephine.
Right, so Joel Sturm emerging from the pits. They've got, for pure racing, this is a car that's been in the top. It's been in the second place in the race. It's led the race. It's in the top 6, but it's got its technical stop done. So the top teams are certainly ticking through these stops, and providing they did them for longer than 5 seconds from 5 minutes from pit in to pit out, they will be fine. They don't have to do another, but job done for the pure racing team.
Now then, Ryan Marine, as is his wont, has been beavering Asked about the 12-hour points, he says, Van Sant Vos says they were leading. He seems to think they got the points. Laurent, the strategist for 99, says they were leading and they expect to get the points. So it's, and this is the master of understatement, quite unclear.
Undercover of darkness.
However, we are being sent points now. And again, WRT saying their data says that they were the leaders. They will discuss it with race control. However, they have been given 2 points, and 12 points have gone to Attempto Racing, and that's it. So we will have to wait and see exactly what comes through on that side of it. But WRT says they will discuss it. Again, it's not the checkered flag. It's something that you can look at and discuss the points after the race. So, right, that's behind us. Now let's go out and win this thing. So they will discuss it later on. But again, it seems unlikely that a team that did not need to stop then, stopped then, if they didn't think they'd got it right. However, there we go. Just saw the race leader come in for his technical stop, and again, as we went, as expected, from full course yellow to safety car, the opportunity for lots more teams to do their 5-minute stop. Now then, into the pit lane came David Vidales in that 71 Ferrari, the AF Corsa Francorchamps Motors car. And David Vidales, Vincent Abril, Thomas Neubauer's car. David Vidales, unfortunately, clattering 2 rivals at La Source a couple of laps ago. Brought out this, probably 3 laps ago now, brought out the full course yellow, and then safety car, probably more than 3 laps again, because I think we probably had 3 laps full course yellow, didn't we? So it is the 52 Ferrari that now leads for AF Corsa. And where did 51 fall to? That must have stopped for a technical, and that's now down to about 7th place.
Well, probably a bit lower, because that was when it was still counted in the pits.
Yeah.
Right, there is light beginning to appear to the south, which is generally where it rises when you're in the northern hemisphere, so it's coming into the sky.
Does it?
It's, I thought 5:16. Your house obviously faces the wrong way.
I thought it rose in the east and set in the west, no matter what hemisphere you were in.
No, that's actually probably a very good point, but I'm looking south from where we are, and I can just see it out of this window, but obviously it's coming from the southeast. You're quite right, I probably haven't described that very well, but there we are. But the light is coming into the sky. So
Australia, the land of the rising sun, as it's famously known.
That's right, Antarctica.
So, indeed, indeed. Time in the pits. Well, look at the number of pit stops compared to the amount of time spent. So the 52 Ferrari that leads, 19 stops, 33 minutes. Oh, okay, thanks. Just making a point, and I put my finger against the screen and everything moved. I can't move, I can't swipe it back. 22 stops.
Safety car in this lap.
163 Lamborghini.
Safety car
They've spent
in this lap.
40 minutes in the pit lane. In total, 40 minutes.
But they did a lot of that early in the race. They've been level pegging with everybody else in terms of pit stop time ever since. But, you know, you don't just get that back without a lot of help. But when on the track, that 163 Lamborghini has been very, very effective.
Yeah, it's super fast and super competitive. But, boy, that's torpedoing below the waterline, isn't it, when you're spending 10 minutes in the pit lane more than some of your rivals. So safety car in at the end of this lap. This will be the end of our 12th safety car, and we will have just over 11 hours to go. Total caution time so far, full course yellow and safety cars, 5 hours and 18 minutes. In nearly 13 hours. So not quite half the race. But at times, I'm sure for the drivers, it has felt like it.
Well, you know, what do racing drivers want to do? They want to go racing. Yes, they're still racing now, and the safety car is leading the field, but they just want to be released. And whatever the weather, providing it's safe to do so, just have green flag running. There is a little light coming in the sky. I know I bang on it. It's not coming from the west, thank goodness. It's the east. We can't see the east from our commentary box. He fights back a little bit. Right, still penalties coming in and pit infringements. And again, Martin, we say it every year at every endurance race, it's about keeping it clean and tidy. We know it's difficult. The conditions have been horrendous for the drivers, keeping the concentration, but one little slip up here, one little technical slip up, teams exiting the pits when the lights were red, and that's the 998 Rover Racing BMW, and as a consequence they've fallen down the order somewhat. Augusto Farfus down in 22nd position. He'll rise a bit. Have they done their technical stop? I think they did, actually. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I think all their last stop 5 minutes 5.6, so yes, they have.
Yeah, so we had about half a dozen teams who managed to do it before the safety car. But let's listen to some team radio from car 7. It's the second place Aston Martin.
Any sign of a dry line yet? No dry line yet. No dry line.
So the question there is, not from the team to Marco Sorensen, but from me to you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and everybody else, are they asking him because they are in close proximity of a pit window and they want to know what to have ready to come out of the pressurised and ready to come out of the oven. We are getting ready to go back to green flag racing. Safety cars in the pit lane, and Thomas Mosca drops the hammer in the Ferrari. Marco Sorensen, Maxi Goertz right behind. Marco Sorensen actually not right behind. He's 8 seconds behind in the queue, which is probably 5, 6, 7, 8 cars, 4, 5 cars maybe. But Maxi Goertz is up the exhaust of the 007 Aston Martin, and that's probably them. So Mosca gets the break. Has not done a technical stop on that car, so they will need to do that sooner rather than later. And then in the Merc, so there's a little group of 4. I would say that probably the next couple of cars is Sorensen and Goertz.
Yeah, I think he's in about 8th place, Sorensen, in that number 7 Aston Martin. We'll see the sort out.
Well, there's the Mustang. You can see the lights from behind. So that's, again, in the queue somewhere, Dennis Olsen, but yeah.
He's a lap down. That's he's about 25th position, but he's a lap down. There's still spray at the top of the hill at the end of the Kemmel Straight, and certainly drivers are going to have to be very careful indeed. Under the safety car, there wasn't really a dry line, but the fact that we heard Come To You Racing asking the driver of this car, the amount of spray on the windscreen for Sorensen suggests, no, there might be a dry line, but it ain't at Spa-Francorchamps.
Yes. Might be on the auto route around Brussels, but it's not here, that's for sure. It is very wet indeed. So that's Maxi Goertz right in front of him, is it? Is that the tail of the number 9 Mercedes?
Yeah, well, they're separated by a second, so it might not, well, unless they've changed position, but the Aston Martin is in front, going past the number 16 Mercedes just then. That's the one with from Uno Racing with Landgraf.
Yep. So that wasn't Maxi Goertz in front of him, so that's another car that's not in that battle, but was in the queue. So Thomas Mosca has moved away, sharpish.
Except when they cross the start-finish line, the advantage for Tommaso Mosca leading for AF Corsa, and the number 52 Ferrari was 8 and a bit seconds. It's under 5 seconds now as Marco Sorensen closes in. They've gone through the first timing sector and the second, but the second one's been far, far better for Tommaso Mosca.
Second in the queue behind the safety car was the 998 BMW, then was the number 30 Oman Racing BMW, then behind them is 7 and is 9.
No, 7's further back. He's about...
No, he's not. No, he's in the next little clump. So I think he's still about 4th or 5th in that line of cars, Marco Sorensen. So he is not losing as much time as maybe he might do. Problem with our data tracker is everything overlaps when they get close together, and they're always close together. So looking for Sorensen. There's the tail of the Aston. So we're on board with the Aston Martin now, just out of La Source, and the leader is halfway down the straight.
He's got clear line of sight to him.
Yes, he has. He's now cleared the 998. No, he hasn't. So, no, he has not yet cleared the 998. What is... That is not... That's not the back of the Ferrari, is it? Is this for the lead right here?
I think it is.
Yes, it is. Or is he just working his way through traffic? No, I'm not sure it is. He's still 7 seconds back. No, he lost more time, Marco Sorensen, I think. Afraid our
it's very
timing screen in the booth is about half a lap behind, which in situations like this is not really helping.
It's also, when you have the tracker map, you've got the little circles for each of the cars, and when you've got them very close together, they're overlaid, very hard to pick out.
And that's half a lap behind as well. Everything on our timing screen is half a lap behind. We're following the Santalok Audi. And again, this is the problem, you know, it's not you're in a hypercar passing some GT3s, you're in a GT3 car trying to pass some GT3s. They've all got the same potential top speed, and it makes it very hard indeed if there's anybody other than a muppet like me in the car to actually make headway, and it will take time, and the lead is on his own. So Marco Sorensen is losing a bit of ground here.
Yeah, he's got 3 or 4 cars between him, but you know, this is the moment.
I think that's still the number 30 Oman racing car in front.
It is. It's
yeah.
2 cars ahead of him, and then there's an Audi right across the nose of the number 7 Aston Martin. They've reached curve Paul Frere. They're coming back up, but the race leader is pulling clear. That's Tommaso Mosca. He's got clear of the 998 BMW. He's also got clear of the number 30 BMW you mentioned from Oman Racing, but as yet, back in, I think, fifth place in that line of car is this driver. We're on board with him. It's Marco Sorensen. Doesn't want to take too much of a risk. As you can see, it's still wet out there. There's a lot of spray. He's got to be cautious, having a look up the inside, but he made it work.
Into the bus stop, yeah. He needed to do that there, didn't he? He couldn't afford to spend another lap stuck behind the Santalok Audi. So that was a good move around the outside. And again, the Audi driver will have known that was not for position. There will have been blue flags being waved, so let him go. That's not your race, should have been the message from the team. Not to Marco Sorensen, but to the Audi driver, not on the lead lap. It's not about holding off the Aston.
But also when Marco Sorensen went through, he went on the outside, you're less likely to get taken. Right, we've been talking about the 163 Lamborghini. It's been bobbing up and down. Franck Pereira's got it in 10th place, but let's go down because Ryan Marine is caught up with one of the other drivers, with Jordan Pepper.
It's been an up and down day for the pole-sitting car. Jordan Pepper just got out just a little while ago. I mean, what a day it's been. I guess we're into the second day now. Can you take folks through the way it's played out?
Yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare start, to be honest. We had 2 pit stop issues with the fuel rig, which we didn't understand why. But you know, we're a fighting team. We never gave up. Every time we thought we made the right call, we boxed under green, hoping everything was going to go good, and everyone else got a yellow flag like directly after, so they could get like almost a free pit stop. So we were up and down between almost being a lap down in the back of the field for a while, but now it seems to have settled in, and hopefully we get up top there. We got into the top 10 finally. We led a bit, we were down to 42nd, back up to the front, so it's been a mess.
And you were out there in some really difficult conditions. How does that compare to some of the most difficult conditions you've been in your career?
It was by far the most craziest stint I've ever done. Like a little bit earlier, I understand the concept when you race for the fans and stuff like that, and I'm all believing in that, but when you aquaplaning at 270, can't see further than your windscreen, it's a bit crazy, but kept it on the black stuff now and again, dipped a few wheels in the grass due to some aquaplaning, but managed to make some good progress in those conditions, so it really worked out well for us.
The sun's starting to come up. That means you've made it through the night. Is that one box checked at least?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we on the lead lap, car's not got a scratch on it. It's performing amazing. Teammates are doing a great job, and the team's executing perfectly. So we've got a dream car to drive right now. I mean, what's more beautiful than driving a beautiful Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2 with a Mountain Wolf sponsorship on the side? I think it's by far one of the best looking cars out there, and I'm just driving with a smile, which is always good for me.
Great to catch up. Thanks.
Cheers, cheers, cheers.
Thank you very much, Ryan Marine there with Jordan Pepper putting a brave face on a very difficult night. But I do remember a race, Kyle Army 9 hours, I think it was 2019, and we were down at his home circuit. Mind you, most of his races been in Europe, surrounded the Intercontinental GT Challenge, and boy was that wet, but it wasn't wet for as long as this race has been. Remember, darkness fell here, it was just starting to spit a little bit, it got to 11 o'clock at night. And the rain has been pretty much continual ever since. There is much more light in the sky in the past handful of minutes, but there is so much spray in the driver's face as they go through. And the driver in second place, Marco Sorensen, is now 13.5 seconds down on the race leader, Tommaso Mosca, who's pulling clear. Or more to the point, unfortunately for the Aston Martin driver, Marco Sorensen, he's spent a very long time getting past Callan Williams, who is in the number 30 Oman Racing BMW. It's a lap down, but he didn't want to take too many risks around the outside. He is trying to catch up again with the 998 Rover Racing BMW that is also going to be a lap down. Augusto Farfus at the wheel of that, but he just has to be cautious. And these shots on the screen just show how much spray is out there. This is the number 51 Ferrari. It's generally at the front end of the field. This is all that Davide Rigon can see. He can see blurred lights, tail lights of the cars up in front, the rain lights flashing away in his face, which is actually very, very annoying. But he's got to keep his focus. He's got to remember where the puddles are. But look, a 5-car train. He's got to be cautious. He's got to not run over the curbing on the outside, because that's where it's even more slippery. And of course, loads of drivers still being pinged on almost every minute for exceeding track limits. At the 12-hour point in the race, as it had after 6 hours, all track limits were penalties were scrubbed. Look how much Marco Sorensen has been losing to Tommaso Mosca. 3.3 seconds on one lap. The lap before that, 2.4. The lap before, 2.7. That's why the lead for the number 52 Ferrari from AF Corsa is now 13.4 seconds. And in the first timing sector, more time was lost by Marco Sorensen. The second one, likewise, it looks like it's going to be a gain of another second or two. So the race leader, Tommaso Mosca, coming up to the sharp right-left chicane. And there it is. The Aston Martin coming through behind, but that wasn't the car he was just chasing. There was a Ferrari. That wasn't the one he's chasing, because over the start-finish line, the gap between Tommaso Mosca and Marco Sorensen's number 7 Aston Martin, 14.3 seconds. And there is the chasing car, but the chasing car that's losing ground. It was 1.1 seconds lost on that lap, but the visibility appears to be getting worse and worse. So much spray. Bear in mind, there aren't that many cars in front of this Aston Martin, the number 7 car that Marco Sorensen is driving so hard, but some of the cars back in the pack, the ones that are just now approaching last source, they're hunting in huge packs of cars. The spray is going to be so much more. And even without too much spray, we can see that Marco Sorensen can see precious little. Windscreen wiper going. He just must be looking for anybody's brake lights ahead of him, trying to gauge where he's placing his car. Top of the Kemmel Straight. The visibility is truly, truly awful. And just remember, a short while ago, Jordan Pepper was describing the conditions as some of the worst, if not the worst, he's ever raced in. He's raced in Europe, he's raced at home in South Africa, but this rain is so tricky. And look in the pit lane as the number 9 Boots and VDS Mercedes comes in to make its pit stop. That's from third place, that's Maxi Goertz, but he was near the end of his stint. He's come in. I don't expect if any tyres are put on that one, they're going to be bringing out slicks, because and the sister car, number 10, also dives into the pit lane as well. We decided fresh, wet tyres, all-round rain tyres, and yes, just as soon as you think it may be slightly improving, conditions get far, far worse all over again. And anybody who was near the end of a likely stint, they'll be coming in now. And others, as the weather gets worse and worse all over again, will be thinking, right, you know, we may just come in right now. But look in the background of the shot, you can see the morning light is coming into the sky as we look up the slope at Radion. This is a view from the downhill,
Yellow flag turn 5, yellow flag turn 5.
And there's a yellow flag at turn 5, which is at the top of the Kemmel Straight. And I'm sure someone's just simply outbraked themselves, trying to see if anybody is off at the side of the circuit. But conditions have got a lot worse in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, really noticeable just how hard it is raining, even here in the pit lane area. So it's Again, the weather is coming and going, but it's mainly coming, and this is likely to continue well into daylight. The slight worry, that although we don't see it from the pit lane because we're looking across the track towards the grandstand opposite, is that in the trees there is quite a lot of mist, and as the sun starts to make its presence felt and try to warm the air up, you get this temperature inversion where the cold air above the ground, which holds the moisture, is then getting trapped by hot air above it, and there you get layers of fog. Now, whether that actually comes to us or not remains to be seen, but there is definitely a lot of mist in the trees and a lot of rain coming here.
Right, we're coming up to just 11 hours remaining in this race, and it's very wet now, but before the race, celebrating the centenary of the Spa 24 Hours, it was dry on the grid. Maxime Martin, local hero, Valentino Rossi down on the grid, planes in the sky, and then the winner in 1966, Belgium's greatest ever racing driver, Jackie Ickx, waved the field away. Franck Pereira leading in his Lamborghini, being chased very hard by the Mercedes of Lucas Auer, but it was a clean opening lap, really tight through the first few corners, 3, 4, even almost 5 abreast, up the Kemmel Straight. They kept it clean, they kept it tidy. Absolutely wonderful advertisement for GT3 racing. 66 cars, making it look competitive. It was competitive. So many different manufacturers duking it out for the front of the field, but little did they know what was coming. The meteorologists might have said, could be rain at 11 at night. They were right, but in the dry racing early on, it was a fantastic battle. Franck Pereira passed there for the lead by Lucas Auer in the Winwood Racing man-filter Mercedes. And out onto the track they went again, and the Lamborghini popping out into second place right on its tail, but didn't realise they'd been short fueled. There was a problem with the refuelling rig. Glenn Van Berlo eventually had to give up 4th place overall. Fabulous battle between the best placed of the Audis, and again a little bit of corner cutting. And then contact was inevitable at certain points. It did start to come. Dynamic Motorsport often involved at that time, certainly not the guilty party, as they were spun around by the Century Motorsport BMW, but through past the race leader Lucas Auer, possible contact that led to a puncture. Into the lead went the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari, and then Mauro Engel took over that bright yellow Mercedes, number 48, and started working his way back into the top 10. The number 7 Aston Martin going better and better, climbing up past one of the Boots and VDS Racing Mercedes, and then a few windscreen wipers started to come on. The first spits of rain. Mustang right in the middle of the mix right there. And then, unfortunately, a full course yellow was triggered. The number 26 Santalok Racing Audi spotted it, backed off and got thumped into the barriers as a result. Till Bechtolsheimer, his Barwell Lamborghini, also got shoveled off into the gravel. The racing went on. The track was still just a little bit greasy. New surface for this year. Then this unfortunate moment, Christian Hook just moved across the nose of Nicolas Baer's Aston Martin, went spinning down, clipping the pit wall not once but twice, then coming to a standstill down just before Eau Rouge. And unfortunately, about a dozen cars passed, and then Adrian de Silva down the hill in the 61 EBM Motorsport Porsche collected him. No driver was hurt, but that was at least 2 cars out of the race. Number 188 McLaren from garage 1559 pushed back into the garage, cracked brake disc, that set them back. Treble 7 Mercedes tipped into a spin, but again this was the rival of a few spits of rain. Got back onto the track, but night was falling and rain was approaching. It was predicted for 11 o'clock at night. Just before that happened, Valentino Rossi fighting over 4th place and spun Davide Rigon's Ferrari around. More cars starting to rotate. Most managed to drive through the gravel and rejoin. The fireworks always so spectacular, and the DJ sets just on the inside of Eau Rouge. The fans were loving it in that giant grandstand. 11 o'clock the rain was predicted, and almost bang on cue down it came. Fork lightning. Who wants to be on the track? Davide Rigon would rather someone else was driving his AF Corsa Ferrari. It was dark, it was wet, it was very, very hairy, and it was about how the restarts were managed by all the crews out there. Spray was intense. And the 998 Rover Racing BMW started to work its way closer and closer to the front of the queue, and Max Hess and Dan Harper in particular going well. Max Hess, when he started, got to the top of the hill the first time in about 5th place, exited the corner in about 15th, but at least he was back on the surface, many behind getting it wrong and assisting their colleagues and rivals off the circuit. But the racing continued, but sooner or later, as more cars went running through the gravel, they just couldn't deal with the conditions if anybody was sitting on slicks, and that was up at La Source. It certainly was time for full wet tyres to be fitted. The number 7 Aston Martin, the Dane train, with Matthias Drudy as the honorary Dane, going very well indeed. Unfortunate little slip up there from Carol Bass, the Mad Panda Motorsport Mercedes. That would rejoin. It would have further penalties afflicting its cause in the next few hours. You can see the left rear brake light not working there. That would need to be fixed. More contact, and unfortunately there for Chandler Hull, he was given a shove by one of the Dynamic Motorsport Porsches. Not that it was spotted by all the mechanics, because some would be sitting grabbing a few winks. It was about when their cars were coming in. This was unfortunate for Lilo Wadu, shoved around at the same time by the number 71 Ferrari, driven by David Vidales, as the number 48 Mercedes was taken out of the race. A little bit of light coming into the sky in the CrowdStrike 24 hours, the centenary event of this great event here in Belgium. It's wet, it's slippery, but the light is coming into the sky at last.
Yeah, light in the sky, but a lot of mist in the trees. Max Jensen in the Valkenhorst number 36 BMW on a flatbed, and that means out of the race. The marker of doom claims another victim. So that car is out. 48 has also been retired. So we're now down to 51 cars running.
So how did the number 36 Aston Martin end its race? We're going to find out shortly. Here comes a replay. And Eau Rouge is a corner, and there's certainly plenty of Eau. And a snap to the right, and then to the left, and then sideways in front of the giant grandstand went the Aston Martin.
Who was following him through had a massive moment as well there. Look, not the next car, in this little group here, somebody has a massive sideways moment. There's a river of water runs across the track there, and there is what's left of the Aston, his right rear wheel rolling back down the track.
And that was Max Janssen, and he's fallen out of the top 40. But that classic twitch from behind when suddenly the headlights should have been turning to the right. They were facing the people in the grandstand. And Max indicating, passing messages to the crews, the marshals, they come to check out on him. But that was something that all was going fine, then suddenly it was not. He was a passenger thereafter. So one of the 3 Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martins appears to be out of the race. We know it's since been loaded onto a flatbed. So the young Dutch racer, only 18 years old, is livid, upset, all rolled into one thing. And you've got to feel for him.
He's not the only one there. There is a stream running across the track there, and it doesn't go square across the line, it comes diagonally across the line, and he hits it there, and the tail goes away, it zigs and look at the car right behind, almost has exactly the same moment. And yeah, you know, there for the grace of God, and again, a couple more. There's a, you know, the compression, the little dip there that where the track had sunk again a little bit after it was resurfaced a couple of years ago. It's been resurfaced back again, and so that little dip has gone, but the water still runs across it.
And what does it emphasise? It emphasises the fact that rain became much heavier about 5 minutes ago, but in the interim, he did a further lap in probably about, you know, three minutes, and it got appreciably worse. And the young Dutch driver just simply got caught out. It just goes to show how heavily this rain has been coming down. Let's think about the last few weeks in motor racing. A few weeks ago, Nürburgring 24 hours, fog came down over it. 2 weeks after that, we had heavy rain, 4.5 hours at Le Mans behind the safety car. At this race, there's nothing you can do about it. You've got to marshal the conditions as best as you can, and the safety car has been coming out because of incidents and accidents, but still we go on, still we press on, but cars are falling. But let's go down to the pit lane, because Ryan Marine has caught up with Chandler Hull from Kessel Racing, who was one of the drivers who was shoved off into the gravel about an hour ago. I'm sure he's not too happy with life.
We just saw in the highlights the spin with a little bit of help that Chandler Hull had about an hour or so ago. I guess we'll start there, Chandler. Can you take us through what happened from your limited perspective?
Yeah, I think somebody just came up the inside with a little bit of an ambitious move into turn 12 and maybe got on the curbing there. I don't know. Next thing I knew, I was backwards. It happened pretty quick, but you know, just got pulled out and refocused and just kind of moved forward.
What are the conditions like? We see the sun starting to come up. You'd think that would be for the better, but you were telling me maybe not so much?
No, I think it's making it a little difficult. Now you've got a little bit of, you know, sunlight, but also still all of the bright lights from the headlights behind you and then all the rain lights flashing in front of you. And just that last probably 20 minutes was pretty gnarly. Visibility was probably no more than 150 meters. So you've got a little bit of standing water in a few different places. Up Eau Rouge, all of a sudden the car's almost sideways and you just keep your foot pinned and hopefully there's nobody in front of you. So.
Is the car still in pretty good shape to fight to the finish?
Yeah, this Ferrari that Kessel's given us is pretty solid. It's taken a few whacks and it just keeps on trucking. I don't think we really have anything more than maybe a couple scrapes here and there.
Good to chat with a fellow Yank. Best of luck the rest of the way.
Thank you very much.
All right, Chandler Hull, we saw him tagged into a spin, and you know, in the dry, that might just have been a little bump and a shimmy of the tail, but in these conditions, any touch will put you round, and that's exactly what happened to him. He ended up getting spun on into the gravel, and you know, that loses you half a lap, and then another half a lap to get you dragged back out, and so on and so forth. But continuing, you could see there during the interview, his breath in the air, and that's the issue now as the sun comes up, that it is really quite cold and very, very wet. Boost and VDS car has overshot its pit box, and again, that's always a little bit of an issue with driver fatigue. Oh, has it in fact come out of the pit lane, out of a garage? I gathered it has. So Cesar Gazur will take it back out. It has just had its technical pit stop. So the guys in the truck picking that up for us. And there's been a whole host of front-running pit stops as well. 32 Sheldon van der Linde in the WRT BMW back at the front of the field. Herfer, Pereira, Rabat, Walker, Martin. The next 5 cars in a line have all come in. Augusto Far, not Augusto Far, yeah, no, it's Gazur who's just come out of there. Arjun Maini also down just off the lead lap in outside the top 25. That car's also in the pit lane, and lots of them now will be coming in under full course yellow to do technical stops. Car number 4 leading in Pro-Am. They were about a lap and a half behind the RJN McLaren. They now are about a lap ahead of the RJN McLaren after having a couple of handy breaks behind safety cars.
Now, just moments before that big twitch and a thump into the barriers at Eau Rouge for car number 36 with Max Janssen. Car number 3, which is the Get Speed Mercedes that Yannick Mettler had up in the lead of the race, spun and rejoined at turn 5. That's the top of the Camel Straight in association with another. It normally takes 2 to tango. It was the number 21 Come To You Racing Aston Martin. But I thought it was a very interesting point that Chandler Hull mentioned, where he reckoned it was actually becoming a little bit harder now there was light in the sky rather than full darkness. But again, it's maybe, I don't know, I think it's also tiredness.
Well, yeah,
fatigue, adjusting to different levels of light.
You know, tired, sandy eyes to just trying to adjust to a bit more glare. And that's actually what the issue is with the lights. It's not that the lights are bright, it's just a glare when it's in every drop of wind, you know, water in the air and every drop of water on your windscreen as well. So, yeah, I'm sure tired eyes have a lot to do with it as well. I mean, there's a lot of drivers say that dawn in a 24-hour race, brackets assuming it's dry, which, you know, sometimes it is the best part of the race, because you're just alone on the track and it's just that sort of magical daylight coming into the sky. Yeah, the blue hour, as photographers like to call it. Again, a little bit of work going on.
That's the number 3 Mercedes. Yeah. Aaron Walker was in collision with the number 21. I don't know who pushed who, but when it's front-end damage on a car, you quite possibly could have been the hit.
Taking out what looks like possibly an air filter and changing filters. So doing oil filter, brake pads, cabin air filter.
Yeah, maybe it's nothing to do with damage. Maybe this is their technical pit stop.
Yeah, no, this is definitely their technical pit stop, because whatever the damage was, they're doing all the brakes as well. So if there is other work, and that's one of the things with the technical stops is 5 minutes. It's not just you're changing the brakes in 5 minutes. It's you've got 5 minutes. The car will remain stationary, so you will be totting up on the pit wall, totting up a jobs list, get this done, get that done, get the other done. We haven't got time for that, forget it, we're just doing this, that and that. But they are
Came in from 5th, so it was really well placed at that time. It's going to tumble down the order while the safety car is leading the bunch of cars around, but then the technical stop will be done and they will start to advance up the order.
And that's the problem with so many stops under safety cars, is that if it had been green flag for several hours, you might drop 5 places, you might drop 10, but because the safety car's out, you drop your 30 or 40 cars, or nearly 50 cars behind where you were in the queue. Now, some of them will be laps behind you, so effectively you don't drop behind them, but we are seeing cars dropping 20 positions in the overall standings just by pitting. And that's an indication of how many cars are still so close together. Now, that's not just a factor of full course yellows and safety cars, though they have played their part, but it is a factor of how damn close these cars are in terms of performance and in terms of how well they're being run as well. And you come back to this time after time. It's not just that the cars are that close, it's that they're being run that well and their performance is that close. They're all but inseparable.
Just simply that element about the wave by, meaning you can keep on going. And so we're not being facetious here, but we've got 10 hours and 40 minutes remaining in this race. We probably still have 20 cars, maybe slightly under 20 cars on the lead lap. Any of them could still come through. But let's go to Mad Panda Motorsport, because Alain Valente is down with Ryan. They've had a bit of a race, so we'll wait to hear what Alain, the Swiss racer, can tell us.
Let's hear from Alain Valente from the Mad Panda team. Tell us about how your race has gone to get to this point.
Yeah, it was getting quite good. We were running P1 in silver class and top 15, top 10 overall. I was 3 hours behind the safety car because it was too much water. Afterwards, my colleagues and the team did a really good job. Unfortunately, under the next safety car, another car drove into us, so the complete pack is destroyed. We lost 3 laps or 4 laps now, so we keep pushing, but it will be difficult. It's out of our hands now, I think.
How difficult is it to maintain motivation in difficult weather like this, knowing that the ultimate result that you're here for might be out of the picture?
Yeah, of course it's difficult, but we keep fighting. You know, it can happen a lot here. Also, the other competitors can fall out, so we try our best, don't do mistakes, and keep fighting.
How challenging were the conditions for you?
Yeah, for me, I drove a little bit in the wet, and then they went immediately to full course yellow and safety car because it was aquaplaning everywhere. It's quite difficult, but that's what this race makes, no?
Are you glad the sun's coming up?
I hope so, yeah. But with our diffuser, I think in the wet it's a bit better.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, that makes sense. If you're lacking downforce, then when you're going slower than you might otherwise be, it's less of a handicap. But yeah, that does sort of sound like they're resigned to the fact that they may not be able to fix the diffuser, and that means they will be at a penalty in terms of performance all the way through. Talking of which, 30-second time penalty has just been awarded to car number 32, and this is the Team WRT car that they and we believed was the leader at 12 hours, which Time and Scory seems to think was not the leader at 12 hours, and that was the 99 car. So that is an ongoing, or will be, a discussion post-race. They will let it be for now and try and win this thing on the road. Sheldon van der Linde is, beg your pardon, Sheldon, is at the wheel. Dries van Toorn and Charles Weerts are the other drivers in that car. And from full course yellow, we are now back behind the safety car.
Now, just to, if you've been away for a few hours, we'll forgive you because it's been very wet and it's the middle of the night. Well, depending where you are in the world, but
prime time, as we like to call it.
Well, we do indeed. In prime time, if you're in the west coast of the United States, that's why we've got Ryan Marine going up and down the pit lane, so he speaks a language you can understand. But I had a slight concern that we called the positions at 12 hours about a minute early. That was the moment that Sheldon van der Linde dived into the pits, and we thought that was inspired. He was half a lap on the track clear of the 99 Trezor Attempto Racing Audi, but when the results at 12 hours officially came through, number 32 wasn't even in the top 10 because it was stationary in the pit lane and had just gone in the pit early. We don't know for sure. That was my supposition, and I was still trying to check it out when about 20 minutes later those results came through. And I'll just run you through the order after 12 hours. Officially was the 99 Audi from the 52 AF Corsa Ferrari, the 66 Attempto Racing Audi, so 2 Trezor Attempto Audis in the top 3 positions, and number 32 not in the top 10.
Yeah.
Was it a slip up?
16th, wasn't it?
It seemed it.
Well, they didn't need to come in on that lap.
No.
It wasn't a fuel stop. It wasn't a driver time stop. It was a deliberate stop where they believed they were still in the lead. They crossed the timing beam coming into the pits before the car was passed by anybody else. And, you know, those being the rules, if you cross the line before anybody else, you are the leader. Whether you're in the pit lane or, as we know from Formula 1 experience, Michael Schumacher won a race by going into the pit lane to serve a penalty on the last lap and cross the stripe before anybody else got past him. So that means, you know, either they really misjudged it quite badly and should have just stayed on track for another lap and then come in and done their technical change, or they didn't misjudge it badly, in which case the points will be reassigned after the race. But again, as we said, they will discuss it after the race. They're not going to waste time and breath doing it now because it doesn't change anything now. You either win the race outright or you don't, and that's all their focus now, is to win the race outright. So the 32 car is our current race leader, but does have a penalty coming. Wave by will now commence because it's more than 30 minutes, astonishingly, since we had the last safety car. Can it really be? I'm not sure that it is, but if we didn't have a wave by on the last safety car, I wonder whether that rule then applies. If you get like 2 consecutive ones, do you not have a wave by on either of them? Or if you get a third one, do you not get a wave by on that one as well? Anyway, in the Bronze Cup, Sky Tempesta back to the top of the park. Chris Froggatt's back in the car for the first time in a while.
Well, that's impressive.
I know, 3rd overall. Well, again, you know, they're in that group of cars where you're attached to the top of the leaderboard by a piece of elastic and you get pushed all the way down and then everybody stops and then twang, you're right back up there again. Of course, the 52 car in second. Andrea Bertolini's driving that. Patrick Kujula is driving the car that is 3rd in that class. And how far down the order is he? I've lost him now. In that case, I'm probably looking too far down the order.
Yeah, the safety car is just turning into the first of the 2 left-handers, known as ProAm. And again, when you go down there, famously, I know before the resurface, but it seems afterwards, there's a bit of a stream running across the surface. It's so difficult. The good thing is that it's been dry for about the previous week. It's when you come to Spa and all the grass verges are already sodden before you arrive, and then any rain just literally hits them and is straight across the track. So at least some has sunk into the grass.
What year was it where we came, and like this year, they'd had Speed Week before with British GT Championship and stuff, and now we're going, wow, it was 35 degrees all week, and we came and it was like 15 degrees and raining, and it could be most years we've come here, but one particular year, possibly 2021 actually. Possible, but anyway.
Yeah, but bear in mind that the World Endurance Championship round, the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, is normally in about April, possibly early May, and it's been the classic case of the crowded house song, 4 seasons in one day.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, when you see prototypes going around and snow starting to flutter down, boy, does that excite me.
Yeah, woke up on race day a few years ago, opened the curtains, snow on the ground. Oh, and you knew immediately the pictures were going to be pretty. Top 3 in Pro-Am, CrowdStrike. Number 4 is still in front. Ian James at the wheel. Chris Buncombe in the number 100 RJN McLaren. And the Uno racing team, Landgraf Mercedes, is still in 3rd place. So those positions have not changed, but the gap between Ian James, the leader, and Chris Buncombe in 2nd place, they're now on the same lap. And there is Buncombe. Now, if he was in the... Did he get a wave by?
What do you think? Hold on, well, let's work that out. I mean, he could if he was running in front of the track, just
on the road in front of the leader in the queue. Max Rabat, is it Max Rabat or Arne Rabat? Max Rabat, the Valkenhorst Motorsport, Aston Martin, get my teeth in. Winward Racing's Mercedes in 2nd place, and the dynamic GT Porsche in 3rd. That's your top 3 in the Silver Cup class. And again, looking at a whole bunch of different manufacturer brands. 9 different manufacturers in the race here, alphabetically or approximately. Aston Martin, Audi, BMW, Ford, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Mercedes, McLaren and Porsche, all represented in greater or lesser numbers. Lesser would be Ford, with just the one Mustang.
The one, and it's just outside the top 10. Dennis Olsen, that's a car that seems to be having some fairly decent pace. Yeah. It's had a few little delays, but it's lost a bit of time with a penalty. No, the penalty earlier on was a problem in the pits. I'll have to double back on that one. But when running, going well. But then you look at the driver lineup, and it's very, very strong indeed. With Christopher Mies, who you normally say Christopher Mies Audi, but the world moves on.
And again, Proton competition Porsche is a phrase that we've been saying for 30 years, and yet Proton, while still involved with Porsche, are also Ford's Mustang GT3 team of choice, menu du jour. So a whole different world for the Proton GT arm to learn about, as well as learning about a hypercar with their Porsche 963 that they've been running since later last summer, after Le Mans last summer. So they're nearly at the 1-year mark of running their hypercar, but barely a couple of months into the Mustang adventure. Right, championship points. Here we go, deep dive.
We've been trying to get to the bottom of this championship points for the Endurance Cup at the 12-hour mark. Max Bootwell joining us from WRT. I guess, first of all, explain the way that you anticipated the rules to play out that you've had for race control subsequently to try and get some clarity.
Well, in the regulation, it's clearly said that they will give the point after 6 and 12 hours. So we refer exactly at 12 hours time that we were P1 at that moment. But then we received clarification for the race direction, saying that it's when the leader crosses the line after 12 hours. So that was not very clear for us, and it's still not very clear. So we tried to get a bit more clarification on that point.
Will you continue to speak to race control about this? Is there an appeal process or anything like that?
No appeal process at the moment, because we just need to understand, to better understand how is it going at the moment. Place, of course, is to stay in the rig. But of course, we need to understand, because there is a lot of points again. It's very important for the championship, because it's not one of this one. There is a... Of course, we want to win the race, but we will also want to win the championship, so this one is very important for us.
Okay, thank you for the information.
Thank you very much.
All right, so they're saying at 12 hours on the nose, they were the leaders, and then they came into the pit lane as the leaders and did their technical stop, and race controllers saying, no, it's the first person to cross the white line after 12 hours is declared the leader. So
you might think it's a very small difference, but it could be as much as 3 minutes in those sort of conditions.
Yep, could be as much as 5 minutes in those conditions, which is why the results were issued at 12:05.
Of course, a safety car had just come out at that point. So
Indeed.
it could be the smallest of tumbles. And it's not a team that tends to make mistakes. They are normally right on top of the rule book. We'll leave that to one side for the moment. And your point's a very good one, Martin. And it's not just about this race. It's about where they are in the championship. Right now, they obviously want to win the race, the big one. Team WRT hasn't won this event for fully 10 years since 2014. But at the end of the year, they'll probably look back and go, well, they are a Belgian team wanting to win the big Belgian race, but they would like to win the championship. And when it says the championship, it's the GT World Challenge Endurance Championship. And of course, they're tilting for gold as well in the sprint series. 5 rounds for each of them. But right now, here we are with the safety car turning into La Source. Still loads of spray, a bit more light coming in the sky, but a lot of these drivers are quite tired. It's been a real strain. Mechanics, they're also tired, but they don't have to be doing the driving.
Yeah, but on the other hand, the drivers are sent away for a couple of hours. The mechanics never leave the garage, because the moment the car leaves, you think, oh, great, we've got another 62 minutes. No, it could come in at the end of that lap, by which time you have to have repair bits ready. So mechanics definitely get no rest apart from what you see them getting in the chairs, and that is little and not often. So, and especially when the weather's and there's constant safety cars and constant full course yellows. And if you think the mechanics are getting no rest, then the guys on the pit wall who are doing all the mental heavy lifting and trying to work their strategies, they're getting absolutely none at all. So safety car due to come in this lap. Safety car is just exiting Les Combes, heading down the hill. And this is a very worrying picture. Why is it worrying? Because you can't see a marshal's post. Now, you can see, to a degree, the Lumi boards, but only just. And we are, at that stage, at a very dangerous juncture in terms of safety. If one marshal's post cannot see another, although the human eye may be seeing things differently to the camera lens, that is and that was actually the issue, obviously, with the Nürburgring 7.5 hours, as it turned out to be, rather than 24 hours, is that fog meant that visibility made it absolutely unsafe by any stretch to race. Now, here you can see from marshal's post to marshal's post. Here the drivers can see. So, it's just that, okay, the camera apparently has a very foggy lens.
But also, when you look at a field following around behind a safety car, you just get this wall of spray built up by how many cars have we still got in this race? We've got 53 cars still in this race.
It's less that. It's what isn't in the ball of spray. It's the visibility at the side. And certainly at the top of the hill through that camera lens, it looked quite grim. But I'm gathering that the camera, like everything else, is misting up in the cold, the wet, the warm, the humidity, and the cold and the wet again. So that probably needs taking apart and a bit of work before it comes out of the B unit to be used at the next race weekend.
Now, how
safety
wet and
car,
cold is it? It's just under 15 degrees. That's as low as it's gone all night, 14.9 degrees. It should start to warm up soon. They always say the coldest time is just before dawn. We've had dawn.
Yeah.
And we're working forward. But for the number 32 BMW from Team WRT, the car that he thought was leading the race at the halfway point, that's got a penalty to serve.
Yep, back to green flag racing.
Soon, but
safety car is in the pit lane. We go green again, and Sheldon van der Linde leads them across the line. Franck Pereira right behind him. Chris Froggatt third in the Sky Tempesto Racing Ferrari. And leading its class in fourth place is Max Robin in the 35 Aston Martin, 35 Aston Martin, leading its class in sixth place overall. It's Phil Ellis in the 777 Get Speed Mercedes that is leading the gold category. So in the top 6, we've got 4 different classes being led.
4 of the 5 classes in the race, so that's really very well represented. The one that's out of the mix is Ian James leading the Pro-Am class, number 4 Mercedes. He's about 25 seconds clear of Chris Buncombe. So what's happened? For the number 100 Team RJN McLaren, that had the lead for hour after hour in Pro-Am. and by dint of leading, it couldn't get flagged forward on a wave through, and each time it lost a little bit of time to those that were behind, in front of it on the track, almost a lap down, but they got way through. Now it's fighting back, and certainly Chris Buncombe getting closer and closer to Ian James. A lot of people getting closer and closer to trouble, having just had the race restarted. The safety car pulling in. We've got our race leader Sheldon van der Linde scurrying clear in number 32. Team WRT BMW just going out of shot as it turned into ProAm, but in behind you've got
looking
a few cars
there,
back.
just gone through shot.
Pereira, just under 3 seconds down.
Woo! Aston Martin out wide, was looking for the Lamborghini from Pereira, 163. He's not immediately behind the leader. There is one other car between them. We ride on board with 51. Who's this? Davide Rigon back at the wheel, 12th place. And just in front is that is the 99 car, isn't it? That's the Riccardo Feller-driven Tresor Attempto racing car that the timing system believes was the leader at the halfway mark. So all of that arguing and kerfuffle can happen in the days and weeks to come, or possibly in the hours after the race. But right now, that is the battle for 11th place, just outside the top 10. So Marco Sorensen, number 7, 007 Aston Martin, is just in front of this battle by 0.7 of a second ahead of Feller. So in the murk there, you're looking at the tail of the 99 car, and he's looking closer at the tail of 007. So that should be, I mean, the visibility is brilliant here. This is down at Piff Paff. But again, look at the side, you know, look out to the sides from the onboard. There's not an awful lot of lateral visibility. Is he going around the outside?
Hard to tell.
Looks like it was.
Is he diving into
that was up. This is up at the bus stop now. So no, there's the 99 still in front. So that was another car they've just gone around the outside of.
Right, but what's happened on that lap is Sheldon van der Linde is now 5.4 seconds clear. He gained the best part of 2.5 seconds. Oh dear, 10 seconds penalty for car 35, speeding in the pit lane. Not the first car to do it, not possibly the last. That's one of the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martins.
And
bear in mind, a short while ago, one of the sister cars, number 36, was off into the tyre wall at Eau Rouge, so it's not been a good hour or so.
Penalties also for the 55 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, and 71 David Vidales was at the wheel of the AF Corsa Francorchamps Motors Ferrari when it hit and took out of the race the 48 Mercedes, and also clattered Lila Wadu into a spin. And actually, that was a big hit on the back of Lila Wadu's Ferrari. I mean, it really thumped it in the rear wheel. I'm amazed that car continued going. The first impact from the 71 Ferrari took the right front wheel off the 48 Mercedes. So it was a big double hit.
Yeah, but where are we in the bronze class? Lila Wadu's car is still leading that class in 3rd overall, but with Chris Froggatt now at the wheel.
So it took a big hit. It must have been just behind the rear wheel, or in the door panel maybe, but avoided the rear wheel. Otherwise that would, here it is, this is the 93 car. Otherwise that would absolutely been the end of their race. So 3rd overall, leading their category. Max Rabanne 2.3 seconds behind, so maybe not the first of those cars you can see in the rear view mirror, but maybe the 2nd or possibly even the 3rd in the queue. But somebody's coming. 1/3 of a second back. You can see, look at the gap there. Green to amber, getting closer, getting to both those cars are now within the danger zone of proximity. There's the word I'm looking for, closeness to the 93 car. So Chris Froggatt, he spent a lot of time racing Sky Tempesta Ferraris, hasn't he, Chris Froggatt? Very much embedded in the structure of that team.
Okay, Sheldon, how is the visibility? It's okay. It's okay. Bit of aquaplaning though.
Okay, that was the message from Team WRT to Sheldon van der Linde, race leader, but with that penalty to serve. And but right now, even as the visibility improves, and particularly improves if you're the race leader because you haven't got people in front of you, but still aquaplaning. In the night, drivers were saying we're aquaplaning at, I don't know, 270 kph, which is 170 miles an hour in the night around Spa. one of the worst corners for aquaplaning is in that point just there at the bottom of Eau Rouge before you rise up to Radillon. We saw the number 36 walking horse Aston Martin just getting it wrong and snapping to the left. Poor Max Janssen could do nothing about it. The 18-year-old Dutchman distraught at that car being removed from the race. But the perils are out there. It's about making sure you just don't get caught out.
Really interesting riding on board with Chris Froggatt there. How much of a breeze off the throttle he was having to take to get it squared up through Eau Rouge and up through Radillon. He was really not able to attack the throttle, but then neither were the cars behind him either. You saw that they did not close on him, and that's always a really strong sign that he was going as quick as anybody else. Still very rainy around this Spa-Francorchamps circuit. We've had nearly an hour of, or since sun up, so probably about half an hour realistically of daylight, but it is clearing, or the light is getting better, the visibility is getting better, at least when you're not in the ball of spray behind.
But when you
190 cars.
When you look at these conditions, these drivers are 20 seconds off their natural best pace. So in race pace, they're probably about 15 or 16 seconds off. Those are the very fastest laps. The best lap of the race, I think, is 2 minutes 16.8 seconds. They're lapping into the race leader, lapping in precisely 20 seconds slower. It seems improbable. The only way you can really do that with any ease or go any faster is not to be right behind someone, so you're not getting a face full of spray, but it's still tricky. The rain seems to be in flurries, just to make it all the more complicated, and the drivers are hanging on for now, but we've got quite a few drivers who've got penalties heading their way. And just to reiterate, the most recent one was a drive-through penalty for car number 71, which was David Vidal's AF Corsa Ferrari, and car number 55 that also is getting a drive-through penalty for causing a collision, and 55 is one of the two dynamic GT Porsches. That's Joe Rapanga, Axel Blom, Marius Nacken and Theo Nue, who share that car, so their little races will be set back.
35 and 46 going at it. And this is for position. Max Robert ahead of Max Martin, but not for long. Push Pappy, I believe we're contractually obliged to say at this stage. It's Maxime Martin's favourite little slogan. He goes up the order, moves up one, ahead of our Pro-Am class leader, not Pro-Am class leader,
silver class leader.
Yeah, silver class leader,
more importantly for Maxime Martin, that's for
fifth place overall.
And bearing in mind the sister car, number 32, Sheldon van der Linde, is leading the race but has a penalty to serve. It could be up another position again when that happens.
And we're not worrying about whether you're up another position in 6 minutes or 16 minutes. We're worrying about if you're up another position in 10 hours and 16 minutes, because that's when all the big money comes out. Race leader still Sheldon van der Linde. And how far ahead is he? He's 25.3 seconds ahead of Maxime Martin. We're right on board with Chris Froggatt, and Froggatt's doing good lap times at the moment. 2:39.1, 2:37.3 for Franck Pereira in front of him, 2:36.9 behind, 2:38.5 for Max Robert. Maxime Martin though 2:37.7, so couple of laps quicker on the last lap than this car, but is still the leader in the Bronze Cup. And in the end, that's actually what they care about. Yeah, it would be lovely to have an overall podium. Realistically, it's all about winning a class. You know, it's not about what you're doing compared to the all-platinum pro driver lineups. It's what you're doing as Maxime Martin wriggles by. It's what is... Is that Maxime Martin already? Is Maxime Martin got by Klaus Bachler as well?
Well, I think they just swapped over. No, yeah, he must have done.
He must have done, because...
Well, hold on, let's take a look. Maxime Martin, last time around, did a 2 minutes 37. Yeah, he's quicker than...
How many red, white and blue Team WRT cars are there?
2.
Only 2. Well, one's in the lead, and...
Okay, they both got past Chris Froggatt.
Gone by Chris Froggatt. Okay,
so he was third, he's fallen to fourth, he's fallen to fifth.
Yeah.
Bachler to third, Robin now up to, sorry, Martin up to fourth place.
Again, having a timing screen that's a lap behind is really not helping on the restarts.
And actually having one that's a lap ahead isn't much good, because you'll be commentating about stuff that hasn't happened yet. We'll give it a go though.
first gear, minimum speed 55 kilometers an hour in the bus stop. And for those of you who are relatively new to motor racing, and particularly maybe to Spa-Francorchamps, why is the little chicane called the bus stop? Well, because many years ago, when the circuit was reopened in 1983 for Formula One racing, the bus stop chicane, or the chicane that protected the pit lane, was a left-right, a short straight, and a right-left. So it was a sort of square dogleg that looked like you were pulling off the main carriageway into a bus stop, and that's where the name came from. And even though it no longer looks even remotely like that, it's still called the bus stop, because that's what the chicane that's by the pits was called, the bus stop. So there it is. So Sheldon van der Linde, the race leader, by nearly 10 seconds now from Franck Pereira. Klaus Bachler up to third, Maxime Martin up to fourth. Then Chris Froggatt down to fifth place. Max Robin in sixth position. Phil Ellis leading his class as well. So that's 3 consecutive class leaders, 5th, 6th and 7th. So in the top 7, 4 of our 5 class leaders. Sheldon van der Linde. I know, and we're already 12 hours in.
And a little voice in my ear from our producer for this night's stint, from Ben Constantinos, is pointing out the circuit commentator when the circuit reopened. A certain Bob Constantinos invented the bus stop claim.
Roberty Bobberty of Constantinos, Phil. Yeah.
The self-same, but it's a good claim to fame.
Absolutely.
But instead of having a sort of effectively 3 sides of a long rectangle, which was the bus stop, you now have a triangulation. Instead of turning a sharp left, you angle to the left and then go to a hard right and an even harder left.
Well, it's basically hairpin right, hairpin left in rallying terms.
Yeah, before.
It's more than 90 degrees right and more than 90 degrees left. So it is a very big stop from high speed. You're at full throttle for 75% of the lap here, and certainly at that stage, when you come out of Curve Paul Frere, or Stavelot it used to be called, then you are hard on the gas all the way up till you get onto the brakes for the bus stop chicane there, and that is a big stop, and it definitely gets the concentration. Even when you're in the passenger seat being driven up there quickly, you are very well aware of the approach speed and the fact that you can't see any road in front of you because it turns sharply to your right, extremely sharply to your right. So 14 degrees of air temperature according to the official thermometer on top of the old pits area and commentary position. Once upon a time when there was probably just a circuit commentator and television riffraff like ours didn't come. Here's the battle for 6th position then. Marco Sorensen in the, again, can't say come to you without saying Audi, come to you Aston Martin, so it's still early in the alphabet. Where else could they have gone? They've actually gone earlier in the alphabet than Audi. Is there anything possibly that you could race that's earlier in the alphabet than an Aston Martin?
Well, Allards don't really cut it anymore in racing terms. I did see someone driving down to Le Mans in a lovely Allard J2, but shortly after we left them at the Eurotunnel exit, the skies opened. They had no cover at all. They'd have been sitting in a bathtub.
Indeed.
With friends riding alongside them in a Fiat Barchetta. Like they'd taken something off a sort of a Dodgem ride.
Yes, compared to the
labouring whatsoever.
Compared to the Allard, anything looks like it's a 2/3 scale replica. On board with Maxime Martin, with Marco Sorensen rather. Wrong car, wrong battle entirely. So Sorensen all over the back at the moment of the car in front of him, of Ricardo Feller. 99 car.
Right, we're sitting in a situation, Martin, where the race-leading car has got it's 37 minutes into its stint. That is Sheldon van der Linde. We know he's got a penalty to serve. That's not going to help at all. But the car in second place is Franck Pereira's number 163 Grasser Lamborghini. Its stint length is only about a minute less, so it's hardly at any great disadvantage. This is a car that's bobbed to the front, it's been at the front, it's fallen back down the order, it's risen up to the front, and with that driver combination it's got Franck Pereira, Jordan Pepper, on board as two of the drivers, and the third driver being Marco Mappelli. There's certainly no weak links there. It just goes to prove you just got to stay in the hunt, stay in the hunt, stay in the hunt. And the pendulum went the wrong way for them because they couldn't get fuel in the car properly at the first 2 pit stops, but they've been consistent in between, and they've probably been helped just moving up the order as others have had problems. But there's still plenty of time left in this race, and it would be really quite a story. Start from pole position, fall back with 2 slow first pit stops. So you're trying to, first and second, trying to work out what it was. Then they realised they hadn't got enough fuel going in from the rig, and yet here they are. Sitting up in second place. And they're well clear of the car in third, which is Klaus Bachler. They're 13 seconds clear of his Pure Racing Porsche, so it's gone well.
Part of the reason that we're seeing 93, 35 and 777 so far up the order, leading not the Pro class, is that the top 8 cars have not had their 5-minute mandatory technical stop yet. Interesting. Here's something. So 32 total pit stop time so far, 1 hour and 20 minutes. 163 total pit stop time, 1 hour and 49 minutes. 29 minutes longer in the pit lane, and they're 9 seconds back. 29 minutes longer in the pit lane. That's insane. In third place, Klaus Bachler 911, 2 hours and 3 minutes total pit time. And yet, further down the order, I was just looking, where are we? 1 hour, 12 minutes. The 55 car down in 30th place. They haven't had their 5-minute stop either. But,
no,
but even the leader has spent 8 minutes longer in the pit lane than them in total in the race.
That was, I think, what you're looking at there is actually their time in their last pit stop. So we're seeing some, they weren't in the pits, for example, for 5 hours. That's 5 minutes.
Oh, 5 minutes. I
8
beg your
seconds.
pardon. Yeah. No, sorry. I was looking at where did I did see the total pit stop. Oh, no, okay.
Yeah,
no, so
it's gone. It's gone off in the ether. The visibility in the box is gone. But plenty to fight for. Right now, it's about staying on the track. Conditions are changing all the time. We've just had a little spin for car number 17. And we'll get on to number 17. The number 21, Come To You Racing, Aston Martin, is in trouble. I'm looking for car 17. There isn't a car 17.
He
so
got pretty quickly.
Stop looking for that. That was spun and rejoined at turn 5. So we'll.
That's at Les Combes. So let's assume that was 21. Yeah, 21 is just going on its way down the hill from Les Combes on our tracker. So I think that's what's happening. Yeah, so yes, it's not hours, it's minutes and seconds. So the last stop for 32 was 1 minute 20. So who did so? Marcus Nacken, for some reason in 55, did a short stop. And again, I don't know why you would do.
No, I'll tell you why.
Short stop.
He had a drive-through penalty.
That's what it was.
Nacken. He was 55 and 71. 71 we knew about. That was the AF Corsa Ferrari. David Vidal has got a little enthusiastic at this point on the circuit up at La Source.
Meanwhile, here is Marco Sorensen right behind Ricardo Foller again. Ricardo Foller right in front of the Come To You Aston. That's a good little battle. And actually Ryan asked one of the drivers earlier on, you know, how do you make a difference when all the cars are so similar and all the drivers are so equally good? I think the simple answer is it's almost impossible to make a difference other than by relentless consistency and pace. You just have to be absolutely on it for every moment you're in the car, and just force an error somewhere. You keep piling on the pressure. And you saw there in the little graphic, 1 lap Marco's 77 thousandths quicker. Then the next lap 1.4 seconds slower, then the next lap 1.4 seconds quicker. So I mean, it's, you know, it's where you catch one bit of traffic and where he catches it first and where you catch it second. And here's a prime example. Very slightly slower car in front, and they are very slightly slower, and that makes it really hard to get by.
And just another element that's so vital in this is there isn't a dry line, but there's a drier line, and that's the racing line. And if you want to overtake, you're going to get off that racing line and go where you've got less grip than you had moments before, but you've got to have the confidence to do it, and the confidence the person near you could accommodate any slight twitch you may have when you start to aquaplane. But these decisions, you can either try and do it immediately or think about it for several laps. And right now, car number 7, the Aston Martin with Marco Sorensen, down in 10th place. He's just looking, learning, trying to feel, are the conditions changing? Is it going to be more slippery next lap, or will it start to dry out? But right now, I think any elements of bravado could just upset the whole apple cart.
Now, David Pittard has just moved up to 6th place ahead of Maxime Robin. And we're looking here at the 99 and 007 battle. So Ricardo Fella just ahead of Marco Sorensen. But they're losing ground, actually, to David Pittard and Phil Ellis as well, who's the next car up the road in 777. That Mercedes is pulling away from these two guys. I don't think it would necessarily be pulling away from the 007 Aston if it could get by the Audi, but right now it just can't. And you know, this is where you just have to go deep into your reserves of pace. Still raining a lot there, even though you could see a less wet line through Eau Rouge. On the big apron outside the main grandstand, there's a lot of water hitting the ground, and it's still pretty wet here as well in the pit lane area. So again, top of the hill, up at Les Combes, no way through for Maxime Martin. He's just going to have to keep bludgeoning away. There you are, look. Lost 1.49, gained 1.46, lost 5 thousandths on the lap. 5 thousandths of a second. Ooh.
So 200ths of a second lost in 3 laps. It is nothing at all, but the possibility of making a mistake is gargantuan.
Yeah, and there was a mistake there, very slight mistake from Ricardo Fella, but that's allowed Marco Sorensen to just get even more under his skin. And as they sweep on down the hill towards Piff Paff, Fella had just crept away a fraction from Sorensen. Again, part of what you see in the play between these cars is where their strengths and weaknesses relative to each other are. And it certainly seemed that getting out of Rivage down through the Jackie X curve, the 99 Audi was just getting away a fraction from Sorensen. So where is he making it up on the lap? Why are they within a hair's breadth of each other over the entire 7.7 kilometers? Or maybe he's making it up in the long, quick stuff, because the Audi's definitely not dropping him here. Oh, and again, that's not a lift. That's a lift and a change down. That's still very, very wet. And that's all part of it, isn't it? No matter how desperately you want to get by, you can't just carry speed. You can only carry speed that the grip will allow. It's not a sim game. It's
and also, but
stuff.
Martin, if you decide you're going to try and overtake up the inside, you may well aquaplane into the side of the car you're overtaking, and then, you know what, you'll be punished. And we've seen that for certainly David Vidales in the AF Corsa car. If you've got on the outside, you may not be punished, but you may just carry skating straight on, particularly in a corner like La Source. But you're less likely to be judged badly if you try the outside line.
Well, if you get it wrong, you're going to be punished, either losing time, hitting the barriers, going into the gravel, or getting whisked off to the steward's office. One way or another, it's not going to go well. And that's the thing, again, as you say, you know, if you're not absolutely nailed on, then there's going to be contact, or one of you's going off, or both of you are going off, none of which is devoutly to be wished. At this stage in the race, 10 hours to go and 10 seconds. Daylight is here. The rain has not abated. Rain is forecast to continue for another 4.5 hours. The teams will be absolutely thrilled to hear. Not necessarily non-stop, but it's certainly saying that it's not likely to be dry before 11 in the morning. It is now 6:30 Central European time.
So when we popped in at 11 o'clock with rain forecast to be heavy starting at 11 o'clock, that was the start of our 9-hour stint. You're trying to tell me that even 2 hours after we've come off air and handed back to David Addison and John Watson, it will still be raining. But then for them, they'll have the glorious dry track at the end, but stopping raining and dry track are not necessarily interlinked. Could take quite some while to get from one to the other.
Forecast to stop raining and actually stopping raining may not be the same thing either. Maybe Thierry Tassin was just being kind to us by saying it'll probably only be 2 or 3 hours of rain. Again, look at that. Look at the gap between Maxime Martin and Klaus Bachler. 0.679 gained, 0.001 on lap 248. He gained 1/1000th of a second on Klaus Bachler. I find it hard to imagine that two human beings running 100 meters can be as close as 1/1000th of a second. Never mind two drivers in two different cars from two different makes over 7.7 kilometers. How can they be so identical on time?
Right.
Just how can they? Even once.
Yeah, exactly. You know, lap after lap, you must have a twitch here, a twitch there. Maxi Gertz, just seen him in shot. He's running in the number 9 Boots and VDS Mercedes. He's down in 26th position. He's a lap down, but he's right across the nose of the battle for 3rd place. But he's lapping the same pace as they are, and as long as he's not obstructing them, but around the outside, Klaus Bachler goes, that's quite enough of that. Got through, and I think Maxi Gertz just suddenly went, fair enough.
Well, I think somebody in Boots and VDS has gone, that's not your battle, let him by.
And by the way, Maxi, don't relax, because one of the great overtakers is right on your tail now. That's Maxime Martin, the number 46 Team WRT. BMW may end up the race being their best place of their cars, because number 32, the sister car, Sheldon van der Linde, leading the race, but still with a drive-through penalty to be served.
It was definitely confirmed that they had a drive-through.
I'm just doubling back because I wrote in my copious notes.
I'm just looking on our...
Because it said 40, 55 and 71. It was ages ago. It's gone off the screen.
Well, if it was ages ago, you have to serve it within 3 laps.
Okay, drive-through penalty I wrote for causing contact. That's oh no, sorry, that's 71. That's the other car that happened at the same time. David Vidales.
With 32, was it a 30-second penalty?
30-second full course yellow infringement.
Yes, so not a drive-through. Okay, so 30 seconds, and that will have to be served at their next pit stop.
Next pit stop, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I've written one thing for one and one for the other, so I think they're probably both 30 seconds.
Don't worry, it's still early in the morning. There's plenty of time for us to improve. Right, let's get down to the pit lane and catch up with Attempto Racing. And here is Ryan Marine.
Arkid Aka is the team owner with Tresor Attempto, and it's been a really strong run for the number 99 car up to this point. Can you take us through the way this race is played out and what position you find yourself in now, looking at the run to the checkered flag?
Our target is always to win. This is the victory. This is the reason why we are here. And hopefully we get all together and we can have the trophy.
The conditions have been difficult seemingly throughout this whole race. How has the team been able to adapt as the weather has changed from wet to dry and back to wet again?
I have a really professional team behind me, so we are doing a quite good job. We have a lot of experience. We have made a couple of years this event, so nothing surprises us. I have mega mechanics, mega engineering, mega data guy, mega strategist. Also, our weather forecast was all that what we expect, and the guys on the track makes a mega job.
What is your weather forecast telling you about the rest of the race?
I think similar like this, so we will see. Maybe we will have a little bit of short dry session, but mostly it will be wet.
Have you had any sleep yet?
Honestly, yes. 1 hour, 1.5 hours was okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks to you.
Well done. Interview there with Arkid Aka, who founded Attempto Racing, runs it with Nancy Kant. And a long time ago, they won the Porsche Super Cup 2013, and then last year they won the GT World Challenge Europe Silver Championship. That was with his son Alex and with Lorenzo Petresi. But they've run a lot of different cars over the years, Attempto Racing. It used to be decked out in a sort of metallic, slightly dirty blue, but they've got better and better and better. Now
I'm trying to think who drove and won the Super Cup.
Nicky Team.
Nicky Team. Yes, it was.
2013.
Yes, it was.
And then a driver who has got better and better, a Turkish driver, you know, same bloodline as the Arkinaka family, Arhanchan Gouvan on the Benelux Porsche and French Porsche series, but that's already a long time ago, 2018. But they've stuck in, and the thing about Temto Racing, they've just got better and better as they've gone through the decade.
Yeah, Chan Juven is an extremely talented driver, both in the real world and the sim world. He's part of Porsche's sim factory program as well as their real factory program, and was a Porsche junior driver a couple of years ago. The only Porsche supported driver, in fact, and was runner-up in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup a couple of seasons in a row. So Anchan Juven, as you rightly say, from Turkey as well. And yeah, he's a very, very quick driver. Kind of surprised that he didn't get eased into any of the hypercar programs. Maybe they're thinking it's just a year too early or a couple of years too early, but an awful lot of hypercar drivers have come directly from GT, because the cars are, although they're fearsomely complex in terms of weight and balance and power and performance and so on, they're not that far different. And there's a challenge, Aston on Aston action.
Yeah,
so that's Marcus trying to go by Maxime Robin. Yeah, goes down the inside this time and does pick up the spot. And that is, again, for Maxime Robin, he's not your target, he's not your class, he's not your battle, and he's a fellow Aston driver. Let him go through.
Yeah. So the best place in the Aston Martins is David Pittard in Walking Horse number 34. That's he's in 5th overall. 7th place now is Marco Sorensen for Company Racing. But as you pointed out, the other one of the remaining Walking Horse Motorsport cars, Maxime Robin, is leading the Silver Cup class handsomely. Actually, he's 10 positions ahead of Colin Carasani in the 57 Winwood Racing Mercedes. So putting just to one side and letting a fellow Aston Martin driver go through, in that case Marcus Sorensen, was exactly the right thing to do, because otherwise as a manufacturer you might support some teams, but if they take each other off, you do not win prizes.
Yeah, well, and the other thing is, if you, in a position of Maxime Robin, if you slow yourself down, hold yourself up, trying to defend an overall position against somebody now, those 2 or 3 seconds a lap, maybe for 2 or 3 laps, might make the difference between you winning and losing your class in 10 hours' time. And all right, currently, second in class is half a lap behind you, but that's only half a lap. That's only a minute and a half in these conditions. You know, you don't want them getting any closer than you have to have them. Here's Franck Pereira, second place in the GRT Lamborghini. How many years of Grasser Racing Team being involved with Lamborghini? We're getting on to 15 years now, surely, with GRT Lambos. And still, as the cars develop, they remain super competitive. Franck Pereira, just heard from Jordan Prepper a short while ago after the end of his stints. And they're still in there and swinging, aren't they? Look, he's 7 seconds back from Sheldon van der Linde. And look at the gaps. Finding 1.1, 1.4, 1.4, 1.5, 1.7 seconds. That's pretty relentless pace and performance. 2:33.609 on the last lap for Franck Pereira in second. 2:34.9, so 1.3 seconds on the last lap as well. Those are the gaps. Pereira is closing definitely on van der Linde, and the gap down now under 8 seconds, barely over 7.
Yeah, there was a time years ago where Franck Pereira, you know, seemed to almost change manufacturer every year, and he was uniformly quick. His career seemed to take a little bit of a dip, but it's absolutely back in a sweet spot. And I thought it was very sweet after he'd won the Super Pole shootout. He was effectively saying, not bad for an old man.
Not bad for a number 2 driver. Sheldon van der Linde, your race leader, and Franck Pereira is not in that battle, but just behind them. The next car in shot. Hold it there, hold it there, hold it there, and the third set of lights. There you go. That was him going through shot. That's me being Natasha there. Just, okay, just hold it. Voiture bleue. No, the bleu, la bleu. There they go, no. A little bit trotard on that one as well. Actually, that's not him because that's too close. That's not 7 seconds back either. Yeah, that's not him. It's the next one, isn't it? Did he have
the track
on?
Is improving, but not in leaps and bounds. We're coming down. Well, I suppose the guideline is the pace that Franck Pereira is managing in second place overall. 7.2 seconds down. He gained a second and a quarter last time around. 2 minutes 33. You know, there's the best lap that car's done is at 2 minutes 16. So we're what 17 seconds off that pace. But a while ago they were all 20 seconds off that pace. Their fuel load is lightening because this stint for some of them has been going on for very nearly an hour. In fact, the car in third place, Klaus Bachler, ought to be in next time around or possibly the time after. And likewise, David Pittard in fifth and Chris Froggatt in sixth. Again, they will owe us a pit stop very soon, probably a lap ahead of some of their rivals.
And Phil Ellis as well. There's a few drivers who've been in for an hour. Andrea Bertolini's been in for an hour. Maxi Goetz has been in for an hour. So hour and 1, hour and 2, 62 minutes is. I don't think that I can't imagine there's been a driver stint that's not had at least one lap of full course yellow in it. Not since hour 2 of the race, anyway. So 62 minutes is less of an issue than maybe the 67 maximum, but even so, don't venture too close to that.
The rain is still coming down, the light is starting to increase in the sky, but if you did take a few hours of shut-eye or found something else to do, we have actually had not 1, not 2, but 16 full course yellow periods and 13 safety car phases. Right, Chris Froggatt in from the lead in the bronze class, came in from 6th overall. He's going to tumble down the order a bit. Looks like he's staying on board, indicating to the crew he might want something changed. But so much brighter now as the drivers look down the old pit lane towards Eau Rouge at the bottom of the hill. In fact, I'll tell you what, no, it's going the other way. It's up towards La Source. They're in the upper pit lane.
Yep. In from 5th place, Valkenhorst Motorsport.
Yeah, that Aston Martin was brought in from by David Pittard. He'd been running fairly close to the tail of Maxime Martin. In fact, he was ahead of Maxime Martin before the pit stops, and the BMW worked its way past him. In fact, let's scratch that. No, he was still behind Maxime Martin, but certainly among the front runners. He came in from 5th place. We'll fall down the order, but as we said, a lot of crews were owing us a pit stop this time around, and if they're not in this time, their immediate rivals will be coming in next time.
There was a driver change in that Aston as well. Ross Gunn has taken it out of the pit lane. Chris Froggatt has remained in, or remains in, the Sky Tempesto Ferrari. Michael Grenier in 777. Andrea Bertolini is in the pit lane as well. We knew he was due in. So, and again, not too long after that, I was going to say, will come some of our other front runners. Sheldon van der Linde is in. There's Franck Pereira. Franck Pereira on 60 minutes on the nail, or 59 minutes in fact. 60 minutes for Sheldon van der Linde.
And it's worth pointing out that the minimum, the sort of maximum time you're allowed in the car is 63 minutes, and you might be able to do, let's say, X and a half laps. A half lap isn't any good at all. You have to have a complete lap. Obviously now, the number 32 car in from the lead. That's the one of the WRT BMWs. That's the one that has to serve an extra 30 seconds at a standstill during this pit stop. So the lead will disappear. That should promote those in behind, but they've also come into the pit at the same time. That includes the 163 Lamborghini from Grasser Racing Team with Franck Pereira, and also Klaus Bachler, who came in the lap before, I believe, yes, in his Pure Racing Porsche. So 3 different makes of car in the top 3 positions. Before they came in, it was BMW from Lamborghini and Porsche. Will that be the story when they return? But certainly the number 32 BMW from the lead of the race with 30 seconds extra to standstill will be down the order somewhat. Sheldon van der Linde is out and strapping in whoever takes it over.
So this is going to be a longer than standard stop because they have to do that 30 seconds before the pit stop starts. So fuel going in now, and they will take tyres as well. Hard to imagine. Ooh, did they take tyres? Or come on, they must, unless it is so wet that actually the driver's saying, I don't think we need to change these tyres. But you do lose performance on old wets compared to new wets. The sharpness of the edges of the tread blocks and all of that stuff that drivers talk about a lot, it not only puts more rubber on the road if you haven't rounded off the edges of the tread blocks. You think, well, Martin, really, what difference can that make? Well, to you and me in a road car, or frankly, you and me in a racing car, we don't have the sensitivity, but the drivers will definitely feel it. And when the tread blocks are starting to wear, they're also starting to overheat a little bit, so that doesn't help the life of the tyre either. Did we see a tyre change? I didn't notice particularly that there was a tyre change, but we're looking at several things at the same time. So there you go. There's 163 back out. Franck Pereira at the wheel.
I sense the conditions have suddenly got a little wetter, but then again, you can get rain on a camera lens. Well, one car that's definitely having a change of rubber is the number 10 Mercedes from Boots VDS. That has fallen down the order just a little bit recently. But again, it's wet weather tyres going back on. Rain tyres have been the order of the day since about, what, 10:30 in the evening. That sort of stint that started around 10 o'clock was, they knew the rain was coming. The fireworks display was brought forward half an hour to make sure that at least they could take off in a sky through which they could be seen. But conditions are foul. But hopefully John Watson and David Addison have had a good night's sleep. They'll be with us in about an hour or so's time. But they caused the rain. They should be here to mop it up later on.
I think we'll leave plenty of rain for them to enjoy as well, and no reason to hog all the excitement for ourselves. Maxime Martin cycles back to the top of the pile in the number 46 WRT BMW, car that he regularly shares with Valentino Rossi, and did last year as well. And Valet has become increasingly, I was going to say engaged. I don't mean that. I mean increasingly melded into the team. It's like not quite like he was never a motorcycle racer, but he is much less of a kind of new racing driver in his approach and in the way that the team works around him. The big deal, of course, is that he is a bigger name than all the other drivers and cars put together on the grid, and actually again here walking around yesterday, Bruce, the astonishing number of people with 46 on their hats and t-shirts and everything else.
Martin, when we went into the model shop on the infield, just behind the old pits, we had a look, and a large number of the cars were just the various different BMWs and things that he's raced since he joined just a few years ago.
Yep.
And but again, with people wearing hats and shirts and carrying flags, carrying 46, doesn't matter where you are. And the place with almost the largest crowd, of course, you'd expect was in his home country in Italy. So at Monza, Imola, they're great. But his home circuit is Misano. Whole grandstands are filled, and the people queue up for hour upon hour just to see him. It's astonishing when you realise already his motorcycle career, as illustrious as it has been, a phenomenal career, is disappearing. Because it's, you know, in the rearview mirror, it'll stand forever. Right, we've got one of the BMWs coming in from the front.
That is the 46 car. It's a race leader. Yeah, 9-time motorcycle world champion Valentino Rossi. Only, and actually he was chatting in Imola with 9-time Le Mans winner Tom Christensen, and they were chatting and saying, you know, okay, maybe I need to win another one to go to 10 just to be one ahead of Tom, and then it was pointed out to him that he's not, in fact, the most successful motorcycle champion. That is Belgium's Stefan Everts, who was a 10-time world motocross champion. And when he said, oh, no, there is a 10-time champion, boom, he knew immediately, oh, Everts, of course, that's the target. So get 9 on 2 wheels, 1 on 4, and, yeah. He's in the way that Sebastian Vettel was, and that Lewis Hamilton is, and that Michael Schumacher was, so very aware of their position in history, not congratulating themselves on it, but just aware of it and understanding the importance and the meaning of it. Now then, back into the garage.
Well, that's Ralph Aron. Now, this is the 130 Mercedes that ran very well early on, one of the two Estonian drivers in the race. That has already, to my eye, done its technical pit stop.
It did.
So there is no rush for that one by the looks of things. Again, when you look here, the pit garages are very small, particularly in the
well, this
original
is in the
pit lane.
Yeah, the old pit lane.
You don't want big elbows, they simply wouldn't fit. But this isn't the body language of a crew that's massively rushing.
They've got a little bit of an issue with the air hose coming off the air jacks, which they don't need, because when they fixed whatever needs fixing, not only does the car have to go up in the air first, but it's got to come down out of the air second. So it's work on the left-hand side, which is not being mirrored on the right. And so it's gone up in the air on the air jacks, and then they put on a collar, and then lower the car onto the collar, so it's not on the air jacks, but it is supported. The air jacks are held in place by the collar, so it's not just. They're looking underneath. What are they looking for? They're looking for a leak. There's not much in the way of working room underneath it, I'm afraid. So, and it's red hot. It's a very uncomfortable environment. I'm trying to hear what they're saying. I couldn't quite. They must be looking for a leak. The problem is, it's been driving in the rain for the last 65 hours, so, or however long it's been, and so everything's leaking water. So if they're looking for an oil or a water or a fuel leak, everything's dripping on them, and they've got to try and decipher what bits of drippy drips are just rainwater ingress that's now finding its way out through all the various different holes and cracks and leaks. There's Vincent Vos, the man who is the linchpin of WRT. Former racer himself, raced here in the exhibition upstairs, celebrating 100 years of the race. Various different cars, actual winning cars that raced here in period, Bastos TWR Rover and various other 635 CSIs and stuff. But among the drivers' helmets, the one from Vincent Vos.
Is the brake bias kind of where you want it to be for these conditions, or can I go more rearward? You might be able to go maybe another half a turn to the rear.
Okay, so after Colin Brown and Ian James, we've now got the Dutch Wunderkind. I suppose he possibly isn't quite a Wunderkind anymore. Not that he's less wonderful, but he's less kinty, perhaps. Nicky Katzberg, but going from the gentleman drivers, the other three guys, to full-on pro. Okay, it's a bit front-endy, and that's more comfortable for the gentleman drivers because you're less likely to swap ends in the rain. But Nicky wants it. I need a bit more front brake rather than rear brake. So the gentleman drivers have had it a bit more balanced with a bit more rear just to stop it really, picking up. And so he's no, I want it more on the nose. I want a car that I can really start to pick it up and make it dance. And again, that's a difference compared to a car like this. By the way, look at how much the wipers have been working. Look at how much rubber off the wiper blade is smeared across the screen at either end of it. Now, some of that will be grime and rubber that it's wiped off the screen, but some of that is literally the rubber off the blade just being left there on the screen.
Don't forget, of course, driving at racing speed, those blades are being pressed very hard against the windscreen, and much more that would be on your road car. Just going back to Vincent Vos, of course, you talked about celebrating former great cars. He was a winner in one in 2002, sharing a Chrysler Viper GTSR with Christophe Bouchou, Le Mans winner, Sébastien Bourdais, winner of everything, and David Terrien, 2 years running. The Chrysler Viper one, 2001, 2002. 2002 was Vincent's year, but soon thereafter.
David Terrien, there's a name I haven't said in yonks. Sébastien Bourdais still racing, and very competitively so, in the IMSA WeatherTech series, and also was at Le Mans a couple of weeks ago, racing with Cadillac. But Captain Cheerful, Christophe Bouchou, haven't seen him at a racetrack even since he stopped driving.
Patrick Assenheimer having something just slightly annoying waving around at the front of the Mad Panda Motorsport Mercedes, but in fact, as long as that's he's actually probably a little more focused on the fact that visibility is still quite poor. And I've now identified at least one of the Mercedes that's got a broken rear tail, a broken tail light. Left rear tail light doesn't appear to be shining as it ought. So look out for that.
No real idea why the Gruppe M Mercedes
is shoved back in the garage. Car
went back into the garage, yeah.
Still sitting there, set nearly 8 minutes into its pit stop. Get through the night, and they pretty much have, and then have this. That's very frustrating for them.
Yep.
Oh, car number 21 under investigation for speeding in the pit lane. Still these little stumbles come. That's Come To You Racing's Aston Martin, one of its 3 Aston Martins, had a bit of a bad time. Very tail happy BMW from 998, and that's a car that's been high, it's been low, it had a penalty for leaving the pit lane supposedly under red light. He's now our race leader, Augusto Farfus, but he is 57 minutes into a stint, so he'll be in within this lap or the next one, and then we'll tumble all the way back down the order. But
yeah.
Augusto Farfus presses on. Again, you're talking about not wanting to lose a fraction of a second on any lap, and when you get to that moment, it's your in lap, which this one potentially could be, or the next one around could be. You're still trying to squeeze every nanosecond out of your car. You can see it in the driving angle.
And after desperately disappointing Le Mans for the car that he was in, the 31 WRT BMW in GT3, he'll be very keen to add another Spa 24-hour win. He's been a Daytona 24-hour winner, Sebring 12-hour winner. He's been an N24 winner, and he would love to add another one to that. Especially when you've just had a really wretched one, to come back and have a bounce back would be great. Now, is this 54? Yes, it is. This is the 54 Dynamic Motorsport car. That was out a long while ago. 55, the sister car, which is a similar livery, is being investigated for contact with the 78 Barwell Lamborghini. Now, did we see that? Was I out fetching coffee and...
Well, no, what we saw was that was ages ago, unless it happened again, because...
No, it probably was ages ago.
Till Bechtelsheimer was fired off into the gravel in the Barwell Lamborghini, being whacked by...
That was in the dark still, though, wasn't it? So that really was ages ago.
Yeah.
No, that was a long time ago. Well, he's been clattered off, or there has been contact with 52. I'm not necessarily saying that they've been 55 rather. They've been... No, it was 52. It wasn't 54. It was 54, 52 AF Corsa car. That can't be that instant, can it? Anyway, 21 being investigated for speeding in the pit lane. That's the Come To You Aston Martin that we saw pitting a couple of laps ago. But 52 and 78, contact in turn 19. That's in the Arrêt des Autocars, as they don't call it here. Bruce's linguistic skills have rapidly but slightly labouredly translated that into bus stop.
What's happening? The battle for third place. Jim Plas, Santalot Racing Audi. That went very well in the early stages of the race. The sister car not so lucky. Being caught by Franck Pereira, closing in by about 1 1/4 seconds a lap. There is Pereira, the blue and white Lamborghini. Getting closer and closer. The visibility still very poor at the higher parts of the circuit. So much spray, but the blue light on the rear wing shows Perez. Look at his progress. He gained 2.6 seconds, 2.2, and now he's closer. It's getting harder to gain such big increments. 1.3 seconds, so you're looking at 3.5. You're looking at 6 seconds over the last 3 laps. That the Lamborghini number 163 is closing in on Jim Pla. Jim's leading the Gold Cup class, so he's fighting his own battle, and in fact, very well placed.
Yeah, he is a gold-rated driver, whereas Franck Pereira behind him is, I'm pretty sure he's got to be a platinum. He is a platinum. That's an all-platinum pro driver lineup. So, excuse me. So there is a driver experience stroke speed quotient imbalance between the two of them in the favour of the Lamborghini, and again for Jim Pla, yes, third overall is loving everything now. Jim, it's not your battle, When he comes, let him go. Don't waste time. Don't lose time. Don't slow yourself down trying to defend against somebody that we're not trying to beat. And he hasn't. He's let him go, look. And that's exactly what you should do. It's not your battle. This is not 66 pro-class cars. This is 66 cars in 5 different classes. And your premier battle is with other cars in your class. And as you can see from the pylon on the left, Jim Pla leading the gold class, 4th place. Mikael Grenier, 777, 2nd in the gold class, 17th place. That's the focus. Coming back on. McLaren just finding its way back on. Is that 159? It is, isn't it, I think? Unless I miss my... Mind you, quite a lot, and that could be 158. Quite a look at
158.
Similar.
Runs down the hill.
There you go, so 158. Of course, I missed my guess. It was a 50-50 chance, and I got it wrong. Is 159 still running? I'm now questioning Benji Goethe and those boys. Have we talked about them? Dean McDonald and Tom Gamble? Not for a long time. You look at that, I'll watch the big screen. Bruce
Tom
is
Gamble's
now hunting.
in, thank you very much. He's in 31st position.
Oh, there you go. So they are still
pace,
running. Yeah.
But you know, slight setbacks for them.
Yeah, they have. They haven't had the best of fortune and the cleanest of races. Haven't had the best of fortune and the cleanest of races either in this car. But they have shrugged off every sling and arrow of outrageous fortune that has come their way. And 998 is still very much in the hunt, leading from 99, Julian Andlauer, and 163, Franck Pereira. Then Jim Pla in 4th, leading in the gold class. And suddenly, 4 different class leaders in the top 7 has become only 2 different class leaders in the top 10. And into the pit lane comes the race leader, Augusto Farfus, brings the 998 Rover BMW into the pits. Sure, he will stay in. This is his first stint in the car. And has this car had a technical pit stop? This is a 63-minute pit stop. Stint. And the stint length stops the moment he crosses the pit entry. So that it stopped at 63 minutes and 12 seconds. So time in the pit lane doesn't exist because it doesn't count to your stint.
Yes, time not existing as a concept is one that's quite hard to get your head around.
Yeah.
Just 7 in the morning, having had the race start at 4:30 yesterday afternoon. Light is improving, but we have time travel to put in there. Augusto Farfus was the driver who kicked off the race. And we've got the Lamborghini into the lead of the race. That's Franck Pereira, because Augusto Farfus came in from the lead. 96 Porsche came in from 2nd place. Julian Andlauer, that's one of the Rutronic Racing Porsches. But for Grasser Racing Team, as Martin said ages ago, they have run Lamborghinis through thick and thin, had a flurry of championship titles quite a while ago, but they've got their mojo right back and racing at the front end of the field. Don't forget, this was the car, 163, that led the race from pole position, so quick in qualifying. Still rain spotting on the lens, still mist hanging, not mist, it's the spray hanging in the air, but it's not as bad as it looks on these TV images because, of course, they're looking a long way, and when you zoom in as much, it really struggles to get the full light. But windscreen wipers still on, and really only one racing line. In fact, looking at the lens, the camera up at Les Combes, it looks like it's suddenly become a little bit heavier all over again, but it comes and it goes, the rain.
Did Sean Balfe just go by the Lamborghini? Did I imagine that?
Well, let's take a look.
There's Sean Balfe, the first of these 3 cars, the McLaren. Did he go by the Lamborghini up to Les Combes? Or was he in front of him the whole time? And
I think he was probably in front.
it seems likely that he was. So Franck Pereira, Klaus Bachler, the 1-2 at the moment. 163, Lamborghini, and 911, the Porsche. Both are but there they are together. Both are numbers, of course, that are redolent with a lot of history. 911, Porsche's most famous type number, unless you're a racing fan, in which case it might be 917, 956, 962, 919. But certainly in terms of public awareness globally, 911 is its most famous number. 63 is a totemic number for Lamborghinis as well, as is to a degree 19, but 63 is the year in which Ferruccio Lamborghini started his eponymous car company. So hence 63 is definitely a number that Lamborghini teams like to run. And 163, if 63 is already taken, definitely works. But there is your lead battle, 163 ahead of 911. And come across the line, nose to tail. Lamborghini just holding off the Porsche. And where did that car start, 911? Was that on the second row of the grid as well?
Well, the front row we know was the number 48 Mercedes and second on the grid, and the 163 Lamborghini, the one we're looking at
was on pole.
in shot, was on pole. They fought for the early battle in the race and pulled clear with the number 51 Ferrari going off after them from AF Corsa, so everyone else is a little bit further back. But a few cars, we had the top 20 decided by Super Pole. A few of those had little transgressions, so they were knocked back down the order. But the number 46 Maxime Martin car was the first of the cars to miss out on Super Pole. That's the 46 Team WRT BMW. It started 21st, but here it is third on the track. So that could be the best place of the Team WRT cars at the end of this race. But hey, let's not get ahead of myself. Still 9 hours and 23 minutes remain in this race.
Yeah, WRT's two cars are battling for third, and they're only 5 seconds apart. So that looks like a pretty even game right now. At 1:30, by the way, they weren't looking for a leak. They were looking to find out how they were going to fix the loose floor of the car. Having a loose under tray is not a thing that you wish, particularly at the speeds that they're doing around here, for as long as they're doing it. Klaus Bachler really pushing Franck Pereira now. Really had his nose inside, down the inside. He goes through, change of lead. 911. Call 911. There's been a mugging. Franck Pereira has been mugged by Klaus Bachler. It's been a mudder. Bachler takes the lead for Porsche and BMW in third and fourth. Aston Martin fifth and sixth. Lead Audi now in 8th position.
Now, was there a slight slip-up on the previous lap? When the slip-up came, was it from Franck Pereira, who was leading the race in the 163 Lamborghini for Grasser Racing Team? It certainly wasn't from Klaus Bachler. He took half a second off the race leader last time around. I think that Pereira just thought, you know what, you're clearly faster than me. I could go off trying to resist you. Just go through. I might just follow you for a little bit and see where the performance is going to come. They both pitted at the same lap.
Yeah. And there's a couple of other
22 minutes
things.
into their stint, so sometimes just dropping back doesn't necessarily hurt too much if you don't get dropped.
Yeah, a couple of other things you can do, which is kind of just sit behind him and save yourself a bit of fuel and a bit of time. Two of the many and numerous Garage 59 McLarens in front. So we've got a choice of 158, 159 and 188. Go on, which has got which door mirrors and which has got which lights on?
One's got black, one's got red, one's got white.
So I think 158 is the first of the two. Let's look at the gap between the pure racing car. 0.9, 1.5, 1.7. Yeah, he was taking about a second out of him every lap, so it's not so much of a surprise that Klaus Bachler arrived on the tail of Franck Pereira and drove by him, because he was going quick enough to do that pretty much all the time. And he's now jumped the first of the McLarens as well.
Right, if you feel as though you can see through the gloom better than we can, or as well as we can, right, then 158 Garage 59 McLaren has white wing mirrors, red wing mirrors on 159, and orange wing mirrors on 188. I'll test you on that later again in the race.
What our spotters guide didn't show us is who's got what coloured lights down the A pillars. I think that is the white. No, that's orange mirrors. So which one's that?
188.
188. Okay. And I thought the one in front had white mirrors. Those are orange, I reckon. So that's 188.
White mirrors should be 158.
10-second penalty for the 72. And that is the Barwell, 72 Barwell Lamborghini, not 78. Okay, so 10-second penalty for 72 for causing a collision. But then, what was it was the 55 and 78 were being investigated. Oh, I'm starting to lose track now.
It does become hard. 55 was under investigation for, well, that was one of the cars that was given a drive-through penalty for a collision up at La Source.
55 did. In that case, that was for contact with the 78 Barwell car. Leaders overall, Pure Racing now. In my other day job, Pure Racing is under the banner of Manti Pure Racing. Pure Racing is Alex Malikin's project. So that car is a very competitive proposition wherever it goes. It is leading the World Endurance Championship, GT3 points, and 911 here is leading this race. So Alex Malikin, Joel Sturm, Klaus Bachler.
But one of the things that's remarkable, you know, the sort of global spread of motor racing is that the Pure Racing banner is effectively carried from Lithuania.
Yep.
It shows how nations are coming through with help from Manti. Obviously, it's gone forward, but the team's owned by Edgar Koshanowski, and it's great. They've made giant strides. Already picked up a title this year, won the Asian Le Mans Series GT title, and you know, GT World Challenge Europe Bronze Series last year. They've really made very quick strides up into the sport, and it's just great having new nations coming to play. Not new nations, the nation hasn't been invented, but people joining, you know, international motorsport and getting it right.
You say that, but probably like Latvia, Lithuania as an entity has probably only existed for around a century or so. So around the time that this race was being founded, so too very likely was Lithuania. I would have to have a quick
answers on a postcard for that one.
Wiki-Goodle, but I know that Latvia celebrated its centenary of independence. So I'm going to say last year, I probably mean 2022, but certainly within the last handful of years.
So where are we in this race?
We're in Spa in Belgium, Bruce.
That's very good. I thought we'd established that. As the light got better, we could see just over 9 hours
Yes,
remaining in this 24-hour race. It's the centenary of the first race won in 1924. Haven't had 24 hours in all of those races, all of those years, because of course various elements such as the Second World War intervened for a while, but it's grown stronger. There have been periods where it was a touring car race, and but for GT racing now it's been quite some while, best part of 2 decades we've had GT cars, and it's all GT3 now, but split across 5 classes. The outright leader at the moment is Klaus Bachler. There he is on your screen, the Pure Racing, the red 911 Porsche. The next class down, I suppose you could say, is gold, but that's in 13th place overall. Michael Grenier leading that. The bronze, the silver class is in 14th place. Romain Leroux, one of the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martins. The bronze class, Dylan Pereira, his Audi from Attempto Racing. Tracer Attempto Racing in 8th overall, so that's actually the best place of the non-pro runners. And the top car in Pro-Am is 36th position overall, only 48 seconds clear of the comeback kings, which is Team RJN Motorsport with their McLaren. So in the bottom class, in the Pro-Am class, it's the number 4 Mercedes from Get Speed. Nicky Katzberg at the wheel, we heard from him short while ago, and Josh Cagill giving chase in the Team RJN McLaren. 48 seconds down and closing in, or was the previous lap. Now it's actually gone out a little bit more again.
Okay, so that's a little bit traffic reflected, because Josh Cagill, who is a gold-rated driver, is he? No, bronze-rated driver, against Nicky Katzberg, who is a full platinum, full-fat pro. If you're closing the gap on Nicky Katzberg as a bronze, you are doing a good job. If you're maintaining the gap to Nicky Katzberg as a bronze, you are doing a good job.
Well, in fact, the last couple of laps I spoke too soon, it has definitely been going. And in fact, Josh Cahill has just come to the end of his stint, just arrived in the pits. That's why it got down to 48 seconds. It will obviously go out somewhat, and it'll be another. Nicky Katzberg is very early in the stint, not even halfway through, so he will continue to stretch clear. But, you know, the number 100 McLaren has been in the thick of the battle. It led the Pro-Am class for the vast majority of the race thus far and could yet get back there. They lost out a little bit with, if you're not aware of what the wave by is, it's when the class leader is in the middle of the order, but in running in front of him behind the safety car, class rivals, they get told to wave by and join the train at the back. And that allowed, on a couple of occasions, the number 4 Mercedes to gain ground on the 100 Team RJN McLaren, and now they're fighting back and hoping that they can flip that over. 9¼ hours remain in this race.
I've got to say, no matter what the fuel load, respectively, between the cars, if you're holding a candle to Nicky Katzberg in full attack mode as a bronze driver, you're doing a heck of a good job. And Josh Cahill may be getting out of the car at the moment, and they've got Alex Buncombe, who is gold rated, isn't he, I think, still. Josh Cahill and Chris Buncombe are the bronzes, but Alex Buncombe and Jan Mardenborough are both gold-rated drivers, so they will have even more pace in the car. Whoa! Now, what was going on there? Somebody stationary on the inside of the corner. That's not a good place to be going very
coming out
slowly.
Of
Is that 100?
It could be. It's about to be passed.
Was that them? Oh, my goodness, talking about them.
Well, that's Alex Buncombe.
Let's have a look at Eau Rouge and see if Alex Buncombe is moving fast enough.
He's in the pit lane. That's why he's being overtaken.
Right,
So, of course, he's in the downhill stretch of the pit lane. It's just been
we
handed
saw
over
it
to him.
through a gap in the wall.
Yes.
That's why it was going so slowly, because there is a gap in the wall there where the Formula One cars come out, just at La Source. That's why he was going so slowly. Okay, yes, right.
We really must stop trying to knit extra drama into a race that's packed chock full of it.
That's not a shot that I've seen at any stage since we came on air nearly 8 hours ago, and so that rather flummoxed me there. So that, 100 is in the pit lane, so yeah. And Alex Buncombe is at the wheel, so gold-rated Alex Buncombe versus platinum-rated Nicky Katzberg for the lead of that class. Here's the overall race leader, another platinum-rated driver, Klaus Bachler. And pulling away from Pereira now to the extent of just over 3 seconds. Pereira is not the second car in your shot. He will be the third, which is the blue and white Lamborghini. There he is.
It's a very, very good stint in very tricky conditions from Klaus Bachler, but, you know, you think of the number of years that Klaus has been driving Porsches of all descriptions, particularly any 911 derivative. He also seems to always go very well in the rain, so there's no disgrace in him stretching the advantage over Franck Pereira. And it may well be that Pure Racing, with the leadership of Manthey to get their car set up, looked at the weather forecast and thought, hey, more than half this race is going to be in rain. Let's get your car set up for that. But we know full well that Lamborghini was the sharpest of the tools on this new track surface in qualifying, took Super Pole. But at this point in the race, and what are we? We're talking, it's nearly 7:20 Sunday morning, and he's pulling clear with every lap.
We did actually have a whoopsie. It was the Haas Audi. So who's at the wheel? Dennis Lind? Simon Gachet? Dennis Lind.
Simon Gachet had a spin coming out of La Source then, okay.
Yeah, so there was somebody actually going very slowly, as well as seeing somebody through a gap in the pit wall. All right, so it wasn't 100, which is a similarly sort of white and little bits of blue car, but it was the Haas car that I think is the one that caused me the confusion. Then trying to see on the tracker who it was, saw 100 going very slowly. So panic over for RJN fans, of whom there are many, I'm sure. May even be up at this time in the morning. What's it? 6:20, British summertime.
You can't get up if you haven't got down. that's for sure. So some will have been with us through the night, wherever they are in the world. But endurance racing fans are a very, very special breed. And sometimes you get photographs of their setup at home with more screens than we have in our commentary box.
Yeah,
quite
considerably more. And wherever you are watching, whether you are thinking about how much more of this race you can watch before you go to bed or have dinner, or whether you're just putting the kettle on and getting the bacon in the frying pan, or maybe it's lunchtime, wherever you are, thank you for joining us. Delighted to have you with us through this part of the race. And don't forget that we'll be racing on. It is now, what's the time local? 20 past 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, that's 9 hours and 10 minutes remaining. Oh yes, that works, right? That's what it says on the clock. So another 9 hours and 10 minutes of racing. We have now had 7 hours and 21 minutes of green flag racing, and there are 9 hours left in this 24-hour race. Those of you who are possessed of a little bit of mathematical alacrity will notice that 7 hours 21 and 9 hours 9 equals 16 hours 30 minutes, but we've only got under 8 hours left. We've only got 9 hours left, so there is a sizable gap between the green flag running and the remaining amount of time, and that has unfortunately been spent behind full course yellows and safety cars. And the tally currently is full course yellows 16, safety cars 13. So still in the daylight hours yesterday afternoon and early evening, there were 3 times short safety car periods that didn't lead, short full course yellow periods that didn't lead to a safety car, but only 3 of those, and 13 full course yellows through the remainder of the race so far have led to a safety car.
Right, what colour do you like your Aston Martin Vantage? We've got Ross Gunn running in 5th place overall. His is largely black, and he's being hunted down by the traditional Aston Martin green with the yellow flashes of number 7, Nicky Team, closing in. There is the Dane getting closer and closer. The car immediately in front is Walk and Horse Motorsports' Ross Gunn, and he's seemingly almost having more traction coming out of the final corner onto start-finish straight. Nicky Team is closing. He's under a second. He's down to 0.76 of a second in arrears in the battle for 5th place, and cars still there tumbling and stumbling, and it's the 66 Attempto Racing Audi. That's Dylan Pereira leading the bronze in class in what was 8th position, is now 9th, and with that off, that promotes Alessandro Pierguidi in the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari to 8th place.
Well, they've been going very strongly in their class. However, throwing it in the gravel trap at Piff Paff is not going to go down well if they continue to do that. It's not that you can't get out of the gravel trap, because actually it has proven to be moderately escapable. There's about a 30% chance of getting out. The problem is what legacy damage it might do to your car, and that is something that you won't know until eventually it either breaks or doesn't.
Yeah, and bits of gravel can just end up inside places they didn't ought to be, shouldn't be, but we've already had, it was the number 130 Mercedes in the pit garage with a weak underfloor, got damaged. But let's go down to hear from Matthias Drudy, who's going to tell us about life at the sharp end of the field, because he has been going very well in the number 7 Aston Martin. Let's find out how that's going. It's up to 6th place.
Matthias Drudy joining us here in the pit lane. Tough night with all the rain, but you're still here, still in contention. How good are your chances of coming away with a win?
You know, already seeing the light of the morning, it's an important thing for us. We've been quick both on dry, but on wet as well last night. In my stint I had before going to sleep for 1 hour. We were really competitive. Nicky now is pretty quick, so I think we have good chances, both if we go back to dry track or it stays wet.
Which would you prefer, wet or dry?
You know, with a dry track, it's a bit easier for us driver. There are less things that could happen. But honestly, I wouldn't mind, because the pace last night and now is really good. So even if if it keeps raining, it's not bad for us.
When is your next stint?
I'm going back after Nicky, so Nicky is doing a double stint, and then I'm in again for the double stint.
Okay, best of luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mattia Drudi there showing off with his 1 hour sleep. Ha. Oh, hello.
Someone has collected a tyre wall and held a tyre some distance away. No, it's come off a rim.
I don't think anybody's collected a tyre wall. I think somebody has left a tyre behind them, and that somebody is there.
Okay, but if anyone else wants to come in the pit lane, they cannot get in because it's being blocked by one of the McLarens sitting there with the orange wing mirrors. We've been through this little game. That's 188.
It is. And it's the left rear. So did he have a puncture? Was he coming in slowly, Miguel Ramos? Or what that actually looked like was that the rim had come off the centre of the wheel. And again, as you can clearly see, first of all, he's going nowhere with one-wheel drive, because even if let's have a look. We're going to see it here.
Look for McLaren, wait for it, wait for it. There's the spray, there's mist, but...
Whoa, it didn't fall off. He knocked it off using Belgium as a heavy hammer. Oh dear, that's why the wheel rim shattered. It's not a manufacturing flaw.
Almost covered by darkness, but alas not so. Pitch sideways when you're one wheel short. You should have 4, you've only got 3. The wheel then is, well, it's in the background.
You can see some of the spokes. Well, it's sort of rolled up the hill and then rolled back down the hill, but it's been led and fed by the topography of the bus stop.
Now then, all the other crews have to get very quickly onto the radio saying, do not come in. But what if you're right at the end of your stint length? Actually, as it happens,
you are just
very few people are close.
Stuffed.
I was going to say the other is close. I noticed this is 188, which is that car there. So, of course, it's coming at the right time. It's going to be hooked up and towed away very quickly. Great marshalling there.
Again,
really
well done to the marshals. You know, that's just what you need after a really long day. Because these guys were here at sort of 7 o'clock yesterday morning at the very latest. Probably more like 6 o'clock. So they've been up for longer than everybody else. And they are still humping cars around and dealing with the rain and the cold and the misery and everything else. And yeah, congratulations to them for another job well done. And to all the boys and girls in orange, wherever you are around the world, thank you for being dedicated and enthusiastic volunteers. Marshals are unpaid, and without them there is no motorsport at any level, from Formula 1 down to people fanoodling around in their club racing cars. Without marshals there is no safety, without safety there is no racing. So thank you to everybody who marshals around the world, corner workers, marshals, whatever you call them, the other track officials, a lot of whom are unpaid as well. They make this all possible at the pro level, at the very highest levels, and at everything else in between. So top of the picture, we're looking for the number 7 Aston. Getting by the number 34 car. So Nicky team going by Ross Gunn. Wait there, wait there, wait there. There we go. So that was just before the McLaren incident. In fact, just after them, at the same time as the McLaren was biffing the wall, the Astons were swapping positions.
But just imagine if anybody else was due a pit stop. It was weird at that point. It was only the one car coming in. It was Miguel Ramos. And you know, that classic thing, maybe a tiny bit of loss of attention. You're thinking, I've just got to do the final corner, I'll go into the pits.
Yeah.
Just running wide before the bus stop, putting that left rear into the wall on the outside. That then pops off, as we saw, with the spokes already broken, the middle of the wheel. Of course, it came off, it rolled around a little bit, but then it was several minutes with the pit entry blocked. But we got away with that, but we have had that change just picked up. Nicky team, now the best place to the Aston Martin driver. It's his car number 7 up to 5th place overall. He's nearly half a minute down on Dries Van Tor in the delayed, but still in 4th place, number 32, Team WRT. BMW. In fact, Team WRT running in fourth, which is Dries Van Tor, and about 5 seconds up the road in third place, number 46, Maxime Martin. So they've got one potential foot on the podium, but hey, what am I talking about? We've got 9 hours remaining in this race.
Yeah.
And if you're confused, the race started at 4:30 in the afternoon, so don't think, why are we not adding up to the top of the hour? We will end this race at the bottom of the hour this afternoon, but plenty of racing to go. 9 hours on the nose from now.
51 Ferrari. This car in the hands of Alessandro Pierguidi, Le Mans winner. Not in that car, but in the 499P hypercar in 2023. Currently lying in third place, 5 seconds behind Ross Gunn, who in turn is now already 2.5 seconds behind Nicky Thiem. So where are we? How many cars still on the lead lap? We have 25 cars. Is that right? I think that is about right. 25 cars still on the lead lap. There's the 51 driver lineup. And here is the McLaren. And there is where the wheel goes. Now, whether the wheel will go straight on or not, I don't know. That's what remains of the rim. And actually, if they've got away with only shattering the rim with that impact, that will be very fortunate indeed. Don't forget, this is the car that you'll see in the highlights that came in very early on Saturday afternoon, because it had a shattered brake drum disc on the right front corner. So that car had its little share of woes early on. And let's get down to Ryan Marine, who is talking to Belgian legend Marc Duet.
We tried to talk to Marc Duet at the top of the show, but he had safety car duties, so he didn't get that chance. Let's talk about your resume a little bit first before we talk about what you did today. This race, you've had success here in your racing career. How special was this event for you, especially as a Belgian driver?
As a Belgian, as also as a regional driver, because I'm living 15 minutes from the racetrack here, and it was a dream for me to come and have and be a fan of the race drivers and the racetrack. So a long time ago, but and I had the chance to become a race driver with most of the races in Spa, and it was for me a dream who came true, and I had the chance also at the end to win this event 3 times, and also to have the record of the start. I did more than 33 times at the Spa 24 hours. When you have such a record, that means you're old.
Hey, but they keep bringing you back. You're driving the safety car here this week, and you've probably led more laps than anybody in this race.
I was leading the race again, yes. No, we had a long night, and with a lot of incidents, because due to, of course, some driving mistakes, but also the weather forecast was not the best, and these conditions are very tricky and very difficult. And this is one of the reasons that we have some long safety car stints.
Busy for you. Now, how much of a rest do you get?
We did 6 hours, and we have another 2 hours to do, because we have three teams, and each team will have 8 hours to do the job.
Marc, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Just one of the nicest guys you will meet, Marc Duet. Understated in fact, are there any flamboyant Belgian legends? They're all understated Belgian legends. Race driver, World Rally Championship driver, Spa 24-hour winner. Yeah, and just charming and so easy to chat to, and so self-effacing. He's an absolute delight to be around.
He always is, and has a great sense of humour. Right now, he'll be feeling quite weary because the responsibility of leading this field around through the dark, through the rain that was changing constantly, the amount of water on the circuit, and his knowledge of every inch of this circuit would have helped in that. But still, to keep that concentration, you know, you're not racing, you're controlling the field at the front. You've got to be there and have all those wave throughs. Right, this is a standing pit stop time. The shortest amount of time is the 9:11 that's leading the race, 43 minutes and 36 seconds. That's just a minute ahead of the Lamborghini.
There's a couple of BMW in fourth place, and a couple of the Aston and the Ferrari as well in the top 10. 41 minutes on pit lane, 41 minutes and 5 seconds, 41 minutes and 8 seconds for the 32 versus the 51. I mean, those guys. No, I mean, 32, don't forget, that's the one that didn't do tyre jumping around when it went wet, dry, wet, dry, wet, dry. I think the 51 did a little bit less of that as well. So
look, another point, Martin, is the fact that number 32 BMW had an extra 30 seconds at penalty to pit stop, even knitted into all that.
And look, you know, we're talking about the pro cars, but the gold cars with even less time in the pit lane, because presumably at some stage they've gone, no, we're just staying with what we've got. We're not going to chase the weather. Guys, just stay on the wets, don't panic, don't stress it. And they've been rewarded with less time spent in the pits means more time spent on track going more quickly. Even if it's only 80 kilometers an hour, that's still, and this won't come as a big shock to you, faster than being stationary in the pit lane or doing 50 Ks down the pit lane. So the top two cars, who are currently being driven by Gilles Magnussen and Arjun Maini, just outside the top 20. No, they're not top two in the gold class, but they are second and third in the gold class. And those cars, you can see the gold class leader in 13th place, the 777 Mustang Mercedes, but Gilles Magnussen in the Audi, and he's driven Audis in GTs, but also as a touring car driver in Audis with Come To You Racing, in fact. Sponsored by RACB, the Royal Automobile Club Belge. So they were his sponsors. He was one of their development drivers. They sorted out a program for young race drivers and young rally drivers, and Gilles Magnus was the man who got the budget to go racing in TCR Europe initially, and then after COVID, when the TCR World Cup became a European-only series because travel beyond Europe was impossible, they promoted him to that, and he's not looked back. Really sees the opportunity with both hands, and has really marched on well. So Gilles Magnus second in the gold class, Arjun Maini in third, but Michael Grenier, that car in 13th place overall, and all those guys are still on the lead lap.
And look, the number 32 BMW is catching the sister car, number 46, and that's Dries van Toor catching Maxime Martin. I was looking to see if the conditions were improving, and they're not. The fastest cars are still lapping consistently in 2 minutes 33 seconds or 2 minutes 34. The light is coming up, but it just seems the level of rain is just enough to keep it constant there. But let's take a look. The last 5 laps, gosh, you can see how Dries van Toor has been catching. That 30-second penalty they got has really hurt them. And I guess what? You know what it's done? It's fired Dries up to yet another high level, and he's chasing. He's desperate to grab another victory in this race. It's been 10 years since Team WRT managed to do it, and you know, he wants to put his name on the trophy.
Well, he's moving alphabetically along the line, isn't he? Because he won with WRT Audi, Belgian club Audi, and now he's moved all the way through the alphabet to B for BMW. So in another decade, he might be looking to try and win with C for Cadillac.
Yeah, but Dries hasn't won this race. Lawrence has won this race, and that doesn't rankle at all if your brother's won and you haven't. But that was 10 years ago.
Definitely, there'll be no bants going on there at all, will there? Yes, it's taking you, even if he does win it in their next podcast, because the brothers do a podcast every week.
It's excellent.
Which is, yes, enormously entertaining. And so, yeah. So I've got one now as well. Yeah, but it's taken you 10 years, you know, to pour level on 1-1.
No, Lawrence has got 2 wins. He won in 2014. He decided he liked it so much he won in 2020 as well. And of course, that wasn't with Team WRT at that point. He'd moved to Rover Racing, and when they were running Porsches with Earl Bamber and Nick Tandy. But go back through the last handful of years. Rover won it last year as well, but that was with the BMW. The year before it was a Codis ASP with the Mercedes. The year before, Iron Lynx on the final lap, just getting past Dries Van Tor. That was Alessandro Pierguidi, Iron Lynx Ferrari, and the Rover Racing with their Porsche. The year before, GPX Racing with their Porsche. Walkenhorst Motorsport, BMW in 2018. So it goes.
Yep. So will it be a German manufacturer? Will it be an Italian manufacturer? Will it be a British manufacturer?
Well, they have won it before, but it was 1948 when Aston Martin won it, and the cars were rather different back then. That was Leslie Johnson and St John Horsfall. But motoring technology has...
That would have been a first post-war race, won't it? 48
yes.
was the first
absolutely
post-war Le Mans, I think. I would have thought that might have been the first post-war.
It was. There was a 10-year gap. 1938 the race was run, just pipped in 1939 by activities and hostilities, and then back in 1948 with the 2-litre sports model of Aston Martin.
There you go. And here's the all-BMW battle for the final, currently the final podium spot. As you said, Maxime Martin, the 46 guy ahead of Dries Van Tor, but the margin is coming down. It's around the 5-second mark. The weather doesn't really seem to be improving that greatly, mind you, nor does the condition of that camera lens or the internals of that camera. Still the odd spot of water. If you're wondering why it's not been cleaned off the lens, I think that is a remote camera. I don't think there is a cameraman at it at the moment. He's possibly having a bacon banjo right now.
Within about 6 minutes, the front-running cars are going to come in for their pit stops. Klaus Bachler leading this race, going incredibly well. 13 seconds to the good ahead of Franck Pereira, so it's Porsche ahead of Lamborghini. Then come those two BMWs in third and fourth positions. Right, Bronze Cup, led by Trezer Attempter Racing with Dylan Pereira at the wheel of that, and he's sitting ahead of the Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari that's been so good for so long. But,
and they've moved back up into second, in fact, because they were third the last time we looked. And Barwell, they have swapped position with them because Patrick Kujala was up in second.
It was to do with the rotation of the pit stops. In terms of natural pace, I mean, it would be remarkable if anybody does beat Sky Tempesta Racing, because they've just been so super consistent in class. But as we've mentioned through the course of this race, when you have a safety car period, if there hasn't been one immediately before, you can have wave by. And a lot of drivers who've been, if your class leader is running halfway down the pack behind the safety car and you're in front, you get waved by the safety car and you rejoin the train of cars at the back. You can gain 3/4 of a lap, and that's what's really cost the 93 Sky Tempesta Ferrari. That's why it's second in bronze class, not leading it.
And people at home might be going, well, hang on a minute, if the class leader is halfway down the pack, how can you be in front of it? Well, because the safety car comes out to get the overall race leader. Imagine that you're in a Gold Cup here, so the 777 is leading, and it might be 3/4 of a lap ahead of the 25 Sansalot car, so in a queue would be behind you if the leader's in front of you.
The Almanar by Gatspeed Mercedes leads in the gold class. One of the drivers, Philip Ellis, is with us. Philip, I'll tell you what, you survived the night. You're out front right now, still a long way to go. But just to get to this point, given how chaotic the race has been, that speaks to this driver lineup and this team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm the fourth driver this race, so I'm the guy joining the three other guys for this one-off event. And I think they had a great season so far as well. And it just shows that it's a great team behind us. You know, we have great drivers in all conditions. We were quite far up the front. Currently leading, as I said, but we still have 9 hours to go, and we have so changing weather conditions. So it's just very tricky to stay ahead of the curve. And you know, it's drying off now as we speak. Everybody's gambling a little bit on the drying track, but it might just rain again the moment you go out of pit lane. So we had that a couple of times already. So it's just throwing the dice sometimes, you know, but so far, luckily we're ahead.
It's always nice to see the sun come up in these 24-hour races, but maybe especially so given what the overnight was like with so much safety car.
I mean, I hope we get to see the sun with the clouds, but yeah, it's definitely been a tricky night. I think for everybody, a lot of incidents as well. So to be honest, I'm just happy that all our cars made it through so far. And I think also the sister car, the number 2, is in a good hunt for maybe a podium position at the end of the race. And yeah, we're just here for the class win. But even in overall, it looks pretty good. And I think we're just getting in for another bit of our first set of wets. So I'm pretty sure Mick's going to stay in. Then Dominic is going to go in again. I'll be in, and then one of us will finish it off.
Not sure who that will be yet?
No, not yet. It depends a bit on the drive time and the safety cars, how they come and go. Some of the stints were super long, some were rather short, just because of the full course yellows. But this is just how it goes.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Number 2 car they were referring to, Jules Gounon, currently at the wheel, and yeah, that is a car that has definitely race-winning potential, especially when you've got a name like Gounon that seems to attract that. Here is the Almanar racing car in a very late 1970s kind of bronzy gold. I'm rather liking that.
Looking inside for the velour seats, of course, which would have been prevalent at the time, but this is not a velour seat sort of car.
Not sure they make fireproof velour anymore, or ever did. That car is in, and I was just trying to figure out who had taken over from Chris Froggatt in the Sky Tempesto racing car, and that was in fact Eddie Cheever. I didn't quite see who was getting in as we saw Froggatt doing the belting in. Fresh wets going on, and they are always fresh. 30 sets of tyres for the race, but wet weather tyres are not included in that total. Why not? Because wet weather tyres are more of a safety-related item than a performance-related item. Because if you run out of wet weather tyres and it really rains, then obviously the safety levels are quite low. There is Eddie Cheever. So Eddie Cheever the third. And really, really looking to start to look very much like his dad when his dad first came over to race in Europe. Eddie, of course, raced all the way up to Formula One. And a time when it was not uncommon to have American drivers on the grid. Eddie Cheever, Danny Sullivan. The 80s into the 90s were pretty decent times for American interest in Formula One, and that is growing once more.
But in many ways, Martin, it was sort of Italian-American. Italian-American because Eddie Cheever III was born in Rome. His father had his childhood in Rome, and certainly it was it's very Ferrari-based at the moment, and that's what's worked for young Eddie Cheever III, and he's had great success in recent seasons.
Well, and
he
again,
doesn't put a foot wrong. He's really picked up the pace the last couple of years.
And although he was born in the US, Eddie brought him over when they were starting racing and has lived in Italy with him for several years. So very much an Italian-based. And of course, if you're looking at Italian Americans, Mario Andretti, Formula One world champion, and another Italian American. Michael Andretti, of course, followed in much the same vein. He's the son of Mario, and so with the same Italian roots. But Mario he went over to the States when he was still a very young child in single digits, and he and his brother Aldo started watching racing, wanted to get involved, and did so. In fact, they first watched racing in Italy before the family emigrated to the US in the 1930s. And then, yeah, the rest is a long and illustrious history, with Mario Andretti winning IndyCar titles, eventually the Indy 500, and just fell short of one of his big goals, which was to win the Le Mans 24 Hours as well. Came with family, came with other teams, and got very close. Second place finish, I think, was his best ever result.
And it was certainly quite a change from watching Alberto Ascari racing his Ferrari in Italy to go over to the States, and suddenly they're looking at quarter mile, quarter midget, the works, but they moved on.
I can't imagine what the culture shock would have been like at that time, to go from rural Italy to rural East Coast America.
Right, bodywork damage on the AF Corsa Ferrari. Looking there, it's clearly the scars of battle through the night. The car's still running, but the 51, Alessandro Pierguidi, has been working his way back up the order, but the 71 was retired some while ago. That's down the order and out of the race. Actually, it's not listed as a retirement as yet, but it's been sitting in the pits for some while.
What, 71? Yeah. Oh no, it is on our timing screens. It is now an official abandon.
Oh yes, you're right. I'll cross it off on the wall chart.
Which actually we can probably use because we are, of course, in a French-speaking region of Belgium. Belgium has 3 official languages, of course, which are French, Flemish, and beer.
I was wondering where you were going on that.
David Addison speaks one of those languages.
Very well indeed. Right, now...
If only he could hear us.
What we have in each quarter of this race, so each 6-hour segment, if you get to the end of that, I'm going to talk track limits for a short while. Literally every minute someone is transgressing, putting all 4 wheels beyond the white line around the outside of the circuit. If you've got 5 track limit warnings, that's fine within a 6-hour period. If you've got 6, that means you're going to have a penalty coming your way. But then you've got to the 6-hour point, or the 12-hour point, and coming up at some stage, the 18-hour point, your slate is wiped clean, but it just really undoes your race. There's plenty of potential to have your race undone here in all the rain, the darkness, the spray, but actually a lot of them have seemingly got to about 5 and just managed to hold it back and not go over and pick up the punishment. But it's for the car, as we pointed out, Martin, not just for the driver involved. So you could be the driver who gets it, have one little slip up. Your previous driver has maybe run off the circuit there. Oops. 23rd position overall.
Yep.
Is no, it's not 23rd position. It's in class, so it's one of the many, many Mercedes. Was that number 3? Let's have a work out who that was going off the circuit.
Yeah, we need to wait for the timing screen to pop back because I'm not going to use our computerized timing because it doesn't appear to be accurate or relatively on time. I think it was. So 23rd place was the car that went off, which is not Michele Beretta.
Well, I think it makes it it makes it Aaron Walker.
Yeah,
number 3 Get Speed Mercedes. That's still very well placed in its class. It's running 3rd in the silver class, young British racer. But if you're going to go off somewhere where there's half a chance you can get back on and not end up in the gravel, so he kept pointing in the right direction.
You managed to find one of the rare tarmac runoff areas, not gravel trap areas. So. Yes, those are not few. Those are relatively few and far between. There's one here at the top of the hill, at Les Combes, still the sort of. There's the big grassy patch, but there is a bit of terra firma, and as you can see now, quite clearly in the daylight, a lot of gravel, not quite so firma. 911. That's Klaus Bacher still at the wheel of that Porsche. That's now shuffled back down to, well, 5th place on our computer timing screen, 4th place on our TV timing. So Franck Pereira in 2nd place in the 66 Audi. And again, that car keeps cycling up further away from its rivals in class, who are down in 16th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, with the pit stop cycles going through. So driver change at Get Speed.
Right, so the number 3 Mercedes, we just saw it bouncing off the circuit, but rejoined. Yannick Mettler is taking over that one. So Aaron Walker, how many drivers have we found? It's on their in-lap, or the one immediately before where the concentration maybe slightly wanes. But also, let's call it a factor, they're tired at this point. They've driven from dark into light. It's still wet, it's still slippery, it's so easy to make a slip up, but Yannick Mettler takes it over and continues. But in the world of Team WRT, they've got a pit visitor. The door is shut, and looks though Valentino Rossi is just taking it over from Maxime Martin.
I would say so.
That is yellow and blue on the helmet.
So. And the other thing, I mean, and again, looking at that, at the McLaren incident, you know, you're coming up to the bus stop, you're thinking about not making any mistakes in the pit lane. You've already dealt with the bus stop in your head. You're thinking about, I must get this, must remember that. And even if you got in when it was daylight, but an hour and a half later you're getting out, you're still fatigued because you've been awake most of the night. You might have had an hour, you might not. So, yeah, it's that momentary lapse. And and people, it does happen. You know, Jack Brabham crashes on the last lap at Monaco. Senna, leading by miles at Monaco, drifts off somewhere and shunts it at Portier. It does happen to the very best. So it can happen to anybody and everybody. And the in-lap is perhaps the most likely place to make a mistake. Team are on the radio. Don't forget, box this lap, this setting to that, that setting to that. Don't forget TC. Don't forget this. Yep. Oh!
Right. There's about to be a change in the commentary box, and I'd just like to correct my latest mistake. It wasn't Valentino Rossi, but Raffaele Marcello, who's taken over the number 46 BMW. Important car in the race because it's now a leader. I'm going to stand down and let David Addison, fresh from a 4-course breakfast and many Belgian beers, which he's put to one side for now, but maybe he'll be celebrating with later. David, we came in at 11 o'clock. The rain started at 11 o'clock. I hope you and Watty both got some decent shut-eye. It's starting to dry out a little bit, so we will hand it over, but it's as if you've been writing a script.
Yeah, David Addison, John Watson will take up the running from here. We will hand over a very damp baton. And I will just run David through the adventures of the night before he gets to see the highlights. I was just saying to the fans at home, time remaining in the race, 8.5 hours. Time of green flag running, a whisker under 8 hours. That's 16.5 hours, not a 24-hour total. So you will gather that there has been a considerable time run under less than green conditions, because we are now on a grand total of 16 full course yellow periods, of which 13 then became a safety car. So
I'm sure you have battled on valiantly through the night. I think my list had got to about 9 when I left. So
yeah, I think the audience have battled on valiantly because it has been, and actually the drivers have as well, the longest safety car was actually only about 110 minutes or something, right. but that was long, wet, dark, and a V slow.
But you have, I noticed from the list of retirements, you've weeded out a few more overnight, including the 48 Mercedes as one of the star cars.
In lieu of a marker of doom, the rather weedy biro of misadventure has been used on the wall marker, and there have been a few.
Yes.
There have been a few, and unfortunately, yeah, some of our expected front runners, the 48 car has just had, if it wasn't for bad luck and getting hit by people, they would have had none at all. So that is perhaps the biggest potential front runner that has fallen by the wayside. Meanwhile, let's catch up with the Sky Tempesto Racing driver, Chris Froggatt, who is with Ryan Murray.
Really strong run to second place in class for the Sky Tempesto Racing car. Chris Froggatt joining us, and we still have some business to take care of. You were telling me you and the leader in your class both owe technical stops, but that said, how well positioned do you feel to challenge for a class win here today?
Yeah, I think so far, touch wood, sort of decision making in terms of pits and tyre strategy has been going to plan. Everyone's been doing a really good, clean job in terms of driving. So I think we're in contention, but I think there's other cars not to forget. I think 52 is in a really good position as well. They've done their technical stop, so kind of forgotten about them for the moment, but they'll appear again. So it's definitely not done yet.
When it comes to managing an endurance race, it's great to have a team like AF Corsa behind you, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. All the guys do a fantastic job. The engineering team, all the mechanics, they really put their hearts into it. So we're having a great time doing it, and yeah, we hope for a good result as well.
Just what was the overnight like in this rain, in the dark?
Challenging. Visibility was challenging. I mean, before they did that long safety car period, I was also in the car, and that's also quite challenging. I think there's a point where there's maybe too much water, and you know, it was a good thing not to actually start the race too early on that safety car. At a point, they said safety car's coming in. I was like thinking in my head, I was like, wow, it's going to be really tough. So luckily, they kept it out for a bit longer, and we survived.
You did, and you got a smile on your face. Good luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Well, at one of our 5 class battles, which is still very much alive, and the 93 car, there you go, back in the thick of the action with Eddie Cheever in what, his 3rd lap now this stint. So there we go, Eddie Cheever taking the car over, after a double from Chris Froggatt. And this is the change for overall position, but not in the class, with the Mercedes going by. So we are just about to round up the highlights of the first 16 hours of the race, and bring David and John Watson, who is hovering with intent, up to speed. You'll recognise some of these images, David, and the rest will be a total misadventure. So the Centenary Spa 24 Hours, starting on a humid afternoon here in front of absolutely packed grandstands. They've come to see 66 cars, and one of them, number 46, will be a big star attraction. Jackie Hicks waving away the field with Lamborghini on pole position for this Centenary race, and making a good fist to try to break away, as everybody else just about avoided contact on the opening lap, earning fulsome praise from Mr. Watson. Unfortunately, I'm afraid they started to blot their copybook rather soon. Battle early on between the 163 Lamborghini and the 48-man Filters Mercedes, and that was tipped within the first 30 minutes in favour of the Mercedes crew, with a great late lunge catching the Lamborghini by surprise. And then through the first round of pit stops, under full course yellow, they just kept their nose in front. That was not to last though, because the 48 car lost the lead as others battled for their own class positions. A slow puncture coming their way, and through in front went the 51 Ferrari, the first time that the Ferrari hit the front of the field. Talking about hitting, well, even in the daylights there was gravel on track and a few spots of rain, and the contact was never far away. Slowing for a full course caution is always required, but not always accepted by some of the drivers. A big multi-car pile-up, taking a few down the order. And then this big accident late in the afternoon. What started as a fairly innocuous touch between the McLaren, the Ferrari and the Aston Martin ended with a huge shunt, an unsighted Porsche at high speed making contact. Nobody was injured in that incident. Brake change for one of the McLarens very early in the race, not one of the technical changes, it was a broken disc. And then Valentino Rossi turning the 51 Ferrari around, for which the 46 car received a penalty. More cars heading into the gravel at Les Combes. And after fireworks and the DJs started kicking into life, the grandstands still full of crowds. But as night arrived, so too at the predicted 11 p.m. did rain and a big electrical storm. And the rain settled in for much of the evening. 999 Rover Racing were in contention until one of their drivers fresh out of the pit lane put them into the gravel. Mad Panda have had more than their fair share of incidents in the race. This was just one. For some, there was a chance to leave the track. For some, there wasn't. The night would not keep everybody's attention all the way through. The Sky Tempesto car in the hands of Lila Widou being absolutely torpedoed by the 72 Ferrari that also took the 48 Mercedes out of the race for good. And then a big accident just as dawn was arriving. Aston swapping ends and clattering into the barriers. This young driver absolutely distraught. A Valkenhorst car out on the spot for all too evident reasons. As daylight started to brighten the view of the drivers, the battles at the front continued to rage. And then on his in-lap, as the McLaren driver striking the wall and losing a wheel, which then made its own way back towards the pit lane. Well, we are 16 hours into the race, or 15 and a half hours. 8.5 hours remain It is just after 8 a.m. Central European summertime, and since 11 yesterday evening, it has barely stopped raining. Now, there is a long litany of teams. So, for instance, the 32 BMW did not, when the track dried, take advantage of a full course yellow and dive in for slicks, only then to have it rain immediately and go for wet, which a lot of the top 20 did. So that gained a lot of time back after they had an earlier penalty. But there's been a lot of chasing the weather, and inevitably, in the way that fortune works, great, it's just dry enough. Here comes the full course yellow. Let's all go on to slicks. Almost everybody made the same call. Then the rain swept through again, and they all went straight back in for wets, literally within 2 laps. So there's been an awful lot of just trying to survive, and that's going to be the story for the rest of your day, I think. That the rain is forecast to continue until about 11, maybe midday. Maybe not at the same intensity, and as you can see, it's sort of stopped now, but I'll leave it in your kind and tender mercies.
Martin, well done. Thank you very much. Martin Haven and Bruce Jones have looked after you during the night. Sterling work as ever. Well played, chaps. And you've just seen out of the front of the Rutronic Porsche slicks going on to number 96, which was a lap down yesterday evening. They've managed to pull that back through the night. Julian Andlauer has brought it back in. And as Martin says, we are now looking at 6 minutes past, eight hours still to go, I should say. And it is now just after 8 o'clock in the morning local time, and the road is sort of drying. It's still greasy, it's still damp. There has been more rain since dawn broke, but the road for the moment is being a little bit kinder. And right now you're riding with Alessandro Pierguidi, the number 51 Ferrari that has been there or thereabouts race long, currently 8th place. The race at the moment is being led by number 998 Dan Harper's BMW. And that car is 11 seconds, very nearly 12 seconds now up the road. So as the action continues, the order will just shuffle a touch on this most recent round of stops. And Martin's absolutely right in what he says about chasing the weather. Everybody looking for that little bit of an advantage, but trying to second guess what the elements are going to do has proved to be well nigh impossible during the course of the race. Retirements overnight, 71 Ferrari, that was Thomas Neubauer at the wheel when it retired. That's gone. Lots of damage done to that. We saw in the highlights 36 Max Janssen crashing out. 48 Mercedes Lucas Auer was torpedoed by 71, and the damage has put that car out. 111 Audi with damage after Rougier. 91 Norris Schuring out. Martin Conrad's Mercedes upside down. Not yet declared a retirement, but still in the pits. 63 Lamborghini Matteo Cairoli. 22 we lost with damage. Laurin Heinrich's Porsche with suspension damage. 992 Patrick Pilet's Porsche has gone. Damage you saw in the highlights for 12 Nicolas Barth. Treble 3 Christian Hook. 61 Adrian de Silva, all gone. 54 Marvin Dienst's Porsche retired very early on with damage. We also have lost 38 Audi Olivier Bertels, which had a trip into the gravel, and that did the mechanicals of the car no good. Last year's winners were out after just 71 laps. Philip Eng, Nick Yellowly and Marco Wittmann. Not even sure Nick Yellowly got much of a go in the car. That was a coolant leak, and the first retirement having been tipped into the gravel and damage to the car, Dustin Blattner's 97 Rutronic Porsche. That means we have a notional 50 still in the race. We might weed out a few more, yet we never can tell in the 24 hours of Spa. Sponsored again this year by CrowdStrike and George Kurtz, the man behind CrowdStrike in the event. His car is leading its class. It's 34th, and Nick Katzberg is currently at the wheel of it. So we have done 286 laps. You're riding with the Ferrari, which is now up into 5th place on that most recent round of pit stops. Morning, Watty.
Morning, David. Well, here we are back at the coalface, and a track that sort of is trying its best to start to dry. We saw the 96 Rutronic Porsche come in, put on the set of sticks, which maybe about 5 laps or a bit more optimistic, but the point of it is, if you can live with the car on slicks in these conditions, then you ought to be in the pound seat when the track then does develop the light grey drying line. And looking skyward, I mean, the sky doesn't look desperately bad compared to what even when we arrived here this morning, a little over an hour ago, and there was patches of fog up at Lake Coombe, and that seems to have gone. As soon as the rain's gone, then all of a sudden there's been a transformation. probably an hour ago, you wouldn't have had that vista that we're looking at right now.
But it's such a fickle place, this. You never really know which horse to back, do you? 9-11, let's just focus on the lead car for a moment. Klaus Bachler is at the wheel of this Porsche that he shares with Alex Malikin and Joel Sturm. Last year, it was in the Bronze Cup and was up at the front of the grid thanks to the efforts of Klaus Bachler. And that car has been probably one of the best, if not the best, Porsches. It's kept out of trouble. And 163, Jordan Pepper at the wheel of the Lamborghini in second place. Fuel rig problems yesterday at the start of the race. The first 3, 4, 5 pit stops really were a struggle. Well, that car fell to 40-something. It is back up to second, and the gap is coming down. It's only 9 seconds now off the lead rather than 11.
So Jordan Pepper, well, we saw the 163 on pole position and leading the race, but they got caught short. There was something with the refueling rig, as you pointed out. They did go to Barwell Motorsport, who run a similar... Look, there's the drying line. You can just see it as they come out of Blanchimont.
And also bits of the mist hanging around.
But anyway, they managed to, however, get their fuel rig operational and giving each load, giving a full load of fuel every time the car came in for a pit stop. So a great job by the entire team in the 163 Lamborghini. So that's a car that's going to look very strong. So Frank Pereira, Marco Mappelli and Jordan Pepper, the driver behind the wheel right now. But he's got Raffaele Marcello only 10 seconds behind him in third place. And then a further 12 seconds behind Marcello is Dries van Thor. And then we were on board with us, Alessandro Pierguidi in the 51 Ferrari, and he is a further 12 seconds behind, no, 9 seconds behind. So the top 5 in relative terms covered by less than 45 seconds at this point in the race. And there's still 8 and a bit hours of the race to continue. So the drying line, which is certainly evident to me coming through Blanchimont, and probably will become... The cars are staying slightly more over to the left coming down into Eau Rouge because that's the slightly damper part of the racetrack. And so if they're on wet tyres, they don't want to be running on the dry-ish line. You can't avoid it on the exit coming over Radio because that's the natural trajectory of the car coming up and over the top of Radio. But where they see drying line, those on wet tyres are going to seek the wetter parts of the racetrack to give those wet tyres as much longevity as possible.
Sven Muller is at the wheel of 96 Porsche. I mentioned that because that was one we saw a few minutes ago going on to slicks. It's not yet done its first flying lap, the last lap time including the pit stop. But we'll see how it fares on a proper flying lap. Through in 14th place there goes the Audi Gilles Magnus at the wheel of it. So that car looking strong as well. Right, Rutronic Porsche has just gone across the line. And Sven Muller's lap was... Oh, that's a slowish one. That's a 2:41. So I don't think it's yet slick.
So I said probably another 5 laps or so before the track is sufficiently dry, or a sufficiently dry line. I mean, coming down out of La Source, you can see there is a dry line. But as then you drop down the hill, majority of cars are staying over on the left as they come down to try and avoid the drying line, so that they're not getting as much running on the dry line as those on slicks would like, to aid the process of getting the dry line to appear drier, quicker, etc. And on it goes. So gaggles of cars coming up into Les Combes. And what's happening? The gap, first to second, staying fairly constant, just under a tenth under 10 seconds of a gap. Further progress, Gilles Magnus in the 25 Audi, he's made progress. The 23 Porsche likewise, and which is the leading bronze car? Max Hofer.
It is in 8th place.
In 8th place in the Audi.
Yeah, from the Sky Tempesta Ferrari. It still looks rather grim there, doesn't it? Up on top of Bruxelles. That's where it's wettest.
That view, clearly you see the mist and fog in the air, but the shot that was taken really from basically back at the pits across the valley, it looked lovely.
I think I mentioned earlier on in the course of the race, back at the start, 41 nationalities represented on the grid this year, and fans from around the globe watching. For example, in San Diego, Randy Sherwood and his daughter Adriana. Welcome to the broadcast, welcome along. Hope you're enjoying what European racing and European weather is offering, so good to have your company. Right now, the Porsche in the pack here. Klaus Bachler trying to wriggle his way through the traffic. And behind, look, in 17th place is Sven Muller. He needs to jump ahead again to get himself back on that lead lap. He's dropped off it with that most recent round of stops. Bachler is sort of 25 minutes into a stint here. Sven Muller 7 minutes into it. He'll get the lead back when the lead car stops. It will do so before the Rutronic one, but he could really win himself a lot of brownie points by putting himself back ahead on the road as well.
The lowest part of the circuit actually looks to be the drier part, a distinctive drying line appearing on the exit of Paul Frere curb, and again we saw that from the drone shot as they came through Blanchimont. Coming up into the chicane, it's probably a little bit scummy and slick-like, so it's going to be tippy toes all the way through and trying to get the traction off the exit of the chicane. Then that drying line, and other cars that are on the wet tires go straight away over to the left to get the dampest part of the racetrack.
Now, you touched a little moment or two ago, John, on 32 BMW, which has got Dries van Thor at the wheel of it. That car had a 30-second penalty on its last pit stop because there was a safety car infringement during the night. So it did have the lead and dropped back. Martin was also talking about how that car was ahead, they thought, at the 12-hour mark. Apparently, it came in just before the stroke of 12 hours and therefore wasn't in the lead after all. Let's just go on board.
What that time is doing? It is very close sector 1 and sector 3. Sector 1 is 1.5 seconds, sector 2 is 2 seconds from the wet for the moment.
Just getting a little update for the driver as to what the sector 1, sector 3 look to be the sectors that the difference between the wets and the dries, so that's being monitored by the team and given information to Marcello. So I would imagine Marcello, if he's not already on slicks, will be thinking about coming in relatively. I mean, I don't know when was his last stop. When was the 46 car? It's currently in 3rd place.
He's 21 minutes into a stint.
Okay, so
he's what, about 6 laps?
It's a bit awkward to come in halfway through a stint to put on a set of tyres, so you're going to go off sequence. If you come in, you're then going to reload with fuel, and so you go off message again, and it's one of those balances.
It is, because the benefit of the better tyre compound relative to the time lost in the pit lane. That's why drive-throughs, for example, here are so bad, because it is just such a long pit lane. In Pro, then, it is Klaus Bachler leading from Jordan Pepper, and then that BMW, there it is, in 3rd place, and that has just quietly gone about its business, really. It did have a penalty yesterday evening, if you remember the Valentino Rossi stint when he tagged number 51 Ferrari, Davide Rigon, and that in turn gave a drive-through for 46 BMW, and that's the sister car in 4th place.
Oh, look at Dries van Thor getting the back end out, sliding the car as he comes through the exit of Pouhon. I would suggest right now that Dries van Thor is lapping quicker than Raffaele Marcello. So the last laps for both, well, they were both, in fact, in 2 minutes 32s. And on that last lap, Marcello was 0.4 of a second quicker, but there, Dries van Thor really, I mean, he's almost dirt tracking a car on the exit of Pouhon.
Last lap, Alessandro Pierguidi's Ferrari was 2 seconds quicker. So it is game on here. We know that Pierguidi can be web-footed around Spa. Remember his absolutely amazing pass round the outside on a wet road at Blanchimont with about a lap or 2 to go. 3 years ago now. It was just a stellar move at this part of the racetrack.
Can you ever forget it? This part, he went round the outside of Dries van Thor, and we all took a big inhale of breath. And he's done it!
He's done it, yeah. Well, more heroics are in the pipeline, I'm sure. 32 BMW then, through the chicane. Look at the order and just see how much time people have spent in the pit stops. You don't need me to read through it, but you can therefore see that the Lamborghini Huracan, as an example, in 2nd place, because of those extra stops early on, because of the fuel rig problem, has had to spend more time in the pits, but has combated that up into 2nd place, whereas the 32 BMW is 3 minutes shorter on cumulative time in the pits, and yet runs only in 4th place. So it doesn't necessarily follow that the least time in the pits will give you a better result because of lap times and so forth. But it is fascinating to see who's been in the pits for longer and where they are in the order now.
Well, on board with Alessandro Pierguidi chasing Dries van Thor, the gap when they came across the line, 1.2 seconds. Maybe that was why we saw Dries van Thor getting a bit of a shuffle on coming through Pouhon, because he knew that the Ferrari is catching him. On the straight, the gap's probably around that 1.2 seconds, but let's wait and see. Interlake-Cum, clearly the Ferrari closed up under braking, and there you can see almost half the distance. So Dries van Thor is struggling for bite, for grip, and the Ferrari is in a better position at this moment at the highest part of the racetrack.
To Bruxelles, down through the gears then. Ferrari turns in, and Alessandro Pierguidi hustling on.
Wouldn't it be irony if Pierguidi were to pass Dries van Thor this year around the outside and block? I mean, I'll leave it there. I'll leave it to everybody's imagination as to what the thoughts would be of Dries van Thor and the WRT team and Alessandro Pierguidi, and I'm sure he's got that memory in his mind first and foremost.
Can we rename the corner Pierguidi? I mean, he's probably deserving after that. Here he comes then, onto the tail of the BMW. So this is a real-time fight for 4th place, and it is happening after 290 laps. We're on lap 291. It is BMW versus Ferrari, and that BMW just does not have the balance and the grip, does it? It hasn't got the drive off the corners. It is still a nervy car sliding around. Replay here of fun and games up at the chicane. The Rover Racing Dan Harper BMW to the outside, and going ahead of Alex Arca. That puts it up into 9th place. Nice move.
Yes, good move. Alex Arca sort of, I thought was going to try and hang the BMW out. So here we go. Here we are coming up into Blanchimont. And no, he's not close enough to do it. And he wisely backs off. He has to lift the throttle and just to settle the car. So another lap in which Dries van Thor has denied Pierguidi the opportunity to get ahead. And the BM is, you see it's slithering around.
Yeah.
Whereas the Ferrari seems to be able to get its traction seems to be much better. And I think both these cars are both on wet tyres.
Right, so to the inside line, Pierguidi, no, doesn't faint as much as I thought he might do there. He's working out where his car is strong, where it's got the traction, and there it is on the drive off the corner. But the BMW, when it does manage to find some traction, has got the grunt. This is going to be fascinating now.
Yeah, you can see the acceleration from La Source. The BMW can pull away a couple of car lengths. This is the curve on the entry, but it's the attitude of the BMW, but it's slewing. It's almost like you're on a ski slope and you're sort of side-slipping your way down.
Heading up towards Les Combes. Straight line grunt keeps that BMW ahead. But wait and see on the brakes and through Les Combes, the traction that the Ferrari has in contrast. The gap is down. Alessandro Pierguidi goes right, goes left. Look, 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 much, much, much closer now to a sliding BMW ahead. And Van Thor with the car washing left and right, really having to work hard to keep that in a straight line.
I can't imagine there's an awful lot of tread left on the rear tyres of Van Thor's BMW because there's precious little grip there. And, oh, here we go. Ain't a chance? No. So, and Dries van Thor is exceptionally good at driving defensively when he needs to. But now a chance coming into Pouhon. It's going to be a run down the inside. Dries van Thor goes to the middle of the track. And has the Ferrari got the squirt where it counts? Well, he's been given a little bit of room. Dries van Thor didn't shut the door mercilessly. And again, the way the BMW slides all the way around the exit. There, the line on the exit is dry.
So Dries van Thor hanging on to that 4th place. Let's just listen to the team radio for a moment.
Dries, can you do more to cool the tires? Hunt the water. The 51 behind is pole position. Cleaner, quick, slow. Drive around to the bar. Right. Yeah, copy, mate, copy. Just do your best.
Now, if they're asking him to cool the tyres,
yeah, absolutely.
Must be on wets that have gone off.
Well, I think the rear tyre, there's probably precious little tread remaining on that wet rear tyre. That's why we're seeing the BMW, the attitude in the corner, compared to the Ferrari is, I would say, tracking through every corner. With the BMW, it's a series of long lurches sliding. So up into here's an opportunity, and the undercut coming off the chicane should favour the Ferrari because it's going to have better traction, and it does. But the acceleration of the BMW is going to be sufficiently good to keep it in. I mean, it's going to be side by side going into the source. But Dries van Thor finally concedes, and the Ferrari takes the position. Look, there's only so much you can do. I mean, he's trying to do the best he can with what he's got, and they're saying, "Can you cool the tyres?"
Yeah. Well, look at this, the Ferrari through and getting away. Now, Dries van Thor is 33 minutes into his stint. They don't really want to bring him in yet. Lamborghini goes ploughing off the road down at
Paul Frere.
That's 19, isn't it? Which I think is Hugo Cook, the man from Northwich, at the wheel of it. And he rally crosses his way back towards the circuit, so no major harm done. But yeah, Pierguidi now getting away as he comes up to try to find a way through the traffic. He has got Rob Bell ahead of him, the McLaren.
I listened to Rob in a broadcast a couple of weeks ago, and wise old head.
Yes. He drinks tea, though. Out of Les Combes he comes.
His brand of tea choices, let's say, relevant to the part of the UK he comes from.
Indeed so. Right, so a lap put on the McLaren by Pierguidi. and 32 BMW slithering around behind. We think Dan Harper 9980s on slicks, and they're 32 getting ready. So slick tyres now the way to go. Bearing in mind that when we got here about an hour ago, it was still pretty wet. Now, even though it's not sunny, slicks is the way to go. The track drying rapidly, and the cars looking ever grimier as they battle their way through the night. Another slide as those wet tyres say, please give me a respite.
But you'd think he was driving on ice. I mean, the car literally has got little lateral grip, particularly at the rear. I mean, it's probably quite a lot of fun in some respects, but it's not competitive.
And you can see off that pace judge how much time relative to the average lap time in the pro class Dries van Thor has been losing of late. So he comes now out of Paul Frere. Rob Bell's McLaren, he's not yet caught, never mind passed.
So will the 32, apart from Brianna said at slicks, will they then reload with fuel and keep Dries van Thor on board, or will they do a driver change?
I would think they'll certainly put fuel in the car and probably keep Van Thor on board. It depends really who was in the previous stint and how much time he's got available to him.
The other thing is, if you make a tyre change in these conditions, would you want to put a fresh driver in who's not been driving through the improving conditions? So my view would be, if Dries van Thor's within a lot of time slots, so now we see the BM coming in, followed by Rob Bell.
Well, tyres are ready, fuel will go in, and we shall see whether or not Charles Weerts or Sheldon van der Linde are ready to jump on board. McLaren at the pit-in end of the F1 pits, at the pit-out end is WRT, where they're already cycling through 46, look. So you've got Raffaele Marciello in, you've got the number 30, the Oman Racing Team entry that was delayed with a puncture yesterday pretty early on. And now, to add to the set, here's 32.
Virtually triple stacking the WRT team car, so Dries van Thor staying on board, which I think is the sensible thing, because he's driven through these changing conditions, so he knows where the dry line is. And as soon as he gets on a brand new set of slicks and goes back out, once there will be a modicum of temperature in them, but once he gets a couple of laps under them and then they get up to proper operating temperature, his car will feel like, wow, I've got a totally different race car.
Right, out goes Marciello. Great shot from the drone looking at the pit boxes. Looks so neat and tidy, and yet all that work going on to try and turn 32 around now and send that car back out into the race.
Seems you're sitting in the car, the refueling rig seems to take forever, so Dries van Thor gets rolling, and he's going to be absolutely comes out of La Source. He'll not go around the corner, he comes out inside the corner. There is the BMW, but once he hits drying track, he will be thriving in the grip that he's now got.
Interestingly, Pierre Guidi was in on that lap as well, so it looks as though his car was in a different league almost, given its grip, but he also came in, presumably, for a fresh set of slicks. So now we'll see what everybody's capable of, and this is going to shuffle the order yet again. Bachler still leads, and he's about 23 minutes off a pit stop. Jordan Pepper second, and he's about the same away from his next scheduled stop.
So we're seeing a positional changes, largely due to the pit stops that are being currently recycled. As Dries van Thor now breaks the beam at the bottom of the pit lane exit, and he can get back onto the throttle. Klaus Bachler in.
That's the race leading car, so he's bailed early, and it's got to be again for tyres. They're not going to the full 60+ minutes. It is now being driven by track conditions and the pace you are losing by being on wets on a dry road. And Klaus Bachler on 4 track limit warnings as well in the 911 Porsche, or the car has 4 track limit warnings. They're reset every 6 hours. Now that is the 21st placed Romain Leroux driven Aston in the Silver Cup, second in silver at the moment, chasing after Dan Arrow's Mercedes. And that's the lead car, so it's found its pit. And again, there's a fair amount of space there as you're at the top of the endurance pits. Joel Sturm is going to take over from Klaus Bachler this time. That is your silver leader. That is Dan Arrow, and his car slithering its way out of Les Combes.
Yeah, again, same scenario, running on wets on a drying track, and a rapidly drying track. But I understand that teams will try and stay out as long as they can. They don't want to have to go off message where possible. So as long as there's damp patches around the racetrack, then find those damp patches, get on them as quickly as possible to give those wet tyres an opportunity to recover and get down to a temperature which is not going to accelerate the damage to the wet weather tyre.
So the Winwood Racing Mercedes AMG running 18th overall. Dan Arrow at the wheel of it goes through. So we're going to have Jordan Pepper into the lead of the race now. He was about 16 seconds back on 9.11, but the 163 Lambo stayed out. That puts Jordan Pepper back into a lead that the car had right at the very start of the race when Franck Pereira was behind the wheel. Dan Arrow here, going nicely. Underrated, underfunded Dutchman. Colin Carasana, his fellow countryman, whose family have got a good pedigree in historic racing cars, both racing and indeed being the prime movers behind the historic Grand Prix at Zandvoort. But Colin Carasani did a very good job early on in that car. And together with Tanat Safin Tirakul, silver leaders. In comes number 4. Nick Katzberg was behind the wheel when we last looked. This is the one that he shares with Ian James, with Colin Braun and George Kurtz of CrowdStrike. And so it's going to be a driver change.
So this is the leading car in Pro-Am. Second place is the RGN McLaren Jan Mardenborough. But Jan is a lap down on this Mercedes. So technically, I think they should just about get ahead. But we need to wait again to see how the timing and scoring updates when this pit stop is complete.
And going to be slicked going on to number 4 Mercedes. It now is pretty much a given that it will be slicked unless the weather conditions change yet again. But the Pro-Am leading car then sitting in the pit lane. Now, assuming that nothing untoward happens, if you work backwards now, then these cars are pretty much on target to just do, an hour, and get to the end of the race. But that's not to say that we're not going to have more interruptions and all the calculations go out of the window.
So thundering up Camel Straight, and all of a sudden, what a difference a brand new set of rubber makes to a car. The field is just transformed. So the 28th position, Tom Gamble just went through in the 159. Garage 59, as the Mercedes is sort of getting those dry tyres sort of driven in, Tom Gamble's going to try and make the manoeuvre down into, what's that sitting up on the top of the bonnet? It's something weird. I don't know.
Yeah. I was thinking it was a strap of some sort,
well,
but
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's a fine piece of something, isn't it? Maybe some trim that's not quite locked underneath the bodywork.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's blown away just since we've mentioned it, but no, it's still there. You can see it.
Like an arc, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Doesn't seem to be loose or anything. It's
I know that it's a movable aerodynamic device.
Right, let's go on board.
Now that would irritate me. If I was driving the car, I would. Normally your eyeliner is so far down the road you won't see it, but if you do pick it up, it'll. What is it? What's happening? On the phone to the team. Well, I've got a problem in the front of the car. There's something stuck in the front of the car.
Well, if you can bear with it for an hour, they can have a look at that on the next stop. This is Colin Brown at the wheel of it as he comes up through campus, now to the Cours Paul Frere. And Jordan Pepper is pitted as well. So back out on track goes 163. He stays behind the wheel. And that's going to put Dan Harper now in 998 BMW into the lead of the race. But Harper is out of sync with the rest. That Rover BMW isn't, I don't think, in the mix. It's going to have to do an extra pit stop, whereas the others won't. It's 998 is a pit stop behind, so they might need another safety car period or two to try and get themselves back onto the right strategy, if you like. But I think 998 is just a little bit off on the numbers at the minute.
Jordan Pepper's finding out the perils of getting on to a set of slick tyres when you see he was catching the curbs and the car was sort of fidgeting about. And that's just because the tyre hasn't worked its way up. You see how wide he's run in Brussels, then the 51 Ferrari just sails straight underneath him and continues on his way. But look again, marginal in Brussels, and down into Jackie Ickx.
Pierre Guidi then goes through. So Dan Harper is going to lead the way. Now we need to factor in this car, 51, as well as 163, and the BMWs after their most recent pit stop.
So what last lap time for the 51 Ferrari was 2:25. The last time for Dan Harper was a 2:22. So I'm assuming that Harper likewise is on slicks. Yeah. Wait to see Jordan Pepper's first flying lap. His last lap was a 2:37. That was the lap in which he came into the pits.
Still the best lap of the race from lap 3 for that blue Lamborghini from Pereira. Right, Dan Harper leads, and he's coming out of Lecombe at the moment as Jordan Pepper chases on behind. Joel Sturm has taken over number 911, and Alessandro Pierguidi stayed in this car, number 51. So Joel Sturm is second in 911, and then third it is going to be the Ferrari, I would offer you. No, Maxime Martin now. 46 BMW has gone through. So Maxime Martin pitted a lap or two before, and he is up into third place.
So Pierguidi comes across the line. Last lap time, previous lap was a 2:25. What is this lap going to be? Pierguidi 2:23. Not quite at the pace of Dan Harper.
Right, so Harper leads and Sturm second. There is the second place car in the body of that pack. Maxime Martin's BMW is the one behind here. There it is. You can see now coming into view. So that's third, Maxime Martin. And now Raffaele Marciello at the wheel. That sector timing point just updating on the transponder. So Marciello runs third. And then wait. Pierguidi is fourth, but he's got a lot of traffic to work his way through and quite a bit of ground to make up. There is the Ferrari, fourth. And then fifth behind is going to be Jordan Pepper, who has dropped back quite a lot on that last lap.
Yeah, he was unsteady on that out lap on his new slicks, whereas Pierguidi has had the benefit of maybe a couple more laps and has been able to find the dry patches and been ready to get your tire. And again, just show you what's wrong with the 50 BMW.
Number 30 has slowed right down, hasn't it? The Oman Racing Team. Now, that's only just left the pit lane, remember, because it was part of that triple stack. And slowly, it is making its way around the circuit. It doesn't look tire, it looks more mechanical, this.
And it's going slower and slower, so that car's going to pull over and, off the racetrack. He's on the inside of Pouhon.
Callan Williams at the wheel.
And that is, I don't know what it is. Technical, put it that way. Not, I don't know, it's electrical, mechanical, hydraulic, whatever. But whatever it is, the car's going to come to a standstill. He's going to pull it up, keep it on the verge of the racetrack, and that'll be a full course yellow, I suppose. Certainly a yellow flag scenario in that sector.
But he's done his best to get it out of the way. Fair play. He couldn't go onto the outside because to go from one side of the road to the other would have been very, very dangerous. So Callan Williams has tried to peel the car offline. Now he'll be on the radio to the engineers. The electric's still working, as you can see, but now whether it's as simple as a reboot, we'll have to wait and see. But the radio messages will be telling him, if possible, what to do. That brings out a yellow in that middle sector, and that is the lead car for now. Dan Harper, who is out of sequence, owes us a pit stop. And we understand that number 30 BMW is a throttle response issue, or a lack thereof.
Dan Harper is absolutely flying. His last lap, 2:21, in conditions which are tricky as we go through Fagnes on the 998 BMW. And, you know, Dan Harper is driving like a man possessed.
But he's got to try and bring that car into the mix somehow. And a full course yellow in 20 seconds. You can see that on the in-car marshalling display. So next to the little screen, full course yellow in 20. That will now go to a full course yellow in 10 in due course. And then you'll get to the full course yellow itself. Full course yellow countdown now. Look, you can see it counting down. And Dan Harper will slow. And the full course yellow procedure is live.
Yeah, that was a pretty dramatic illustration of what it's like to be a driver, and then the countdown to full course yellow, and he had to get that car down to the requisite speed, otherwise a penalty would have been coming his way as well. So it's pretty clear from the onboard instrumentation.
Let's just go on board 998 and listen to the radio.
Full course yellow now, full course yellow now. Box.
Yellow procedure by way by.
Right, so in comes Dan Harper, and that has been timed perfectly because they were virtually at the end of the lap, and straight away the brains trust on the pit wall calls in that car, and this effectively is a free pit stop.
I mean, you couldn't have perfected it any better than literally coming through Blanchimont and on the run up into the chicane, and the message went from the team, box, and Dan Harper was on it absolutely like a rash. Now what's happening here? He's being stacked up because of what's taking place with the Aston Martin. hopefully that is a manoeuvre that will not get any penalty.
Yeah, the Aston had left its box
Dan
and then
Harper
ground to a
out.
halt, hadn't it?
Yes,
The traffic jam.
Yes.
Right, Harper out. Change of driver. Augusto Farfus and Max Hesse, remember the other two.
So Harper had what clearly was on slicks. We can see the set of slicks coming off. So you've got a brand new set of slicks going on, and we wait to know who will take over the 998. Dan Harper done a brilliant job for the Rover Racing team.
So there you've got the driver change for Dan Harper out of the car. Ginetta Junior star, Carrera Cup GB champion, reigning British GT champion, current Fanatec GT Europe Endurance Cup leader, of course, because that's your car that won the first round, the only other round we've had at Paul Ricard. So Dan Harper, very, very well regarded British driver.
I'm assuming it's Max Hesse that's taken over because Farfus was in the car when I got back to the circuit at 7 o'clock this morning. And then we've just seen Dan Harper do his stint. So I'm assuming that the driver that's gone in, I'm not guaranteeing it, but I'm assuming it is
Max Hesse.
Max Hesse, yeah.
There's going to be a wave by under this full course yellow procedure, according to the timing screen, the message line. There will be a wave by, and presumably depending on how long it takes to move that BMW, may end up going safety car, but I don't think this is one of those situations where you can guarantee it. You'd be well advised just to get in the pit box as quick as you can for this full course yellow period, and that worked beautifully for Rover.
Couldn't have asked for a better situation. Just literally, you're about, what, 5 seconds away from pit lane entry. Message goes out, driver reacts, gets it in the pit lane, brings it up to the pit box, and job done.
So that's going to put Joel Stern's 911 Porsche into the lead from 46 BMW of Raffaele Marciello. Up the hill at pit out goes Dan Harper. Lights flashing, full course yellow boards there. What's this in replay going to show? It's going to show you a spin for...
Not Gilles Magnus, is it?
I think it is. It's 25. It is Gilles Magnus.
Gilles, what are you doing? You're spelling your copybook. That's
absolutely
on an unlikely error from one of the most promising and shining brightest stars of the future.
Now, fresh out of the car, Dan Harper from 998. Antonia Rankin is in the pit lane. She can have a word with Dan about how the race is and indeed what the track's like.
Good morning, Dan. Our reigning British GT champion and currently leading the Spa 24.
Yes, well, first of all, good morning. We made it through the night, which is always the first task in a 24-hour. I managed to get a couple hours sleep, and good to get back in the car. So the first stint now was wet and in the sort of transition phase. And then the second one was a bit scary on slicks for the first few laps, and then it dried up. So it played into our hands. I think we gained a lot of time there. So yeah, all good so far.
And what did you say to Max when you got in the car? Was it a pep talk?
Yeah, just be careful, first of all, and I mean, I have full trust in him, obviously, but just little sort of update on track conditions where maybe it's still a bit damp and where he can properly push, so, but he'll be fine.
I'm sure he will, thank you.
So, big smile from Dan Harper. Race going well for them. And, of course, he's got a great pedigree in races like this because when he was a BMW Junior, before he became a factory driver, he spent an awful lot of time in the NLS races, the VLN, the long-distance races on the Nürburgring. Sky Tempesta Racing, after damage early on, the car is still being repaired. It's not far off rejoining, but having been up in the top 3 overall and on merit earlier, it is now down in 17th place. Eddie Cheever brought the car in.
And I think he's still on board. So that car has sort of, you might loosely say, been punch board and countersunk on a few occasions through the event.
So that car will rejoin, and of course it's not over until it's over. They're going for a class result as well, so let's see how when Eddie Cheever is allowed back out, he's able to make some progress.
So the car is pushed out on the dollies, then those will be, the air jacks will go up, the dollies will be removed, and Eddie Cheever will be able to continue. So there is the air jack releasing the car, getting the car up, so waiting to see what's going there. The air has been released, and it'll get the signal to move once the Bentley's gone through.
We also understand that the number 28 Haas racing team, Audi, the Simon Gachet, Jan Hale and Dennis Lind car has been in the pits for something like 25 laps now. Suspected gearbox issue with that car, according to Jan Halen. So disappointment for a team new to the event, but an experienced endurance team. But it's not there yet.
Is there a penalty that they're serving out?
Not that I'm aware of, but possibly.
Is the car? I mean, the cars, all the work has been done. They're just sitting there waiting. You can see Antonia Rankin making her way down the pit lane, and whether she can get into the Sky Tempesta pits to maybe ask the question.
There are so many penalties that float around. It's rather hard to keep up. I'll try and scroll back through the message page while you talk about Jordan Pepper. Back in.
Yeah, Jordan Pepper back in. So just one mechanic goes down and clears the air intakes of largely it'll be loads of rubber that's been sheared off the tyres. Now that was that an oil fill went into the Lamborghini?
Could have been.
I think it might have been an oil fill going in, and just cleaning not just the main windscreen but the side windows, because you do sometimes want to look laterally, and so various different signs going out to Jordan Pepper. So I'm assuming again he's been told to sit, wait. No, go.
Now, can he go?
Well, I don't know. It doesn't seem he can.
It's as though the car just won't fire properly,
not firing up.
But I'm not aware that it's got a penalty. Likewise, I'm not aware that the Sky Tempesta car has a penalty, and that's been sitting there as well. So,
don't know what to make of that.
It's not that the pit lane is closed, is it? Because you'd still release the car and they would go and queue at the other end.
They'll queue at the bottom end, yeah.
But no, I can't offer you anything on.
Oh, there he goes.
It goes now.
I don't know.
Starter motor?
Can't imagine there would be a starter motor. I mean, it could be anything. You know, we're only going to second guess from our commentary position, which is not a million miles above where that Lamborghini would have made its pit stop.
Now, earlier slow stops for this car were to do with the fuel rig. That wasn't a fuel rig issue because that was disconnected long since.
Yeah. The car was just sitting there static for about 30 seconds or longer.
Down it goes through the pit lane, but that's going to drop it a whole heap of time. And its fastest lap from lap 3, as I've been mentioning already, it stands, and it's not going to be threatened at the moment with the road still damp, but might be threatened by the very end of the race. We'll see.
Be interesting if it was.
Down the pit road it goes.
Yeah, it's hard to judge that, you know, what a technical stop and so on and so forth. So that can cover a myriad of issues that maybe the team wouldn't want to have known publicly at this point. So over the exit line in the pit lane now, you can start pushing the throttle pedal. Brand new set of sticks on the car as well. But of course we're in full course yellow conditions. So when he rejoins, he'll join onto the tail of these 4 cars.
The possible answer for both 93 and 163 is they have served now on that last pit stop, the technical pit stop, but that has to last for 5 minutes. If you've done the work in, let's say, 3.5,
you have to sit there. Well,
so
that
I think that's what
the Ferrari for sure.
We've seen them sitting there,
yeah.
And the Lamborghini likewise. So that took the opportunity under full course yellow to get that technical 5-minute pit stop out of the way. Work done, then all you can do is just sit and wait. So that answers that.
Yeah. And I don't know how many cars ahead of the 163 Lamborghini may have also carried out their technical pit stop, but we'll end up finding out once this race goes back under green conditions.
51 there down the pit lane, Alessandro Pierguidi, and I don't think that car actually stopped at the team, so this is just a stint reset.
Reset,
when you come in, it triggers the beam to say fresh stint, so you can stay in the car therefore for longer.
So yet again the 32 into the pit lane, so Dries van Thor. Again, would you call that a technical pit stop?
No, because that's not 5 minutes. That I would say is a stint reset.
So, well, that's right. That's sort of stint. I've got the wrong thing, but you know what I meant. It was a stint reset.
Stint
yes.
reset, pretty much. Yeah. Wasn't paying attention to see whether they put a little bit of fuel into that car.
No, I don't think
it did come to a halt. Anyway, down the pit lane it goes then. Right, 32 is down the pit road. You do have a minimum mandatory time that the hose is connected, and that's 44 seconds, but you are allowed the so-called short pit stop, and there's a given allocation of those over the course of the race for things like the splash and dash, and that's one ticked off the list at least. So 32 BMW down the pit lane, and WRT staying on top of exactly what they can do and what they can't do. The experience in that camp is absolutely huge. One of the fascinating facts that you can unearth during a break is that it's 10 years since the last WRT win. You kind of think it must have been more recent than that. Now have a look at this. Fuel in, fuel out, 3 or 4 seconds worth if that, and away blasts Dries van Thor. Show how slippery it is, even on the pit apron there. He struggled for the traction to get away, but that's the so-called short pit stop.
Yeah, the trouble is the pit apron where these cars have to come to a standstill is little used. So it's going to take probably the longest of any
car lights on. Safety car closed. Pit entry is closed.
You've just heard about the safety car procedure being instigated and full course yellow changes to safety car, and we're going to have a wave by, so the pit entry is now closed. So if you were thinking of making a stop, well, you've missed the boat now, because we are going safety car. Max Hesse is the race leader. The wave by is going to put the lapped cars from the other classes onto the lead lap.
So how long is this process going to take? A couple of laps, I assume.
Callum Williams, the driver of that orange BMW that's triggered this full course yellow, reported a total loss of power and then 0 throttle response. It is suspected to be engine related, but the team will investigate further to define the race ending cause. So that, I'm afraid, it's that race ending cause terminology.
That's
Sadly,
nailed it.
Another one gone.
That's nailed it. I mean, it didn't look as if it was an engine failure. It may have been associated parts, or maybe just the electrical side of the loss of power.
Now have a look at this. The first car behind the leader in the queue is Eddie Cheever, but he's going to get that lap back in a moment when we get the wave by. So you'll see on instruction from Race Direction that when the cars are on the Camel Straight, the leading cars, the race leaders behind the safety car will stay left. Those that are eligible for wave by go to the right and then go through, and then we give it a lap or two for them to catch up. So all of this is to try and keep the class fights alive, really.
You can see the clear drying line, but look at that patch in the middle. Would you want to go across that on a pair of slicks? I doubt it very much.
Race currently on lap 301, so 300 laps now completed in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, and the CrowdStrike Mercedes leading its class now, because Colin Brown at the wheel has moved ahead of the RJN Jan Mardenborough McLaren. Every time I look, Jan Mardenborough seems to be behind the wheel of that. I know other people have driven it because he's been up here in the booth, for one example, but Jan has done a lot this morning, it seems.
Yes, Alex Buncombe was also in the car when I arrived this morning. So I suspect the bulk of the tricky driving has been shared by Jan Mardenborough and Alex Buncombe. They're the two most experienced drivers in that 4-driver lineup. But they've got time restrictions, so they can only do so much, and you don't want to over-egg your pudding and find yourself then maybe wanting to put in one of those two and they're out of their time allowance.
Frustration for the drivers now on slicks, of course, because all of a sudden the pace slows, the temperatures drop, the grip levels drop as well. So on the restart, it's going to be just a little bit more nervy for them for the first lap.
It'll be nervy, but it's nervy for all of them, and I doubt there are very many cars now running on wet tyres anyway. And if they are on wet tyres, I suspect they're as bold as an egg, because these conditions are just going to destroy any wets that you would be still contemplating using. So I think it's sort of even Stevens. But it will be tricky, as you say, coming down from Bruxelles. You can see there's still very, the damp edges to the dry line. So if you stray one wheel off, you'll know it.
So Rover Racing, with one of its 2 cars surviving, leads the way. And it is partly becoming a BMW fight, isn't it? With 2 WRT and 1 Rover BMW entry up there.
Contrast to what they were saying before the race began. They were a bit Doomsville, thinking that there was a change of regulation before the race got underway, in which the ride height at the front of the BMW was raised by 2 millimeters, and the rear wing was mandated to be in a fixed position. So they were unhappy because they weren't able to try that after the change to the regulation was issued.
Shows how fortunes can change, though. The lead car, 998 BMW, was down in 21st place at the end of the first hour. Second, 911. That car was 24th at the end of the first hour. And now the other side of 8 o'clock, nearly 9 o'clock in the morning now. They're the top two. Raffaele Marciello in third place. Their 35 is the silver leading car. Lorcan Hannafin, familiar name from British racing, but racing this year in the Le Mans Cup as well. And a star of Carrera Cup GB and Carrera Cup Germany. Another Ginetta Junior graduate, doing a good job here.
Yep, so the Valkenhorst Motorsport team, familiar BMW entrants in the past, winners here in the past.
That's right.
And again, committing to the new Aston Martin program, and as the season is progressing, so the development, evolution of the Aston Martin is progressing, you know, pretty good, pretty well.
Number 7 Aston that led last night, still there or thereabouts, isn't it? Still on the lead lap, Matthew Drudy.
It is, well, it's on the, what is it? In total time, it's 1 minute 19 seconds, so it's roughly 2/3 of a lap behind, but that's maybe now the timing and scoring because of this, but it's certainly, it's still on the lead lap, and that's the thing that they will try to confirm and ensure that they stay on that lead lap.
And there in 8th place is Max Hofer, leading in bronze with the Tresor Attempto Audi that he shares with Dylan Pereira and Alexei Nesov and also Andrei Bukovoz. 96 Porsche, by the way. Sven Müller is in.
Safety car, move left. Eligible cars, move right. Eligible cars, move left. Move right.
That's the voice of Alain Adam, just telling the teams what to do for the wave-by. 96 Porsche last night was fighting to get back on the lead lap. Now it is up into 7th place and he's back at the races. The Porsches have looked a bit underwhelming over qualifying and even in the early stages of the race. But now, partly because of dramas for others, partly through interruptions, we're getting a more relevant order, and that's one of the cars that has come back into the mix. Now the wave-by is underway, look.
Yeah, significant amount of cars in that process, and those that are having to wait behind the safety car, they'll be not entirely happy, because those that are doing the wave-by will be able to run that a little bit more quickly, get a little bit more heat into the tyres. Those that are behind the safety car are being driven at 50 kilometers per hour on the damper part of the racetrack. Tyres, temperatures, pressures. Now that'll be brain overdrive. What am I going to do when this thing goes back to green?
The one that loses out because of this, look, is that car, 23, which is Jackson Evans.
Wave-by completed.
In the pro class and not eligible for a wave-by. So that is the first car off the lead lap. Second on the road, but a lap down. So this is the same situation that Niederhauser found himself in last night. He's got on the restart to try and get ahead of the lead car and unlap himself, because then anything can happen. But for as long as he's off the lead lap, it's game over. That means, therefore, we've got the leading 13 cars on the lead lap. But if Max Hesse were to be a bit slow off the restart and was overtaken by Evans and also Jordan Pepper, look, who is
they're all lining up.
He's a lap down as well now. They need to somehow wriggle through that traffic and get themselves on the lead lap. It's easier said than done, but there's a relatively limited number of cars to get by. Just depends on their pace.
Well, Max Hesse didn't get many laps behind the wheel before the safety car, or before the full course yellow was deployed and then the safety car introduced. So how up to speed he is in terms of grip levels, how hard can I push in any one of these turns around Spa-Francorchamps? Maybe Joel Sturmer's got slightly more time behind the wheel in these conditions. All ifs and ands and buts. But one thing is clear, these cars that are running behind the safety car will have a lower tire temperature pressure than those that got the wave-by. But look at the length of the chain of cars. There's, what, 20 cars all roughly in the same situation.
Drivers weaving around now to try and get some warmth into the rubber. The wave-by is completed, but now we need the cars to catch up. And Max Hesse, the race leader, has been told on the team radio by Rover Racing to expect light rain within 10 minutes. The rain is coming back, everyone.
Oh, I can bet your life that he'd be delighted to hear that.
Yeah.
That really will be music to his ears, as it will be for the entire field.
That's a message that will go down like a broken lift, won't it? Mikael Grenier in treble 7 is the last driver Oh no, we've gained a few more now because of the classes. So Jackson Evans actually loses out twice. Not only does he not get his lap back, he's going to be overtaken by people eligible for the wave by. So it's a sort of double whammy for him. 777, I was going to say Mikhail Grenier, not anymore the last man on the lead lap, but 13th overall, and the rain has arrived.
Well, you can tell by the humidity, 99%. That's rain. So how long this little rain interruption will last? Oh.
Well, it's Spa, John. I mean,
well, David, don't take the words out of my mouth, because you know how much I enjoy saying those words.
Well, the rain is on its way. If it hasn't arrived all around the circuit, it soon will. And it's a good job they're not on slicks. Oh, no, wait, they are. It's a good job that Spa is predictable. Oh, no, wait, no, that doesn't work either. It's a good job the tyre temperatures haven't dropped. No, scrap that. This is going to be a really lively restart for them, because if the road is wet and the tyres are cold and it's not a consistent track surface, anything could happen. There you see the CrowdStrike Mercedes, still with that little flapping arc of trim. Let's try and understand what that's all about. Next time George Kurtz walks past the door, we'll have to ask him. But at the wheel of the car, Colin Brown, as it goes over the line in 32nd place.
No, it's going to be tricky for everybody, because when the rain comes and these cars are released back to a green track, it depends. Is it uniform over the racetrack, or is it one or two parts of the track and drier and others? And again, everybody, oh, look at, they're slowing almost down to a standstill coming out of the source. And that's always an area where drivers are on the throttle in the car ahead of you, the usual sort of traffic jam scenario, one on the brakes and one on the throttle. Anyway, drivers trying to get heat into the tyres as we see. What's that? Is that the Mustang in it? It is!
Yeah, your favourite car.
Ford Mustang. It's driven its way up. Well, Christopher East came in showing he's now 13th. Yes. So the Mustang has just, again, gone out and stuck to a programme, and they've found themselves, well, they're only just outside the top 10.
For bits of Spa, that car really likes, like the Kemmel Straight, and bits that it doesn't like. It's got quite a high centre of gravity.
Yes.
But it's all development, and this is a really useful exercise. Car in its first year. And Ford putting a lot of effort into making a GT3 project here.
Well, the Mustang is affectionately known as a pony car. And, I mean, it is a physically large car. I mean, it reminds me in some ways of the Bentley Continentals. You know, that was a big car compared to, say, Lamborghinis, Audis, Porsche, Ferrari. But the engineering in that car, I had to look at it when it was a Paul Ricard, and I have to say it was impressive. Like every GT3 car now, they're little now more than a silhouette of what would be the stock showroom model that you'd go and pay your money to buy.
Just had confirmation, not that it's a surprise, that the 98 Rover BMW is now very much a retirement, but I mean, it's been in the pit lane for 231 laps. So I think we got the message, but it has now officially been declared. That's the view out of the back of the Mustang. Very grimy rear screen, understandably.
It's interesting, the aerodynamics on that are quite interesting, because you can see that smear on one side of the left rear part of the window. Don't understand why it's not uniform. Anyway, just enough of those little frivolities.
He's back on track. Let's remember, a full course yellow into safety car to remove number 30 BMW. All of that done a while ago now, but of course we're trying to get everything sorted after that wave by. We need one line of cars, not multiple, and we're not far, therefore, off getting the race back underway.
Yes, Dennis Olsen has taken over the wheel of the Ford from Christopher Mies. So very shortly we'd expect to see this race return to green flag situations, and the predicted rain, well, we saw it on our graphic that it was raining 15 Celsius, but there isn't any indication on any of the camera lenses around the racetrack that that rain is an issue.
Yeah, I mean, very few cars at the minute with the wiper on even.
No.
They're letting the air pressure get rid of any water.
No. At the minute, I would say if there is rain, it may not be at the racetrack, because if it was raining, as you point out, David, the wipers would be in operation.
Right, so the cars come out of Cours Paul Frere. The light panels around the circuit flash for safety car. It will be doing so inside the race cars as well, that in-car marshalling display system. Another car that we haven't really touched on, but is out of the race, the number 2 Mercedes, the Jules Gounon, Fabian Schiller, Lukas Stolz Mercedes. That's another one that we lost during the night, sadly. That's another declared retirement.
Safety car in this lap. Safety car in this lap.
So, looking down at the Pro-Am category, the Mercedes leading, and the McLaren in second place. They're now, I was going to know, they were showing it, they were on the same lap. This has been just been correcting, so there's still that lap between those two Pro-Am protagonists.
So we are looking at now something around 43 cars out of the 66 that started still circulating. And there's the leading car of Max Hesse trying to get that warmth back into the rubber. Safety car in at the end of the lap, as you heard from race control. So the one to watch, firstly, is that blue Porsche and then that blue Lamborghini. Anything blue needs to be quick on the restart.
I'm going to keep an eye on Jordan Pepper. I think he's going to be the first real mover and shaker of that group of cars. Undoubtedly, the Porsche knows what it needs to do.
Yeah.
But I think Jordan Pepper is the real deal in the Lamborghini, and will seek every opportunity.
23, just getting through shot, the blue Porsche, the Phantom Global Racing entry in its first ever 24-hour race. So they've done a good job to get this far. They're learning all the time. Joel Eriksson, Jackson Evans, Thomas Preining, the drivers, and Jackson Evans is the driver behind the wheel. Carrera Cup Australia champion, Carrera Cup France champion. Sorry, not Australian, the Kiwi, Jackson Evans. He is ready for the restart, be on his toes. And look, he's virtually on the tail of Max Hesse, ready to monster him up towards La Source.
So just under half a lap remaining till they get up to the start-finish line.
There's your Porsche.
Yeah, 23. And Porsche following as well. So
bit of help for that team, the Phantom Global Racing squad from the Timo Bernhardt 75 squad here this weekend, just to help with some of the engineering and some of the protocols over here. It's a quick Asian team. Thomas Preining, last year's DTM champion. Joel Eriksson, the DTM front runner and Formula E racer, the other two drivers. So we're going to go racing at the end of this lap. There's 911 of Joel Sturm. That is on the lead lap, so that's a proper car to fight for position, and worth watching that one as well.
So everybody sort of tightening down the seat belts, knowing that they're about to go green again. So keep an eye on the blue Porsche and the blue Lamborghini, because those are the two I expect are going to be seeking to punch at the earliest opportunity.
Jackson Evans then closing up under braking. He has got to strike on the way to La Source, and he knows it. The team would have told him, you've got to get past that BMW. Imagine it's for the lead of the race. Go, go, go. And as across the line comes Max Hesse. He does go through. He's got Jackson Evans behind him, and up towards La Source they go. That BMW has been looking strong thus far, and Jordan Pepper can't do anything about getting through. But there, look round the outside. Pierre Guidi is ahead of Marcello for third place. That was really bold.
Yeah, there was contact with the Ferrari and the BMW. Right rear, Ferrari left. So let's see what happens. Chilly tyres. And on board the Ferrari. And Marcello has to take to the curbing on the exit of Radio. So he got probably a better run through than the Ferrari did. It's Alessandro Pierguidi. Now Marcello on the headlights saying, I'm on your case. I'm going to try and find a way past you. You elbowed me out of the way in La Source. I'm going to pay you back with interest if you're not careful.
The Porsche of Jackson Evans quicker than Max Hesse's leading BMW in the first sector. In other words, closer. In other words, better place to attack as Marcello tries to fight back on the inside of 51 Ferrari. This is for third place in the race, remember. Right there behind as well. More of the traffic. And there Jackson Evans has fallen away from Max Hesse. That takes away the opportunity of being able to unlap himself.
And now is that going to be a case of the Porsche stacking up the field directly behind?
Might well be. Ain't going to help Jordan Pepper because he can't get past Joel Sturm either right now. Getting a replay of that move at La Source. You're looking back from Pierre Guidi's Ferrari. Look for a BMW.
So it swoops around the outside. So right rear contact, left front with the Marcello. And I don't Raffaello's not accustomed to being sort of beaten up like that. He's normally the guy who's leading so many of these races. Not a thing of any significant consequence, but any time there is body contact, you always worry, is there something that might rear its head further down the road?
So Ferrari now trying to pull away. Next target for Pierre Guidi is going to be the second-placed Porsche of Joel Sturm. So Alessandro Pierre Guidi coming up towards the chicane. There, look, Sturm is quicker than Jackson Evans. So rather than Evans being able to unlap himself, Joel Sturm is trying to find a way through. He's got Jordan Pepper behind him. You're right, that blue Porsche is now starting to stack them up and bails to the pit lane. Yeah. Right, that clears that. Pepper on his toes now. He wants to get past Sturm. He wants to unlap himself as well. And look in the background, BMW and Aston Martin coming through together. And side by side, Mathieu Drudy up alongside Dries Vanthoor as they come across the line. Vanthoor was ahead, but only just at the end of the straight. On the outside line is Drudy. On the inside line is Vanthoor. Vanthoor is ahead. Drudy gets the tighter line and goes through.
Yeah, that was like the undercut. Beautifully done by Drudy. So the BMW just didn't have the bite to be able to hold the line. And now the McLaren running directly behind, but not actually running in overall position. So Dries Vanthoor will have been not too happy about it. So on board the 96 Porsche, Sven Müller.
And this is the car that was a lap down last night, and Rutronic have gone on with the programme. They've chipped away, they've brought it back into contention. The caution periods have been kind to them, but Sven Müller, who is another Porsche specialist, can't be ruled out. He's got that lapped McLaren just up the road ahead of him, but the Porsche Super Cup champion comes out of Les Combes now.
So the McLaren is, well, the lead McLaren is Tom Gamble, all the way down in 21st position. So, yeah, it's a frustration. Cars out of position, but quick cars, and you can't really go offline to try and do something creative because you compromise yourself in the process. Well, Viper's going in one of the cars. Well, that's an indication of rain, or whether that's just trying to clear the screen from all the other muck that's generally been gathering.
So Max Hesse getting on with the programme now. It might not have been a great first sector.
99 drive-through penalty, driving stint,
Max Hesse now 2 seconds ahead, and 99 that you just heard about a drive-through penalty. Christopher Hauser is at the wheel of it, and the penalty is coming for a driving stint violation. In other words, too much time behind the wheel.
Okay, so another penalty that the team could have avoided. Just the back of the Porsche there, the blue Porsche, there's been damage to the rear offside quarter panel, you know, almost the back of the splitter, the diffuser at the back, you can see looking very ragged, and there is a car that's been in for its 5 minutes technical pit stop.
It's interesting that they're doing them now rather than earlier on under the caution periods, but they're done and everybody has to serve them. Big move on the inside through the traffic there. The Aston Martin comes up in the hands of Enrique Chavez and goes by, so Sven Müller loses a place, and that's going to put Chavez 7th as they head to the line.
Yeah, I don't think it's a done deal quite yet. I mean, there's the Aston to the right. It's a question of who will be able to get the braking done, but more importantly, will the outside line at La Source give the Porsche any advantage? No, it doesn't, because the Aston, well, actually, saying that, they're virtually side by side, so it was sort of even Stevens inside line, outside line, but the Aston's just got half a nose ahead, coming down the hill into Eau Rouge, and can consolidate that overtake.
The climb up the hill. Sven Müller then having dropped back a little bit. The McLaren showing decent pace, isn't it? It might be a lap down, but you're right, Tom Gamble, class winner last year, going for it.
Well, it's got straight line performance and in a position to go more or less sort of cheek to jowl and contact, and he got ahead. Wow, I don't think that was in the script.
Dries Vanthoor wasn't expecting
Incident
that.
32 and 7 in turn 19 noted.
So that was a rub at the chicane between Vanthoor and Drudy. So race control have noted it. And right now, 34, there you can see Enrique Chavez, who starred for Garage 59 last year. He's really, really pushing. And this is for position as he's all over the back of Vanthoor. Vanthoor's BMW just hasn't really come alive since the restart of the race, has it? After that safety car period, it's just not got the pace anymore.
No, and it's hard to get wipers on the BMW. So are they giving us a message to say that there is enough moisture, more than maybe rain, in the air, that he is feeling it affecting him much more than others around him?
Another car in this group that's going very well is Max Hoffer's Audi on the back of it as well. Vanthoor's BM is the cork in the bottle.
Yeah, and I think that the rain actually is beginning to fall. We can't see it on screen, we're not seeing it on camera. So let's look and see this manoeuvre. Aston's to the left of you, Aston's to the right of you. And there was the contact between the number 7 and the 32. So that was observed, and I think that's just down to a racing. Two professional drivers.
Yeah, I'd go along with that, hard racing. So up front, Max Hesse leading Joel Sturm. 2.5 seconds, the margin. And last time around, BMW quick out a big off, and that is the lead car, his second car. Joel Sturm off at Blanchimont, into the tyres, through the gravel, over he has gone, and Joel Sturm off the racetrack. Here is the race-leading car, Max Hesse. Up into second is going to be Alessandro Pierguidi. Up into third place is going to be Raffaele Marciello. Fourth, Matteo Drudi. That's going to bring out the yellows, surely.
Oh, absolutely. There's no question about it.
Full course
yellow is coming in 20 seconds.
seconds.
And Max Hesse, race lead car. He is now 4 seconds up, but that's all going to become irrelevant with Joel Sturm going off through the gravel into the barriers.
Full course yellow now.
Full course yellow called.
Don't know what caused it. Was it because there was rain falling that we didn't really get to see on the screen? Was there another car involved? Because running behind Sturm, I think it was Alessandro Pierguidi with Marcello behind.
T17.
So we just caught the very tail of that incident. When getting that far off at Blanchimont, you've got to try hard to do that because there's now so much runoff there and gravel before you get to the tire barriers and, of course, seeing the car roll over. Second car we've seen this weekend, the Mercedes, much earlier in the evening, up at Blanchimont, up at
there will be no wave by, no wave by.
No wave by because we've just had one.
Yeah.
So that's the instruction for the teams. But that's relevant, not because of the wave by per se, but because it keeps the pit lane open. The wave by means the pit lane entry closes, but it will stay open. It's getting a bit misty.
I was going to say, there is changeable weather up at the top of the circuit, and that isn't rain, but that is sort of the mist, the consequence of the ambient temperature increasing and the moisture. Look on the racetrack, you can see tire tracks. So the track is getting wetter and wetter. And in fact, that is rain falling. It's not just fog, it is rain as well.
And if it's like that and cars are on cold tyres, you can understand perhaps why people are now struggling to stay on the road.
And they can't go into the pit lane under full course yellow.
They can. Only when the wave by is.
Okay.
We brought to medical center.
Look, well, fortunately, Joel Sturm is walking away. There's damage to that car, including one of the rear wheels. You saw the drive shaft attached to the hub, to the wheel. Let's have a look again and just catch it. So, it didn't even, I think that was wet track. That was high speed. I mean, the car went in there, well, certainly excessive of, I don't want to put a number on it, but that was a high-speed accident, and Joel Sturm was nothing less than a passenger. He could do nothing about it.
Well, he, as you see, is okay and out of the car. He'll go to the medical centre just for a checkup, but he's had a wild old ride. Here it is again in replay. So
the previous car through,
there's a
likewise.
slight twitch, isn't there, from the Porsche as it comes into view? Just a slight twitch.
So, I mean, you can see, I mean, whatever he's doing, he's probably on the brakes trying to slow it down, but a big hit. And then the car rolls over. Luckily, the strength of the driver's cell is such these days that the driver is very well protected. But when those incidents, your arms, your legs go flying around, and with all the tubular safety cell within the car, you hit those, and it hurts.
Yeah. Well, we saw Joel walk to the medical car. The medical centre team will look after him, but this is going to be a few minutes, to say the least, while we get that car out
It's
of the way.
repairing the damage to the tyres. That will be the thing that will take the length of time. They'll get the car away relatively quickly, but they will have to repair the damage to the tyre bales.
Yellow flags around the circuit. Full course yellow procedure at the moment. And that is the lead car. Max Hesse and the team have been in discussion. Let's just listen in.
What's the forecast saying? How long will it be like this? Stand by, waiting for him. It could be like more 15, 20 minutes like this more. Still for slicks question? At the moment, in turn 8, yes.
Conversation about what to do for tyres, but of course you're going so slowly that the temperature isn't in them, so even though we were looking at what we thought was a wet track, Max Hesse pondering slicks.
Yeah, well, it certainly, the shot-looking cars coming up to Lake Coombe, you could see the tyre tracks being left on the damp surface of the racetrack. Now, it may not be quite so bad further around the racetrack, but I'm convinced that what happened to Joel Sturm and the car that came through ahead of him was that at this point in the track, it was just very marginal, and once you lose adhesion, then all grip is lost, and you're sitting there as a passenger, and there's the consequence, and you see where the Porsche nosed its way into that set of tyre bales. So it's dislodged one of the, there's about 5 or 6 deep there. The car will be lifted by that recovery vehicle. It'll be craned up, and I don't know if they've got a flatbed on that truck or not that they can put the Porsche. I think there probably is.
Yeah, I think so.
So quite a lot of work going on, and it's going to be 10, 15 minutes minimum.
Yeah, I thought so. But the team hard at work, and I think we made this point last night. The track staff here know exactly what to do and how to do it. The SPA officials in race control with the SRO team will be fully on top of who needs to go where, what needs to happen, what parts are needed, what apparatus is required.
I hear Alain Nadain's voice virtually every minute. I mean, has he got a deputy or somebody who can, if he needs to go and have a rest, because he must be exhausted.
There is a team of people in that race control building, and Joël Doval, the other race director, Alain was saying to me the other day, I don't need an assistant, I need other race directors all on the same level. So that means the race, if I'm not there, it's all being done on the same standard, if you like.
So you mean at Alain Nadain's level?
Yeah.
So all those that are there supporting him are all comparable in terms of experience and knowledge?
Yeah,
okay.
Precisely, and their understanding of the rule book. And you know, Alain said we're not watching the race all the time. Of course, we're keeping tabs on it, but we're looking at different things. So somebody might be looking at this from race control at the moment, the recovery operation. Somebody else will be looking at the barriers. Somebody else will be looking at pit stop violations. Somebody else will be looking at yellow flags. Somebody else will be, everything is being looked at all the time. But Alain did say to me, when we get to the end of a race, sometimes I don't know who's the winner, but I always go home and watch it. And sometimes I watch it more than once, especially if anything was contentious.
Not only did the wheel come off, but the driver's door came off as well.
Probably with a boot to it to get him out.
Well,
actually, I know the front's very distorted, but the roof of the car has stood up pretty well. I mean, yes, it's been a big impact, but
the impact came at an angle, so that angle then caused the deflection, which then caused the car to go into that roll. So when they strip off all these carbon fiber body panels and get down to the sort of meat and two veg of the basic 911 chassis, and they put it in a jig, I don't know how much damage there may be. It may be around the front of the car, around the locating points for the suspension. But the fundamental cage, the structure, the survival cell, let's call it that, I would imagine in this instance is pretty much intact.
So free pit stops being offered up again in a sense here as some of the midfield cars are cycling through at the moment. Century Motorsports BMW, and is that 77 going into its spot?
Yeah, might be doing their mandatory.
The technical 5-minute pit stop, which is for discs and pads, just to explain. Their away blasts 991. Toby Sowery at the wheel of that car. Toby, the young Brit, who's done quite a bit of his racing in the States in recent years, but it's good to have him back on the European radar. He was a very quick single-seater racer, then went to Lamborghini Super Trofeo. He was the winner of the MRF Challenge in India many years ago, but in recent times, as I say, he's plied his trade in America, in Indy Lights, also, though, in the Asian Le Mans series. So he's adapting well to sports cars and GT cars. And Darren Lung, British GT champion with Dan Harper last year, is one of the other drivers of said red Century Motorsport BMW. That's the Rover Racing race-leading BM. Max Hesse at the wheel of it. We have now done 308 laps.
The last 8 laps have taken about twice the time it would have taken the race because of these safety car interventions, full course yellows, etc. Kessler Racing Ferrari running in 17th position. And that's Rossi in the bronze Ferrari entry. Still the bronze class being led by Hoffer, Max Hoffer in the 66 Audi in 8th place overall. So all looks very tranquil down there at the minute, doesn't it? There's just nothing really going on other than cars going around almost as if there's an animated image of motor racing. So trundling around, waiting for the instruction to come for a safety car to be deployed, and then for that to return to the pits and get back underway again.
Third place, Raffaele Marcello in this much interrupted race. This is our 18th full course yellow, and it will be our 15th safety car potentially. You're bound to get to that.
Oh, yeah. So,
the speed of number 8 Ferrari in the pit lane is being looked at. That is Nicola Rossi, who is the 4th place bronze. And Nicola Rossi also coming into this event as a class leader after Paul Ricard, the former Ferrari Challenge Europe front runner. That'll be a good battle on the restart, won't it? The 46 BMW of Marcello and number 7 Matteo Drudi.
So total stint time. There we see it from Max Hesse, 4 hours, 21 minutes. Pierre Guidi at 5 hours, 11 minutes. Rudy 5 hours 41 minutes, and Sven Muller 5 hours 28 minutes. So some of those drivers have been doing a lot of hard work. Look at the view of the side of the Porsche there. It gives you a different perspective of the damage that has been done.
Oh, that's a Porsche, is it?
Well,
you've got to look hard.
Let's say if you want to put it on Bring a Trailer, for example, I'm sure somebody would bid to buy it.
Well, that's the pure racing car, and it is most definitely out of the race. The regulations say if it goes onto a flatbed, then that's its day done. But, I mean, you can see off the damage, it is the day done. No question about that. And the best news of all, Joel Sturm got out of it and walked away. Good to see.
So 6 hours. Oh, just total stint time for the 27 Mercedes.
But Pierre Guidi riding with as he came down the pit lane. What are they going to do for tyres here? Slicks or wets? Let's have a look.
I don't know. Let's put the camera in and have a look at the driver change. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, and fuel. Then they'll get to the tyres. They're standing by. So Pierre Guidi bails. And those are slicks, are they not?
Yes, they are. So the slicks that are coming off are cold now anyway, so putting a new set of tyres on will have a modicum of heat in them. But by the time the Ferrari returns to the fold,
riding on 998 BMW once more here. Let's just listen in.
Sector 1, no rain, no rain. Sector 2, very little drizzle, very little slicks at the moment.
Copy, copy.
Sector 3, no rain.
Yeah, sort of confirms what we were saying. The rain was up here at the top of the Camel Straight. Sector 1 fundamentally is clear. It's just this area where there had been light drizzle. But still don't know what it was that caught out Joel Sturm, because that, to me, I felt was down to either catching a damp patch or maybe more rain than had previously been the case on the former lap.
I mean, Joel Sturm's not been racing for that long, but he's not an inexperienced driver.
No, it wasn't a rookie mistake, that's for sure.
No. So there you have Lorcan Hannafin coming up through the approach to Les Combes. Behind him, Enrique Chavez, Dries Van Thor, Sven Muller. And there rejoining is Alessio Rivera, now at the wheel of 51 Ferrari. So that drops back, of course, after its pit stop. It really is fascinating to see how the teams react to these interruptions and whether they believe it's worth boxing to put driver change, tyre change, certainly fuel, or whether it's worth staying out for another lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. How do they read it?
I think it's very difficult because the weather is so changeable and so unpredictable. So do you roll the dice and just follow your senses, or do you do the other thing and just sit back and work our way through it, as the Porsche has been driven past us? Certainly that is going to be more than a couple of days in the workshop. But no, it's difficult circumstances for everybody. Everybody's trying to roll the dice favourably in their direction, and maybe you can overanalyze and overthink sometimes, having strategists looking at numbers and crunching numbers and saying, if an and or but this comes together, then we can do this particular strategy.
So Rivera drops down. Fans await the resumption of the race. 1 or 2 of those look like they've been there all night with the blankets. Others have just returned. And a big wave to the cameras for some. Found themselves in the grandstands. Yeah, they've been there all night. They're looking decidedly weary.
Yeah, it's been a tough night because, well, you can see there's a fair amount of trash.
Absolutely.
I mean, no beer bottles, David. I mean, they mustn't have brought the old... there we go.
Morning.
There we are. We're on TV.
Yeah, found yourselves. That's it. Big, big wave.
Luckily, it's all one family.
And the fans around the track, they haven't found a big screen to have a look. Steady on, sir. What a touching sight. Hoodie over your knees, that's it. Happiness is a chair, your hoodie, a blanket, and racing cars. Now you have to film yourself being filmed with your phone.
Yeah, I'll leave it there, I think.
Good to see the fans enjoying themselves, and so much effort has been put in by SRO to make this an event, not just a race, but an event with all the things off track to keep people entertained, not just lots of races, but the fireworks, the concerts, the exhibition of heritage of the race, all sorts of things. Raffaele Marciello then, turning his way up there in the BM46 through Blanchimont. We understand that he's going to stay in the car on the next pit stop, which should be coming up on this lap. Matteo Drudi behind. And at the moment, the full course yellow is for the tyre barrier to be repaired. Charles Weerts gets ready for 32, so we can anticipate Dries van Thor to come in, although other drivers are hovering around the WRT box there, so we'll see whether Marciello is going to be relieved or whether he's going to stay behind the wheel. He's in, and Drudi is in as well. So this is second and third, making the run down the pit lane.
So was this a cause and effect, or did just both teams come to the same solution simultaneously?
It's bang on target for 46 because that's 61 minutes. So absolutely right.
So
that car
what's
is
the case for the number 7 Aston?
That's about 15 minutes short. So I think they're reacting to the full course yellow.
Yep, maybe.
But this has come right, if you like, for WRT's 46 because that's going to put them bang on strategy. 32 is in as well, Dries van Thor, and he's in a bit early by 15-20 minutes or so. Sven Muller likewise.
So the Aston drops down. And there's the 32, so Charles Weerts helps Dries van Thor out. Is there a seat insert for Dries van Thor? Is it struggling? No, maybe not. So Dries usually helps. Charles Weerts gets the seat belts attached, then shuts the door, stumbles over the mechanics putting the right or left rear wheel, taking one off, putting it back on as the Aston still trundles down to find its pit box.
We talked about this yesterday, but perhaps in these conditions, it's worth making the point again that if you're in these bottom pits, your tyres are warmer for longer. They come out of the tyre warmer and the ovens onto the car. You've got less time driving down the pit lane. Therefore, more of the heat is retained than if you're right up at pit in the F1 pits.
Especially in these wet weather conditions.
Precisely.
How to get them around as quick as I could.
But that's why I make the point, because in these conditions particularly, tyre temperature is key.
It falls off the cliff face.
Yeah.
You know, you bring them out at, what, 70 Celsius or whatever the determined temperature is, and by the time they get here, you're probably back down to almost not quite a stone-cold tyre, but certainly not much far off it.
Yeah, the lollipop being waved there. Look to incoming traffic to say, here we are, this is your pit, this is where you need to be. The ComTu Audi finishing its fuel stop, and away it goes. That's a full tank to go on the ComTu car.
Sister car comes in. So well executed bit of pit stop organisation. So there is the Ferrari going through the racing line, and the Aston running not quite parallel to it, and the Ferrari will nose ahead, but it's not going to be by very much.
No.
There's a couple of car lengths.
So 51 Ferrari, though now, after its stop a previous lap, that should have now gained a whole heap of ground, I would have thought. Let's see, you've got the BMW here, that's 46, isn't it? So that's now Marciello. Then you should have, let's see, ignore, in a sense, the Mercedes 57, because that's in silver. There in third place is going to be Charles Weerts. In fourth place now, Max Hesse. And, yeah, fifth is Rovera and sixth is Drudi. So Max Hesse has dropped through the pack here.
Yeah, I don't know where that occurred. That car was leading up until these full course yellows and safety car interventions, whatever. So that the 998 seemingly has lost out, whether that's just a strategic call, being in the wrong part of the track at the wrong time.
So 46 BMW Raffaele Marciello, now the leader. We didn't see, I don't think, the Max Hesse car make it stop, but it was a slow-ish stop in relation, because its pit stop was 2 minutes 2, whereas Marciello's was 1 minute and 39.
Yes.
So it was a much faster pit stop for WRT. Yeah. That's put 46 in the lead. We can listen to 46's radio, in fact. Marciello to WRT and back. Let's go on board briefly. Listen in.
Curious about tire pressure, because for me it's way too low. 85 degrees tires is already 157.
I was then plus 0.15 square. That's normal. So should be enough if it's drying. and getting on pressure when you will push.
The change for me is even lower than before. Because normally when you go out of the box on, it's already 1.7, now it's 1.5.
So Marciello saying that for him the tyre pressures are too low. The team saying no, it's what we normally do, and they'll be up to the correct pressure when you push. But he's saying no, they're still too low.
Yeah, no, he's not comfortable with the tyre pressures being down, because he knows when he gets on it he's going to be pushing, so he's going to be doing so with a tyre which is, in his vision, in his mind, underinflated, and therefore will not maybe have that level of confidence that he would expect. So that was the conversation. And I was sort of basically questioning the team. Look, Valentino's just dragged us out of bed.
And the safety car now has been instigated, so now they are pushing. This will help Marciello because now the pressures will come up. Valentino Rossi, race leader now.
I think he was out partying last night. He looks like he's had unless he was doing a large amount of driving through the night, but we've not seen Valentino any time since I've been here this morning until there he is, popped up in the WRT pit, so he'll be getting in the car, I suspect, when Marciello vacates. Or Maxime Martin, whichever of the two, but I suspect it'll be Valentino. So the field still behind the safety car, filtering its way up and through La Source Happen. All very calm at the minute. Where's my mate in the Ford? There he is. Dennis Olsen is on, well, at this stage in the top 10 in 8th position overall. Now that might be just a function of different people making pit stops and getting on message, off message, whichever. But a good effort indeed by the Proton team. And Chavez still notionally the leader, but Raffaele Marciello, no doubt. And then you've got 3 BMWs in the top 4.
We saw a moment ago 57 Mercedes, which was leading silver earlier. That's dropped down to 4th in class. It had a broken splitter, so it spent some time in the pits having to sort that. So 57, the Mercedes AMG of Winwood Racing broken splitter, that has dropped it down in class now to for 5th, Dan Arrow at the wheel. Right, so the safety car is in at the end of this lap, and the lead car is the Aston Martin of Enrique Chavez. In 2nd place now is Raffaele Marciello. So unnoticed, apologies, it was Chavez that had got the race lead, not Marciello, because they rolled the dice absolutely right by staying out. So it's a Pyrrhic victory in a sense, because it will lead for about 10 minutes before the next stop is due. But Enrique Chavez has taken over the lead on the road. But in terms of owing as a pit stop, the real race leader is Marciello, then Wirtz, then Hesse, then Rovera.
But I hope Raffaele has not allowed that little germ in his brain to annoy him, and that was about the tyre pressures. He had that discussion with the engineers about what he felt the tyre pressure ought to be and what it, in reality was the readout in the cockpit. So he's scrolling through all that information while he's driving around behind the safety car, digesting what's available to him, and then having a chat to the guys in the pit lane saying, well, why did you not do, oh, whatever.
Let's just go to number 7, Aston Martin, Mattia Drudi, there, the ComTU driver. Let's just listen into him very quickly.
Sure, it's more tire pressure, because for me it's...
I was then plus 0.15 square, but...
The change for me is even low.
That, I think, is the Marciello radio that we heard a little while ago. Apologies, we'll try and find the Drudi radio traffic. Also, by way of an apology, I understand I called that Aston Martin an Audi a little while ago in the context of Mattia Drudi. Old habits die hard. I can assure you it is not. It is most definitely an Aston Martin.
Green flag.
I do apologise. So Mattia Drudi's Aston Martin comes through the chicane. Note to self.
And we've still got 6 hours and 50 minutes to go.
What you mean? I can get more things wrong in that time.
No. You're not alone on this, for sure. No. You're not alone on this. 2 cars Ferrari, the 52 Ferrari likewise has just peeled into the pit lane. So here we are back at the races, and everybody now having to relearn their tyres and their corresponding grip level. And a good little overtake there in 12th place by Dominic Baumann, yeah.
So we're back to green, and Enrique Chavez Aston staying out. He wants to try and get a bit of time in the lead of the race, but Raffaele Marciello is going to be hunting him down in 46 BMW. Fight on there, but not for position, because Niederhauser's Porsche on a different lap from the car behind. Chavez through, and there, Marciello in second spot through that first sector, faster by half a second. So won't be long, I think, before Raffaele Marciello is up on the tail of Enrique Chavez for the race lead. There on the outside of Les Combes, you can see all the gravel, all the rubber that's been junked. What a busy racetrack it is. Dan Arrow in the 57 Mercedes up against the Sky Tempesta Ferrari that is trying to get itself back up. Already Cheever at the wheel, you're quite right. And look, Max Hesser is pounding along behind. So now on a drying road, the heroes have got to go offline to get through the traffic.
Yeah, and that's always going to be the problem. So want to get back onto the dry line. Max Hesser on the inside coming into Pujol, but I think there's enough grip there to enable him to do so and get through quickly and cleanly, more to the point. So it's now the two BMWs in third place, Charles Weerts, and directly behind him, Max Hesser.
So by staying out, not pitting through that recent caution, that's how 34 has taken the race lead, and Enrique Chavez up front. And there, the car that did lead into the caution, 998, had a longer stop than 46 BMW. That's why that has jumped ahead. So Raffaele Marciello accelerates there towards Blanchimont, and with tyres at different parts of their life across those two BMWs, it's going to be interesting now to see how much more traction Hesser may have. Marciello having jumped him in the pits, but Max Hesser pushing now.
So you've got the Sky Tempesta in the middle of this group of lead cars. So Dries van Voor closing to the back of the 93 Ferrari will want to again clear it at a point where it does the least amount of time loss. So if you've got the chance to do it up until the source, not this lap, he's nowhere near close enough to do it. And Max Hesser's actually drawing himself closer to the back of 32.
Yeah.
Undoubtedly, that'll be a function of the 32 looking to see how can I get away around the 93 Ferrari.
So this is Mathieu Drudy's Aston Martin, a Come2You car you're riding with down the hill. And he's about to flick through, make that climb up the hill. Bit of correction needed. There's something flapping around in the cab as well. Look to the top there. There's a little bit of cable or something hanging down that's swinging left and right. But Drudy totally focused on getting past the McLaren, not for position, but to put a lap on it. Comes up the inside and will go through.
When he puts the brakes on, I mean, the G-loads, it gives you a graphic illustration of what the G-loads are like on these race cars. So anything that's lying loose in the car, as soon as the G-force builds, it just follows that direction.
Over the brow, down towards Bruxelles they turn. But Enrique Chavez, who really shone last year for McLaren, doing so for Aston Martin this year for the Valkenhorst squad. And Charles Weerts is coming through Pujol. Charles Weerts then running third in the race. He has just taken over from Dries van Voor. And Dries out of the car, able to talk to Antonio in the pit lane.
Dries, what a fantastic stint you put in, and that car number 32 is slowly but surely climbing its way up the order.
Well, it's good that you say. I mean, good that it looked like that from the outside. Because from the inside wasn't the best one, I must say. Very difficult conditions. We have to also not only keep it on track, but make sure we make the right calls with tires and tire pressures. And for sure, you can't make a perfect 24-hour race, so it's difficult. But yeah, we are in the perfect fight. It's still long to go, but it was a very, very tough stint.
What made it so difficult? Was it the changing conditions? Obviously, going from wet to dry is never easy.
No, yeah, for sure, that's never easy. But I think our car suits that quite well with the engine in the front. But yeah, I just had no grip. Compared to the others, it looked like I was struggling. But I mean, like I said, we're still in the fight. It's still a long race. I brought the car back in one piece, so that's the most important. Let's now analyze and understand why it wasn't good enough.
Well, best of luck. Thank you very much.
I mean, just remembering back to those images of Dries van Voor when he was on wet weather tyres, but it looked like he was on a set of bold wet weather tyres, and he had no traction whatsoever, and the car was literally slewing, sort of side-slipping its way through corners. And all you can do is sit there and do the best you can, but you're almost powerless to make progress.
Interesting, isn't it? WRT a year behind Rover in terms of running BMWs. I'm not saying they're still a year behind, but they were later arriving at the party, having switched from Audi. Rover, just a little bit more experience, and maybe there are just one or two little nuances of these cars that WRT is still having to pick up, because the Rover cars don't seem to have struggled for balance in the same way, or the Rover car singular now.
I mean, essentially the base equipment's the same. It's what each individual team and then their drivers, the direction of travel they want to take. So maybe WRT has gone one way and Rover Racing goes a slightly different way, and the outcome of it is that the 998 BMW has been looking very strong. The 32 did struggle, Driesman, though I think you could tell his frustration that, okay, he did a great stint by keeping the car on track and fighting for his position, but he wasn't fighting to improve, he was fighting to defend.
Now this is interesting, because here, look, Hesse is caught right up to Marcello. That's another car that does not look to have the same grip as this BMW behind, and 46 went on to new slicks at the last stop. So it's not that it's on old rubber, it's on new slicks. You heard Marcello talking about the tyre pressures, but he's just really struggling, whereas this BMW is planted. Looks a lot planted. Yeah. Absolutely the word.
It is, absolutely, and you can tell the pace at which Max Hesse has closed up to Raffaele Marcello. And I mean, the back of the 46 is not stable, it's not planted. No. Certainly in the middle or lower speed corners, up through the quick stuff, it's not too bad. But then you're not in a position to challenge. But it is in those middle or lower speed corners that Raffaele's been really. And watch here through into the chicane. So what can happen? Not here, but on the exit. So this is a chance for Hesse, if he can get on the throttle that little bit earlier and get that drive to enable him to pull up and pull out. So. Rain falling again, or is he just clearing the windscreen?
Cleaning the screen, I think. So there you've got Charles Weerts coming through. He went on to new slicks. Max Hesse behind. So it is Chavez, Marcello. That gap now down to 1.6 seconds. Weerts third and Max Hesse fourth as they go up through Eau Rouge then. So WRT versus Rover. And we need to have a look at 46 in a sense, don't we? If Hesse gets past 32, and see whether that's got the same lack of balance, lack of grip that 32 has. But that's just not looked a compliant car, has it, 32 this morning?
The 32, certainly when it was on wet weather tyres earlier in the event, it was struggling, and it doesn't appear, the symptom appears still to be there, whether it's on wet tyres or dry tyres, whatever the inherent car setup is, it isn't giving the driver, I think, the opportunity. Again, wipers coming under the top of the circuit, giving the driver the opportunity to lean on the car in a manner in which he wants to do. Again, looking at the cameras, the rain falling on the camera lens, up high point at Speaker's Corner, Jackie's Corner, whichever we choose to call it. Now the run down into Pujon. So if you're feeling rain at the top, you're wondering, well, if it's raining there, what's going to happen down to Pujon, one of the quicker corners here at Spa-Francorchamps. And I don't want to find myself, you know, getting caught by just one lap earlier. Good conditions. This lap, oh, very tricky.
It is when, not if, Hesse gets past, I think. Charles Weerts new into the car, new tyres, but again, a twitch. The balance just isn't there. It almost tricks you into thinking that it's on the wrong tyre for the condition. But it's on the right tyre, but they're just not being able to get the traction through, to get the power down. The wiper is on Rivera's Ferrari, and I think this conversation about slicks might be academic anyway soon, because I have a horrible feeling that we could be thinking of more rain, you know?
Well, there must be a little bit of rain in the air around the racetrack. I mean, where we are, at the highest point in the racetrack, or virtually so, we don't see any rain falling in the pit lane, or no rain, no. So it's again, this sort of, you get these localized rain, storms, showers, whichever, around the length, the 7-kilometer length of the Spa circuit. So on board with the 51 Ferrari, oh, Alessandro Rivera. And he's sort of just following in the wheel tracks of Max Hesse, not able to do very much either.
He's the fastest in the top 5, though, on that last lap. Rivera is catching Hesse. Hesse is catching Weerts. Marcello is catching Chavez, who owes us a pit stop anyway. In fact, Enrique Chavez needs to be in soon, because he's just done 63 minutes of a stint.
Yeah, but literally coming out of La Source, maybe just a sort of, the 32 BMW did seem to pull a little bit on the 998.
We copy, understood. Give us an update after every corner. Give us a track condition update after every corner.
Still slicks everywhere, outside.
Copy.
And the rear of our car is quite edgy.
So slicks everywhere, and that message coming back to the team, because Enrique Chavez should be in this time and they need to know what tyres to get ready for the incoming driver. Enrique Chavez has done 63.5 minutes. You can do 67 in a stint if there's been a full course yellow or a safety car. So he needs to be in really at the end of this lap to be safe.
Right, so he'll have to go on to slicks. There's no choice about it. But they may also realise that, oh, look at the BM getting very wide coming out of Peugeot. So, yeah, it's going to be a slick tyre, in my view. It's way, way too dry to consider putting a wet on or rolling the dice that it might, literally, a deluge might arrive in 2 minutes' time.
The rain we can see on our part of the circuit is now falling. It's light rain, but it is raining on the start-finish area, and a big twitch again there. Look from Charles Weert's BMW. Alessio Rivera hunting down the BM. Through they come. So Rivera now sets off in pursuit. So too does Max Hesse, having cleared the traffic.
Yeah, so Hesse's getting on with the job. Overtakes one of the back markers coming up into Blanchimont.
Now that the rain is falling, maybe Valkenhorst are going to take the decision and the advice away from the driver and get wets ready for that anyway. We'll have to wait and see what they do. As there, right up the back of the Lamborghini coming into the chicane is Rivera, and it's very, very crowded indeed.
Yeah, it's just been Rivera just literally overrunning the back of the Lamborghini almost on the entry, but then on the transition back to the exit, so it gets clear anyway.
Leader in, Enrique Chavez for Valkenhorst down the pit lane. There he is. So we're expecting a driver change, and we'll see what they do for tyres, as the new leader is therefore Raffaele Marciello. Max Hesse second, Charles Weert's third, Alessio Rivera fourth, and Matteo Drudi's Aston Martin fifth.
Yeah, just the Aston got very close to the back of Rivera's Ferrari. Oh, look, Rivera runs wide. So is that rain now in Eau Rouge? I mean, that was just simply didn't have the grip. He had to literally release the steering to keep the car pointing in a straight line. So that was a moment that everybody will take note of. And now most cars having to activate their windscreen wipers. There is the 51 Ferrari, and again, rain you can see falling on the camera lens. So look at the windscreen on the Aston Martin.
Slicks have just gone onto that Aston, as you saw, so Enrique Chavez. And that is the Barwell car off again. Till Bechtolsheimer put it in the gravel last night. And Antoine Doquin has gone off this morning. That's at ProAm. Sorry, is it? That's down at the bottom end of the circuit. It is Antoine Doquin at the wheel. That'll be another full course yellow, and that's going to put the teams back on their toes.
I'll tell you, a lot of breeding going on here this weekend, isn't there?
Safety cars, yellows. They breed safety cars and yellows, don't they?
Drudy all over the back of Rivera, coming down through Pouhon, and you can see just creeping up to the tail of the 296 Ferrari into Campos, and he had a bit of almost a lock on the entry there. So in through, sorry, beg your pardon, into Fagna, and a cross, yes, rally crossing Ferrari, or Lamborghini, I think it was Ferrari.
Gets back on track. Rivera under attack from Drudy, but they're going to be heading to that yellow flag zone, aren't they, in sector 2, because the Lamborghini off the racetrack of Antoine Doquin. Now at the moment we've not been told about a full course yellow. Drudy trying to get himself up past Rivera, Rivera trying to get himself past Charles Weerts as well. Out of Blanchimont, there is 34 then, which goes back into the race. Led when it came in. And in they come now. The Aston on new boots and with a full tank of fuel might be a key now for a safety car, because everybody else would pit and he'll buy back all of those places. Let's see. This is Drudy, and he's going for position here in the Aston.
So Ferrari's going to stay on the inside, and that's the very dirty part of the racetrack. Watch for the undercut from the Aston Martin. Can it make it work? Well, he wasn't able to quite get the job done. Rivera consolidates, so now Drudy is, well, literally welded to the back of the Ferrari and watched through Eau Rouge. So up and over radio, now you can see the respective speeds of Drudy and Rivera, and the Ferrari has the slight advantage in top speed. So what is going to happen all the way up into Les Combes? Well, I think Drudy is just being prudent.
And we're going to go full course yellow because of the Lamborghini. So full course yellow is going to be called for. So that is now. So nobody can overtake. Everybody has to slow right down. and that's a perfect moment.
Convenient time for our guests.
Absolutely, to be able to welcome to the booth Kessel Racing's British star Ben Tuck, who an hour or so ago, I think you did the car's best lap of the race, didn't you, number 74 Ferrari?
Yeah, that was in the first stint. So I took the start and had a little bit of clean air, so I got a little bit lucky at the start. I don't think many drivers can say they had clean air, but yeah, I believe I've still got the fastest lap in bronze. We're pushing to try and get into the top 10.
That's the overall top 10, and a class win is the aim. It must be quite difficult at times to sort of, you know, accept that all these other people around you don't have to fight. Just getting a replay of the Lamborghini with a big lose. Resurfaced track, still pretty slippy?
Yeah, it's so tricky. So in the dry, the resurfaced track is ridiculous. It's so grippy. I mean,
in a good way.
Yeah. I mean, you saw the times we were doing in practice and qualifying. It's quicker than anything before that we've had in GT3. But in the wet, it's actually holding the water a lot more than the old tarmac. So yes, there's a lot more sort of standing water, which is very tricky.
Ben, why are you looking so fresh? You look like you haven't done any work over the night time driving at all.
Yeah, I've just been taking it easy, you know, cruising around. It's just about 24 hours, nothing serious.
Well, isn't part of the answer that you've not really had much work to do, have you? Because as we've gone green again now after that full course yellow period, you know, we've had all of these interruptions. It must be really frustrating for a driver as we look at your Ferrari.
Yeah, so Chandler's out there now doing his best. It's so tricky at the minute. Slicks on the damp track. I mean, well, we just saw what happened to that Lambo.
We're hearing from Raffaele Marcello complaining to the team about tyre pressures, having made the pit stop, gone back out, and what's the pressure meant to be and how critical are tyre pressures because it relates to tyre temperature. But in these conditions, you get a brand new set of Pirellis. They've been pressured to the supposed figure, but you can read it out on the dash on the car and you go, well, no, you're wrong. They're not. That's not what it is. It's telling me that.
Yeah, it is so tricky. I mean, not only in these conditions, but through the night as well when we were on the wets. The entire conversation for the past 10 hours has been tyre pressures, and doesn't matter if you're on wets or slicks. So, yeah, that has been a really difficult part of the race.
And where's that information coming from? Is it from you in the car and what you can feel, or is it from the Kessel Racing guys looking at their weather apps and saying it's coming? Let me just address this first of all. Mathieu Drudi is about to get fourth place away from Alessio Rivera. Side by side, toe-to-toe downhill. You've got to be committed to do that.
So committed. I think he was little bit lucky that he was on the dry side and Rivera had to back out on the wet, but yeah, let's see if he gets a run back on him.
Well, he's not done yet, is he? Because here, Mathieu Drudi now closing up onto the Charles Wirtz BMW up the road. Filthy windscreen, you can just about make out a BMW, but he's not quite going to catch him in time, is he, despite all of the grunt of the Aston?
Well, he'll be keeping his eye on the mirror to make sure, or on the TV screen to make sure that he doesn't have the Ferrari. Rivera's trying to slide back and take that position back, but you can see the BMW still looks like it's very nose pointy rather than being balanced. So, you know, what's the Ferrari like to drive? Is it as well balanced as everybody said, aerodynamically, mechanically?
Yeah, so this is my first year driving the Ferrari. I drove the Aston last year. I've driven the BMW previous to that. I drove the Mustang at Le Mans a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, the Ferrari, it's the only car that I've driven that's sort of mid-engined, and it does have a certain balance to it that you can really get into the groove.
You mentioned the magic word to me. I've been in love with the Mustang since it appeared at Paul Ricard. What is it like to drive that horse of a car?
I mean, it's pretty big. It's a pretty big car, but you know what? If there's one track you want to drive it at, it's Le Mans. It suited the track pretty well.
Now let's just quickly catch up on this battle. Don't go anywhere, Ben, because it's well worth watching this. Look at the way that Mathieu Drudi tries to go around the outside of the traffic here. He's being hung out to dry a little bit because he's offline. There's less grip. Ferrari back up on the inside line. Rivera goes through, retakes the place. Fantastic racing. And now Charles Wirtz thinks, I want a piece of this. The BMW up the inside line as well. You're trying to have your race. There's traffic around. It's really difficult to juggle this, isn't it?
Oh, this is, I mean, this is what you love and also hate as a driver, because you're thinking, right, I can make an opportunity here. I can get someone, but also if I touch that bit of damp, I'm off.
I think Matteo Drudi shouldn't have tried to go around the outside of the Ferrari into Campos, because it automatically put him on the outside of the exit of the corner, which opened up the door for Rivera to come up the inside. And I'm only a commentator.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I mean, I had it about an hour ago where I had someone try to go around the outside of me at the bus stop, but they hit the damp patch and went straight on. So all I had to do was stay on the dry line.
So up towards the hairpin. Let's just see if this calms down for 30 seconds to let you explain a bit more about your car's race, number 74 Ferrari. Trouble-free, or have you had the odd drama?
We've had the odd drama, so we were in the garage in the early stages, unfortunately, just fixing a little issue. And then I think overnight, Chandler, actually, who's in the car at the minute, I think he had some contact with a Porsche and got tent into the gravel. So we're a few laps down from where we want to be, but like I say, we're trying to push our way back up.
Now, can this Aston find a way past the Ferrari? The Ferrari has good aero, the Aston has good grunt. This is a straight line, part of the circuit where Matthew Drudy tries up on the outside line. How brave is he under braking? He can't go around the outside, not for the want of trying, switches sides, but in Rovera, you've got a real Ferrari star who knows exactly where to position the car, doesn't he?
Yep, exactly that, and he's keeping it perfectly on the dry line, just half a car over to stop any, move onto the damp, but yeah, he's doing well.
Into Brussels is the place that's always offered up because of the different lines. One's a sort of a V-shape, two apexes. One is they just hug the curb all the way around. What do you prefer there, for example?
I let it come out a little bit halfway through, not a complete V, but I don't hug it either. But the most difficult thing right now, I mean, from half an hour ago when I was in the car, it's still wet on the inside because where everyone was taking the wet line going wide, that dried up first.
Okay.
So we're on slicks, but you're almost taking a wet line still.
And what about the curbing? Is it hanging all moisture still?
The exit curb is okay, but yeah, the inside is still pretty wet there.
Now, next battle to have a look at, Ben, here is for the race lead. Raffaele Marciello versus Max Hesse. We've been getting a bit concerned about the WRT. BMW's not necessarily having quite the same grip as the Rover car behind, but Marciello is hanging on in there. The road drying a little bit and hopefully coming to him. Another battle going on here is the silver class lead. So here you've got Lorcan Hannafin ahead of Yannick Meckler, Aston Martin versus Mercedes. They're kind of in your situation. They're having their own class battle. But they've got to be aware of the race going on around. But the road, I know the wipers are on, but there's still a discernible dry line.
Yeah, and it looks like the dry line's sort of widening a bit as well. So this is where we're going to see these battles really hot up, is when you can just about get side by side and not go off on the wet.
So what is the transition point then from slicks to wet tyres? Because the track looks in parts to be slightly damper than it was earlier, yet they're on hot slicks, so the hot slicks still gives you the confidence.
Yep. But in terms of a time, so exactly this stint that I did about an hour ago started on wets, and I think we got to 230s, just about to pop under the 230s, and then we put slicks on. So that was around the low 230s was the time.
When are you back in the car?
In about 2.5 hours, I think.
Okay. Last point, just quickly to make with you, is I know you've come from a British club racing background, and you've done lots of things like Mazda MX-5s and Caterhams. There's a lot of support back home for you. I get emails during races saying, Ben's just done this, Ben, don't forget Ben's done that. There's a lot of support back home, even if you've got to work jolly hard to be on a grid.
Yeah, loads of family, friends, and loads of people that I've met through club racing, and eventually got myself into British GT, and that's what kick-started my GT career. But yeah, guys from Mazda's, Caterham's, old family, friends and sponsors. I know they're emailing you all the time, so yeah, thank you everyone.
Ben, it's great to have you up here. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
All right, Ben, go.
Well done.
The engineers will want to work with him, and thanks for your company, Ben. Good luck for the rest of the race in that bronze class battle for Kessel Racing. Ben Tuck joining Chandler Hull along with Matt Bell and John Hartshorn for Kessel Racing, and we'll keep an eye on the Ferrari over the remainder of the race. Meantime, BMW battle rages on, and you've got here for the lead, Raffaele Marciello versus Max Hesse. Same type of car, two different teams. This is all about setup at the minute.
Raffaele can't do any more than he's doing. He's on the limit, he's on the edge. He's got a car which is extremely edgy. The rear of the car, he's got to be careful. And whereas Max Hesse seems to have a better overall balance, and so he can lean on the rear and open the throttle a little bit earlier. And he's got that confidence. Interesting talking to Ben Tuck about those the transition periods between wets to dries and how the Ferrari 296 is to drive. He didn't make a comparison to his previous drives. Very politically correct, I have to say. But you never know, you might want to be back in another one of those brands at some point.
Absolutely right. And that shows the versatility of the modern GT driver. Quite often people are pigeonholed with one brand, but actually it's a real strength to your bow if you can leap from one of those to one of those to one of those, in quick succession. And Ben Tuck, Ben Barnicoat, who we had up here yesterday evening, he's another example of somebody that's quite peripatetic, being able to leap from car to car, team to team, even GT to prototype.
Now that's outside the regulations. Anyway,
back to the plot. Over the timing line, Marciello leads Hesse by a Nats Crotchet. They're going over the line is the mighty Mustang, and that's in 8th place now, Dennis Olsen. 8th place.
I know, and it's been chased by the 60...
Mercedes, which is a long way back.
Yeah, it's out of position.
Yeah, that's 49.
Yeah, it's out of position.
It's better than that, but it had a lot of delays early on in the night, so Martin Kodrich fighting back.
In fact, there's the 52 Porsche Matteo Jaminet, who is directly behind the Mustang in 9th position. But this is... I just, those streaks, I would take those... I take an image of that and try to work out what the airflow is doing around the back of the car. And I'm sure the engineers have done all this in sophisticated either simulations or in a wind tunnel.
People often take photographs of John's streaks, I have to tell you. But the Mustang's going nicely. 8th place, and he is chasing after the 66 bronze leading Audi of Dylan Pereira. He doesn't really want this Kodrich Mercedes trying to get past him because it's not a genuine battle. This is for the lead, but the one to watch really is Rivera. That Ferrari is flying because last time around he was 6/10 quicker than the 2 BMWs up the road. That Ferrari looking really sorted.
Yeah, and the Aston Martin, which did get ahead, but then we just had that conversation about did Rudy sort of wrong foot himself coming down into this part of the racetrack we're now at. And once Rivera was given the second chance, he's seized it and he's developing it and moving away. So the Ferrari, it looks like whatever was causing Rivera to be a little bit cautious, that's disappeared, and whatever the rain that was falling around the racetrack 5-10 minutes ago, that's also gone. And track conditions, track surface, track temperature, tire temperature principally, probably in the operating zone that it ought to be. So Rivera looking a lot more comfortable now and able to manage the pace of Matteo Drudi, which he wasn't able to do when Drudi was pushing him.
Leaders through, Marcello, Hesse, gap 7/10 of a second. Then Rivera, who has just done that car's personal best third sector, and he has done a 2:16.5. That's 6/10 quicker again than the leading BMW of Marcello. Rivera is flying.
That 2:16.5 is a pretty mighty lap in circumstances which are not ideal.
Further back, we have the number 3 Mercedes there, Yannick Mettler at the wheel of it, now the leading car in silver. The last time we saw he was having a battle with Lorcan Hannafin. Well, Yannick Mettler has gone by, so the experienced Swiss racer, raced for his nation in the FIA Motorsport Games 2 years ago, comes up, crosses the line, in showing his Mettler, so to speak, in that last stint, but he leads Pro-Am. Lorcan Hannafin second now in Pro-Am, and third is Yot Raponge in Porsche 55. We've also had a change in the Pro-Am competition. So silver is a new leader, and Pro-Am likewise, where Jan Mardenborough has put himself up ahead of Colin Braun.
So that's been an ongoing battle more or less all the way through. Only 6-car entry in the Pro-Am field, but nevertheless it's as competitive as any there is. We see RJN Racing's McLaren, Jan Mardenborough behind the wheel, and it's great to have Jan Mardenborough back racing in Europe, because he was when he was a younger man. I mean, he's still a young man, but when he was at that beginning of his single-seater career, and then went off and got involved in GT racing, and particularly over in Japan. So somebody who, is it fair to say, maybe missed the single-seater boat, or
maybe
is that sort of a too general a comment?
Well, possibly, but so much of his early career was because of Nissan. It was the Nissan-sponsored PlayStation Academy he came out of. Nissan put him in a GT4 car, a GT3 car, and then there wasn't really much else other than Japanese racing that Nissan could go and do. As you've got the new race leader, Max Hesse, having now cleared Marcello, but they generously funded him into single-seater racing, but it wasn't really good for Nissan's marketing, so it kind of just came to an end. New order then is Max Hesse in the lead, Raffaele Marcello, Alessio Rivera third, Matteo Drudi fourth. Let's have a look at some highlights. The CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa began with a very busy grid of fans, and trackside it was the same. They'd come to watch their heroes. They'd also been treated to an air display, and Jackie Ickx was the Grand Marshal. He waved them away, and as the lights changed, it was Franck Pereira who took over the race lead, just being able to fend off Lucas Auer as they swept their way through Eau Rouge for the first time. Making the climb uphill, it was Lamborghini ahead of Mercedes 1 and 2, running wide up over the curve, but with a 66-strong field, that was perhaps inevitable. It was a fantastic sight as the cars charged their way uphill. And for the race lead, it wasn't long before Lucas Auer made his move, coming down towards the chicane, and through he went. The Mercedes then started to edge away, but suffered a punctured tyre. That dropped the car down the order. We also had an early full course yellow period, so that meant that the order shuffled again as people played the strategy card and had a different call on when they should have pitted. There was a good Audi battle going on track. Jim Plar in the Santalok 25 early doors, fending off the Trezor Attempto car. That was the puncture for 48 that did for it, sent it to the pit lane. And Matthew Drudy in the Aston Martin was starting to pick his way up the order in 007 as the rain started to fall. There was a bit of gravel on the road as well, wipers on, and a full course yellow was called for. Some people slowed, others didn't, and Ivan Klimenko was one of those that suffered really badly going off into the barriers. We also lost Till Bettelsheimer into the gravel in the Barwell Lamborghini, and another incident came when Christian Hook got tangled up with Nicholas Bart. That was bad enough, but it wasn't the end of the drama. Nicholas Bart's car out of the race, but when Adrian De Silva's Porsche went the wrong way, it was a mighty impact, and that put both cars out of the race. The drivers were okay, but it was quite a scary impact. Adam Smalley's McLaren made its early stop for a brake change, and then Valentino Rossi tapped Alessio Rivera into a spin and got a drive-through for his pains. The concerts were in full swing, the fans were happy, and then they'd be pretty bedraggled as well, because round about 11 o'clock, the heavens opened. It was a much interrupted night. The Mad Panda Motorsport Mercedes, for example, off the road, Carol Bash being one of the drivers that had quite a busy night. When you could snatch sleep, it was well worth doing. And as the rain eased, we then saw 93 Nilo Wadu being torpedoed by 71 Ferrari. That went around. Then we lost Max Jensen. He went off into the barriers at Eau Rouge and was absolutely distraught. The young Danish driver having made a mistake. And that gave us a rather jumbled order as dawn broke, with into the lead of the race gate number 911, Klaus Bachler's Porsche, with a tyre off the rim. Another of the Garage 59 McLarens limped to the pit lane, the tyre making its own way back. Dan Harper was on a mission in the early hours of this morning, getting himself up past number 99 Audi, that in turn would get a penalty for one of the drivers exceeding their stint time. Alessio Rivera round the outside of Raffaele Marciello, and the Ferrari going well, but then we lost the car from second place, Joel Stern, with this mighty impact at Blanchimont, off through the gravel into the tyres, and when Max Hesse moved himself ahead of Raffaele Marciello, that put 998 Rover Racing BMW back into the lead. And the most recent caution has been for the Barwell 78 Lamborghini. Antoine Docamp this time into the gravel and badly delayed. The race back up and running with Mathieu Drudy having put himself on the outside line and really wrong-footing himself, losing track position and opening the door to the opposition. So, Max Hesse, Raffaele Marciello, Alessio Rivera, 1, 2, 3. Fourth, Mathieu Drudy. Fifth, Charles Weerts, and Dylan Pereira sixth in the best of the Audis, which is also your Bronze Cup leading car. It is now just after 10 past 10 local time. The race finishes at 4:30, or 4:31 in fairness, given the start time. And as you look at 998, Augusto Farfus is in the lead. David Anderson and John Watson in the booth. Antonia Rankin in the pit lane, and Antonia has found Augusto Farfus.
Augusto, you said it's a bit of a roller coaster out there, but you're in P1 at the moment.
Yeah, well, it has been a very difficult race so far with changing weather conditions, gambling on tires. We've been very strong on this particular track condition, half wet, half damp, crossover from wet to slicks. So Max is doing a superb job. Let's try to keep it up. I mean, we've been already a lap down, we've been leading, we went backwards, forward again. So it is still a long and a very tight field. You can see the top cars are very close to each other. So let's try to keep a good rhythm and try to bring it home.
All the best, thank you.
So Rover Racing came with two, lost one very, very early in the race, but 998 that won at Paul Ricard, looking very strong.
They've got a good car balance, and Augusto Farfus sort of alluded to that, unlike that of Raffaele Marciello, who's been telling the pits that the back end of the car is undrivable. Well, we've seen the back end of the car looking unstable, and from the driver in the cockpit having to tell the team that the car, he just can't do any more than he's doing because it's the rear end of the car that's inhibiting his performance forward.
One report from 46 is that it's undrivable. The balance is just really, really poor at the moment. Left side of the car, the balance just not there. So 46 BMW seems to be struggling more and more and more as the race goes on. And WRT can only do so much in the pit stops, can't they?
Well, I mean, I don't know what changes they're able to make unless there's something that's obvious to the team. But other than take the car in, put it up on the four-poster rig and start doing a complete geometry check, well, they ain't going to do that for sure. So all they could do is just tell the driver to do the best he can with what he has got. And we've got 6 hours remaining. It's like still an endurance race plus another 40-odd minutes or so. So it's frustrating for Raffaele Marcello because he's not being able to do what he knows he's capable of doing. And he had to concede ground to the sister team, the Rover Racing, with Max Hesse, one of the junior drivers in the BMW lineup. It's not even the 998, which you might notionally call the #1 BMW in the Rover Racing lineup.
So Hesse having got ahead of Marcello then, 998 leads 46. That gap over a second, but it's Rivera that I'm still interested in because the AF Corsa run Ferrari was lapping quicker 2 or 3 laps ago, but now isn't. And as Max Hesse gets stuck in the traffic, this is just going to bring the gap down a touch.
Notice the gap between first and second here looks marginally as if it's reduced. So I'm assuming what's happening is the track conditions are improving, and that's helping Marcello, whether it is a tire temperature or car balance, which of the two items we're not entirely sure. But maybe as the track conditions get better, it might work more favorably for Raffaele Marcello than it was maybe, what, 8-10 laps ago.
Have a quick look at the position by lap, and you can see how the two BMWs have been trading the place, rising and falling. Marcello drives and Hesse drives at the moment. Through the traffic goes the race leading car. He was a bit boxed up behind them at the chicane. The gap did come down to 7/10, but I think on a clear road, Hesse's going to be able to stretch that gap once more. Still the fastest lap of the race is from lap 3 in front Pereira. And unless the road dries out completely, then I don't think we're going to be threatening that. The Barwell Lamborghini, by the way, of Antoine Ducamp back onto the track, but then a 10-second penalty for a pit lane infringement.
Well, just heaping problem upon problem. Anyway, so let's keep an eye on this little battle. Matteo Drudi, I think, running behind Rivera, ran deep and slightly wide going through Bruxelles. As we look at the 66 Audi, and this is a battle of the 52 Ferrari. This is for the Bronze Cup battle. So the Tracer attempted Audi. So down the hill into Pouhon. So there is the Audi 66. And again, this, well, it's a inter-category battle. So getting ready, Valentino having shaken the cobwebs out of his eyes. He was sitting in the pits looking very happy and cheerful. So he's now going to be handed a car which his teammate Raffaele Marcello has said is not quite undrivable, but not a million miles away. But let's get the car in. Fresh rubber, a fresh Valentino getting into the car, and see if he's able to do anything to bring the 46 back into contention with the current leading 998 BMW of Max Hesse. So in comes Marcello. So into the pit lane, and that's going to be a mandatory pit stop for the BMW. So Max Hesse still leads, Rivera in second, Drudi third, all as a consequence of Marcello coming in. So there's the BMW, you can see just on the right of the pit lane, making its way all the way down at 50 kilometers per hour. Seems to take forever. WRT always have this end pit box. So Valentino opens the door, helps Marcello get out. Marcello will probably be rather relieved. He didn't seem to be enjoying that stint very much at all. The comments were coming through to the team and discussions about tire pressures and what were they when the tires were fitted. He's seeing something on the windscreen, not the windscreen, on the dash of his car. He can adjust, check out what pressures are, and so distraction for Marcello. But now he can go away, have a chat with the engineers, and relax, calm down, and think about his next stint. So work going on, the fuel going in. So just waiting to see. Okay, the Bowser's been removed, and Raffaele is on his way. A little bit of wheel spin, but the tires are still relatively cool, albeit they've come out of a tire warmer. But the track there also where the cars make the pit stop is slightly on the damper side as well.
Now, just while we look at BMWs, let me press a button, and we can say good morning to Danny Juncadella. Well, is it a good morning? Tough race?
Not a great morning. I would have hoped to be sitting in a race car right now, but I'm not.
What's happened? Tell us the backstory.
So yeah, around 3 a.m. We went on a slick tire with Frederick Vesti. Started raining a bit. In a restart, I think he was a bit confused with the cars around him, what happened arriving into turn 5, and he had to take the escape road. And unfortunately, by doing so, he didn't see there was like some kind of hole, and we broke the front splitter. We damaged it heavily. We tried to repair it in the technical pit stop a little bit later on, but at one point it was getting loose again, and the car was really undrivable, so we just pulled it off. So yeah, a bit unfortunate.
I guess it's a very different art for a young driver coming from single driver, single seater races with what, 20 cars to a very busy grid like this.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it was his first GT race. Honestly, up to that point, he had done an amazing job. He was driving very well, controlling his stints very well. The guy is super talented, but I mean, this is probably the hardest race you can put him in for the first time. I mean, especially this time, you know. Look at Lello.
Look at him. I mean, he's an overdrive. He's giving it large, and I mean that's total frustration. So with Fred coming in, how much coaching did you need? Because you're the incumbent, the experienced driver. Did you need to give him much direction to help him get through all this?
I mean, it's not that I needed to do it. Honestly, he's a very nice guy to work with because he asks a lot, and he wanted to know about every little bits and details because it was a new experience for him, first race in a GT. And you could see in his stints, beginning of any restart, he was losing some positions because he was a bit unsure. How do you fight in these things? Like everybody's going wild, and he was like thinking this is like it's a 24-hour race. It's gonna take forever. But no, actually, it's like a sprint 24-hour. Everybody's going crazy left and right. So he just had to get used to that. And obviously, I mean, we're we had to retire in the end, and it's a frustrating one, but.
Let's just break away for a second. Let's just listen to Raffaele Marciello. We can go and join him in the pits.
Lello frustratingly lost the lead there. What happened?
No, I mean, we have different strategy in BMW, so we try to don't obstaculate each other, let's say. So, I mean, it's a big family, so we try to help each other, and because I was going to pit quite early, there is no point to fight.
You said there was a problem with the rear of the car. What was going on there?
No, I mean, it's quite tricky with tire pressure. Probably we were a bit too low for this condition because of the little drops of rain that came. But yeah, at the end, when it was fully dry, I was getting better and better, and yeah.
Okay, so if the track dries up, you'll be all sorted.
No, I mean, it's also fine when it's dropping or raining, but it's difficult to have the tire pressure like always on point.
Okay, well, let's see how Vali gets on. Thank you.
He's absolutely right, you know.
But how sensitive are these GT3 cars now? Because what he's saying is maybe a half of whatever the tire pressure should be. If it's down 5%, it becomes a much more difficult car.
Like, I can tell you, after what I experienced this race, in these conditions, when it's changing, when it's getting too dry, too wet, everything is the tire pressure. It makes the whole difference, and that's how it is. If you nail the pressures for the conditions you have, you're going to be quick.
And also, people have talked a lot this weekend about the new surface here, which has made a big difference to the speed. What's that like in the wet?
That's been incredible in the dry already. Like, we were all shocked by the amount of grip you have. Like, it's very, very surprising. And in the wet, there's also a lot of grip with the new tarmac, and actually the driving lines are a bit easier because it's just you got to use just the usual racing line.
Another competitor we had in earlier was saying yes, the dry line with the new tarmac is sensational, but actually the new tarmac, when it's wet, actually retains the water longer than the old tarmac. Did you find that?
I didn't do enough wet stints to really figure that out, but what I did notice is that the same line that you drive in the dry works well in the wet in the new tarmac, because I think the part that we are not using, it's a bit oily.
Yes.
So when you're going
always
wider,
the case, new tarmac.
Yeah, which is I don't like it as much because you find your different lines when it's wet, and now it's a bit easier, I think.
This hasn't been a very kind race for you, nor for Mercedes-AMG. Some years it falls your way, and people talk of long-distance races that the race chooses the winner. It must feel a bit like that.
Yeah, it does, and sometimes it's like that. I mean, Mercedes-AMG has had a tough one this time. Can still win in some classes where they're leading in silver and in Pro-Am, so they still have a chance. But this looks pretty much like a BMW year, I have to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have 3 cars in the top 5 when the pit stops come, so it reminds me a bit of 2 years ago with us with the Mercedes when we had 3 cars in the top 4. It just opens up the chances, you know, with the strategies and so on.
Yeah,
so yeah.
Ferrari and Aston Martin, though, keeping them on their toes. These aren't giving up.
Yeah, the 51 is super quick. He just needs to wait 6 minutes longer to keep his track limit warnings, because he has 5 of those, and I think he's being very careful with that, Rovera. And then for the next 6 hours, I think we're going to see him go full attack. The Aston seems to be very good. They lack a bit of top speed, I think, against the other 2, but still in the hunt.
Bearing in mind we've had really mixed and difficult conditions, what does it take to win this race in these circumstances?
I think patience, and I think especially in these conditions, you need a bit of luck. You need a bit of choosing the right tire at the right time, choosing the right pressure at the right time. So I think you need a lot of patience, a lot of experience for that, to not rush your decisions. And then as a driver, try to stay calm. I think experience is very important. You see all the guys in front, it's plenty of experience. There's some young guys like Max Hesse for sure, but they've been around for quite a while already. So I think these guys know how to manage different situations, different conditions. And yeah, it's one of those races where you just got to stay alive and got to stay patient.
I mean, I know that so some people find the tyre discussion always a bit of a, oh, well. But actually, tyre management in itself, as whether it's wets or dries, is going to be a significant, contribution to your success.
It is for sure, and that's where the Mercedes-AMG has been very successful in the past, because we have a very reliable car in the long runs, especially on tires. It's always very nice on tires. I have to say, with the new tarmac, this is a bit easier as well. We've seen a little bit less degradation on the long run, so that has made things a bit easier in a way. But nevertheless, this is a track that is very aggressive on tires. We have a lot of high-speed, high-load corners. So yeah, it's definitely going to play a role.
And that 66-car field is no small number of cars.
No, this is like, I mean, we started back from 52nd. I had to start the race from 52nd. This was insane. And the thing is, these cars, they're getting more advanced with the aero and stuff. So now when you're following another car, you're just overheating everything, overheating the front tires, and that just makes your whole stint worse.
We better let you go, but where next? Where does your passport take you next?
You know, everybody would think I'm going home, but I'm actually going to the Nordschleife, because tomorrow I'm doing some passenger rides with my wife, which has never been in a race car with me, so she's going to get the full experience of going around the Nordschleife in a race car, or in a driving academy car.
And what are you going to buy her as a consequence of giving her torture for many laps?
That's the present. She's been asking for years.
Really? Oh,
so yeah,
well.
So she's gonna learn it the hard way.
You've got a good one.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna film all that, because I've seen that video of Augusto with his wife shouting left and right. So I'm hoping I can beat that.
We'll all watch. We'll all watch.
Yeah.
Danny, good to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks, guys.
Very much.
Pleasure.
Many thanks.
From Mercedes AMG, and although it's not been a great weekend this year, Danny, one of the stars of the Mercedes AMG camp. We'll let him go, and keep an eye on social media in the next few days to see the Juncker family's day out and what it's like.
Well, I tell you what, I mean, doing laps around the Nordschleife, it's one thing being a driver doing it, because you're in control and you've got yourself braced in the car, even though it's a road car.
Yeah.
Whereas a passenger sitting there, if you're lucky, you've got a hand grab on the roof, and you're being thrown one way, the other way, forward under brake. And I mean, I mean, look, good luck to his wife if she wants to do it, but I wouldn't be a fan personally.
Each to their own. That last pit stop for 46 BMW, by the way, has dropped it down the order, of course. Rossi now took over 12th, and Wirtz took over 13th in 32. So what Danny Juncker was saying about this possibly being a BMW race may well be true, but those WRT cars, they're not having it all their own way. They're ebbing and flowing a bit on the pit stops, admittedly, as we go on board number 4.
So, David, are you putting a long-range forecast out here that maybe the Rover Racing 998 BMW, the Rivera Ferrari, or the Drudy Aston Martin, one of those three or all three are going to be our podium winners?
I'm certainly tempted to put a bit of money on 51 Ferrari. I think that's looked very good thus far, but so we need to see where 998 is back on its strategy, because it was out of kilter a couple of hours ago, and Rivera has just pitted as well.
Yes, I was going to say that suddenly there is the Ferrari in the pit lane, and Matteo Drudy has got a lovely bye to find himself into second position. So Rivera stays on board. Another set of Pirelli slicks goes on. So again, those come out of the cooker.
But this car has sort of been hovering around the front pretty much all race. You know, it's dropped to 5th or 6th at the hour mark, but largely it has always been pretty much up there. So I think this Ferrari is still one to factor in. And 7 Aston Martin, I think, has been
great.
Really impressive, and don't rule that out either of the podium.
I'm sort of, my long shot would be Matteo Drudy and the Come To You Racing Aston Martin, because that's been a constant all the way through. The Ferrari, we heard from Ben Tuck that, I mean, it's such a lovely car to drive. As Ferrari have done with previous in sort of iterations. That's it. Thank you. Iterations. They make a car. It's a road car, but it's got the DNA of a race car.
Yes.
So they're not taking a car that's designed as a road car and adapting it to racing. They're designing a road car fundamentally with motor racing in mind. And that's what makes the 296 in particular such a great car. And the aero on it is just amazing. Beautiful, beautiful little jewel of a motor. Turbocharged V6 engine in the back of that Ferrari. Big step away from the traditional V8s, let alone the more traditional V12s that Ferrari was known. Takes you back to the days of the little 246 Ferrari Dinos. Some people used to call them Fiat Dinos. The Fiat was actually a different car. The 246 Dinos were a little jewel of a 2.5-litre sports car, GT car, back in the early 70s. So number 4's in the Pro-Am category.
That's the CrowdStrike car. George Kurtz, the CrowdStrike boss, was up here with us last night, and a massive supporter of SRO activities both in America and this event in particular. Everywhere you look, there's CrowdStrike signage, and he's brought a lot of colour and flair to the event, and a class win is not a certainty, but it looks like it could be on the cards here. Good combination of drivers, because you've got George Kurtz, Colin Brown, Nick Katzberg, former outright winner of the event, and Nick James. So George Kurtz's car just needs to keep out of strife now. And just to go back to a point Danny Junqueira made, we have just tripped into our final quarter, the final 6 hours underway, and that means that the track limits have been reset. So this is that's the last reset. Yeah. Now you're clear to go to the end, so don't rack up too many.
But they'll push it to the limit, as the nature of racing drivers. So looking, this is the Mercedes rejoins the field. The RJ and McLaren running second in the Pro-Am category. Still Jan Mardenborough behind the wheel. And he has certainly done a lot of the driving, would appear to have done a lot of the driving for Bob Neville's McLaren. And there you can see that bit of whatever it is still flapping away.
Through Les Cons comes then number 4, Ian James, having got into that car. Ian, British driver, but has spent probably the last 2, maybe 3 decades in the States. But he is a Brit, and the man behind the Heart of Racing Aston Martin team. But here, a Mercedes driver for the weekend. Came out of Formula Vauxhall Junior a long, long time ago. Now we've got a pit stop for ComTU being made ready. Matthew Drudy is going to give way to Marco Sorensen, is he not? Yes, he is. So the Aston due in imminently. You're on board with Matthew Drudy. Second place, that car, 5.4 seconds back. Not lapping as quickly last time as the BMW, but that could be traffic affected.
Yeah, there's so many elements involved. Again, how the tyre, I mean, this thing about tyres is dominating virtually every conversation that we have. In this instance, maybe the tyres, you know, it's useful life is coming to an end. So that, again, is another factor in where you might drop a little bit further behind a competitive car. So Matteo Drudy into the pit lane, he comes. So, again, he's done seems to be a mammoth amount of driving in the number 7, and Marco Sorensen. I haven't seen a huge amount, maybe just because he did some of the nighttime driving when we were away, but Kurt Team is the third driver in that number 7 Aston.
Yeah, Nicky Team.
Nicky Team, not Kurt's dad.
Son of Kurt.
Yeah.
Although Kurt was racing yesterday in the historic touring car race. The Aston comes in then. So the Belgian ComsU team looking after this car, and in it comes. It's a long, long drive down the pit lane, but ComsU in the second part of the pit lane, therefore on track sooner with warm tyres.
Yeah, and that's the, I mean, in these circumstances, for sure, there is a benefit being in the heritage pits, and particularly the bottom end of the pits, because when they put the tyres on, they've more or less come out of the, couldn't call it a microwave, but it is an oven of sorts. And it's not just the tyre gets warm, it's the rim as well. And if you're at the top pits, by the time you get all the way down to the pit lane exit, a lot of the benefit of that new tyre is lost. So there we see the 007 in, and it's up on the top end of the pits. So Drudy out, Sorensen in. Nice new warm set of Pirellis goes on. Clean the windscreen, refueling. There we go, there's the windscreen man. They do have tear-offs, a number of tear-offs, and at some point, well, he didn't clear all that off. I'd go back and make him clear all that residue off. I'd complain in the driver, I can't see, he's got to clean the screen. But they do have tear-offs on the windscreen, and they get periodically removed because they get pitted with, you know, whatever the rubbish that ends up on the racetrack, and even lumps of rubber. You can get substantial lumps of rubber, you know, being sheared off a tyre, and that gets, you know, thrown up, and so that's why they've got these multiple tear-offs on the front windscreen.
But for the incoming driver, full tank of fuel, new tyres, clean screen, ready to go, blast out. So Marco Sorensen now to work his magic, and Max Hofer, the leading Bronze Cup driver, third overall, has also just come in.
Something that doesn't get mentioned very often, but I tell you, it's really important to a driver. When you get into a car, you've got a nice set of dry, fresh, maybe unused race overalls, your balaclava. The worst thing is having to get into a car when you're in a pair of overalls. If it's been a particularly wet race, and some of these cars do leak a bit, and you get wet overalls, you get wet gloves, you get your feet are wet. Having fresh, dry, clean gear just makes you feel top of the world.
You were talking earlier about Mathieu Drudy and indeed Marco Sorensen, Nicky Team being your long shot here for a win. Simon Strang, who is the Aston Martin PR guru, would like you to know that you were his long shot for the 1981 British Grand Prix. Clearly your success went a long way to defining...
Well, I mean, I'm very flattered that somebody has yet again mentioned to me, and well, there he is. Anyway, thank you very much for that generous compliment.
So the Aston is doing a very good job right now. We've got it with Marco Sorensen back at the wheel. BMW battle going on here, 46, which we have Valentino Rossi back behind the wheel of. Charles Weert's behind. But it's going to be interesting this, just to see that McLaren behind. Not in terms of a battle for position, John, but really just to look at grip and how the McLaren gets down its power compared to the BMs that we know have been struggling earlier on.
Yeah, certainly the 46 was particularly bad, but we saw Dries van Thor likewise in that stint when he was on wet tyres. That was more a function of the wet tyre just not being able to sustain any level of... Oh, trouble for one of the McLarens just coming up the hill. I think might be a right rear puncture. Just suddenly looked like it lost all pace. Well, I don't know what that was. The McLaren looks is back up to speed. So the BMWs have switched positions. And as that, I wonder, was that a call from the pit lane to let the 32 car go? Look, again, here we got the Ferrari now back at the rear of Marco Sorensen, just taken over the wheel of the 007.
All the Aston drivers have now done the equal number of stints, not necessarily, you know, to the minute, but they've all had an equal number of stints behind the wheel of the car. This is Rivera, who wants to get past Sorensen. At the moment, they are for 6th and 7th in the race as they head up the hill.
I bet you that whoever's in the wheel of behind the wheel of the Ferrari, they must be fed up looking at the back of the Aston. And when the situation's reversed, whoever's in the Aston looking at the back of the Ferrari must be fed up looking at these two have seemingly been, you know, locked together in one way or another. One gaining an advantage, the other losing it wherever. It's up at the top of the hill. So 51, and who's behind the wheel of the 51? It is still Eliseo Rivera and Marcus Sorensen, who's just taken over the wheel of the #7. So track conditions now, well, we've seen from lap times of the the competitive cars getting into that sort of 2:17, 2:16 seconds per lap, 2 minutes 16. And other than if you stray offline for whatever reason, the actual racing line, and again, the Ferrari able to run right wide out to the very exit of the curbing, coming through Pujol with confidence, knowing that the exit curbing is now dry.
So 007, the very marketing-friendly Aston Martin race number. You know you've arrived when you're allowed to carry that. The Comte car and Marco Sorensen turns towards us with Alessio Rivera still chasing on. Augusto Farfus has taken over in 998. Patrick Niederhauser's Porsche has recently made another stop, but 96 is still there or thereabouts. We need to have a look in the last hour or so where it puts itself really after that last stop, but it's certainly got itself back towards the mix. This is the top speed at Blanchimont. We're going to do a lap. We're going to have a look at all the different corners. John's going to talk you round, but as you get to a different part of the racetrack, keep an eye on these Race Vision powered by AWS graphics, because we'll try and have a look at different parts of the circuit. The next one will be Eau Rouge, John, but it's a lap about.
So Blanchimont was all 252, 251 kilometers per hour, so pretty much even Stevens. Now the run up into La Source, that's all the way down into first gear for most of the brands. Just be neat on the entry and then try and straighten up here to allow you to release the car, just what you've just seen the Ferrari do, and that's about as good as it gets from Rivera. Now dropping down the hill, and you're picking up speed very quickly. 249 kilometers per hour. Christopher Meeson, the Ford Mustang, Maro Engel, Augusto Farfus, Aaron, and I mean 5 cars at different brands all the way through. Again, balance of performance, aero to performance, engine speed performance, almost equal. Up the speed, Radio, 244 Cristani. Now, that's at the top of Radio, not at the top of, here we are coming into Les Coupes. Top of Radio, that's the exit. And that 244 is mighty quick. Jordan Pepper likewise just following in the Lamborghini. But essentially, all these cars, if they're running in ideal conditions with fresh rubber, there's no big spike in terms. One car is doing 6 or 7 kilometers per hour more. Now, Pujol is an interesting corner for me. I like Daniel Morad in the 48 Mercedes. Quickest of all, Ross Gunn in the Aston Martin, Luke Pierre Guidi. They were second, the Thai driver, I can't see his name, and then Matt Campbell all within a kilometre. So again, illustrates just how much the aero efficiency of all these cars is really quite similar, and the balance of performance is helping that as well. So down into Fagnes, just again, more about being neat and tidy. Don't overdrive on the exit, because that's where you can sometimes get into trouble. Over to the left, back, turn right into Campus, let the car run out to the edge of the circuit, and then you make your way through Paul Craig curve, releasing the car as you exit the corner as much as possible to ensure that the car's speed is not being inhibited by the slides, the kind of slides that we were watching from Dries van Thor when he was behind the wheel of his BMW in those damp conditions.
Number 9 is in, as you can see, and that's Maxi Goetz, winner in British GT here last week in testing conditions. He's brought the car in, and it drops down, it blasts away. Put some VDS down at the bottom end of the pit lane, and this is the car with the fastest lap of the race. The CrowdStrike Fastest Lap Award still going to Franck Pereira from lap 3. We've now done 338, but this was when the track was really at its best. No traffic, and very dry.
Yeah, I think that actually that image was not on the 3rd lap. That was much later in the race. You could see a lot of the streaks in the car from the rain, but it's illustrative of what Franck Pereira did on the 3rd lap, set the fastest race lap, and has not really been challenged. And Franck Pereira had that clear air, and of course, again, ideal conditions for the start of the race. Beautiful, beautiful afternoon here at Spa. And then as the evening entered, we began to see little rain showers coming in, and then through the evening and night time, it got pretty unpleasant.
188 McLaren, we understand, in its pit garage with left rear mechanical issues. 188 brought in by Adam Smalley. And Porsche tell us that Joel Sturm, after his dramas at Blanchimont, has been to the medical centre, no injuries, and he is absolutely fine, which is very good news indeed. Max Hesse has bailed from 998 BMW. Antonio Rankin in the pit lane has caught up with him.
Max, freshly out of the car in very changing conditions. You must really have to trust your instinct.
Yeah, a lot. It was quite difficult, especially the first stint. The second one was not too bad, to be honest, but the first one was quite difficult.
What makes it so hard with going from wet to dry?
you know, trying to be at the maximum limit, but there's only one line, which is the width of your car. So once you just go slightly off, it can go wrong really quickly, which we have seen, unfortunately, also for the Porsche. So it was really trying to be as quick, but still safe. But so far, so good.
I mean, you were stuck behind the WRT for a little while, but did manage to take it. Is the wet line, or the lack of a dry line, a problem with overtaking?
Yeah, for sure. It doesn't make it easy, but also in general, we as a BMW family, we try and work together. So that worked very well. And yeah, let's see, there's still some driving to go.
Okay, so some friendly head-to-head. Best of luck, thank you.
So this BMW battle is going to continue as you go on board with that car. Dan Harper now, sorry, not Dan Harper, Augusto Farfus now at the wheel.
Interesting, Max Hesse was saying, if he was struggling and having issues, well, that does put it into perspective, the issues that we were seeing from Raffaele Marcello when he was complaining about the car's handling, and then going back even earlier with when Dries van Thor was really struggling with his car on those wet tyres, and literally it was slewing its way around most of the infield of the racetrack. There is Augusto Farfus, the Brazilian driver, back behind the wheel, and that car currently, just look down to see what timing and scoring has got it. It's second place, so it is, well, 7/10 of a second. That is the battle for the lead going on with Chavez in the Aston Martin, not the number 7. That's Marcus Sorensen, who's made his pit stop so far. Sorensen in third place, and got Rivera still glued to the tail of the Aston.
But the leading Aston, Henrique Chavez, is the one that tricks us because it's on a completely different sequence, and he's almost at the end of a stint, whereas some of the others are only recently in. So he's done 53 minutes, so he's due a stop within the next 10 minutes.
So do you think Farfus is going to try and challenge and find a way around, or I would assume that the Rover Racing team would be saying, look, Chavez is on a different strategy to us. As long as the gap between you and the second place, or effectively the second place Aston Martin, Marcus Sorensen, doesn't reduce, that just be patient. I mean, patience is also, and that was the point I was talking to Danny Juncadella about. It is a 24-hour sprint race, but within that you have to have an element of patience and not just be irrational and take a punt, which is going to be a, how did he get away with it? He shouldn't have done that. Those scenarios, easy to talk about, but that's what the driver's got to analyse and work out.
I think if I were on the radio to Augusto Farfus, I'd tell him to try and push and get the lead, because you never know what's around the corner, and sitting there and being patient is one thing, but it's giving a free ride, isn't it, to Marco Sorensen behind, and they do not want that car any closer than it needs to be. So yeah, I would make the call, get on with it, and push for the lead. Yeah, but is Sorensen making inroads into the gap between Farfus and Sorensen, or is it raining? If it's staying roughly static, then it's, you can say the Barwell Lamborghini is actually between, in fact there's a number of cars between second and third, so it's a team call. Right now the traffic is going against Sorensen. Farfus, because he's done a 2:17.9. He's a 10th slower on that lap. He was 3/10 slower than Sorensen on the previous. So over the last 2 laps, there has been 4/10 of a second gain by the Aston. It might not sound a lot, but it is a gain. Yeah, but you can just see it coming into image there. It all depends what's going on with Chavez's car. If he is going to come in, if the team can anticipate that, or, as you say, if you were the team boss, you would say, take every opportunity to find a way past. Is Chavez going to challenge anything that comes from the 998 BMW? There is the car that is currently notionally in third place, but a little bit of trim again just on the door of that car. Chavez is on the lead lap, and that car has as good a chance of a decent overall result as many out there. He's not going to roll over and give up a place. He's going to fight for everything, and if he can keep the BMW at bay and lead into the pit lane, then he will do so. Chavez is doing whatever he can to maintain track position here. He knows he's coming to the end of a stint. There's probably going to be a driver change for that car as well imminently on the next pit stop. In terms of the Farfus-Sorensen situation, the gap's down only by hundredths within the first sector as 34 turns through the piff-paff. Let's just eavesdrop team radio from the lead car.
Okay, 5 laps to go, 5 laps to go. Stay in front of the BMW.
There you are. So there's a race on our hands. There is no chance that Aston Martin, or the Valken horse Aston Martin, is going to do anything other than just consolidate its position and frustrate anything that Augusta Farfus might feel he's capable of doing. And Chavez got through very nice and cleanly. Farfus had to elbow his way up the inside into Blanchimont, but he got it all done.
And of course, that Aston Martin, it's not a back marker. It might not be regularly in that leading group. It's there or thereabouts because of the pit stops, but it's got the proper pace. It is race-leading pace. So Farfus is going to have to work hard to get by. As we look there at number 4, Ian James, he is going after Jan Mardenborough for the lead of Pro-Am, and he's just cleared number 60 around the outside. That's the badly delayed 2C's Mercedes AMG. We last had Martin Kodrich in that car, but it's a long, long way back. Here, though, in 23rd place, that's the leading silver. James Kell now at the wheel of the other red Mercedes, the Get Speed car that he shares with Anthony Bartoni, the drag racer, Yannick Mettler, who took the lead in his last stint of that class, and Aaron Walker. James Kell we've seen in the past in British GT. We've seen him within GT World Challenge Europe Sprint racing as well in Fanatec GT on the odd endurance outing. So James, an experienced driver.
Yeah, it's a battle going on. 3 cars, 23rd, 4th and 5th in that silver category. So up thunders its way out of Paul Frère-Courbe up the hill. So this is the Pro-Am category Mercedes we're looking at, and that is the battle with Jan Mardenborough, who he's got a car between himself. He's got a silver Mercedes between himself and the number 3, I beg your pardon, coming into the chicane.
So up towards the timing line. This car, James Kell ahead of the 35 Aston of Maxime Robin, but not by much. It's only 3 seconds. There is Robin's Aston in the background as they come up towards the line. So let's just have a quick look. James Kell's last lap's a 2:19.3. Maxime Robin in the Aston, a 2:20.9. So yeah, the gap is stretching a little, even though there's not much to choose between them. Enrique Chavez has gone through onto another lap, and still only half a second up. Augusto Farfus, given the balance of performance, equating these cars so well, he's going to have to work very, very hard indeed to do much about him. That's the car that's second in silver then. That is Maxime Robin. Through he goes, but the gap having just stretched a little last time around. Robin hard at work as he makes the climb up the hill.
So that front-running group, Chavez, Farfus and Sorensen, it's ebbing and flowing literally. It's probably a little bit to do with where they might be catching traffic. So it goes against Farfus one lap, goes against Chavez the next lap, and Sorensen trying to run them down. The gap between Sorensen and Farfus is, well, waiting for timing and scoring, it's 2.1 seconds now. So it is closing. And the gap between Farfus and Chavez is just under 1 second. There is the leader in Pro-Am.
It's Jan Mardenborough again being shown behind the wheel. He's going to run out of his allotted drive time soon, isn't he?
I can't remember who. Well, we haven't seen much of this car in the early phase, but certainly Jan Mardenborough seemingly is doing a lot of the driving, and I expect Alex Brundle, that's a Freudian slip. Alex Buncombe,
yes,
would be also the preferred choice. Chris Buncombe, likewise.
Well, Chris is a winner of his class at Le Mans. The other driver, Josh Cahill, has done a stint. I remember talking about him yesterday. But I wonder whether it's been a deliberate plan to keep Jan Mardenborough and Alex Buncombe in the car through the night when it's most challenging, and leave the likes of Chris Buncombe and Josh Cahill, that haven't done much nighttime racing for a while, for daylight hours.
Well, obviously, Alex Buncombe and Jan Mardenborough are going to run out of time at some point. So I don't know when the Josh Cahill or Chris Buncombe would be slotted into the car, because they're in this battle for the Pro-Am with Ian James and the number 4 Mercedes. There's a car between them right now. Mardenborough he's on lap 340, and Ian James is he's 1 lap behind, but that's due to the pit stops.
Okay, box, left, box, this left.
Is there a bit of damage on the back of the Aston? Have a look on that right rear corner. Is there something
Driver
flapping?
change to David. Driver change to
It's
David.
difficult. That looks right, just the quarter of the diffuser. I don't know. That's just the way the car, the suspension movement's making something look as if it might be loose. But anyway, what will be interesting now is once Farfus has been released from the the pace that they lead Aston, can he extend? Because now Sorensen is, I would think, looking, you can see there's the BMW, there's Sorensen and the Aston Martin. So Farfus, if he needs to put a bit of performance in, now is the time to do it, because Sorensen is within 1.5 seconds as they come across the line. So again, a further 0.6 of a second taken in favour of the number 7 Aston Martin.
Enrique Chavez down the pit lane then, driver change imminent. He shares this car with David Pittard, Nürburgring 24-hour winner of course, and Ross Gunn, part of the Aston Martin family like David is, and Enrique Chavez now on that young driver programme. This is another really good competitive car. And Valkenhorst, don't forget, has won this race before in BMW terms, and that was a win that nobody expected. And if they keep out of trouble, and they're doing so at the moment, good result could be on the cards.
Yeah, it's a great team.
Yeah.
When they won here, what was it, 4 or 5 years ago, it was an unexpected victory because there were other teams that we would, or not us particularly, but would have been generally considered to be more likely to win it. But they won it. It was a very popular success, and they're doing a great job with Aston. Having, as I mentioned earlier, the Aston is a work in progress. It's being developed on the hoof, as they say. And so they're doing a great job. Coming to You Racing, likewise, doing an excellent job indeed with the number 7 car.
And that damage I saw on the back of it was done last night in that first rain shower. It got
tagged,
got clipped. Yeah. So it's been there. It's clearly not manifesting itself, which is good. This is the bronze leader, which then is 66 Max Hofer, running in 7th place overall and being the best of the Audis. Max Hofer looking very, very comfortable in this car right now. The former Audi TT Cup racer. He's raced in German GT, Australian GT, Italian GT. He hasn't perhaps come to people's attention yet, but a good result here would. He's certainly got a lot of experience and ability as Max Hofer as he go on board now with the 2nd place car in bronze, and it is Lilou Adu at the wheel of it. New to the team, but an experienced sports car racer. She got harpooned by Thomas Neubauer in the night, damaged the car, and a pit stop at the end of the lap.
So let's have a little look and see. So the situation at the front is a 2.5, first to second. That Aston is the lead car, so we're looking further through the field.
And this Barwell Lamborghini, Mattia Michelotto, who won the Super Trofeo support race at Le Mans 2 weeks ago, he now is about to go 2nd in class in that car that's shared with Gabriele Rindoni, Casper Stevenson, Patrick Kujala. Again, another good Pro-Am bronze combination. Over the line goes Michelotto, who's come out of the Italian GT Championship as well as GT Multimark Racing, and that car looking strong. Podium in class could well be on the cards. Dominic Baumann, meantime, is leading in gold. Goes through in treble 7. The Almanar Racing by GetSpeed Mercedes. That is the best of the Mercedes AMGs, 10th overall.
Never thought you'd be saying that.
No.
And Wayne Lamgard looking down the field. Best Porsche, Patrick Niederhauser running behind Max Hofer in 7th place. 2 brands we anticipated would be amongst those battling for the lead, but also for outright victory.
Through then comes here Yusufo Vega in 77, 12th overall, and that car now 2nd in class. So yeah, the Mercedes, I think Danny Junqueira touched on this. We might get some good class results, he said, but not overall damage done to that. That's
look at the back
a couple of times.
Look at that, the diffuser at the rear. I mean, that's almost no point in having it. So it's so. In fact, in my view, that should be brought in and those items removed, because at some point they may detach, and then there'll be another bit of body work on the racetrack. As the 25 Audi, which has been a bit of a star for us at different points in the race, and it's fallen away. It's down in 18th place right now.
Just going back to that Mercedes and the damage, twice at least it has been off the road. We've seen it in the gravel, so it's been a cumulative effect. They're going through. 3rd now within gold is Hugo de Wilde. He's taken over 25. Another driver with massive amounts of Spa experience and versatile, from single-seaters to touring cars, from prototypes to GT cars. His father, Olivier de Wilde, regular press officer at the circuit in years past, and Belgian motorsport journalist. And Hugo de Wilde's sister looking after hospitality at WRT. So very much a motor racing family.
It is a family, isn't it?
So this car, 3rd in class at the moment, and we've got 5.5 hours to go.
Well, where have the previous 19 and a bit gone?
Time flies. And it's been, as ever, a dramatic race. And we're not done yet, because all of the classes are up for grabs. Silver being led by James Kell. We touched on that from Maxime Robin and Sebastian Bode for Boots and VDS. There's your second. And Ricardo Feller, number 99 in the background, trying to get through the traffic. Now, that car had a penalty not long ago because of a driver exceeding his allotted stint time, and that's put that Tresor Attempto Audi down to 11th place, which is a little bit disappointing. That needs a safety car to come back at the opposition, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that was also, again, anything that Ricardo Feller's in, you think is going to be a potential, you know, could be a podium finisher, but certainly going to have good pace. And of course, Audi's record around the Spa circuit is also exemplary. So a bit of a disappointment for Ricardo Feller, but he's making progress, but it's maybe almost now too little too late. So the number 10 makes its way through down at the low point of the circuit, down the campus once again, trying to almost now. It's not to say you're in the beginning of a countdown, there's still too much time remaining. But look at this, look at the Aston Martin and how close it is to the back now of Augusto Farfus. And again, a car that will be not an easy overtake for Farfus.
But that Aston Martin is looking strong, isn't it? The gap has been coming down to 0.8 of a second. And okay, they got Enrique Chavez out of the way, so one Aston Martin related problem, if you like, for the BMW gone, but there's another one bearing down on it. Marco Sorensen here is storming along.
Yep, and as I mentioned, Farfus now needs to clear the Mercedes, and Sorensen clearly is closing as we come into Blanchimont. So Farfus hopefully will try and make a move up the inside, up into the chicane. So he'll probably look to go up the inside if the Mercedes gives him ground, but he's not far enough forward. Well, the Mercedes, in fact, generously stepped aside, but didn't do so for Sorensen, so maybe he wasn't aware that Sorensen was sort of dovetailing into the back of Farfus's BMW. Hopefully now he'll get the same courtesy coming up into La Source.
So he's gone by, and now Sorensen goes by as well. Race leader remains Augusto Farfus then. And could this be 2 wins on the bounce for Rover Racing? Different lineup, different livery. Rover, of course, won in 2020 with Porsche, winning with BMW last year. On board with Sorensen then, downhill. Flick left, flick right.
That's not a million miles off being flat out. I mean, at this stage in the race, to be able to go flat out through Eau Rouge, fine doing in early phases of the race when everything is, the car is fresh, the tires are fresh, the drivers are fresh. So that's pretty impressive.
So a rattle over the curb for Sorensen to the eye. He's a bit nearer coming out of Le Con. And where do they stand in terms of their stint time? They're pretty much evenly matched, only about 2 minutes real difference. So about a lap, that's all between them. Out of Bruxelles. Sorensen, the closer he gets, the kind of more it spurs him on, doesn't it? That gap continues to come down, but with the BOP equating these cars, it is so hard to make any massive gain. And third, still there, like a constant shadow, Alessio Rivera. He's another 3.7 seconds back, but still very much in contention.
Yeah, you cannot discount it, but Rivera hasn't been able to be drawn along by the Aston. So I think that that's about what you've. There's no more I can see coming from Ferrari at this point in Rivera's stint, but I see a lot more coming from Sorensen, and also likewise see Farfus is going to have to be on his toes, because if Sorensen can get that momentum and get a run, there is the Ferrari we're just talking about, and the gap between third and second was 3.7 seconds. So now almost the Aston just going out of sight there into the first part of Blanchimont. So that's always a negative for a driver. The car that you're trying to run down is getting further and further away. So again, he's going to have to find a way around the Mercedes. So whether again up into La Source, that'll be an option provided by the Mercedes driver, rather than the Ferrari isn't in any position to overtake on pace at this point.
Into the hairpin then, and another 10th or so pullback. We're down to 0.6 of a second, and effectively this battle has got another 25 minutes, maybe even 30 minutes before they need to worry about coming to the pit lane. So it is on for the race lead on lap 348 with just under 5.5 hours to go.
Ooh, just watching the Aston, I thought got a little bit wide on their run up out of Eau Rouge, but all brought back in control by Marco Sorensen. you get on that camera angle that the Aston is clearly closing up to the back of the BMW, which would not be a surprise. There will be a bit of an aerodynamic gain in the process. But Augusto Farfus, you know, such an experienced race driver.
Now, as 998 leads, Augusto Farfus drives, and we can listen to the team radio, him and the engineers.
15 to go, 15 to go, all okay, all okay.
15 to go is 15 laps of the stint, not 15 hours, don't worry.
I was thinking about 15 minutes.
Through comes the 998 BMW out of Pouan, and Sorensen in the first sector of this lap was again closer by another couple of tenths, so he's getting there.
Yes, yes, yes. But.
It's so hard though, isn't it? Like I say, the BOP is designed to make these cars equal, and therefore unless Farfus makes a mistake, or unless that car's got an inherent balance problem like the other WRT cars were identifying earlier, it's going to be really hard for Sorensen to do much about it. Talking WRT, Wirtz and then Rossi 4th and 5th, but they are not really coming back at the opposition either.
They're not at the pace of these two lead cars. But you know, the balance of performance is what keeps these cars so drawn together. So maybe there's another lateral thought going on, is what can we do within the balance of performance to give cars an easier time in overtaking other competitive cars? Don't know how you do it. It's almost an impossibility.
Please not DRS. There, out of the chicane, comes Farfus. Sorensen even closer as they head up towards the timing line now. And 6 tenths it was. This time around, the timing screen says 4 tenths of a second. So Sorensen is getting there.
Oh, no, there's no doubt. So Sorensen is now closer than he's been at pretty much any point. So what is Farfus doing? Is he... Oh, well, he's taken quite a significant amount of curb. And, yeah, the Aston behind a little bit less. But I'd like to see where these two cars are relative coming down Kemmel Straight to see has the Aston managed to achieve anything. No, not at all.
I'm trying to work out whether I prefer the super slow-mo shot or the drone shot. They're both excellent, and they both give you something different. Some new toys that we have this year in television coverage of the championship. But your thoughts?
Well,
I love the drone.
I mean, the drone I think has been a wonderful innovation. I love the slow-mo as well, because it makes me wince when I see how much abuse a racing driver, you know, inflicts on his equipment.
Sorensen dropping back a touch out of Bruxelles. Now behind, it's Alessio Rivera, who on the last lap lapped faster. So he is now 3.2 seconds off the lead. There he is. There's no traffic in the way. So net, first to third, has come down.
Yeah, that's largely because the pace Farfus is running at is now slower than the pace that Rivera is running at. And that's the reason Rivera is going to be drawn closer to the back of Marcus Sorensen. As we've been saying all the way through, Sorensen needs to find a way ahead around the BMW, and if he did so, he would pull ahead.
And sunshine breaks out over Piff Paff on this lap. So our concerns about more rain, and we were told that it might start to clear up about midday. Well, it's ahead of schedule now. The sun's starting to break through here.
You sound almost cheerful about that, David.
Well, it's going to make the pace of the race faster, and it might, you never know, offer something that we weren't expecting.
But the trouble with the sunshine coming out, it leads now to a more predictable finish. Inclement, changeable weather leads to more unpredictable finishes. I like unpredictability.
I go along with that. But this is Spa. It's not to say that the sun's setting for the afternoon. The one thing you can predict here is
unpredictability.
Yeah, quite. Farfus and Sorensen lead over the line. 4 tenths was the gap last time, and 8 tenths. Gone up fractionally now.
It is what it is. He's caught up to within a second of Farfus. Farfus is not looking phased at all.
No.
Because he knows if he catches to the back of the BMW, it's going to take something, maybe traffic, maybe something unforeseen, to give Sorensen a clean run, a clean overtaking opportunity. And again, you can see the gap is over a second, I would say, at that point. But Rivera, you can see, is clearly closing up to the back of the number 7 Aston Martin. But he'll get into the same aero wash that the Aston is with the BMW, and I suspect he'll end up running a part of a 3-car lead group, all covered by about a second and a bit.
So Rivera comes out of Les Combes. He comes over the brow of the hill. He drops down towards Bruxelles and goes right now. turns through the corner. Power on again, out the other side.
The car looks glorious. I mean, you just turn the wheel, the car turns. It's got no bad habits. It's not sort of washing out understeer. It's not snap oversteering. It looks a really nicely balanced race car, giving the drivers the easy time that, you know, they don't want to be wearing themselves out before they get to conclusion of what might be their final attack.
Yeah, Rivera seems to have spent a lot of time in that car today, doesn't he? He shares it with Alessandro Pierguidi and Davide Rigon. Now, we've not seen much of Rigon in the morning now. Maybe they're keeping him and Pierguidi for later in the race. Alessio Rivera, the young gun in that car. Very, very successful young driver with a Carrera Cup Italian title to his name, Italian GT Sprint and an Italian GT Endurance, and also the GT EAM World Endurance crown. So Rivera lacks for nothing, and as the cars now sprint their way up to the chicane, let's see what he can do at the end of this lap. Again, just chipping away to try to catch up to the lead cars.
So he's 2.5 seconds behind the Aston at the end of lap 349, so coming up to conclude lap 350 is probably within a very similar time, 2.3.
Yeah, that's 18.5 hours plus now done. And tempting fate here, but isn't it nice to have a green flag period of the race like this, so we can start to get the drivers, you know, into a proper rhythm. We can see the pattern of the race, and we have touched on the fact that the drivers, if they're in the car for a long time, need to be careful not only of the maximum driving time for a stint. The maximum continuous is 3 times the maximum stint, so 3 lots of your 62 minutes or 67 if there's a yellow flag within your stint. And you can do no more than 11 hours total of the 24 hours. There are other little clauses for the bronze driver within a Bronze Cup car, but the absolute maximum anybody can do in the 24 hours is 11.
But David, thinking back to the good old days when you only 2 drivers per car, sharing 24 hours, I mean, that was endurance racing at its zenith, I would say.
And this is especially for you, Watty, here, a Porsche battle where you've got, look, Patrick Niederhauser, Mathieu Jaminet. These cars are in 7th and 8th places.
Well, at least they're running, which is sadly what I can't say for other in the lineup. There's a big Porsche entry, and certainly I anticipated it being a force all the way through, and that's been a disappointment. I know for me, for Porsche fans around the world, but also for Porsche factory all the way back in Zuffenhausen, and then the competition department, which I think is still based at Weissach, which is one of the suburbs, or certainly outside Stuttgart itself, about 20 kilometers away.
And for the drivers, because of course the teams have been given those factory drivers from the roster peppered across the teams, and it's really been a tough day. I mean, certainly the Hub Auto car that we lost last night, we barely talked about in the course of the race. Laurens van Thorn, Patrick Pilet, Kevin Estra out with suspension damage. Patrick Pilet was driving it at the time, and we barely saw that car until it had its dramas.
No, we didn't, and it did make some progress. It came up into the sort of middle 30s at one point, but then a totally unexpected rear suspension failure. And we never saw the car. Was pushed in the garage, and the metaphorical doors came down.
Exactly. Whereas 96 here, the Rutronic car of Patrick Niederhauser, fell off the lead lap yesterday, has been able to peg that back, and 92 currently with Mathieu Jaminet at the wheel, and we know how good he is as well, hustling on. So this is for position. It is also to be the best placed Porsche. Jaminet the quicker of the two.
Yeah, I mean, you can see on that lap, 3:49 took a big chunk of time. So closing up to the back of Patrick Niederhauser. He was one of our heroes when he was driving in Audi last year. So Mathieu Jaminet. So is he going to be courageous and sort of dive down the inside? Don't think so this time.
No, not an opportunity here. That gap, similar really to the lead gap, just 0.4 of a second. And these two cars are about the same through a stint. So they're 34, 35 minutes in. They plunge downhill through a Rouge once again.
Jaminet car looked marginally better just at the transition from left to right, so maybe gives him a fraction of a help up the hill, and looks like he's going to try and use that and try and get up alongside Niederhauser. It looks like he's right under the rear wing. Does he come up alongside? Does he get the opportunity? Niederhauser says no, but That was as close as we've seen Mathieu Jaminet to making a position change. In the meantime, Alessandro Rivera has managed to get the gap between himself and Sorensen down to a fraction over 2 seconds from about 2.3 a couple of laps ago.
Now, this Porsche fight aside, where else need we to be looking? Because further back, we've got quick cars, but they're not on the lead lap necessarily. So in terms of the overall situation, this almost feels like the calm before the storm, doesn't it? Everybody now trying just to keep out of trouble. And
it's getting grayer above us again, David.
Last couple of hours.
Oh, you weren't talking about that storm.
No,
you were talking about something else.
Hours, then they can push again. But at the moment, everyone just sort of settling into a rhythm, and that's good for the engineers, good for the teams. No dramas. We've had enough interruptions.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a race of fundamentally weather. Now we're into a much more stable time, and local time is 11:15 here, and the race will finish at 4:30 later in the afternoon. So Niederhauser able to stem that attack from Mathieu Jaminet, but it was certainly the nearest we've seen Jaminet to getting on terms with the sister car. And that was all because the Jaminet car, the number 92, looked to me to be actually the better of the two cars in a handling way, going through Eau Rouge and over the top. And that's what gave him the opportunity to get as close to the tail of Niederhauser as we had seen really pretty much any time all the way through this battle.
So Niederhauser through once more. Jaminet still tucked up behind, dodges out, dodges back in again, a flash of the lights, but Niederhauser does not crack.
Right, here we go. Let's watch and see the differences between these two Porsches as they drop downhill. I thought the lead car of the two, Niederhauser, wasn't quite as planted in the transition from here to here. Now, this time through, it doesn't look as if Jaminet picked up anything as he did the lap earlier, but it'll tell when we get up to the top of the hill. So he got up to really under the rear wing of Jaminet, again, pretty much in the same situation, going to try and make a dive, but not sufficiently close enough to make it a viable one. He has to pull back in and follow Niederhauser through Lake Cum.
We talked about the balance of performance earlier on. That was in the context of a BMW and an Aston Martin. Here you've got two of the same car. The two Porsches, they're out of different teams' stables. The Rutronic car ahead, chasing after it, 92, which is the SSR Herbert Motorsport car. And this really is the first time we've ever seen a Herbert entry within the Pro Cup. Finally, a real acknowledgement for the Herbert team that after all their years of winning races and titles in Porsches, yes, we will give you factory support. Yes, we'll let you go and fight for an outright win. Good to see. The Rutronic car, Patrick Niederhauser, though, staying ahead for the moment. Through they turn once again. On board here with Alessio Rivera. He's got himself up behind number 4 Mercedes V. James. He's about to go to the inside line of the chicane and does so. Easily passes the, if I say back marker, that's unfair because it is a car that's second in its class, but you know what I mean. It's not doing the same lap times as yet. Rivera up towards the line, breaks the beam, and where is he in relation to the top two? He is getting closer, little by little. He's creeping forward. So coming out of the hairpin at La Source, down the hill, the lead gap has gone up again. In fact, you know, we had it down to about 0.4 of a second. Well, it's 11 tenths now, so Farfus just being able to stretch it slightly. Farfus from Sorensen, Rivera third, Charles Weert's fourth, and Charles Weert's lap times aren't that bad. Having said he's not really making up ground, he is fractionally quicker than Rivera. So the BMW, as the road gets drier, looks to be pushing on. In 5th place, you've got Valentino Rossi. Now, his last lap was a tad slower, and he's being caught by Matt Hoffer's Audi in 6th place. But yeah, Charles Weerts is on the same sort of front-running pace as the lead BMW.
Yeah, I mean, again, he's in that sort of position. He's got 9 seconds behind Rivera. Rossi a further 3 and a bit seconds behind. So, yeah, Charles Weerts is not under threat, but can he claw into anything that Rivera is doing? Rivera's, as you point out, dropped back fractionally from the back of Sorensen. This battle for the two Porsches still continuing on at unabated pace.
So 92 out of Le Corps once more. The braking area for Bruxelles. This battle may, in quotes only, end quotes, be for 7th place, but it is a very fierce one. Does make you wonder what Jaminet could do were he to be able to get past. So Patrick Niederhauser the 2019 German GT champion, keeping Jaminet at bay, who's also been a German GT champion. He's won the Kyle Army 9 hours on our first visit there with IGTC. He's won the Enna-Pegusa 12 hours. He's won the Dubai 24. You name it. Very, very good driver in Porsches is Mathieu Jaminet. And he is applying the pressure, although here, Niederhauser looks to have a gap of a couple of lengths, so every little helps.
But in my view, if Jaminet was able to find a way through, he would be able to pull away from Niederhauser. That's just the nature of this, you know, balance of performance. But inter-team, the difference between these two cars appears to be relatively small. I think that the Jaminet car is visually quicker in certain parts. There you can see on timing and scoring the best and the last between these two. So 0.4 of a second is the best, and just under that. But it's the story. Where can you get the run? I mean, he's tried every which way. He's closing up a little bit under braking up into the chicane and uses the curb, and that I don't think always is a great assist, but maybe he's just got a bit more in the tank. He's going to try and challenge, prepare for a challenge, I should say. Preparation will start here in La Source and then all the way downhill through Eau Rouge, and maybe eventually be sorted out at the top up here at Les Combes.
And there in 4th place is Charles Wirtz, and out at 5th, Valentino Rossi has pitted for some new boots. And the delay there, just the mechanic looking in the car, but the tyres are done, screen cleaned rather than one of those tear-offs. So Valentino Rossi sitting aboard 46.
He's in for a real treat now.
Yeah.
Fresh set of rubber is the best feeling you ever can have in a race car.
More sticky tape applied, whack the bodywork down to try to make it the shape it should be. Remember, that car had contact with Davide Rigon's Ferrari last night. Got a penalty, so there's a little bit of damage on the front. But Rossi back into the race now.
So, Valentino down the hill, sitting patiently. I wonder what the ambient temperature's up to now. It must have crept up to maybe the sort of the high teens. And there was a lot of greyish looking cloud over the pits where we're commentating from. So is that going to be the wind? There's not an awful lot of wind. There's a sort of, I would call it a gentle summer breeze. Well, that was a great song in the 70s, wasn't it? Summer breeze.
I'm not old enough. 17.4 degrees is your answer. And the humidity is 98%.
Wow, 98%. I thought it was in Florida.
Absolutely. There's not much wind. That's a relief. Now, we have the last stop then for 46 cycling through. That's going to promote Max Hofer for the moment in the Bronze Cup leading Audi. And 5 hours, 9 minutes of the race remain, which right now is being led by BMW. Not that one, but by 998. Augusto Farfus at the wheel of it.
Oh, Valentino. There you are, out lap. Everything's just go through a little check to make sure everything feels good. But a new set of tyres doesn't make a difference. Suddenly the car does all the things that you've been struggling with towards the end of your stint. Turns in nicely, brakes stably. You've got good front bite, good balance, good rear grip. Oh, life's good after all.
Down the hill he drops. Let's have a listen in. Valentino Rossi is at the wheel of 46, but he's been talking to the team talking back. Let's listen in.
And you lasting, and you enjoy also, okay? I trust your mates to do the phantom dance, please. To fight for the podium, minimum.
Okay, Jeremy, all clear, I try.
Last stint for Valentino Rossi. Look at this Porsche battle going on now, because on the outside line, Mathieu Jaminet almost gets roughed up by Patrick Niederhauser. Tries to go the long way round, gets roughed up again, gets forced off the road. They're both up the curb, and Jaminet backs out of that.
He did.
And lets Niederhauser reclaim the position.
Yes, he did the right thing. He had a good go at it, but he was in the wrong part of the racetrack. And Niederhauser was able to control the entry and inside line, and Mathieu Jaminet was not forced, but he took the obvious option to mitigate any potential damage.
Out of the left at Bruxelles they go, and it is still therefore Patrick Niederhauser ahead. But just to show you how fierce a fight this is, here was when it came out of La Source, and again Jaminet up alongside. Niederhauser does not take kindly.
I would have thought that was enough for Jaminet to get the advantage, but Niederhauser manages to somehow get himself into a position that when they transist, look, oh, and Jaminet got out of it. He lifted, and that's how Niederhauser got back in the front. So Jaminet was the one that, you might say, pulled the pin on that one.
So 92 still behind 96, and not only that, but he's lost time as a consequence of those two little incidents on the lap. So now he's going to have to rebuild, isn't he? That gap has just widened between the pair. They are still about 15 minutes off needing to think about a pit stop.
So on board with the 96.
Interesting comment to Valentino Rossi as well. It's your last stint, go and enjoy yourself.
Hey, what do you mean? I'd be doing it. He's enjoying, he's living the life, for goodness sake.
Into the chicane comes Patrick Niederhauser. Right, back on the gas. Let's see what his margin is over Mathieu Jaminet as they break the beam. It was only a tenth of a second last time. It would have grown surely this time around. And it has to 1.2 seconds. We have also had the 32 BMW in. Charles Weerts has only done a single stint, I think, in that car before giving it to Sheldon van der Linde.
So just up the road, you can see, and no, it's not Max Hoffer, I thought it was, but Max Hoffer in the Audi, the leading bronze car, in 4th position. Really impressive performance for a bronze car.
Patrick Niederhauser making his way to Lecombe. Let's just listen in for a lap, or as much of a lap as we can, with the Porsche. Then into Lecombe, down through the gears, back on the power. This is the Porsche at play. And Patrick Niederhauser spoils our fun by bailing for the pit lane. But great sight that from on board, and a great noise, John.
Yeah, I'm just saying that flat 6 motor, 9,500 RPM, whatever it runs to these days. So Patrick Niederhauser actually coming up the hill. I noticed his hand went up, and he may have an air hose connected into his helmet to get some fresh air into the helmet, and that then was the indication to me that they would be coming in as we look further through the field.
Did 48 minutes in that stint, which is
a very short stint.
I would have expected.
Well, is that a sort of a correction for them to get back on? Well, I can't imagine it would be. So whatever the reasons are, they've decided to make that early pit stop.
So whether there's anything as a problem or tyres have completely lost their edge, we'll try to find out. But in it has come. There is 66, Max Hoffer, who is the leading Bronze Cup driver at the minute, and Niederhauser staying in the car. They're going to give him some new tyres and send him back out again. Hoffer down towards ProAm. But this car from the Gold Cup, the Tresor Attempto car, has just gone like clockwork. Done a really impressive job, the best of the Audis as well.
Yeah, I think it's particularly being a bronze entry, so it's not a full pro entry, and that's a pretty impressive deal altogether, and it's running currently, well, 22 seconds behind Rivera. Rivera's now only 0.7 of a second behind Sorensen. So that's suddenly seen the Ferrari conjoin with that leading battle for overall lead. There is the 4th place Audi just going through picture. There's the lead car in the Pro-Am. No, it's not. It's not in second place. Chris Buncombe is behind the wheel of RJN, entered McLaren. And the number 4 Mercedes has reclaimed the lead in that Pro-Am battle. And those two cars, teams, drivers have been pretty much locked in this battle all the way through since the flag and the lights went out just at 4:30 Saturday afternoon.
Barwell chipping on. Mattia Michelotto second in the Bronze Cup in that car shared. I think we touched on this a little while ago with Patrick Kuila, Casper Stevenson and Gabriel Rindoni. Of all things, that got some damage on the way to the parade on Wednesday night. Gabriel Rindoni was so excited by it, he took a video or a photograph or two and he misjudged something in the road. So
yeah, it was a substantial pole and did a bit of damage to the front, the splitter and bits of bodywork, so that didn't go down particularly well. There is the leader, by the way, the Mercedes just turning into Les Combes of the Pro-Am category ahead of now Alex Buncombe just, I think it was a McLaren, or maybe it was a Garage 59 McLaren. So that's been yeah, it is the Garage 59 McLaren.
And as the cars come through, 163, still with the fastest lap of the race to its credit. The CrowdStrike fastest lap award heading from Pereira's way. The leading Gold Cup car, by the way, treble 7 is 6. Now this, we haven't really talked about at all, but 52 Ferrari, remember very nearly 20 hours ago, it was delayed on the grid. It started last, and the 52 Ferrari of Louis Machiels, Jeff Machiels, Andrea Bertolini and Tommaso Mosca, and it's Mosca at the wheel, then got involved with 97 Porsche of Dustin Blattner, which put that out of the race. It got an early penalty for that contact. Well, it's now 3rd within class, but also 16th overall, and that rather shows that if you just get on with the job and try to keep out of trouble and run to your program, places can be gained. Good effort.
There are entries here which are here to finish, and there are entries who come, maybe one might say, for the glory of pole position or the glory of leading the race, but recognize maybe victory will not, but we want to get the best out of it we can. But this is an example of a car and a driver lineup in the Bronze Cup, and they are professional in the sense of what they do within the Bronze Cup category.
In 10 seconds.
10 seconds coming. Now, we haven't seen instantly a reason for this, but another full course yellow countdown in the ears of the drivers.
1 full course yellow now.
Ooh, so the McLaren had to dive very sharply out from behind the rear of the McLaren, or the Lamborghini, as it slowed down to the requisite speed. So something in that middle sector, we need to find out what that is. Haven't seen anything.
No, we'll wait for the incident to be found, make sure the driver's okay if it's been any contact, and then we'll have a look. 11:30 in the morning here at Spa-Francorchamps, just 5 hours and counting of this centenary edition, the 76th running of the 24 Hours of Spa, the 24th